Hello and welcome here to the Hawks Nest live stream show. Working through some technical difficulties today as we are going to be starting up the two championship conference games that we have today. So sorry about a little bit of a delay here as I was trying to get my stuff kind of figured out a little bit here. It's always good. There's always some with these live shows, a few little kinks you always got to work out no matter how much you've made sure that you think you've got everything on point. Hope everybody's having a great Sunday afternoon here. I think we're going to have some good games to watch. The game just did kick off here. It looks like Fred Warner actually went down with an injury for the 49ers, which is unfortunate, like the second play of the game here. So he was kind of writhing around there on the turf, not looking too good, so we'll see if that'll be all right. Sean Lee, hello. William Leonard, what's up? Emma21 Gaming, please beat the Niners today. Let's hope so. Dom H, how you doing? Mike Jaws, what's better? Niners losing this game or the Niners losing another Super Bowl? No, I don't want them in the Super Bowl because then they can always come back and be like, at least we get to Super Bowls. You know, you don't want to give them any feeling of good for, at all. We want to be like, they just keep falling short, getting right up here and then just falling short. Dom H has been a member of the channel for 7 months. Thank you, Dom, and says, how you doing, B? I'm doing great today. I'm struggling to wake up a little bit. I ain't gonna lie with you guys. I'm a little bit on the groggy side today, but I'm gonna get, you with me, I get warmed up. It takes a little while on the engine. When you're older, it takes a little bit longer for the engine to get up. It's not like those young cars where it just turns right on, that heater's going crispy. Not quite here for me necessarily. We've got a first and 10 here for the Eagles at the 46-yard line in their own territory. Jalen Hurts drops back to throw, hits his tight end Goddard, who is taken down on the ground for a couple-yard gain. Fred Warner is off the field here now for the 49ers. Nicholas Newton, what's up, man? Thank you guys for bearing with me on the issues there with the technical stuff. I don't know what happened here. I'm having more and more issues with this app. I'm going to have to just go to, I think, OBS and call it a day. I just don't want to learn a new one. So looks like Warner's back up. So tough guy. Looks like he's ready to come back out there. He's a warrior. Big Country, how you doing? Good to see you. Got a 2nd and 8 here on the short gain here by the Eagles. Hurts drops back. And he was going to run it out of bounds. Make sure my stream's okay here. Stream strength, good. Please hit the like button, folks, too, if you could, on your way in the dough. AI, how you doing, man? Megan Gockroger with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well down there in Australia. My lady from down under. Says, morning B and 12s. Just woke up, so I'm not feeling the best as the toes have kept me awake for 4 days. Fly, Eagles, fly. Megan, you hang in there with those broken toes. that's just, I guess that's what we were talking about last time. It's one of the weirdest injuries where they just tell you just got to deal with the pain. Hurts with a nice little in-cutting route throw there to A.J. Brown. Wasn't the best throw, but Brown got down to the ground and picked the ball up off the turf for a first down catch. Niners had some real early pressure there in Hurts' face. Good job on his part just getting the ball out of his hands and at least making it into a point where the receiver's going to have an opportunity. It looked dangerous at first coming out of his hand. But Hurts doing pretty good here to start. 3 of 3, 18 yards on this first drive, being patient against this Niner defense. 1st and 10 now in the Niners territory at the 42-yard line. Hurts with a give up to Sanders there for a gain of nada. But thank you, Megan, for the $5 dono. Appreciate you as ever. And fly, Eagles, fly. Nicholas Newton. Let's go, Eagles. Time for the Niners whooping. Let's go. Time for the Niners whooping. Megan with the $2 donation. Did you get the photos? I did get the photos, Megan. I've been actually busy on normal work, so I've just not been able to dive in on it, but he looks good in the hat. It's good in the hat. Oh, you got the Zorn Largent in Hawaii. That's awesome. Hurts back in shotgun here. 3 wide. 2nd and 10. He's going to dance around a little bit in the pocket and look around. I don't think he's got much of anybody. He's going to have to probably try to throw this away. Ball's almost picked off by Tafunga, but he picks it off out of bounds. Yeah, he looks like he's digging that bear. I see Seahawk fan in his eyes there, Megan. That's what I see. And that Largent Zorn pick is awesome. They're just out there at that Pro Bowl right there, probably. Yeah, sorry. I've been a little bit behind on my computer stuff. I had some side work sort of pick up on me, Megan. So I've been kind of Having to do that the last couple of days. That's why I'm a little bit tired. I was out working on some stuff last night. So I'm a little... Hope you're doing well, though, Megan. Thanks for the donos. A.J. Brown is a beast, William. No doubt about it. And you got a 3rd and 10 now here for the Eagles. Probably going to just try to get a couple yards here to get themselves into field goal range. Hurts looking around. And indeed, that's what they're going to do. Hit the tight end underneath for a nice little 6-7 yard gain. Will be just enough to get him into field goal. But they may go for this here, too. It's about 4 yards left to go to get a first down. 3-4. Long, we'll call it a long 3. Kelvin, I'm always in the wrong stream. That's all good, man. I like having you in here, man. Hope you're doing well tonight. All right, they are going to go for it here. So Eagles are showing a little bit of aggressiveness. Trust in the analytics. Soriano. Receiver goes in motion pre-snap. We got an empty look here for Hurts. Dropping back to throw. He's going to bail out of the pocket a little bit early on this one, going to his left. And he's going to try to... Oh, what a catch! What a catch. Hurts throws this back across his body, rolling to his left, and throws a BB 20 yards down the field. Looked like it was going to get outside of the catch radius of Devonta Smith, and he pulls it in. What an awesome catch by the kid there. I mean, that's one of the better catches of the year right there. Devonta Smith, that's a legit just sticking. You have to stick every bit of your arm out to get the one-handed catch, not just simply just put your arm out, but he's extending it as high as he can place it up into the air, up to the edges of his fingertips, and reeling it in. Awesome job, and just playing off script there. Boy, he was even back. What's interesting about that, too, he wasn't even running full speed. He did a whole turn back around, so he lost all of his momentum to leap up and go get that catch. That's phenomenal. Well, that's how you get yourself to Super Bowls, is you make great plays like that. Especially in a game like this that might come down to being one that, was a little bit low scoring. So the Eagles, 4th down, going for it. Analytics wins out on this one. Jalen Hurts back in shotgun. 3 wide. Gives up the middle and right through Main Street. Touchdown. Philadelphia Eagles. Well, that was an impressive drive there by Philly to start things off here. You don't usually see the Niners fold like that down by the red zone. They've got that wide 9 technique, though. We talked about this in our matchup a couple weeks ago. You can see with those defensive linemen alignment, it's a 4-down lineman, but you spread the linemen all kind of out in their gaps. And what that will create is some natural rushing lanes for inside zone. And that's just what it did there. It's one that gets you pass rush. It gets your guys upfield. You can wreak a lot of havoc with the wide 9. But the downside of the wide 9 is that it really requires those defenders to be on it in the run game, especially down the defensive line. The Eagles go up here 7-0. But Megan, Ollie looks pretty good out there in those Seahawks colors. I'll tell you that. He looks real good in those Seahawks colors. It looks right. You know what I mean? It looks proper. Ava says, hi, Eagles look good to start. Good that Fred Warner's okay. Fly, Eagles, fly. Fly, Eagles, fly today. That's right. And yeah, good to see Fred Warner come back out here. You want to see a game like this come down to the, let the best team win. You don't want to see a team get suddenly 2 or 3 crazy injuries early on in this game, and that becomes the decider on it. Big Country, who do you got in this game? I got the Eagles. Think Purdy gets a reality check. I've been long saying, and I feel like one of those people that have just been saying it kind of, blindly to say it, but I've just been feeling for a while now that, Purdy was eventually going to come back down to earth, that this it won't last forever with him being able to pull this off. And I've been proven really wrong with the kid for a while now. So I've got to kind of eat my words a little bit as far as he beat our team pretty good throwing, but I still see the arm limitations there. I still see teams not yet having pressed him really up into a corner and making him uncomfortable in the way that I think you'd want to make a rookie quarterback uncomfortable. And, this game with the Niners, it's just like with us. I mean, it's really kind of a similar game plan you're going to attach, which you're just trying to get to that rookie quarterback. You're trying to get to that guy who's going to be vulnerable, but you got to get first through the front line defense, which is, of course, the run game of the Niners, to get them then to have to then throw the ball. Brian Myers, everybody see Geno's accolades today? I did not. Did he get the comeback? I know he's like got one or something. He got some comeback, most improved player. Yeah, I did see that one. Good for Geno. Well earned. There hasn't been another player more improved from what they, what the narrative was around them or where people thought they were. Eden Tech World, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. AI says, I don't have a TV, so keep us posted. I watch YouTube highlights afterwards. I will for sure, man. I'm going to be doing kind of play-by-play a little bit, sub-play-by-play, and with you in the comments, talking some Seahawks stuff. We'll kind of be bouncing back and forth a little bit, but I'm going to give some play-by-play today. I want to see how this goes. I want to kind of really cover this one close and see how these teams are doing what they're doing. Devontae Smith catch needs to be up on like a mural. Hey, Space, how you doing, man? Robbie Red, what's up? Topeketa Atkins, how you holding up? Brian Myers, I want the Hawks to sign Sanders so bad. Miles Sanders? Miles? Zach the Potato, they don't call false start on Lane Johnson anymore. Yeah, I was. This has been a little bit of a ongoing debate now that's kind of breaking out. I'm seeing it online at points because the newest thing on some of these linemen in the NFL is them getting that kick start early start to their back pedal, essentially allowing them to get the edge a little bit quicker by somewhat looking like they're cheating. And I saw Duke Johnson post. He's kind of a offensive line guru trainer guy out there, and he's like, no, by the letter of the law, they're able to take this kick step out of the deal because they're not technically moving towards the line of scrimmage or something, right? It's I'm like, okay. But it does look like offense. It looks like false start to me when they do it. All right, 1st and 10. Purdy's going to hit George Kittle over the middle here for a 9-yard gain. Okay, you can sit on my lap, but you can't cry out. Okay. You got to be happy with what you're getting on that. Yeah, I got it. So 2nd and 1 here. See if the Niners can answer back. Purdy's going to rock a little pistol look here. Use check goes in motion. So much moving parts, moving eye candy there at the line of scrimmage. But McCaffrey's got nowhere to go. The Eagles are all over it. A couple different Eagle players were right there on that one. Love the pre-snap motion from the Niners. They do so much, just one guy going this way, this guy coming back this way. Here's one more motion coming back across final time. Just challenges you in a way that's very unique, that is unto them in that. A lot of teams are starting to use motion more and more, and I think it's going to become more of the part that you'll see. I think eventually, in 8-9 years from now, you're going to see very likely 80% of the snaps turn into pre-motion, whereas that, you look back 10 years ago, that would have been ridiculous to think. And a lot of post-snap motion, too, back across the formation, too. Sean Lee says, I hope we hit on the mid-round draft picks coming up like the Niners did with 5th rounder Hufanga. Me as well. They certainly landed themselves a player in this guy. Eagles look like they jumped off sides here, 1st and 10. Brandon Ayuk with an out route there. Simple little route there, 1st down. So the 49ers will decline this penalty. That'll give them an 11-yard gain on the play. I like what Shanahan's doing here, mix of run and pass on this first drive, and what he's also doing on some of these throws is you're noticing on giving him some easy throws. Brandon Ayuk is one of the better out route running receivers probably in the game. That's one of his real patented routes he can roll on. In-cutting, out-cutting routes, he's really tough to defend with that stuff. And then you hit Kittle on the first on just an in-cutting route, 7-8 gain, let Kittle go do the rest after the catch. Get this kid into a nice little rhythm. Eagles did somewhat of a similar thing with Hurts to start things out with. He had, I think, 3 quick kind of easy completions. And then he was ready to throw that shot down the field. Then he's ready to push that ball up the field a little bit. All right, Brock Purdy in shotgun, 1st and 10. Use check goes in motion. The give is going to be in here to Deebo Samuel. Straight handoff from the shotgun. He'll only get a couple yards. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. How you doing, Garth? It's great to see you in the chat, as always, my man. Says, I know it's early, but F the Niners and Craig over Zorn for life, regardless of the guy. Vacation pick of Zorn with 80. Garth firing shots right from the gate. Okay. Thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. Oh, Lordy. Oh, that's funny. Kitty, come on, stop. Shh. All right, 2nd and 6 here. Oh, hit as he throws. This ball's up in the air and should have been picked off, but slips through the hands of the 49er defensive back. Almost looked like he didn't have his arm going there. Great job on the pass rush there. Boy, it looked like he almost had his arm held back. Brock Purdy just barely got that throw off. It's a scary kind of throw, too, because, yeah, it looks like it looked kind of fumbly to me. I might challenge that if I'm a coach, just to make them relook at it. There are worse things to challenge. It's early in the game, but, I mean, that's a fumble. That's a fumble. That angle right there is it. Reddick with just trying to block Reddick up with a tight end. I don't know what they were thinking with that one. Didn't even look like the Eagles brought a blitz, but they down blocked the tackle to the defensive lineman, and you have strange offensive pass protection call there for the Niners on that play. I don't want to leave my backup. That's not Kittle blocking him there. That's their second tight end at that point, trying to block, one of the better pass rushers on this team for the Eagles. At least one of the more productive ones. Nagasa Shanahan missed that challenge with the catch on Devonta. That looked pretty good to me. Seemed pretty good to me. Nicholas Newton says, Brandon, what are your thoughts on Noah Sewell? Noah Sewell is a guy that I probably need to go and look a little bit more on. I watched a couple of his games, really locking in on him. The Georgia game early this year was just brutal to watch him play. He's got all the size you look for. He's got all the quickness and snappiness you'd like for a guy his size. Decent amount of twitch, all that stuff. He'll test very well through the pro process, through the evaluation process, but he's, to me, just unexciting to watch on tape. And I have really big questions about his instincts. And when I have a linebacker that just often gets confused and takes the eye candy, takes the cheese, always caught in the mouse trap, always going the wrong kind of direction versus the play going this way. That's a big thing for me with the middle linebacker is instincts. And if you're missing that, even with a lot of physical potential, I think that does kind of neuter you a little bit as a draft prospect. And I don't think he's, doesn't have some upside, which he absolutely does. But I don't tend to believe that you really can clean up as much the reaction stuff to what they're seeing. Like either a guy can see it or he can't, especially once they gets to the college level at the top of that point. He's played a lot of football. And if he's not able to read what's happening pre-snap, and this is a tough day and age to read stuff because we're talking about the pre-snap motion. Things are going this way, that way, up, down, back, forward. This guy's going here, that guy's going there. So it's hard to be on it as much. But there are good linebackers that can do that stuff, and I just don't see him doing it very much on the tape. So the challenge is up here, and I think we're going to get an overturn. Yeah, there's just no way that ball is going forward. You don't get to throw it off your wrist. Boy, imagine if the officials hadn't blown that dead. You might be taking that back for a touchdown because everybody just kind of stopped. Hassan Reddick going crazy. Somewhere in Arizona, someone's crying. Somewhere in Arizona, tears fall down the cheeks. Former first-round pick, of course, for the Cardinals. All right. Well, not a great scenario here for the Niners to begin things. Hurts back in shotgun now from the 44-yard line. Got a 3-wide receiver look. It was going to be to Miles Sanders. He's going to bounce this outside to nowhere. Good job by the Niners defense. Arizmana, what's up, man? How you doing? He says, hiya, people. Brandon, so glad your channel's growing. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that. We are indeed rolling along here. We've just been keeping the momentum going through this year. I think we're about something like 880 away, I think, from 11,000. So we're just about on the edge of 11,000. If you're not subbed to the channel, please do get subbed to the channel. And if you haven't hit the like button, please hit that like button too, please. It's good to see you, though, Eris. Emmett21, off topic, but did you see that LeBron foul from last night? A little bit. For being a regular season game, I felt like the reaction was a little over the top, but it's been a hard season for him, so he's probably just getting a little bit at one point. Not for him. He's been obviously good, but it's been a hard season for what he's had to deal with around that Laker team, so he's probably just, frustrations mount. But I watched it a little bit. I didn't see it totally as clearly. I will say in the NBA, at the end of games there, it's like, there is kind of a standing rule that you're going to let those guys go a little bit. You're going to allow a little bit of contact at the end of foot. You don't want it to be decided by the referees, essentially, on a game coming down to the end. We got 3rd and 4 here for Jalen Hurts. 3 wide to the far side of the field. Niners bringing their 4-man front. And they're going to try to run it, and that's not going to go anywhere. Nice job by the Niners there. They were on that running play. I mean, you're thinking past their 3rd and 4. Interesting call by the Eagles, too. I don't like that call by Sirianni. You went a little aggressive earlier. That's kind of a conservative play call there in that moment. Feels conservative. So, Emmett, I go back to if it's a little bit of contact. If it's a blatant, then you got to call it. But if it's a little slight contact, then I like the old don't let the officials at the end of games call it, make the players decide it. Let them, and if a little bit of contact goes, so be it. Wow. Almost got that down. The punter almost put that at the 1 yard line. Just right there, but it didn't quite stick. Nicholas Newton, Jack Campbell would be a decent 3rd rounder, although I'm not sure he falls that far. I think you're on the right track, though. I mean, that's the key with him, Nicholas, is I think you look at him and you go, okay, there's some stuff here, but this is a 3rd round stuff. And I think like what you're saying, he's probably then gets taken in the 2nd round instead. But boy, you sure would like that a lot better around the 3rd, 4th-ish roundish of things. And Nicholas, he's one of those guys who you talk about the pre-evaluations where it does matter a little bit more to see what he can run, because I'm thinking about on tape, like, is this a 4-7 guy? Am I going to be drafting a 4-7 middle linebacker in the 2nd round? And maybe he gets faster, and he is a big dude, but he's not Brian Urlacher out there, which I've seen some people try to put those comparisons out there to Campbell, and he's not. He is your old school meat and potatoes kind of middle linebacker, and there's some things he does really well. He can take on blockers, and he's physical, and he's a really good tackler. But the movement in space, if he runs a 4-7, I'll just nod, knowing that's about what he looked like on tape. And I don't know, maybe you guys feel differently on this. Can a 4-7 guy get it done in this day and age? Does that guy have what it takes to be able to roll like that? Gassa says, man, these D-lines, even the practice squad players are better than ours. You can feel the depth and talent on both these teams, especially in some of these running plays. That 3rd and 4 there, not only the Eagles not even get a yard there, they just stop that completely. It's with a 4-man front. They weren't bringing the stack box or anything else. Their defensive lines get it done. Just get it done. Brian Myers is pretty hurt. I didn't see him hurt. I think he's okay. Ethan, hey, Brandon, are we really sure Arizona's going to draft defense? Haven't they drafted defense these previous 2 years with getting those linebackers like Isaiah Simmons and that other guy? Zayvon Collins, you mean? I think you mean Zayvon Collins. Yes, they have. And it's a very good point on your part. But let's also remember with this too, Ethan, last year they traded their 1st round pick for Hollywood Brown. They've put a lot of assets from a monetary standpoint into the offensive side of the ball as well, including signing a guy like Zach Ertz, DeAndre Hopkins. So there's that. There's the 2nd round pick of Rondale Moore, I think 2 years ago. So there's definitely been a good amount of stuff put into that. Even I think they got a tight end last year in the second round, if I'm not mistaken. 1st and 10 here for Purdy at the 20. Pitch play outside to McCaffrey. He takes it to the edge, comes winding back inside. There's just not a lot of room there to be had. The Eagles have multiple defenders all over the play. Gain of 3. So there has been actually, even though there's those linebackers they put in, they've actually not put a significant amount of assets into that side of the ball. And so, yeah, I think that there's still a very good chance that they go defense as the main forefront of what they do. And I think that, Ethan, there's just as much of a chance that if the Bears, for instance, were to say, okay, we want to take Jalen Carter or we want to take Will Anderson, that then it comes to the Cardinals' choice. And we got 2nd and 6 here now. Purdy back under center. Play action pass. Oh my gosh. Reddick is all over that play. And it looks like Purdy's out of the game. No, he's not. Is he? I got 17. That's not Purdy, is it? Yeah, they got Josh Johnson in the game right now. So Purdy is out. And Josh Johnson Reddick might have ripped the fumble out before Josh Johnson was down. I don't think you're going to I don't think that's not with one challenge left if you challenge for Sirianni. If you challenge, you lose it here unless you win the challenge. So you can't, I don't think you can challenge this one if you're him. You're going to blow a challenge on that one. It's 3rd and 15. Get the stop, get the ball back. Smart by Sirianni there. I know it's going to look like a fumble to some, but you're not getting a guaranteed of an overturn on that kind of play. So you too close to call. But how about Reddick coming out on fire here to start things out? And boy, the Niners are to their 4th string quarterback. This does not bode well. It's hard enough. It's almost near impossible to get the job done with your 3rd stringer. To get down to the 4th stringer, even a guy like Johnson here who's played 27 years in the NFL as a backup, this is asking a lot. Now, he knows the system. He's been in Mike Shanahan's scheme before for a couple of these years. But we call this not ideal. Yeah, it was going to be McCaffrey. McCaffrey making some headway up the field there. Boy, he almost got a first down on that play. Brought it back about 17 yards there. And that'll bring him up to 4th down. So I think the other thing, Emmett, that I would say with that is you get them in that position where the Bears don't go quarterback. Quarterback selected at 2 with the Texans. Then you get to the Cardinals at 3. They could be just as likely that team that then trades back. I mean, I would say that you've got, first option is if it's 2 quarterbacks that have gone in front of them, they just probably take the best defensive player. But if only one goes, option 2 to me is then trying to trade back and finding the team that wants. God, you are so hairy. So much cat hair. Golly. That would be to me what they would try to do. So even instead of that, but I do think that, looking at the defensive side is going to be at the forefront of what they're going to be doing, and not just in that 1st round pick here, but in this draft in general. Greg Kemp says KJ ran a 4.7. Fair enough, man. Greg, but you also got KJ right in the 4th round. So that's kind of, Greg, isn't that that'd be kind of proof to my point, right? Like, in that 4.7 is going to get you down 3rd, 4th round territory, maybe even the 5th. You've got to be more into that like 4 or 5 range to be talking to being a 2nd round linebacker in this day and age for the most part, or maybe even 4.6. But when you start to get into that 4.7, I know it's only 1/100th of a second there, but it does seem to be one that kind of dings you as a prospect. Nicholas Newton says, I think Kyler Murray will be gone. I just saw today there was a report that there was a way for them to move him in a trade and then only have to sustain a very small amount of cap hit to make that kind of move. And that's been a team that's shown in the past. They will bail on a quarterback even that they drafted early once before, right? They did with Josh Rosen before they had Kyler Murray come in there. So if they've shown a willingness to do that once, why wouldn't they do it potentially once again? Especially if we already know they're a little reticent with the kid, with that whole contractual study time obligation stuff that they put in last year. So, maybe they do move. My question on that would be that who's going to want to then take on Kyler Murray at that point? You're going to get basically next to nothing. They're going to essentially be moving Kyler Murray at that point potentially, here's the crazy part about that. It's like potentially you could be moving Kyler Murray and having to almost offer draft capital to the team you're moving him to because he's got the ACL, which happened late in the year. So you're not getting him back anytime soon. And then he still has the contract, which is going to be pretty high. It's going to be still a substantial amount that you're on the hook for the team that trades for him. Especially because if they're getting out of it now, just having signed him 1 year out of the deal, that means that he's got guarantees coming. So that means whatever team then has to bring Kyler on is on the hook for those guarantees, which means it's going to be really hard to then move off the contract, which is why the Cardinals are doing the move in the whole first place. But yeah, it's possible, man. I think I wouldn't be surprised if they want to get out of it. Somebody was asking what's going on with Geno Smith. I don't know. They're just in negotiations. I know he's doing tweets and stuff, but it's all being... I don't know if that was or you're referencing the awards he got. Hopefully he gets comeback player of the year too. AI says, who is going to trade for Murray? You'd have to be an idiot. Cardinals at one point got David Johnson offloaded, right? And brought in DeAndre Hopkins in return. So I've seen some idiotic things happen, and people will be there to sometimes bail other organizations out. What we know about this offseason is that it's a musical chairs with the quarterback prospects. There's really Levis Young, Stroud, and kind of Anthony Richardson. That's your four. There's veterans on the market that aren't that great. It could lead a team to getting a little desperate. Could lead a team to get a little desperate on it. I don't know, though. I honestly don't know who would be really the team to do that. Hurts throws a little bubble screen out here to A.J. Brown. He's going to get it upfield nicely for a gain of 11. I can't think of who's the team that's going to want to make that kind of move. Maybe outside the box kind of like guy that would look at it and pull that trigger, and with their quarterback situation and wonder, would be like maybe even like no one expected. And I can't imagine him ever this working. No, I'm not even going to say that as a possibility because I just don't think there's no way he would put up with his work ethic stuff. I don't know. I usually have a good answer on like one proverbial team, but who's going to sign up for that Kyler Murray experience with the torn ACL? All right, we got a second down now in short after another little just toss route there by Hurts out to the edge. Eagles are keeping Hurts pretty under control. Even that throw that was deep down the field wasn't being done because that was on script. I was off script on that play, and he just kind of winged it down there. But everything else has been pretty short, pretty tight for Hurts. They're definitely protecting a little bit of that, keeping off that Niner pass rush. Second down and 9. 1 minute to go here in the first quarter. It's going to be a direct snap here, and Hurts looks like it's going to be a running play up the middle. He kind of bobbled the ball off the snap, and Fred Warner was there to clean things up. Loss of 1. The bobble sort of slowed Hurts down completely there. The whole momentum of the play. Yeah, Megan, forget ACL. Murray's work ethic sucks royally. I was going to say Megan is a crazy outside the box one that could be applied here. Would be what if like the Cardinals and the Patriots synced up, and then like the Cards traded for like Mac and the Cards trade for Mac Jones. But then I was like, well, Belichick's not going to put up with that work ethic. There's no way he would deal with the Kyler on his team. So I was like that. But it's like that outside the box kind of team that would have to make that move for Murray. It's not going to be your teams like a Carolina Panthers, or there are these obviously quarterback hungry, needy teams right now. It's going to be one of those ones that's maybe the Raiders if they lose out on Brady, because they seem like they're going to make a big play for Brady. That's possible, but there won't be a lot. There won't be a lot of options. At the end of the day, the Cardinals are going to have to take it in the shorts in order to make that move go. Nicholas Newton says, I agree, Brandon, but maybe AZ cuts him. Seems like they're pretty fed up with him in Arizona. You're going down the logical road here now, right? Like you start out, you go, okay, let's just move him. Let's just, sunk cost. Here we go. But then there's you're calling all the teams and the phone just keeps ringing when you're dialing up all the teams across the league. You're like, okay. And then what do you do next? You don't really want him. I could see going that route, especially because it's like you're getting out of that guaranteed. Somebody was right about whoever said we got this a deep throw. Boy, Hurts had AJ Brown wide open by 3 or 4 steps on Tre'Davious Ward, and he just overthrew him by another 3 or 4 yards. Got to get a little more air under that, Jalen. I mean, your man's wide open. What a great inside technique move there by Brown. Ward was playing too far to the outside in his leverage. And Bosa's coming up limping now, coming off the field, walking a little bit with a bit of a limp. And he's pointing to his left knee. Not good. Not good. Yeah, Hurts didn't even have really pressure there. He could have set up and kind of just put that throw right where he wanted to. But that's when I talk about Hurts on the stuff on the deep, pushing the ball up the field. There is some limitation there with him. He's got some good things he can do, but there is that accuracy down the field and putting that ball in the right spot. It's kind of dodgy. I mean, he had a pretty clean pocket there to get that throw off in the way that he needed to do it. Zach the Potato says Colts will trade for him. I don't know. I feel like the Colts have been Zach, they've been burned so much here recently by trying to go for other people's, leftovers. They're like, we can still make a sandwich out of that. It's like, nope, there's only bones left. And they've done it 3 times over. I would wonder if they would really go back to that well a 4th time. Especially considering they're picking top 4. The guy said, what if DeMarco Jones will want to draft Jalen Carter for the Texans? And what are the Texans doing to Goss at quarterback then? Maybe potentially they think they can come back up and move up and get Young at 5 with Seattle. I mean, that's a potential. I guess Nagas is their 12, I think, also in the first round. So then they would take Carter and then come up. It's possible. If Carter and Anderson are taken, it's certainly not, before we pick, it certainly is not going to blow my mind. I am predicting that I think that if your bottom line is that a team like the Texans is not going to play that Russian roulette game of, the quarterback will be there at 5. We're sure he will be. We're sure we'll be able to be the team that trades up for him at that point. That's a bit of a, tough call for them to make, but I got to feel like they need to get their quarterback coming out of this draft. DJ Jimenez says, hey, Brandon, you good? You sound like you're a little bit under the weather, my friend. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. No, you're not. I'm not under the weather. Just it's been, I need to jump after we were doing kind of streams this week. I had to jump into some work. And so I've been kind of burning the midnight oil on getting some got a little bit of regular work. I still got to do the real life work at times. So, burning both ends of the candle, doing I got to do, you know what I mean? But I'm good. I'm also just kind of slow to wake up today. I don't know why. It's kind of, I'm going to be basically mainlining coffee all day, is what I'm saying. Brian Myers, you can only have one, DK or AJ. DK. AJ Brown's got some knee problems that I think are eventually going to pop up here in the next couple of years. I know DK's got theoretically the neck, but he's played every single game of his pro career. I'll go with DK. It's good to see you there, DJ. Hope you're well, man. AI says Cardinals are going to need one of these QBs to play most of the year while Murray is out. It's true. I think though that we're on more of a path of where this is going is the do they want to sit on that a year? Because if they're guaranteed, and I got to look at the contract of Kyler to check this out, but if there's a guaranteed money that's going to click in essentially that they can get out from under, which now the contract really starts to take form, right? It's not just the bonus money that they're eating now, but here comes the big swoops of the contract, and the 49ers are going to have their best field position of the day to start things out on the 50-yard line here. Nice little throw by Josh Johnson to Deebo Samuel for a 9-yard gain. But then if you are on the hook for that big-time money and you've got your rookie guy in there now and he's played a year and you like him a lot better, But then you have Murray coming off the ACL repair, and okay, now he's healthy, but is his value any further better than it would be right now? And then you're on the hook for more of the money at that point, which now you have to suffer even more of the kind of loss on the cap hit to kind of make that move. I don't know. I think they would probably just do the cut or the trade at that point. Honestly, on the Cardinals, I think that's the smart way for them to go. They're not close right now. You need to rebuild. Get out from a bad contract if you see it. You had hesitancies already last year in paying him. That in itself should be a sign to you. Put it all together, roll it on out the door, and just reset it. The worst way. I don't think Kyler's ever going to be anything special in this league. Nagasa DK's top 15. AJ Brown's top 5. AJ Brown's been more productive, man. To your point, he has been. Yep. He has been. I don't know that AJ gets as much of the double team stuff as he gets a little bit, but I don't know if he gets as much. But I can't deny AJ's been more productive. He's got more, stats put up there as far as that goes. Megas says no way with the Pats B. Big Bill would stand for it 0.2 seconds and then cut him. I agree. I was giving it kind of a passing thought. I was just trying to think of the teams that were not. I think if you're looking at Murray going somewhere, it's going to be to one of those teams that we're not really mentioning, like a New Orleans Saints, right? Or I was thinking the Patriots because Bill's looking at the division and he's, especially if the Jets trade for Aaron Rodgers, so he's got Aaron Rodgers, he's got Josh Allen, he's got Dolphins with their offense, and does he feel like he's got enough there with Mac Jones to get it done at that point? But you're right. I don't think at the end of the day it's going to be And Red Ace, I wouldn't want to be a Cardinal fan either right now. You talk about some organizations with some dark potential futures right now up ahead. Let's look up the cap hit on old. Let's look up the cap hit on that old little Keebler elf, shall we? Let's see what he's costing, Megan. It's a good question. We got a television timeout, by the way. 2nd and 1, that was like an hour and a half first quarter. So we've got still 7-0 Eagles. Josh Johnson still in the game here, 15th season. I think he was even on the Seahawks at one point as our third quarterback somewhere along these lines. This 15-year trek of his. I'm going to take a look at this cap hit. Sports Track's been going so slow lately. No bueno. All right, so we got 2nd and 1. Niners are on the Eagles side of the field at the 41-yard line. Hand is off is here to McCaffrey. Puts his head down and drives forward and gets himself a gain of about 7 yards for a first down. And Purdy got his arm. I was saying at the time, those kind of hits are just brutal on quarterbacks. Those blindside hits that knocked out Purdy. You're absolutely 100% vulnerable. Your arm's drawn back here into kind of an odd angle, and it just gets torqued up. Yeah, Sports Track ain't working right now. Let me try over the cap. So we got a delay game here on the Niners, so it'll be 1st and 15. All right, let's take a look here. Yeah, so Kyler Murray's cap. $223. All right, Josh Johnson back in shotgun here, 1st and 15. Drops back to pass, looking around, dragged down, almost sacked there, almost in the grasp. So I'm having a hard time with this one, Megan, reading this one. I'm more used to Sports Track, this over the cap site. They got to get the graphics better. It's like hard to read. There's a bunch of just a lot of word stuff in there, a lot of small font for my eyes. But it does look like his base salary is $2 million next year with a $1 million workout. That's 3 plus guaranteed is 5. I don't know. Looks like the ball's knocked down at the line of scrimmage there. This will bring up 3rd and 20, and the Eagles are just on it right now. We'll have to look at it when Sports Track's up, Megan, because it's not that over the cap one doesn't make any sense how they have that put out. They've got like extra columns and stuff that don't make any sense. But I would imagine that whoever trades for Megan are going to be on the hook for it's the guaranteed money that's going to be the worrisome part for them. It's not going to be that first year of the hit, right? It won't be like just that cap hit itself. It's going to be the fact that now you're on for a lot of that contract because I'm sure the guarantees start to click in. And we got 3rd and 20 and a flag on the play. Again, under a lot of pressure back there's Josh Johnson. The Eagles defense is just flying around. So you could theoretically, Megan, get him in on a low base salary this year, and even the next year, you don't have any of the bonus money hitting because all of that would accelerate. But the guaranteed money is the difference of the bonus, of course, because in guaranteed money, it clicks in at a certain time, and bam, it's going forward, and you're on the hook for it. You owe it no matter what. If you cut him, you still owe him that money at that point. But teams are now putting these in points of the contracts instead of putting them at the front. They'll put them in spots of the contract, giving themselves an out. Unlike the bonus money, where if you just put it all into pure bonus money, then if you moved them, it all accelerates 100% instantaneously. So smart on these teams to start to use this a little bit, but it does mean now you're giving players a little more money to make it guaranteed and not bonus because they're not just getting it in hand day one. All right, so the punt's going to drive back the returner for the Eagles to the 5-yard line, and he'll fair catch it from there. See what the Eagles offense can do. Yeah, you're right. Eagles should have never extended Murray. I was calling it last year. It was like, not because I was not alone. There's many folks out there saying this is not the right. I know he wants the deal. That doesn't mean you guys should do it. Just because these quarterbacks are insisting on it. But it's almost to me like the peak diva-ism of quarterbacks was last offseason. Like we've been moving up this mountain to this peak point of like, from your Brady's to your Rodgers to your Russell Wilsons to your, we got Deshaun Watson with all he has off the field going and then still getting all that guaranteed money. And then you get the Kyler Murray extension too with it on top of it. It's kind of like getting to a point like, boy, this has gone a little bit beyond the pale, hasn't it a bit? Like there needs to be a little bit of a course correction here. And I think that's the beginning of the course correction point. But I think you're going to start to see it more and more applied across the board and teams being a little bit more hesitant to give these kind of contracts out unless they can find a way to do it like I guess the Cardinals have to give themselves a theoretical way to leave it after a year if it completely blows up in their face. Scooby Snack says, why couldn't Bosa wait to get hurt against Seattle? It's tough for him, man. Hopefully that knee, we'll see if he's back out there here on this next series. Oh, Scooby Snacks, thank you. $16 million cap hit for Murray. There we go. Appreciate you, man. I can't read that over the cap stuff. It makes no sense to me. AI, why didn't the Eagles get a field goal the last drive? I don't think they were quite close enough to get it done. Mr. Isaac 560, oh man, I hope the Niners just get absolutely whooped and then the Cincy wins the bowl. I'm sick of Mahomes and Chiefs and all the Niners BS. I'd like to see that too, man. Eagles, Bengals would be a pretty cool Super Bowl. I could go for that. Red Ace, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, Red Ace. This is Keebler Elf. That's my little nickname for him. I just always picture Kyler up in his little tree house. He's got the little woodpecker hole that's been knocked out, a little inside in that. He's just in there playing on his little mini Xbox, for his little baby hands, and he's just in there just eating his little cookies. Got a little hat on. It's just the way I picture him. That's how I picture him in Arizona. Just little tiny box. AI says, oh, okay, taking a QB at 3 then Arizona would be. They would be. If they move off Kyler, then that means a QB. And as much as I think they're going defense, I can understand why they would do that. All right, we got Hurts here in shotgun now. First down, and he's going to give the ball here to the Miles Sanders, and there's just nowhere to go. I think the Eagles are, when I did my mock here this last week, I had the Eagles looking like a team that would take Bijan Robinson top back in this last draft. And if they were to take him, it'd be number 10, I think like 10, 12 overall. And that'd be the highest running back's been selected since Saquon Barkley. But I think the Eagles will take a long look at that with how good their offensive line is across the board, because Miles Sanders has had a pretty productive year for them, but he's not really a difference maker at the running back position. He's got some speed, he can get some things done, but they get a difference maker at that spot with Jalen Hurts. Just takes off the pressure, hurts that much more. Oh my goodness. Jalen Hurts nearly had a safety there. Nick Bosa, though, able to pull him down. Boy, Nick had him in the backfield, and Jalen just showing off that strength there, able to just barely twist out of it. Wow, great strength and power in his legs, because Bosa had him pulled down. Oh my goodness. That's a strong man in Bosa to be able to pull even that foot forward that Hurts just did to get past the end zone marker there. So 3rd and 15 now from the 1 yard line. Johnson's again stepping way too. Boy, that right tackle the Eagles take is getting quicker and quicker as false starting, and it's not getting called. I think people are right to be wrong. That's not him getting some, he's right on the line of the rules, and he's just, what good players do, play right to the line, so to speak. He's overstepping on his pass sets. He's taking that step where he's, a little early with it. All right, well, the Niners, as tough as this has been for them, as hard as this has gone, defense has held up, and they're giving the offense some attempts here to get this done. This will be a nearly blocked punt. Short punt now, picked up by the returner on a bounce. He's going to come back across the 50 with a nice little return after Ray McLeod picked it up after it was bouncing around there to get something back, and they will start out this possession on the Eagles side of the football field. So the Niner defense showing you they are legitimate. Nick Bosa, knee hurting, blood trickling down his elbow, walking off the field with a big old grin. William Leonard, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you, William. Hope you're doing well tonight. Says, as far as you know, do you know of some other backups like Geno or Locke that you think deserve another shot at a starting role? What a fantastic question. Let me think about that for a second. Let me ponder that. Appreciate the donation, because I'm sure there is one, but at the same point in time, I don't have one off the top of my head that it's like, well, this guy for sure, this guy. But let's look at this. Wow, William, my answer might actually almost be no here. I'm going team by team here through my sort of proverbial list. And I'm just going through these teams right now and I think it's a great question on Williams' part, actually, because it's going to inform a lot of the market for Locke and Geno Smith. If there's a lot of these guys on there, they're one. There's the veterans like Jimmy Garoppolo and Baker Mayfield, but that's not who you're meaning, William, of course. And I don't put those guys in that category anyway. There's only really one I can come up with as I look at the teams out there and think about their backup quarterback situation. There really is only one, maybe two. And the one that stands out to me is Gardner Minshew. Where, Gardner's, I don't think he lit the world on fire coming back in for the Eagles here when he was backing up Hurts when he was injured for a couple games. But maybe him. I think you could possibly apply to him on it. I would, one of the young guys at the last draft, I think, who could be maybe an interesting guy too is Sam Howell. I know he's a 5th round guy out there in Washington, and they didn't want to let him have a chance to start this last year at the end of the season when people were kind of calling for it. But he could be a guy too that very well is one that you look at and you go, this guy, you give him a chance somewhere. Maybe there's something he can do. He's got some mobility. He's got a pretty good arm. But there's not a lot of guys. None of those two guys I just mentioned are at the same talent level. And we got a little screen pass here to McCaffrey, who gets spun around there, knocked down, but not before he gets himself a good 9-10 yard gain there. So I don't think there's a lot of guys like that right now. If you think about it, William, there hasn't been a lot of those second round type quarterbacks who've come through kind of just sitting back that are kind of waiting on that chance. Most of those guys get their opportunity with it or are getting their opportunity with it, like a Davis Mills kind of type. But I can't think of anybody that stands out to me that I'm like, oh, well, this guy's here's one for you. All right, we got 2nd and 1 here. Josh Johnson remains under center for the Niners. Pitch play out here to McCaffrey. As somebody else said in the chat below, McCaffrey, this is, McCaffrey, you are our only hope. They're going to need him to go for 300 today in total yardage, I think, to maybe get this one pulled off. I'm guessing. I'll think, William, if there's another one that I can think of. But I just went through the teams and nobody's jumping out to me, man. Nobody's popping off to me on that one. All right, we got 1st and 10. Niners with their most threatening drive of the day here. Operating on the 34-yard line of the Philadelphia Eagles. Josh Johnson back in shotgun. Blitz here by the Eagles. 5-man blitz. Josh recognizes it. Finds McCaffrey back underneath. I told you, folks, there's going to be a lot of McCaffrey here for the rest of this game. So there's going to be a lot of mech. And McCaffrey showing you right there, he's a running back. He's a receiver in a running back's body. Many thought at the time when he came out, he was a guy that could have easily just gone out there and become a wide receiver full-time and been a very, very dominant one at that. His father, of course, was a really good wide receiver for the Broncos. Beat up on our Hawks quite a bit. Josh Johnson with one of the most awkward-looking quarterback keepers you'll see. Falls forward and his knees hit first, and then his face went in the back of the butt of his center. But they get the first down, so I guess it all works. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. I appreciate y'all the donos. Says, that's insulting to the elf bee. And by the way, if Murray's the Keebler elf due to the baby hands, Dave Craig is the king of the Keebler elves, B. Well, I'm not saying he's Kyler's father, but I'm just saying that Dave had a run through Texas in '88 that's still spoken about by those old boys back there in the Seahawks organization. They're like, he was on one. That's what they said at the time. And there's been some follow-up questions like, what do you mean Dave Craig was on one in '87? Like he was kind of feeling himself on those road trips, And so I'm not saying that, he may have been doing some proper Texas things down there, but I'm just saying that it's possible. You never know. Oh goodness. Thank you for the $5 donation though, Megan. I can't lie. Yep. They're nothing big about Craig necessarily. It was all a little undersized. Appreciate you though. Thomas Cox has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 14 long months. I really appreciate all that long time support. Thomas, you're awesome for doing so. And I'll get your comment here 1 second. 1st and 10 here for the Niners. From the 28-yard line, fake pitch play. Josh Johnson looking to come back. Nothing there. Going to have to just throw it away. Good job by Josh just to let that thing go. Thomas says, if Seattle selects Stroud or Levis with the 5th overall pick, what best player available would you like at the 20th pick if the draft falls the way us fans want? It's a good question, Thomas. Part of what really had me in my mock draft situation of being willing to trade back from 20 was not necessarily loving all of the options that were facing me at that pick and kind of being torn a little bit about which way to go. 2nd and 10 here. It's a give to McCaffrey, who gets out of 2 tackles. He's still on his feet. McCaffrey breaks free into the open field for a touchdown. Beautiful run by Christian McCaffrey. He's just got pulled his feet away from the first tackler, then ripped out of the second tackler's gasp. He was sort of stumbling and bumbling and found his feet back and then hit back the gas pedal and got upfield. Yeah, the first defender tried to take him out low, and he just sort of bounced around that first tackler. Well, I wouldn't think McCaffrey's the kind of guy you feel like you got to go low on like that. I would want to stay. He's the one guy you feel like you could maybe stay high on when you come with the tackling. But nonetheless, the 49ers answer back 7-7. McCaffrey putting on the cape. Putting on the cape with a beautiful run. Wow. Strong run by him. 20th pick, Thomas, and I'm still thinking about your question here. If Thomas, if Peter Skoronski were to fall in the draft because of his short arm issues and people see him as just specifically only a guard at the next level, I would, maybe look at him as an ideal there if that was kind of a possibility with it. I'm trying to think about who else would be somebody defensively you'd look at. You got a lot of corner value there at 20. Obviously, I think Trenton Simpson's going to be there at 22. That certainly is a possibility there. Boy. And there's a lot of edge value too there. That's the problem, Thomas, is there's some good players there at 20 at that point, but their value is all the positions we don't quite need as much on. Like there's 3 or 4 edge guys there from Foskey, maybe Mike Morris. There's just a variety of guys down Van Ness. From what I'm hearing, a lot of people are really liking Van Ness, saying I needed to go take another look at that guy. I mean, there's a list of a lot of guys there. You go, okay, well, these guys would be kind of the value for going you mentioned BPA. I mean, it's kind of the BPA value of that at that point. Even corner. I mean, there's legitimately, somebody was having me look up this Forbes kid. I mean, he might be a borderline first-round talent himself. Kid's got 14 interceptions playing out of Mississippi State in that conference over the last 3 years, including 5 pick sixes. How does he not become maybe a first-rounder? So the value is going to be a hard one on that, Tom. It's going to push that philosophy, if they've got it instilled right now, to the limit, because there is going to be so many other positional players at other spots, not necessarily of need. Is there going to be a defensive lineman there at that point with the value there to be picked? Probably not. As Tyree Wilson's off the board, Murphy's off the board. Such a tough, that 21's going to be a sticky one, Thomas. That's going to be a real sticky pick to try to figure out what to do. And I don't have a great answer for you at this point, because I know who's going to probably be available around that lane. And it's like, do you want to take the pick? It's like this, Thomas. Like in my proverbial draft scenario, you had Jordan Addison then be on the board at 20. So you got the second best receiver in the draft and on the board. But do you really want to be taking Addison there at that spot? I mean, but then that's kind of for value. So here's the list you're going down there at that spot as you end up at 20, and you got receiver with the best BPA, or edge with the BPA, or corner with the BPA, but you don't have linebacker, defensive line, center, right guard. None of those spots are BPA. I honestly, quite honestly on this, Thomas, it was having me spend hours before I did the show this last week on the mock draft. I did hours and hours the previous night on that 20th pick, because I was so torn by like the options and the fit to the options and sticking within BPA and trying to apply it all across the board. It wasn't syncing up right. It wasn't quite, in my mind, quite coalescing in the right way it needed to come out. So I'm hoping maybe I find more guys as I go through the film. I admittedly have only gone, Thomas, through, I think 97 prospects is my current count as far as the number of guys I've really taken a good look at. So maybe when I get another 100 deep, there'll be more guys that jump to the forefront that I'm like, no, this guy here, Jalen Hurts in shotgun here now, 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line, and he's going to give the ball up the middle here to the 29 for a 4-yard gain to Miles Sanders. Thomas, thank you for your 14 months as a Hawks Nest member, though. Appreciate you. R. Sanchez with the $2 donation. Hope you're doing well tonight, Mr. Sanchez. Says the 49ers should put in Lock. I bet they wish they had Drew Lock right now. I bet they wish they had Drew Lock. You know what the irony of this is if the Niners win this game, it's going to be Garoppolo time in the Super Bowl. That's the sheer audacity of it. Thank you for the dono, though, Mr. Sanchez. Another give up the middle here for the Eagles, 3 yards. Boy, they're being very, very, very conservative here. A lot of protecting Jalen Hurts here. He's averaging like 5 yards an attempt so far this game. I don't know if it's just, I would have been trusty if I'm the Eagles, my offensive line, to hold up a little bit more against this Niner defensive line. They just sort of decided on maybe it's just that they're trying to protect Hurts in the passing game and they don't trust him to push the ball up the football field. But eventually he's going to have to start making some throws here today. Eagles are 1 of 5 on third downs and they got themselves another one here with 3rd and 2. And another attempted give. And it's going to be a read option play, and it looks Hurts is drawn short on the read option. He keeps it, spins out of one tackle, then drugged down to the ground. So 3 straight running plays for the Philadelphia Eagles. That's not going to win this football game. I'm not saying you got to be pass happy and throw the ball over the football field, but you got Devontae Smith making a one-handed catch. You got A.J. Brown already making a solid catch off the turf in this game. And, here we go with analytics. The Eagles are going for it. Hurts is going to try to drive this over the middle, and he's going to get it. Ballsy Nick Sirianni. Okay, Nick, I see you. You answered back. I was calling you a tentative Tom, and you said, no, I'm a ballsy Bill. I'm not a tentative Tom. I'm a ballsy Bill. And that's ballsy. In your own territory, 35-yard line, still only second quarter of this game. You're going to go for it. Especially this Niners offense starting to get a little bit of momentum on that last drive. Hurts did a good job of picking the right. Okay. Okay, be cool in the chat, everybody. Please, let's keep the cool vibes going. We got cool vibes going. Let's just, if we're a little bit in a heated moment, let's everybody just step back for just a second, please. I don't know what got heated. Man, stuff that goes 0 to 100 sometimes. Let's be cool. We're all cool. Eagles dropping back to throw here with Hurts. Tries to throw it up to deep to Devontae Smith, who goes up and knocks it away. Sorry, folks. Hold on. One second, folks. Okay, so I just want to keep things open right now. So Meg, just keep things open. I understand we got some stuff that goes down. I do want to allow a little bit of spiciness in my chat here. So I'm not looking to close everything down with it, but do please, let's be cool, folks. Let's keep it cool, please. Oh, Lord. I'll be back in a sec. Okay, we're back. Back on the rails here. Where was I? All right, so we've got Hurts here in shotgun from the 46-yard line. Dropping back to throw, 2nd and 10. He's going to get to Miles Sanders underneath. Breaks a few tackles, and he'll get 2nd down. Sanchez with another $10 donation. Thank you, Sanchez. I really do appreciate it. Says, I feel like the opposing coaches do everything but the obvious against the Niners. Loading the effing box and make the wannabe Penningtons show off their middle school arms. Well, thank you for the $10 donation. I share your frustration with this, especially with how our Hawks approached this one, Sanchez, which was to, decide that they were going to essentially do that same kind of soft stuff. Just front four. We're not going to we'll sit back in our deep zones. And he was kind of able to pick us apart. I don't know why when people were dealing with Purdy or now with even Johnson in this, that you don't look to sort of take that stuff away. Force them to beat you deep. But I guess some of these coaches just have an inherent fear of the deep ball here, especially a playoff game like this where the game is so tight and the points are so few that it draws you in a direction to then have to, be even more safe. And even if you're like, we shouldn't have to be this safe because of this guy, you're drawn to be that way because you can't afford that one big play, which would be the game-changing play. And Sanders is out here in the open field now with a lot of room to work. 15-yard gain, 16-yard gain, flip down then at the end. Eagles are got them, or Gainwell. Sorry, Sanders, I meant Gainwell. My bad. So I don't know why the coaches aren't challenging him more with that, but we'll see if the Eagles start to dial that up as this goes on a little bit, Sanchez. Kind of realizing what they've got, in front of them here. Probably it's going to be easier for them to do it too once they get back to getting a little bit more of a lead. If they were up by maybe a touchdown or two, I'm sure you'd see a little bit more. But that's the point, is you get them to that point you'll get to your 2-touchdown lead by forcing them in that box. Thank you, though, Sanchez, for the double donation, man. I really do appreciate it. I hope you're doing real well tonight. Thomas Cox with a $5 donation says, have you looked at Osiris Torrance from Florida, the right guard out of Florida? Thomas, I like him a lot, actually. A very big, very powerful man. Pretty good overall between both. I think run blocking is more a little bit of his forte than pass blocking is, but being a right guard, that's not the worst thing in the world, I suppose. So I would say, I think he's a good sub. I don't think he's quite a first-round talent. I think he's probably like a second-round guy in that range of things. But the problem comes, Thomas, into when I look at these offensive linemen, I'm always looking at it through how are they as far as fits to the scheme. Can he move? Can he get back across the formation and hit a wham block? Can he get out in front, second level? How does he do with the movement-based stuff? Can he get to the reach block game of things? And with Osiris Torrance, I think he's just so big. I don't know if he can move in a sudden enough way to get out into space and to get to those elements that you want to bring in as part of this offense. And there have been parts of this offense that have been kind of at a point, Thomas, where they've been consistently held down. We've not been able to run the traditional screen game in years because we've not had the linemen that can get out in front to make it happen. We've been very hesitant to utilize the outside stuff, the pitch plays and whatnot, because we don't have the linemen that can pull out in space to make that happen. I just, at the end of the day, I like him a lot, but almost kind of like you got to kind of change almost a little bit of the scheme to bring him in at that point, or you're going to be right back with having Damian Lewis on one side, Torrance on the other. And now you have this mobile-based system that you want to utilize, but you have two guards that are pretty much within a couple yards of how much movement you're going to really want them to do post-snap. And that's probably not ideal for Waldron in this scheme at the end of the day. Appreciate you, though, Thomas. Thank you for all your support to the channel, especially as a member. Sanchez with a $5 donation. Thank you, Sanchez. Triple donos. Says, I'm just here so I don't get fined. And watch the fights in the comments. Yeah, the comment fights, things get hot and spicy in the comments. They do. So, 1st and 10, out gain here to Sanders for a gain of 1. Got 1:55 left to go here in the second quarter. Tie game between the Eagles and the 49ers. Bosa got caught a little bit there on that one. He was left unblocked, and they got back across his way there. Ballsies of the Eagles to do that. Ballsy to run to the strong side play where you're leaving or you're running to the backside essentially, where you've left an unblocked defender, and that unblocked defender is Nick Bosa. All right, 2nd and 9. Hurts looking. We got a flag on the play. Appreciate you, Sanchez, though, for all the donos, man. John Stillwell with the $10 donation. Thank you, John. Appreciate you as well. Another one of my patrons as well to the channel. So thank you for all your support. Says, please put my contribution into the fund for full-time officials in the NFL. Yes. It's silly the NFL doesn't do it. Multi-billion-dollar business, and they got these guys going part-time. It is completely ridiculous, John, on so many different levels. And the 49ers are called for a hold on that play. A pretty blatant one by Tre'Davious Ward. We've seen he's a pretty handsy guy. He likes to get himself some jersey in his covering. First and 10, 1:46 to go here. Another give here to Sanders, drawn out wide. Not a lot of running room for these Eagle running backs today. They're getting a couple yards at least, so not a lot of negative gains. You're getting 2 or 3 yards. They're getting himself into more of these makeable situations as far as down and distance to 2nd, 3rd down goes. But Niners defense is showing they are legit. 2nd and 5. 1:40 to go in the second quarter. Eagles with 2 timeouts. Niners with 3. 13-play drive by the Eagles here. Another give to Sanders, and he's going to be able to run right through Main Street there for a touchdown. Wow, wide open hole. Sanders hit the ignition switch. Gone. Untouched into the end zone. Eagles go up 14-0. John Stillwell, thank you for that $10 donation. I doubt they'll make them full-time officials, but they should. They should. Nicholas Newton says, I'm digging John Michael Schmidt, center in second. I love him too. He was in my mock draft, Nicholas. I think he is the best center in this draft right now. There's some other centers that are starting to kind of jump to the forefront for me a little bit that I'm liking. I think of the kid out of Michigan I was watching the other night. He's a real fun center to watch, and he would be a pure scheme fit as well. A guy you might be able to go get in the 3rd round. But Schmitz is pretty safe as far as the center prospect goes. You might have to pick him a little bit higher than you'd like to be, which is maybe more middle of the second. That's that second round pick. He'll probably be gone by that point, so you're going to have to take him with that 1st, 2nd round pick. But I think that, John, it would be a pathway to potential success on that to do that. Rob Terrell's top billing did a great breakdown of Noah Sewell. Everyone should check it out. Cool. Red A's, if Carter's gone at 5, I'd trade back twice from 5 to 10 to 20 to 25 to 30. Get some extra picks and keep the Russell train chugging. That's not a bad route, Red A's. Not a bad route. You're talking about getting future 1st round picks and for all those moving and backs, then sign me up. I'd be willing to do it. Thomas Cox with a $5 dono. Another dono, Thomas. Thank you. Appreciate you, brother. It says, would a Patterson from Notre Dame and the Michigan center be good that the scheme you mentioned? I really like the Michigan center. He has become my 2nd favorite center so far of the guys I've looked at. So I think he has been very, very impressive. I do think that he is a guy that when I watched his tape, what stood out to me mostly, and I talked to you guys about these linemen like Torrance that, reach blocks, pulling back across the formation, pulling back out in front of getting out ahead of the running back, right? All of these require a certain amount of mobility. And so he's got that. The Michigan center does all of that stuff. And the one thing that really stood out to me, which is beyond all that stuff of moving in space, and I know I mentioned these specific kind of blocks because all these blocks are based out of kind of a zone-based blocking scheme. It's not mano-a-mano. It's not just driving the guy off the ball. The thing that stood out to me about the Michigan center was his ability to hit the reach blocks especially. That they asked him a lot in that scheme to not be attacking a guy that's right in front of him. He had to go get guys to his side. He had to go get laterally to somebody that way. And that is what then sort of at that point allows him to, and he can get a win with it. And he understands how to do it. It's not even a block that you're laying necessarily as one that you're just being overpowering with. You're directing and guiding a guy. You're using his natural momentum where he suddenly thinks initially off the snap he's going unblocked. And you're just taking him with that momentum out away from the play, oftentimes in how you're hitting those reach blocks. Sometimes you got to do it at the point of attack and drive them. But a lot of times with this, you'll sometimes just be moving a guy off the backside of the play as that center to, like, let's say the 3 tech, where they're reaching out and hitting it. So the Michigan center really was good at that, Thomas, of getting to those kind of blocks. And that's bread and butter of this offensive scheme. That is absolutely what this scheme is kind of built around to do. Patterson's more of a power guy. He's not 100% immobile, so there's some mobility. And a quick pass here by Johnson here is going to get him a first down, gain of 12 yards. Nice throw on the play by Johnson. They're going to hurry up here with 1:23 to go. So let me cover this in a sec, Thomas, as we let's get the last of this drive here before the half ends. Fumble! Johnson fumbles the ball off the snap, and we might have a recovery by the Philadelphia Eagles. Oh, my goodness. Damn, that's tough. That's tough if they can't recover this one. And the Eagles have the ball. Josh Johnson the ball must look like it was slicked up or something prior to the snap. Just hitting his hands and he couldn't get it back. It was just bobbling around. Those gloves are supposed to, wasn't a great snap either. It just came back kind of awkwardly, sort of sideways, but then he just couldn't get his hands on it. Oh, Lord. Yeah. That's Eagles ball. That's going to be a backbreaker for this 49er team potentially. This Eagle team can get another touchdown before the half. Yikes. That is brutal. And AI, please no pie hole comments like that again. Please. Please and thank you. 1st and 10. Hurts back in shotgun from the 30-yard line here on the Niners. And that's going to be a 5-yard gain inside here. Clock continues to roll. Hurts they're not going to make him push the ball up the football field. There is none of that going to happen in this game. And that's a first down. Another little short 6-yard throw. Clock continues to roll. I don't know. I guess they're just playing for the field goal here a little bit. But it is dink and dunk city with Mr. Hurts. 27 seconds. He's eating a lot of time, which is and then they're going to hand it off. Boy, what a conservative call. Oh, and Greenlaw's going to bail him out. He had a negative play, and then he got his hands on the face mask, and that's going to give him the 15-yarder. Oh, brutal. Things are starting to slide awkwardly in the wrong direction for this 49er team right now. That stings. That one stings. So Patterson Thomas is he's a power guy. He's more of a guy that I can trust matched up mano-a-mano, heads up, and he's going to take that guy and drive him back. And he's really good on the double team blocks where once he's the second guy in, with let's say his right guard, they're going to take that guy on a ride. And so he's got legitimate NFL strength and power to his game from the center position. He'd be a far cry from a guy like Austin Blythe in what he can do in that respect. He can do a little more, to me, mobile stuff than Luke Wilper of Ohio State can. I think he's got a little more mobility to him. It's not an asset or his main trait, but he can do it. So 21 seconds to go here for the Eagles. First and goal from the 10-yard line after the face mask penalty. Come on. Oh my God, they're going to get bailed out again. Niners let them off the hook, touchdown run. Wow. I guess Niners were just in totally a look of they're going to throw the ball here 100%. That's crazy. That is crazy. And Bosa got caught. On that side. They attacked him again as an unblocked defender, and he slipped and fell. I wonder if that knee's not necessarily 100% that he was coming back off of earlier in this game. But big touchdown by the Eagles. They're going to go up 21-0. So I do, Thomas, like both of those two centers, but Patterson has a little bit less of that element of mobility and ability to get to space like I see from the kid out of Michigan. Just a little bit more from him. But I wouldn't be mad about Patterson either, Thomas. He's a solid prospect. Appreciate the donation, though. Thank you very much. Garth Knight with a $5 donation says, "Oh no, I feel for all the respectable Niner fans who've graced this chat with incredible class over the last few weeks." I do too, man. I do too. Hard on a team like this too, where you've already overcome going down your first quarterback. You've already overcome going down your second quarterback, and now you got to try to overcome going down your third quarterback. It just becomes a little bit too much at that point. Teams already don't have a third guy of any kind of quality usually. If they have a third guy, they definitely don't have a fourth guy of any quality. And so you're running into that a little bit now if you're the 49ers. And that's disappointing because, like I was saying earlier about the Warner injury, you'd like to see this team, Garth, both of these teams kind of at full strength going at each other and let the best team win. But instead, certainly the Niners in this one is they're going to look back on this game and go, boy, we had a Super Bowl team. We just didn't have a quarterback that could stay upright in order to pull it off. And especially troubling too, it's got to drive Shanahan crazy a little bit that he has all these quarterback injuries as he's a guy that is so run heavy. It's not like he's a high volume passing guy that puts his quarterbacks back there to get hit a lot. But he also has to own a little bit of this for the Trey Lance thing because that was on him. There was a soundbite this past week that was hilarious that somebody pulled from Shanahan talking about running quarterbacks up the middle and why it's not smart. And it was prior to this year, the interview. And you just go, yeah. Yep. You forgot that one early on this year, didn't you, buddy? That little lesson got lost on you, huh? Henry Mars, who should we root for? The Eagles, I hope. I'd like to see the Eagles win this. I don't want to see the Niners in the Super Bowl. Deadly Content, would you trade 20 for Creed? Probably. And he's another guy that's not a scheme fit, but I don't care. I'm getting an all-pro center. I'll make it work. But there's no way the Chiefs move Creed Humphrey. I don't know if I would do that. I thought I would do that. I don't know if I would do that. That's a tough one. He's got one more year and then he's going to be due to be paid. I'm not sure on that. Probably would, I guess. I'll give you a probably. Brian wants Connor McGovern. A little journeyman guy. Maybe probably better than Blythe. Niners going to try to make something happen here. 1st and 10. Josh Johnson from shotgun. Just looking around. Nobody open. We got some Billy Price love in the chat. Red Ace, would I prefer Dexter from the Gators? I'm not as high on Dexter as everybody else seems to be, Red Ace. I feel like I need to go back and rewatch some more tape on him that I might have had a off assessment in my first look at him. but I wasn't as terribly struck with him as other folks have been. He's got some good traits to him. I love how strong he is. I love how he uses his hands, but he's the opposite of sudden off the snap. And yeah, Megan, I do like Osiris Torrance, but he's just a guy that, that mobility thing is the thing we got to want now going forward, especially if we're going to take advantage of, let's say that, if you got a pitch play that goes to the outside, one of the first things you're usually going to do on the pitch play is you're going to take one of those guards, or even sometimes two of those guards. You're going to have them pulling back out in space and getting out in front. And what we've had right now with our guards at times is you'll pitch it out there and the guards will get out in space, but the running back is here while your guard still is back here when he's supposed to be up here by that point in the timing of the issue. So now the defender comes down and the running back's got to try to hopefully use the leverage of this closing guy that was supposed to be out in front, but is now coming up from behind a little bit to help out on the play. And it just kind of throws those kind of pitch plays then into a little bit more of a disarray, a little bit less likely that you're going to be able to really get the edge and go at that point. So having those guys that pull out in the space is big. Getting them to the second level. I start out here. I got to get to the linebacker there 5-6 yards ahead of me. And if I can't get to that contact, or if I lose my feet, or I'm not fast enough to get to that guy before he runs around me, I'm not going to fit to the scheme we have in place, But again, don't get me wrong. He's a good player. Probably the best guard in this draft right now. I think he's got a good argument to be made. So Cyrus is the best probably guard. Hans Van Nine, rather see Andrew Voorhees. He'd be a 4th round steal. That'd be a good pick in the 4th round. I'd be with that. Sign me up on that one, man. Sign me up on that one. All right, Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. He says, Niner window is gaping hole from the back. Their fans like and deserve it. It's a slowly hole. That hole's slowly closing though, man. That thing's shutting down. If they don't get it this year, they've got some uphill battles if they lose this game as far as their Super Bowl window goes. And I've said they're in it right now. They're right in the middle kind of it. But Trent Williams is getting older. The contracts are really coming fully to bloom that they have on the books, which include Fred Warner, George Kittle, Trent Williams. We got Ward, the safety back there. Deebo Samuel, they've paid. And then the biggest one of the bunch that they've been paid. That's a lot of payment right there. The biggest one of the bunch that's coming down the trek is going to be Nick Bosa. And he's going to cost well over $30 million a year. It's going to be a tough uphill climb, not to mention what are they going to do at quarterback now moving forward here after this game if they lose this game? Are they signed up to Trey Lance? Is Brock Purdy the one? Niners are going to be in a pickle, Garth. And I'm trying to have sympathy for them on that, but my cold heart says no. Thomas Cox with a $5 donation says, I found picking in the later rounds of the players of Carter and Schmitz in the second rounder, Mims, than either the Michigan center. I love the Michigan center, Thomas. He's awesome. So if you end up with the Michigan center, you sign me up. I found myself picking in the later rounds of the players of Carter and Smith in second rounder. I found myself picking in the later rounds of the players of Carter and Smith. You kind of worded that funny, Thomas. I'm not quite sure what you mean on that. I'm picking in the later rounds the players of Carter and Schmitz. So, I haven't had a chance to look at Mims yet, but he's on my list for sure. So I've heard good things about him. But all the guys you mentioned, let's go. You move out, you miss out on Schmitz and you get the Michigan center instead. I'm going to feel fairly close to just as happy as I would be with Schmitz if we get that guy. I think they're not that far away from each other to some massive, massive degree, It looks like maybe Brock Purdy's going to try to give this a chance. They're out there massaging his arm, rubbing baby oil on it. It's got a little pen thing that he's tapping him with. They're going to try to make a go of it, I think. But Carter would be such a good start, Thomas. If we just pull Carter off the rip, right from the beginning point, bam, we're good. Let's go from here. That'd be wonderful. That would be wonderful. Spencer Smith with a $5 don't know. Thank you, Spencer Smith. It says, would you like to replicate the Bengals approach? Grab Quentin Johnson at 20 to be our T. Higgins. Transition Lockett to Boyd role. Sharing time in a slot out wide. I'm not so sure I would do that, Spencer, because I think you've had some really good success with some of the tight end sets that you've applied, and they've been somewhat unique to this team, which means it's a little bit more able for us to catch teams off guard, I think, with that. That's been, I think, something I've liked. If you go to more 3 wide receiver sets, that's probably going to come at the cost of some of the 2 tight end stuff. And if I'm going more of the 3 wide, it is to go with more of the pass happy approach there, Spencer, where I'm looking to be more of a volume based passing attack as opposed to necessarily leaning towards the rushing attack as much as I think Coach Carroll would ideally like to do. So I guess first off, I would say Quentin Johnston's not going to last to 20. He's going to run probably a 4.5 40, and that'll get him enough to probably get into the top 15. But even if he was probably there, I just think that the 3 wide receivers are not quite where we want to be at with where we want to go as far as the team goes. It's not the worst approach, but I just don't think we're going to throw enough to get the most out of that. I think we're going to end up having guys like Johnston looking at him going, boy, you only ended up with 50 targets this year as our number 20th pick. We could have put that to the defense and had a guy that was out there playing and play out, having an effect and an impact to some degree. But you got to make that peace with it. If you're going 3, if you're drafting 3 wide like that or going 3 wide heavy on a team like that, then you do need to do it with, in my opinion, in tandem with saying, okay, we're also going to be a high volume passing attack type thing here. Both of those things have to, kind of go together. Thomas Cox with the $5 dono says, correction, the 3rd rounder is either Campbell or Sewell. The draft has a lot of steals. Oh, okay. There we go. That makes sense. Okay. Campbell or Sewell in the 3rd round's fine for me at that point. Both for different reasons. Sewell for the physical potential. Campbell for the high floor I kind of get with him at that point. Okay, maybe he doesn't run all over the place super fast, but then at the very least, I've got a guy that I know plug and play. I put him in, I let him go. I don't have to put the reins on him. Just let him go run free and he'll be fine for the defense at that point. May not be a highly impactful player, maybe not a star, but in a lot of degrees, we got to kind of put the bar a little bit lower than necessarily that is our sights for the middle linebacker position. Number one, there's not that middle linebacker really in this draft or in free agency. Number two, just getting a guy that could be even league average or a little bit above league average would be so much more highly above what we've gotten from the position in the last year. And so that would add value to the team for sure. So even as much as I'm out on Sewell to a degree, I'm out on him on the 1st round, I'm out on him on the 2nd round, but you're talking about taking him at 20 in the 3rd round. I'm okay with that. I'd go that route, Thomas. I could definitely sign up for that. Appreciate you, Thomas, on all the donos, man. And more importantly, I love your draft board. I like the breakdown on it. And those players, every one of those guys, sign me up for it if we can come away with any of those guys. I think all of those are helpful players to the team. All those guys are pretty ready to go as far as getting out on the football field. And let's, you're not going to need them, sit them on the bench or, you take Schmitz, you take that Michigan center. Day one, they should be in there starting for you, in my opinion. Day one. And certainly that's going to be the case with Carter. O'Dwyer09 with a $15 donation. Thank you for the super chat of $15. O'Dwyer, I really do appreciate it, man. Very kind of you to do so, brother. Hope you're doing well this evening or afternoon, I guess I should say. We've got some beautiful sunshine out here on the eastern side. He says, thanks for all the streams, Brandon. I wish I discovered this channel earlier in the season. Looking forward to all the good off-season content. Well, O'Dwyer, thank you for your support to the channel. I'm glad you found us here and appreciate you coming on aboard here and glad you like the content. Thank you for the support and the donation here on the channel. And I'm gearing up. I'm planning on just we're going to be doing as many streams as I can pull off on a weekly basis here. We're going to just keep this cooking along. So my plan is to, go as hard as I've ever gone this year. We uptaked last year. We're going to uptick it again this year. And I've got a lot of different content I'm going to be looking at kind of pushing out to you guys, including I'm going to go deep on this draft, O'Dwyer. This is the most picks we've ever had in Seahawks history from an NFL draft. I think that I would be missing the mark if I didn't dive into it with really good depth. So we can all kind of be walking into that draft with a really clear understanding of all of these players up and down. I want to have it to a point where I can have 300 guys that you guys can mention a name and any one of 300 guys, I can give you that breakdown and I can know what's what and who's this and where they stand and all that. And, we'll just have a better understanding on draft day, whether or not we're having a wild, successful day or we're all going, what did we do? Who did we, what? No, we didn't pick that, did we? Oh, we did. Oh God. So we'll see how it goes, man. But either way, I appreciate you jumping aboard here, man. And I get ready because I will be definitely kicking out a bunch of videos on this for sure. John Robinson, what's up, man? It's good to see you in the chat. He says, you think Nolan Smith can be a Reddick-like player? I do. I wouldn't always apply this to all defensive lines, but I've heard this enough and I've seen this enough on the tape, John. I know you do a lot of deep diving on tape as well. I think you can attest to this. The players that operate on the Georgia front, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Trayvon Walker last year, Jordan Davis last year. These really good players, these great prospects who don't give you a lot of production that you would necessarily like to see for as good as they're going to be drafted or highly as they're going to be drafted. You're doing that because of the fact that you understand their defense is very assignment based on that front four. You don't ask all four of those guys like off the snap, you're just going to go rush the passer. Sometimes you're going to tell a guy like Jalen Carter, hit the A gap here, go sideways with it, press it sideways, and maybe you're able to take out a 2-for-1 domino situation. Then we're going to loop the linebacker back through the back side of you there. Well, if you're watching that casually on tape, you go, well, Carter just lost the rep. Why was he even going sideways there? Why would he go there and not be trying to get back to the quarterback? What was he even doing? But you don't know that call. But Georgia does, if you watch their blitz game and how they run it, there's a lot of that going on. There was the, I think, Ohio State game with Carter on one play where he had that happen, where he's in the 3-tech. He's driving towards the tackle off the snap. So you got the quarterback here. He's at 3-tech, so he takes on the guard, and he's driving towards the left tackle. Driving to that left tackle, gets to that left tackle with the guard on him, pulls both of those guys out in space, and then now here comes the looping defender. And so you get a lot of that with the edge guys too. Just because Nolan's on the edge, John, he does a lot of that same stuff with the twists and the stunts and sometimes taking a blocker so the blitzer can come back around him. So he's got to aggressively take the blocker on, not rush the passer. Take the blocker on, get the blocker engaged so the free rusher can get around him and get to the quarterback that much quicker, that much faster. So Nolan Smith, I think, is going to be an improved pro from a productive standpoint from what he was at the college level. He's going to test out really well. He's got good bend, good lean, good base factors that you would like in a pass rusher off the edge. I don't think he's a star. I don't think he necessarily even has, maybe even to a point of getting, he's not Daryl Taylor twitchy. But more refined, I think, in his hand usage and whatnot, and a solid prospect, John. But yeah, he could be a Reddick player. Reddick is fair. Ethan says, Brandon, perhaps the main benefit from trading back from number 5 to a bad team is how the Russell trade benefits could continue for years to come. That's one of the biggest things, the reasons I want to do it, Ethan, is that you get to keep increasing those trade assets. You keep getting more and more picks. And if you get down the road to this to where you're able to continue to push stuff forward and you end up with 4, 5, 6 picks, it's hard for me to see that in 3 second-rounders and 2 third-rounders, all this accumulation. It's hard for me to see that and go, well, no, you should have just stuck with this many picks. You shouldn't have gone for all those out there. You should have just gone for this one guy here. No, give me all of that. And sometimes it's hard to do this as an exercise because all that theoretical guys, you're not seeing who you're able to really pull in and get in that full burst, this little small package of players if you just take those picks. But I think if you at the end of the day had that in front of you where you see, okay, here's what I get if I just pick. Here's what I get if I do these trade back scenarios. This is not what we did 4 or 5 years ago, right? It's not the equivalency. Because what you did 4 or 5 years ago with all those trading back of picks, you were doing that for late third rounders. That year of 2017 where you had 4 third rounders at the end of the third round, and then you had a 4th rounder at the top of the 4th round, that was where you were really fully into the back end of the depth of the draft at that point. You were out of tier 1, you were out of tier 2, you're in the very back end of tier 2, starting to tier 3 by that point, and with all of those picks. That's not what this is. This would be an accumulation of high-end picks over a couple of years, which would be prime talent. Maybe not the best of the best talent, but still prime talent, still tier 2 talent you're tapping into if you did turn those picks into extra picks. So I agree. Goax 2022 says, hey, Brandon, can you tell me about the possible trade for Buckner and the 20th pick for a first in 2024? Buckner's absolutely a possibility to go Hawks 2024. It's driven mainly by the fact the Indianapolis Colts have to figure out something with their salary cap situation this offseason. And Niners are taking back over here. Josh Johnson still at quarterback. McCaffrey takes the carry, and he's drugged down behind the line of scrimmage for a loss of 3. What was I just thinking there? It could happen where he has moved somewhere and we could be a prime target to do that. I think 20th sounds about right. Go Hawks 2022. He was traded for a 12th overall selection in the first round 2 years ago from the Niners to the Colts. So a couple years older, not as much maybe the cost. You bring him in at that point. I think he has a couple years remaining on his deal. So now all of the bonus money would go off of it. You'd be only on the hook for the base amount of his salary, which I would not estimate is that high considering what he's giving you, which is top 5 level of defensive tackle production when he's in there. And the Niners offense struggling a little bit here out the gate to begin things. Kittle was wide open there and just Josh Johnson completely missed him. So I'm with that. I think trading back from the 20th pick to get a first round pick in 2024, what it would require you, in my opinion on this Go Hawks, is you'd have to probably move back 20 to 25 places. And you're probably going to have to flip back a second or third round pick for the first round that you pick up in next year's draft. So they get 20 this year, you get 44, you get their next year 1, and maybe you give up a third round next year 2. Third down here, Kittle now caught. Nice job by Kittle there for a first down. That's how you'd have to play that. Spencer says Shanahan's bitching so much after all the holding you did against Seattle. Those calls were going to come eventually. They can't cope without the DPI. No, they can't. Their guys are super handsy out there, and they've gotten away with it for a lot of it, but you ain't getting away with it now. Not when it's blatant like that. They're showing a couple of these times where it's the hands are all over the jersey. All over. DJ Eminem's, I like Patterson. He's a leader on the line. I do too, man. He's good prospect. Nicholas says, I'd like Schmidt and your tight end Washington in the second. I'd love that draft. You give me Carter, Schmidt, Washington. That'd be nice. Got a flag here. Flag Sabbath, is Steve Avila strictly a center? No, they played him at guard for a lot of this year. His best position is center, but you can play him at guard somewhat too. All right, let me get to the bottom. I got a couple donations here. Sorry. Henry Mars, the $2 donation, says, fly, Eagles, fly. I want to see Hurts versus Mahomes. Hurts Mahomes. It's looking like that's going to be the case right now, Henry. Niners have got an uphill battle here in this first half, down 14 points against this tough defense. This is not where they wanted to be because now you're going to have to throw the ball. And this is what this defensive line does, is get after it. And if they know that they can just pin their ears back and they don't have to play the running game of the Niners, this is the worst case scenario for your Niner team to be down like this. You want to keep this kind of game close so the offensive playbook for your fourth string quarterback is completely opened up. Instead, indeed, you're going to be asking your fourth string quarterback to have to throw the ball and carry the day that way, which in addition to being a fourth string guy, that's just not what your offense does. Your offense isn't built to really come from behind. It's not how they operate. So it's looking, Henry, like that's very well going to be the case. Fly, Eagles, fly. Fly, Eagles, fly. Thomas, Josh Johnson steps back on 2nd and 14, lets it rip up over the top, and that ball is nearly picked off there by Darius Slay. He just threw that up to Nowheresville. He got hit as he was throwing it, and Johnson is slow to get up off the turf. He's kind of woozy. Here, exactly to my point, this is what happens now, is you just get Ndamukong Suh just bam, Suh right on him. That's tough. The Eagles' defense is starting to get a little bit suffocating here, if they haven't been already. 3rd down and 14, and the officials are checking with the quarterback to see if he's got a head injury after the play, so there's a little bit of a pause in the action here. Thomas Cox with another $5 donation. Thank you, Thomas. Oh, his head hit off the back of the turf. That's what did it. He's probably concussed. The Ndamukong Suh is still kind of beastie. Ow. And Brock Purdy's getting back up to try to throw here. Niners have got to be down to like, do they even have another quarterback? Is like Christian McCaffrey going to have to play quarterback for them? Like legitimately? Oh my goodness. Thomas, thank you for all the donations, brother, tonight. You are awesome and member of my channel, longtime supporter, one of my OGs of the channel. Really appreciate you. He says, if you could get good value, would you trade Lockett, Diggs, and Adams? It's a good question. Give me a second to think about it, Thomas. So 3rd and 14, Brock Purdy's back in the game here. It's going to be a handoff to Christian McCaffrey. McCaffrey drugged down. Great play by the linebackers of the Eagles. That looked like that was going to open up, and Edwards got right over there for the Eagles and brought him down. 4th down. Would I, if I could get good value, I guess if I'm thinking good value for Lockett, I'm thinking I'm getting a high 2nd round pick for Lockett is probably the highest that you could expect to go. I would probably keep Lockett here at this point, and just he's consistent, he's productive, he's out there. I know he's probably getting older and there's not a lot of time left there, but I would probably hold on to him. If there's a deal that could be done for Diggs or Adams at this point, yeah, I don't think that these guys are necessarily going to be here long term. So, Adams is reaching a point with it where, I don't really like the thought of having to trust his health for another season and hoping it holds up. It's not a thing with him where he's just had 1 or 2 injuries, He literally had to have his fingers fused. I just kind of at this point with it go, look, it just hasn't worked here. You've given it a couple years. This is 3 years now. None of these years are we coming out of it going like, oh, this was really good. This has been great. I know he set the sack record, but we haven't felt great about this for 3 years. And so, you got to reach a point, I think, where you go, okay. It's, you gave it the good, honest try and it ain't working. So I'm open to it, but I mean, Adams, you're not getting anything back in return. You're just offloading at that point. Diggs, you might get a little bit more than Adams, but still very close to just offloading. Probably not getting prime assets back on that Thomas. Even with Tyler, I don't know if somebody's going to give you a 2nd round pick for him with his age and whatnot. I think that just kind of sticks you with, they all just kind of stick at that point because it's almost, you're just throwing them away to throw them away for the sake of throwing them away at that point. A little bit of the decision you end up making there. Spencer Smith with a $2 donation says, DMing you address for first place prize in fantasy. Well, thank you, Spencer. Send it my way, and I will get that off to him. So give me the contact too. I need the size, so let me know the size as well. We'll get him off a Hawks Nest. Get him off the fantasy football winning Hawks Nest parka, man. The gear. We'll get him some gear. Drop him some of that merch. Give him that big merch. Thank you, Spencer, for the $2 donation, though. And I absolutely will keep an eye out for that. And I'll get that sent off ASAP. Appreciate you. Thank you, guys, for all the donos. Akshay says, also has changed my perspective on quarterback where I don't mind a rookie quarterback since our window is not going to open anytime soon. Valid. Very valid way of looking at it. He says, we are also so far away from being elite. Watching today's game made me realize we are at least 3 to 4 years away. I don't know if we're 3 to 4 years away, Akshay. I don't know if we're quite to that point. I'll give you that we're away. I'll give you that we're more than a year away. But when you talk about the team this year, let's not forget, Akshay, this was a rebuild year. I mean, you ate $44 million of dead money. You had moved off of team captains and needed to find new leaders on this squad. You had 2 rookie tackles starting. All of that, you still got 9 wins out of this team. So, with all those parameters are going to improve beyond next year. You're going to have more of your established, the captains, you're going to have more established talent on the team, and you're going to be injecting in 10 picks in this draft and 30 some odd $1 million, whatever you got to spend at the end of the day on that. So I think you're maybe more than a year, sure. But to say 3 years, 4 years, I think that's NFL goes a little bit quicker than that, and sometimes it's life cycles. I don't think you're that quite far away in that respect of things. You got to improve, got a lot to do. I'm not disagreeing with you there, but 3 years is a lot of time. It looks like Johnson's going to be out for the Niners here. He is toast. Red A says, Broderick Martin, good value, late round nose tackle. I'll get around to taking a look at him as well. I've seen him on my list. He's going to be a little bit longer. I get to the late round guys a little bit later on if I can. Eagles take over here from the 20-yard line, their own possession, 2nd down and 7, 11:06 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Hazbanan. Oh, sorry, you responded to him. Spencer Smith says, like and subscribe to Great Brandini, folks. Thank you, Spencer. Appreciate that. You're awesome. Thomas says, I know it would be cap hell if they trade all three, but what if? I mean, it's possible. All three are possible. I think Lockett's probably the least likely to have happen there, but 3rd and 7, just an overthrow to A.J. Brown there by Jalen Hurts. And the Niners will get the ball back here. It is possible. You could do it. I mean, I think you are putting yourself in a little bit of a position that's kind of similar at that point to this year in certain respects, where you're like, okay, we're eating the dead money on Lockett. We're eating the dead money of Adams. We're eating the dead money of Diggs. Probably eating the dead money of Quentin Jefferson. So we have a second straight year where we're just operating off of $30 million of dead money on the cap. That's not ideal from that standpoint of things. And I think you were right to say maximum value, because if you're going to be doing those kind of moves at that point and having to eat that in that way, then you're going to have to make your peace with the fact that you better get back some picks. You better get back something enticing for having to go into that hell, like we did with Wilson. Part of why you got the haul back you got for him was the fact that you were going to eat that $26 million of dead money, and the Broncos were going to have to kind of sustain you on that just a little bit. It does factor in there a little bit. Lance Johnson says, Cards are a mess. Rams went all in with no hope to rebuild without picks. 49ers went in with minimal picks. Hawks have picks for days. Trade down for more picks in next year's draft as well. Power play. Agreed. You're right, Lance. You make a great point here about if you take the temperature of the room around you at the NFC West right now, setting the stage for this next 2 to 3 year process of you becoming elite is going to sync up right along the time of these other franchises having to kind of make some of their decisions about what they want to do in rebuilding. And especially in the case of a Cardinals and Rams, it certainly looks like in both of those two cases, they're looking like they're about ready to need to go into that area of it and start to maybe consider that. And if you got teams rebuilding, that's going to help you out a lot to getting yourself to being an elite. Something that is one of the biggest benefactors to teams a lot of times in getting to that elite stage of things is having the weaker schedule within their division, where not every week you're having to go through a murderer's row of a division, where sometimes you're getting some easy games that you can just kind of, backstroke your way through on a football game. Actually, the only person I trust in our organization is John. Hope he is in complete control of this year's draft. Me too, man. Luis Lopez Perez. Hello, how you doing there? Says hi from Spain. Hope you're doing well out there in Spain, Luis. Thanks for jumping in the channel. Rob Terrell says, B, could they play more of a detailer off ball this season? Then he could rush on 3rd down, but with his athleticism and experience with playing off ball while back, it could fill a need for the Hawks. Unfortunately, no. You're essentially going to be asking him to play Rob middle linebacker at that point, and Taylor's got no history of playing middle linebacker. The only guy that I can think of, Rob, in my lifetime that was an outside linebacker, 3-4 outside linebacker that a team was able to then move inside and get something then out of them as a middle linebacker was Clay Matthews with the Packers, where he started out his career outside and then later on with the Packers as they had that huge need on the inside. So you're not off like this. That would be the same thing you're kind of theorizing to try and do. But I land on the side of saying I don't think Taylor could do that. He also is not the best tackler. That's been a bit of a hole in his game this year. A lot of missed tackles, which is not something that you want to probably add to at the middle linebacker position. And he's probably going to have some struggles at that point in coverage. All right, well, the Niners have a good field position here from the 45-yard line. It's going to be a fly sweep out here to Deebo Samuel. Eagles stretch that out as they have all day, just doing a great job of rallying to the ball. Multiple Eagle defenders. Never just one guy out there. Always multiple guys out there running around. We'll see what Brock Purdy's got left to do here as far as his arm goes. You got to figure that arm is ailing. Dwyer, again, thank you for that $15 dono, man. First donation on the channel, it's telling me. Appreciate you on that. All right, 2nd and 14 here for the Niners. Give up the middle here to McCaffrey. Definitely not trusting the arm right now in Brock Purdy and where it's at. And yeah, Josh Johnson's not good. Paul says Osiris runs the ball straight up the middle. No super secret. Hit them in the mouth all day, every play. Yeah, you could. If you wanted to go to just more of a power-based blocking scheme at that point, you've got Damian Lewis already here. You've got, you then at that point are able to bring Osiris in. And if you want to get a hammer at center, you could do it that way. I'd still argue that at the edges with Lucas and Cross, you still have two more kind of pass protector types. So that wouldn't necessarily mean you couldn't do it. You got the blockers as far as the tight end position goes. 3rd and 13 here for Brock Purdy. Drops back out of shotgun. It's going to be a little screen game here to McCaffrey. Yeah, they're having to protect his arm. Niners are done in this game. They're done. Done. Nichols says, yes, Lord, that would be fire. Brandon, even Schmidt and Washington in the second would be amazing. Oh, yeah. Thomas's rookie branch in the Penn State safety, Jair Brown. For Lockett, get either Addison, Downs, Mims. It'd probably be smart to keep them. But I'm a person who looks at all angles. You should look at all angles. I love that stuff, Thomas. So I think it's good to go with that. I like both those two guys. If you rechanged your safety position in the future with Jair Brown and Brian Branch, I think that would be tremendous. I feel like Jair Brown, I'm going to be very interested to see what he runs as a 40 time, because he looks very similar on tape to Earl Thomas in the way that he plays, but he's about 2.5 inches taller than Earl Thomas. My instinct is that Earl was a 4.37 guy and also very quick in short areas. This guy's probably more of like a 4.45 guy on his 40 being Jair Brown, but still he's my favorite free safety in the draft so far. And if we got him, I would obviously be very happy with getting my favorite free safety in the draft. That would work for me. Megan says, okay, B, stupid question. Why is mobility for the guard position so important? I like Torres at guard, but your point regarding him, can you explain it more, as I'm feeling I'm missing something? Yeah. First, let's go to the traditional approach on this, Megan, where traditionally you have a guard and he is lined up over the top of a one tech in front of him. And so that right guard or any guard, or not one tech, just say defensive lineman's right in front of him, Megan, right? That defensive lineman might be aligned just outside their shoulder or just on the inside part of their shoulder or heads up right in front of him. But what you used to do in old school football for years and years and years through the 80s and 90s, about to the late 90s is where this started to change and become different in certain respects. But what you would do at that time is you would have that guy block up that guy in front of him. And his job was quite simply in the run game to drive that man off the ball, move him back, create a hole, create a lane. What's happened now in the modern NFL, Megan, is that now rather than requiring the run blocker to just simply drive the guy off the ball, that will always be a certain element that's a part of the offensive line play. It will always be there. But now you're getting more of these blocks that are more blocking to space, creating what I call shield blocks, where you're essentially just sometimes pitting a lineman between a defensive lineman and then the ball carrier gets to the other side and the defensive lineman just doesn't have a direct pathway to get there to the running back, to the ball carrier. And so rather than just, I'm going forward in the old school way, forward. I'm talking about just in the run blocking game on this, Megan, forward. Now what I got to do is, now off the snap sometimes, I need to go backwards, pull back out in space, go out to the wide side of the formation, make a big bend outside around the whole formation, lead out in front of the running back who's going to get it on the pitch. So I've got to be fast enough to start here at the line and get out to there before that running back has hit my back of my butt. And if I don't do that, then I'm not laying my block on time, Megan. And that means that defender comes up and that I'm not there to get there in space to get that block laid. So I've got to be fleet. It doesn't matter how strong and big and mighty I am. I've got to be quick enough to get to that essential space. And when you look at Osiris Torrance, you don't see him doing that with Florida on his tape. And you see that he's really big and that he probably is going to really struggle. The more you get this guy running out into space, the more he's going to struggle. So that's just one move element, right, Megan? That's on pitch plays, outside runs, those kind of things. You're going to get a guy out there like that. You also are going to want to use mobility on screen plays, right? Quarterback hikes, he drops back, he falls back. Defensive linemen are coming in his face. He wants to throw a little screen pass. You need your lineman to get out in front so that then, again, they're creating kind of an envoy then for your running back. We've not been able to run a traditional screen here in like 13 years. Reason being, Carroll has traditionally leaned towards the bigger Osiris Torrance-like guards, and that's what he's favored. Eagles have got 2nd and 9 here from deep within their own position. Hurts is going to try to run this ball, and he'll give himself about 5 or 6 yards. So that's another element, Megan, the screen game. Here's a third element, which is going to be that you have a guy starting off the line of scrimmage, and sometimes he's going to go right past the defensive line in front of him. So he might have that guy in front of him, Megan, like he used to have, where he'd drive, but instead of blocking that guy now, he's going to ignore him and go right to the second level. He's going to go to the linebackers 5 yards off the ball. And it may only seem like a small 5-yard space, but if you have an immobile man-mountain guy, he's not going to be able to get to that block. He's going to whiff on that block. That linebacker is going to run around him and get past him, and your play is going to get sunk. So there's another one. The reach blocks I talk about, that requires more of a guy that can be sudden off the snap. And Eagles are going to get a first down here on a little out route thrown to Devontae Smith. Keep the chains moving. So a reach block. Again, I might have that defensive lineman in front of me like the old ways. So this is the defensive lineman the old ways. Here's your center here. Okay, right? We're starting off the snap like this, Megan, where he's right in front of me. Okay? Just like the old way. The alignment is the same like the old way. He's right there in front of me. But now what I'm doing in the modern offense in our scheme is now I've got to block here or I block here. I block these guys over here, not this guy. Okay? These guys over here, I'm blocking this guy, but I'm not blocking the guy in front of me. So it's again about more catching linemen off guard, catching him from the side. He's going to catch that guy to the side that he's got to, but he's got to reach and get 3 yards to his left, 3 yards to his right. And he's got to get there like that. Not like this. Not like a big tugboat that's trying to change direction in the bay. He's got to get there quick. And if you don't have a snappy enough lineman to get there, you have to throw all of those plays out of your playbook, Megan. You don't get to run any of that stuff with the guy. When you have Osiris Torrance and then Damian Lewis, you already got one somewhat immobile lineman there. Lewis can do certain things, but he still is kind of restricted. Now you're putting 2 of them when you have an offensive scheme that's designed around mobile-based offensive linemen. It doesn't work. It's not really a smart way to go. You're getting a good player, but they're not a fit to what you do. That's really the big issue there. You know, it'd be like Megan drafting a quarterback who's a statue in the pocket, but you have an offensive playbook that's built around a mobile quarterback. It's kind of that sort of thing. A guy may have a cannon rocket arm, and he can deliver laser beams all over the football field and drop dimes all over the place, but your offense requires him to be mobile first and foremost. He's got to be able to bootleg. He's got to be able to move in space. He's got to be able to throw off platform on the run. It doesn't work if it don't fit. So we got 1st and 10 here for Jalen Hurts. I'm a little bit behind on the donation. My bad. Garth I with a $10 donation. Thank you, Garth. Sorry, a little late on acknowledging. Says, Brando, you need a P.O. box. Here's a $10 that should have been a $5 so you can get that done. By the way, you'll need to tell people to stop sending stuff. I do need to get an address. I do. And I think a P.O. box is the right way to go on this one. So I've been a little bit delayed this week on getting a couple of things done, but that's on my list, Garth. That, and I want to get those cards up on the board behind me too. So it's a great suggestion, man. And I've been meaning to get you an address as well in that deal. So I will get that out to you over on Twitter. I've completely spaced out getting back on Twitter here this last couple of days. I just had to just kind of put my head down on some other stuff, but thank you for the $10 donation. And yeah, we will get a P.O. box going, man. I promise you on that. We got 2nd and 6 for Hurts and the Eagles. They've driven about 40 yards up the field here to the 50-yard line of the Niners. Niners bringing a little bit of pressure-based looks now. Ooh, great play there by Ward. Safety came up and made a great play there, knocking that ball free. 3rd down and 6. Very well done. Garth with another $2 donation says, Brandon, tell at Keldon this game is not over. Look, I've never won. I don't like fans that giving up before the game's over, but I get it where Keldon's coming from. He's like, okay, now we're down our 4th string guy, and we got to go back to the 3rd string guy whose elbow is being held together by tape and gum. And this should end well. But we'll give you hope, Keldon. I don't want to dash your hopes yet. Weird things can still happen here. Weird things can still occur. Great play by Jatavius Ward down the football field on Quez Watkins. Watkins, one of the faster players in the NFL, and Ward running step for step with him down there. Little handsy again. See with Ward, he gets that arm out there and he pulls the guy back around. You know, you can see that arm isn't like, look, he's got the arm hooked up underneath. Ward must just be a master of that technique because he does get away with it. We saw that on DK Metcalf, and people would get mad about DK not making catches. Like, look, the guy's holding his arm. It needs to be a call by the official there, if anything. This is almost blocked. And we're going to have a flag. Niners tried to bring a punt block unit, and they took out the punter. They might have a flag here on them because they did not get to the punt, and he was knocked down, and he's doing the fake limp. He's doing the soccer limp thing like, oh, they killed me. They killed my leg. I can't walk. I can't even eat anymore. Boy, just got that punt off. Just got it off. Niner player was right there. Keldon, $2 donation says, Garth, it's not over. I don't know about that. Kel, I feel you on that, Keldon. I felt that. I feel your pain in the chat on that one. Oh, hang in there, Keldon. You don't know yet, man. You don't know. Shanahan's freaking out on the sideline right now. He's like, he got pushed into him. And they're going to give him a first down. That's so huge. That's so huge. You're just trying to manufacture stuff. I don't know what he can be mad about on that. That looks pretty, obviously what the chat thinks on that. It looks pretty legit to me as far as a call goes. That didn't seem out of bounds on that. That seemed pretty legit. First down and 10. Hurts now at the 35 of the Eagles here. Touchdown here puts this game away. Hell, even a field goal probably puts this game away. That clock is running, and the Eagles know how to bleed a clock. Let's face it. They know how to bleed a clock. No doubt about it. Jonathan with the $2 donation. Thank you, Jonathan. Says, thoughts on Levis at 5? Well, of course, the famous Mel Kiper had his mock draft come out this last week, Jonathan, and he had Will Levis at number 5. I did a show this last week, Jonathan, where I had 5 proverbial scenarios that I thought were going to play out for our Hawks in this upcoming draft. And I thought that the first one was, of course, the no-brainer, but the second one was picking the quarterback that remains. And I feel it just seems like one way or another Bryce Young is getting picked before we select. And if we're only going to be 2 quarterbacks taken before we pick, good chance it very well could be CJ Stroud as the next guy then, Jonathan, which from a basic logical deducement, that would then lead you with most likely then probably Will Levis landing with you at number 5. I, Jonathan, have been a guy that I'll own this. I have been much higher on Will Levis for going back now a year versus than probably the majority of what I see in my chat and what I hear from Seahawks fans in general in regards to Will Levis. He doesn't get a lot of people excited. People are very scared and worried about him and the nature of how he plays. I love his upside. I think his play is going to improve when he gets a much better supporting cast around him. There's certainly going to be some things that you're going to have to clean up in this guy. It's not going to be easy. And Hurts breaks a tackle, gets out in the open field, and he's going to get a first down. Nice job. There's another flag, late hit too, so it's going to get him right down to near the end zone. Goodness gracious. So Will Levis is he's got everything you kind of want in a quarterback, Jonathan. He's going to run a 4.5 40. He's going to throw it 70 yards. He's going to show a smooth, clean delivery. He's going to have clean mechanics. Everything you could want from a build and throwing and all that stuff. With him, it comes down to processing. With him, it comes down to the turnover stuff. Can you clean that up? I have faith you can. Many don't have the faith that's somewhat, I guess, that many feel like just is an inherent part of him. I will also say this, Jonathan, the Wilson comps that a lot of people have put between Will Levis and Zach Wilson of the New York Jets is completely ridiculous. It's a ridiculous comp. It is the most lazy comp that you can go out there and find, in my opinion. It really is. And so he is far and away a better prospect than Wilson. They're not even built the same. He's got much more mobility. I'd offer much more arm strength on throw-by-throw basis than even what you get from a guy like Wilson. It's not a good comp to me, in my opinion. But I like him a lot, Jonathan, and I definitely like him a lot more than... I find myself defending him quite a bit, I will say. I do see that. I do find myself having to do that. John Robinson says, have you checked out Tavion Thomas, the Utah running back, 6'2", 238, runs with great power. I think he's going to be a better pro and college player, be a perfect spell for Walker and a good finish to games. I have not checked him out. I'll add him, though. Tavion Thomas. I had him on my list already, but I'm adding him here just to make sure. Thanks, John. Appreciate the suggestion. R. Sanchez, the Hawks Nest, will you please go back and address my super chat? I will, man. I'm sorry I missed you. Let me go back here. Where did I get you? Oh, there we go. Yeah, my bad, man. Thank you for reminding me on it. Appreciate you, and I'm sorry about that. Sanchez with a $5 donation says, watching the two tops in the NFC do so with no-name quarterbacks makes me want to pay Geno even less. But that AFC. Yes, and Jalen Hurts just got a touchdown there, so they're going to go up by three scores in this game, which is going to put this one away at this point. With me on this, Garth or Sanchez, with being a guy that's followed this channel a lot. My thought process on this is that I feel like we're going to more of a quarterback value age, and we're leaving the quarterback paying age, where you just have to go pay guys these huge amounts of money, and it just goes without saying. If you got your guy, then you have to pay him. And I don't think it's just going to be that it just goes without saying anymore. I think it goes with saying. And I think teams are going to have to start to now really intelligently look at it, the approach here, see the success teams are having, like the Eagles and the Niners did here, some of the other teams this year that have had a lot of success without having to have necessarily star quarterback power there at the position to make it all go. So I get where you're coming from on the hesitancy and that having that. I love that it informs you on the Geno situation, because it's being forward looking in this. It's not reactionary to where the game has been, but where the game is going. I completely appreciate it from that standpoint of things. I do think that I would pay Geno Sanchez. I do also say this is why I've landed at $25 million a year and saying this is what I want to pay. This is what I'm willing to pay, and I'm not going over it, because then I can look at that contract and I can say, okay, if I look at these, especially with the new deals that potentially are signed this offseason, maybe a Lamar Jackson, maybe Burrow's contract gets his extension in place. You see a couple of these other big money deals that comes in and pushes the quarterback market even higher. And you start to look at the next guy making $55 million, like Burrow makes $55 million per year, and you're paying Geno on average $25 million per year. And I know now I'm getting that at half the rate of what the top end market quarterbacks are being paid. I'm finding a little more of that middle ground, Sanchez, I feel like, that goes away from paying at the top of the market or having the super cheapy, creepy guy on the other side of it. How about we find that more of that middle, maybe there's the middle ground approach that we can arrive at, sort of the happy medium ground, to maybe then find that success there a little bit more easier, Sanchez, at that point. So I have my mark. I don't want to go over it. If we're paying him $30 million a year, I'm not going to be loving that. I'm going to feel like you're getting that $5 million difference is, I think, significant. And I think that's just a little bit too high to go on a guy who's got 1 year of production. And again, you want to start to get some value in places on this team. You're paying for top end market value at places of production in this team at points. From your receiving core, paid at the top end. Your tight ends paid up at the top end. Safety position, paying up at the top end. We've got to find some places that we're getting more value from. Certainly having the tackles is going to help. Rookie tackles on rookie deals helps, right? Having a running back on a rookie deal will help. But value, we got to get to better value. So I got my price, Sanchez, but I certainly wouldn't want to be like just no on the basis of let me just find a rookie and he'll be just as good and we can make it work. Hurts in this game is he's not carried this game really. It's been they've kept him protected. He's 15 of 25 for 121 yards. He's averaging less than 5 yards attempt in this game. He's got a 72 rating. He's not doing a whole lot in this game. Even running the ball, he's got 40 yards rushing, on 11 carries. So he's just kind of managing through things. But if you build up the team around him, your quarterback's not, as we're seeing in this game with Hurts, your quarterback's not required to do as much at that point. Spencer Smith says, Joey Porter is nice. My favorite defensive back in the draft is Christian Gonzalez, though. Ball skills is out the wazoo. Long, tall, and fast as hell. Probably doesn't make it to pick top 20, but would love him there. That's why I say, yeah, that's my feeling on it, too, is that the where we pick at 20, the Spencer, I think you're in agreement on this. There's such a high amount of value at that point on defensive backs. That's where you've got value as far as the guys that are the highly talented. If we're going best player available, you may have 3 defensive backs that are your 1, 2, 3 most quality guys on your board at 20 at that point, but it'd be hard to pull that trigger considering and understanding where your cornerback room is actually at. So well said, man. And I like Joey Porter too. I agree with you though. I'm Christian Gonzalez. I go Christian Gonzalez, Devin Witherspoon, Cam Smith, maybe Sealy Ringo, and then Joey Porter. But I guess it depends on what day you ask me on those guys, where it flips for me on that. Sanchez, though, thank you for that $5 donation. Thanks for the reminder as well, man. Sometimes I do miss a donation or whatever, so I appreciate you letting me know in the chat. Give me a chance to go back and kind of locate where that sucker was at, because I never missed I never want to miss a super chat. You guys are kind enough to donate. I want to make sure I acknowledge it on that one. Thomas Cox with the $5 donation says, if Seattle drafts a rookie quarterback like Stroud or Levis, based on the offensive scheme, they could be a contender. They have the picks. Yeah, I agree with you on that, Thomas. I think we could be a contender. We could be a contender by next year. My gut instinct is it probably is going to take an extra year beyond next year to get to the point of being truly into an elite stage of things. But I would expect by that next year, you're hitting it. You're going. You know, it's here. We're in, and it's all in. Let's remember with that too. You know, you talk about 2 years down the line, you're talking about there's not a lot of money on the books for 2 years down the line. You may very well have new ownership coming in at that point in time, but it's still possible. I say they can still get done even this offseason, Thomas, with a killer offseason, you know, knocking everything out the park, which is hard to do, but if they did it, they could jumpstart that process, I think, a little bit faster and quicker. So well said on your part, man. No reason you can't. That's been a pathway we're seeing with hell. We're watching in this game right now. We could see it with the Super Bowl. We could come to find that in the Super Bowl, we've got two quarterbacks on their rookie deals still, in Burrow and Hurts. I think it definitely says this is a path you can go. This is a way to get through this. Devo Martzall with a $5 donation. Thank you, Devo. I appreciate you. He says, I would really like to see the Niners lose in the Super Bowl again, but I guess losing in the NFC Championship again will work. Go Hawks. They were feeling themselves so good. And I'm trying not to revel too much, but there's a little revelry here in the, Niner fans were really like, oh no, this year's different. Oh, no. No, this year's different. I do feel bad when it is the quarterback, like it's one position on your team that essentially goes haywire. And it's even a position on your team that you've actually put a lot of resources into. You didn't just roll into the season with Trey Lance and Brock Purdy and go, well, let's roll the dice and hope this comes out. You still brought back Garoppolo. You didn't trade him. You did still go, let's get a guy here that we can at least bring into maybe that can, still do this. But sometimes Lady Luck is just not on your side. Thomas Cox, I love Joey Porter Jr. He's probably the most purely physical corner in this draft. Still moves really well, really, really long. You feel his length. He feels bigger and longer than he is even listed at. Fun player on tape. Diva, though, thank you for the $5 donation, man. At least they're not going to be winning a Super Bowl. At least we're not going to spend an off season with Niner fans coming in the chat going, yeah, how you like that new Lombardi we got over here in our trophies case? We'll just put it with rest. We'll just put it over there with rest, okay? We don't get any of that, at least, hopefully, here. Appreciate you, though, Devo. Hope you're doing well this Sunday afternoon. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. It says, at Keldon, I'm drunk, and it seemed like it was a bad call for running into the kicker. Plenty of time considering onside kicks, though. Don't give up. Is Keldon about to jump? Don't jump, Keldon. Don't jump. I wish you would step back from that ledge, my friend. There's always next year, Keldon. There's always next year. Hopefully your head coach stops running power quarterback. This could all have been avoided with one simple Shanahan avoiding the power runs with the quarterback. So all could have been avoided. We're into the fourth quarter here now. Long way to go here for the Niners. And I don't think Brock Purdy can throw the ball at this point. Yeah, Garth, I guess it was on the line. I mean, it just felt like he did kind of go into him. It looked like, to me, it seemed like Garth, he was going all out for that punt block. And he sort of made that moment where you got to make that choice as a player. Are you really going to go for this? Are you going to try to find your way out to the side to avoid contact? And to me, it looked more like, he just went all in thinking he was going to get the punt block and missed it. But Garth, thank you for the $5 dono. And man, I promise I'll send you an address on Twitter you can send to till I get my P.O. box. So I know I've been bad about getting back on there, but I promise I will get back on there and I'll get you an Addy. I do need to get a PO box though too. Thomas Cox with the $5 donation says, have you looked at DJ Turner from Michigan? And what is your feeling on Charbonnet? I have not looked at DJ Turner, but Thomas, with your suggestion, I'm adding him to my list. So I will take a look at him, man. I got Tavian Thomas, DJ Thomas, and Dwayne McBride are my next kind of three guys I want to take a look at here. So I will I'll take a look at him though, man, Thomas, for sure. See what I think of him. I'll get your report back. I'm liking these Michigan guys coming out. I'll tell you that. Maze Smith, Mike Morris, the center, Illusion. I'm gonna have to learn how to say his name, but they've got some pretty solid prospects coming out from this program this year. I like them a lot. Charbonnet, Zach Charbonnet is my second. I think he's the second best back in this draft. I think Jahmyr Gibbs probably gets picked above him, but Jahmyr gets picked as much because of all the things that he can do. He's really multi-dimensional as a running back, and kind of there's a lot of McCaffrey stuff in Jahmyr Gibbs, So he'll go a little higher, but I do like Zach Charbonnet. It'll be very interesting for me, Thomas, in seeing where Zach runs the 40. What's his 40 and what's his 10-yard split? Those two things, especially for me, are going to be things I'm really paying attention to. Because if he can come out there and run a 4.5 40, well, you feel really excited about that guy in the second round. If he comes out and does a little bit more of the 4.6, 4.65-ish, that's a little bit troubling at that point if he's missing a little bit of that burst you'd like to see. But he runs really hard. He's got really good vision for a man his size. He's pretty nimble for a guy his size as well. That's why I'm led to believe that he probably runs like a 4.55 40, which would be fast enough for a guy that's got that size he got. He's going to drag guys. He's not just a big guy that then plays small. He's a big guy that can drag tacklers, and he'll get you the couple extra yards when you need it. He could be a good counterbalance weight to Walker in a lot of respects of things. So Charbonnet is a guy I'm very high on. I like a lot of his tape. I thought he really ran solid this year for UCLA. He's back-to-back really good years of production. I wouldn't feel bad if we got him in the second round, to be honest, Thomas. I don't think it's a need. There's probably other places we could go with, but the value would be right if you're taking him in the second round. He's better than, like, his comp this year coming out from some people is going to be who don't like him. What they're going to say about it, Thomas, is they're going to say, oh, Charbonnet, that's just an A.J. Dillon. That's all he is. Like, why would you draft, you want to make the same mistake the Packers made where they took Dillon in the second round? You're going to make that same mistake. To me, Charbonnet is a superior prospect to Dillon. I think I could bring up my notebook right now and show you guys my draft analysis. That was like one of the first years I was doing the draft analysis, and I did a breakdown with my books on A.J. Dillon coming out. They're similar sized guys, but Charbonnet is a way more better natural running back than A.J. Dillon is. Dillon's just kind of a big dude. He's not even a big, hard running runner. He's just a big dude. And boy, 3rd and 5, and the Niners come back to running the ball. Brock Purdy can't throw the ball. That's just the reality here. You're down by 3 touchdowns and you're running the ball on 3rd and 5. He can't throw it. Sucks for the Niners. It's just that's a brutal twist of fate for them. And boy, their fans are going to be annoyed after this. But what do you do? I mean, as annoyed as you be, what do you, like, you're down 4 quarterbacks, You put all those resources into it, and you just don't think you're going to get down to this point where you're, to essentially, I mean, Brock Purdy's acting like essentially operating like the 5th string quarterback here. He can't throw the ball. On 4th and 2, they're going to try a pitch play. Still won't throw it. Get stopped by the Eagles. That's game over. But it's just a brutal twist of fate. That's all that is. You didn't get outplayed or outmatched necessarily. It's just a brutal twist of fate. You didn't have the guys at the quarterback position who could do it this year. Whew, that fan base is going to be mad. Sanchez with another $2 donation. Thank you, Sanchez. What the truck did the Niners do at quarterback? That's what I was just kind of starting to twist over in my mind, Sanchez. You're asking a question. I'm like just kind of getting lost in my thoughts on that a bit. I'm just going, I'm over here going, it's not going to be easy at this point. I think that they go back to Lance and Brock Purdy's your backup, and then that's what you roll with. They probably have a competition, but I don't think Brock Purdy's going to win that competition if you're going throw for throw on the practice field like that. Purdy's kind of a gamer. I think Lance is going to look better and earn the job, but they certainly wouldn't be out of bounds, would they, Sanchez, with maybe looking at being one of those teams. I mean, I've always wondered about Tom Brady looking at maybe going to the 49ers. That's his childhood team growing up that he loved. And, he would love to go to a situation like that with a stacked team that's similar kind of situation for, what he had going into Tampa Bay. So there's a part of me that's like maybe the outlier wild card here move that they could make is to maybe go get him, or potentially even Aaron Rodgers. I can't imagine they would do the Aaron Rodgers one because it would cost you the 2 first-round picks, and they've already been down so many picks as it is with where their standing is. But maybe they have that one more go for a year. One thing's for sure in your question, Sanchez. There's no easy answers for them there. There's nothing that's emerged this is just what we'll do. There's a lot of questions, and for a team that's in the Super Bowl window, you sure don't like to know that you're going to go through this full offseason and go into the start of next year, and you are guaranteed to have questions walking in the season at the most important position on the football field. That's what we call not ideal for a team in a Super Bowl window. So your question's right to be asked, and I have a feeling that fan base is going to twist itself up in some knots and there's going to, the fights, I already watched it with some of this, the fights going on in the Niner fan base between the quarterback camps. It's pretty ferocious. They're going at it. They were already going at it coming into this game, and it's only going to get more heated from here. Sanchez says Pete would still be playing soft zone right now. Pete, we're down to the 4th-string quarterback. His elbow is no longer functioning. Just keep it deep. Keep us covered up deep. No, Pete, he can't throw that far. They're going to try to run the ball every time. I just got a feeling about this one, man. Just stay in our cover 3 looks. I got a feeling on this one. I don't know why. I think he's playing. You think he's playing possum, Coach Carroll? Yeah. I think he's playing possum. That's what I think. So just keep doing what we're doing here. Oh, I love it, Sanchez. That's awesome, man. And boy, is that Dickerson? Looks like Landon Dickerson might have just tore his tricep or elbow dislocation, something. He's down on one knee. But very great comment, Sanchez. I love it. Garth Knight with a $5 don't know. Says, Brando, I'll wait on the P.O. box. By the way, I don't deserve to send you a Craig card because I thought he was a rookie in 83. Nevertheless, get that P.O. box. I will get it, man. I need to get myself an address. So I want to get some, especially I've had some people ask me to send stuff to put on the background and stuff. So I've been way too latent in getting that done and having something like that set up. So I'll get it done. This week it will be done. I will have an address this week one way or another, Garth. So thank you for the $5 donation, man. Garth, I'll appreciate you, brother. I do appreciate you. We got a raid. Give here up the middle. Yeah, the Eagles are just winding off the ball. So I'm sorry, a little behind the chat. If we had a raid here, I might have missed it. It's definitely possible. RJ, they use seems that they just can't be one-dimensional. Yeah, they can't just run the ball and hope to win this game. You're gonna have to, but I don't think he can throw. Megan says, B, what are they saying about karma coming back to bite you on the butt? Laugh it out loud. It's a dish served cold, but it's served at one point or another, Megan. That's the way that one works. Brodney Prescio says, Brando, rumor has it we are going to trade the 5th overall pick. We will not gain much by doing it. What will we get? Just a later first rounder? Not for it. Well, I don't know why you would think it would be a later first rounder. my situation that I've thought about with this, Rodney, is, you have the third best quarterback available on the board at 5, a team like Carolina at 9, or if the Texans haven't gotten their quarterback, 12, or the Titans, I think at 11. There's 5 or 6 teams in there, Rodney, that are going to potentially be vying to move up at that point into the number 5, to where you're not dropping back to 20, 25, 30. You're still picking up in the prime point of the draft. I also would expect that if you're doing that trade back, Carter or Anderson's probably not on the board. You don't have the kind of defender you'd like to be able to pick up there, and you don't want the quarterback. So you move back 4, 5, 6 spaces, Rodney, and I would argue it's a different territory. It's not the same, Rodney, of picking 24 and moving back to 32 and picking up an extra 3rd round pick. That's historically what we've done when he's moved back, because that's what you get when you move back at that point. But when you're at the top of the draft and moving back that same 5, 6, 7 spaces, you're picking up the extra 1st round plus, a 1st rounder and a 3rd rounder. And when you talk about it being a later 1st rounder, well, Rodney, look at this last draft. You had a lot of teams last year willing to move future draft capital space, to take that risk that, this will be what you called it, a later 1st round pick that we're giving up. And you have all of these teams, one after another, getting bit in the butt because they kept coming back around and trying to play that game with it. So Saints have the trade with their 1st round pick last year, Rodney, with Trevor Penning. They're thinking they're going to be in a go for it year, Super Bowl contending year. They give them basically they gave the Eagles a de facto top 10 pick in this draft. You have the Seahawks making the trade with the Broncos. Broncos are no doubt a Super Bowl team. That's going to be later 1st round picks. That ain't going to be very valuable. We're picking top 5. It doesn't stop from there. You've got the Lions with the Rams, and the pick that they got back off of that with the Stafford trade. Rams didn't think that they were giving them at that time a top 10 pick. Would they made the move from where I don't know, but that was not what they were thinking the pick was going to be at that point. I'll guarantee you that. So when you say later 1st round pick, you might be right that it becomes that, but it doesn't mean that it's likely to become that. And I think it's a gamble. It's a risk those teams are taking by moving up. And if you're moving back 5 or 6 picks, I think, Rodney, if I told you move back 5 or 6 picks, you pick from 9 or 10, but you're picking up an extra 1st, an extra 3rd for next year's draft and still getting prime talent, I think that you'd be at least somewhat on board with that. Maybe not fully on board, but there'd be a part of you be like, okay, I could see at least the logic and reason behind doing something like that. Big country, why the Eagles keep throwing it deep, I don't know. David Phillips, this year and next year's drafts are huge total game changers for our futures. So many different scenarios. Pete and John could go down in NFL lore. They do. They're in a position, a pole position, you could call it, right? To use a racing term. You're in a pole position to make that happen, David. There's a lot of work left to be done. Nothing is certain at this point, but with the trade of Russell Wilson, and I labeled that video a couple months ago, the heist of the century. And I do believe it is that. I do believe it will go down in NFL history as one of the greatest trades that any team has ever been able to pull back in return for one player. And that, as we saw with the Cowboys and how that trade of Herschel Walker was that was their NOS, that was them in the Fast and the Furious hitting that NOS button. They're already going fast. Now we hit this and whoo, you're going 80, 100, 120, 140, 150, So that's what they've allowed themselves to do with these trades. And money getting cleared off the books, having all that money to spend on top of it with the draft picks. As I say with it now, the stage is set. The final bit of the work needs to be done to kind of get the last part of this to go. But the heavy lifting, in my opinion, has been done, David. And that was the decision of the Russell Wilson thing. That was the decision of last year to just take the dead money hit, get it all off the books. Don't wait for a year on Bobby and then we have his dead money night. Let's just go right now. All gone off the books. Carlos Dunlap off the books. So I think that they put themselves in that position to do so. And you're right to be excited in that way. I share your excitement with it. Megan says, thanks, B. Makes a little more sense. Yeah. And again, I do like Osiris Torrance, Megan. He's a good player, but mobile lineman. Some of these centers in this draft you're going to hear about, Megan. Luke Wilper. Patterson, who moves okay. Not a great mover, but moves okay. I think even Steve Avila is a little bit more of just, more of your kind of mauler guys rather than the mobility guys. A 31-yard attempt here by the Eagles is going to be up and good in this game. If it wasn't already shut down, put to bed, it has been put to bed now. Nicholas Duden, pay Penny at $2 million or let him walk. Yeah, I think you do a veteran minimum. Maybe you give him like one more extra million more, Nicholas, just to kind of sweeten the deal. Give him maybe some incentives. Hans Van Wyn says, thanks for the O-line explanation. Knew a bit, but now know some stuff. Andrew Voorhees looks solid in space. Saw some nice plays with him pulling across the formation, so Voorhees should be a scheme fit. Pretty good. He's a pretty good fit. Yeah. I'm not as high on him from a talent side of things, Hans, but if you're taking him in the 3rd or 4th round, even the 4th round would be beautiful for Voorhees if I could pull it from there. But you're 100% right. He can do a lot more of the mobility stuff than some of the other guys in this draft on the interior of that offensive line. He would be a fit. Keldon says, I think the Niners have 0 wins when they lose the turnover battle. Defense would need to become Supermen. Yeah, it's hard when you lose that turnover battle to win games. It's a big key in football, and it's pretty timeless. It was a key in football in the 80s and 90s, and 2000. It still remains a huge key. It does. And especially when you have the turnovers like that, Keldon, like the early one where it's now you're giving the Eagles, they've already had a touchdown. You're giving them the short field. That's where it gets hard. You already know it's going to be a close game as it is. If everything just goes right, it's going to be probably a pretty close game. Sometimes games go like that. I hear a lot, Keldon gets brought up to me a lot by folks who will tell me, well, games always come down to the NFL at the end of games. Games always come down to the NFL to the 2-minute drive at the end. And I often say, I don't know if that they always do. I think those moments stick in your mind and they do happen. But I don't know if there's times you can get out ahead. There's times teams you just get out ahead of teams and then just run away with it, just kind of lean on them. Eagles are kind of like that type of team to me a little bit. And there's a lot of different ways to slay that particular dragon. It's not just, you got to go through just this method. Is it me or this Manning commercial? They've got their heads on 2 different bodies, don't they? Am I the only one seeing this? Like they've taken the Manning heads and they've put them on different human bodies than their normal bodies. Y'all are seeing that? Am I tripping? Like they didn't want them to have to, I don't know. Both their body, they look weird. That looked weird. I don't know what to make of that. Russell Mark Q with a $2 donation. Thank you, Russell. Hope you're doing well out there tonight. Says the difference between us and San Francisco's we have Super Bowl. That's can't be a legendary defense, Russell, if you don't get in there and win a Super Bowl, right? Everything is with our legendary defense, and it's one of the places where all those folks, you'll hear this will be one. I love this debate. It's one of the great debates out there, I think, in NFL history, which is, who's one of the best defenses of all time? Who's truly the best defense of all time? Who was the best? 85 Bears? Was it those Buccaneers team that went out there and won the Super Bowl? The Ravens team that won the Super Bowl there, that had their run? Hawks with the Legion of Boom. And I always do say, you look at the offenses that those great defenses had to play, and nobody had to go out there and play a record-breaking offense in their Super Bowl to win it, right? No one had to go through that kind of pathway. And if you look at all those guys that played those games, they all had kind of really winnable, those defenses had kind of winnable offenses they were going up against in those particular games. The Bears were taking on a Patriots offense that wasn't good in 85. The Buccaneers were taking on a Raiders team that, was down their center, I think the night before. Pretty good offense, but they were down their center. Not their strongest. They had some older guys on the outside. And then, the Ravens taking on the Giants at that time. And the Giants without an Eli Manning. They had the other, Kerry Collins was their quarterback. A little bit of an easier pathway for those special defenses, Russell. But yeah, they're not going to put their stamp on NFL history this year with that one. It was a great run. It was a great run, Niner defense. But just, it's not even their fault as much today. It's just, you got Christian McCaffrey taking direct snaps right now as quarterback. So brutal. Oh my God. Gaffrey just threw a 40-yard pass to nowhere. Oh, I got a feel for him. This is tough. R. Sanchez with a $2 donation says Russ to the Jets would be glorious. That would be glorious. Is that a rumor out there? Is that a rumor we're hearing? I don't know. Who's going to be the Broncos head coach? R. Sanchez. Who's going to make it happen there? Russ to the Jets. Yeah, that'd be cray-cray. Well, the Jets are they're desperate with their QB situation. I guess it's maybe possible. And boy, the Niner offense right now is it's brutal to watch. They can't do anything. They don't have an ability to challenge throwing the ball, and the Eagles know it. Nagasa says it sucks we have these picks when the quality of players in the draft is pretty low compared to other years. Yeah, not great. Yeah, I agree with you. It's kind of brutal on that. It's not ideal. All the NIL guys going back is hurt. Thomas says, honestly, the quarterback position for the Niners could very well end their success. What if Purdy isn't as good as people are hyping and Lance is a bust? It could cost Shanahan his job. It's possible. That's something I'm sure you're going to hear about from some Niner fans, even with this year that they had as successful as it was winning the division, where they'll say, he can't take us over the top. He's not big game. He's not big game Shanahan. He's little game Shanahan. In little games, he shines. What is going on? There's a little bit of a scuffle. Oh, Trent Williams just ripped a guy down to the ground. Punches are thrown. Benches are clearing. Trent Williams picked a guy up and just threw him to the ground as there was a scuffle. A little excitement at the end of this game. I'm digging that. Let's go. Somebody threw a punch. Got punches being thrown. Let's go. But I agree with you, Thomas. This could be the thing that ends up upending their world in so many ways. It's their kryptonite to their situation. It's been the kryptonite to their situation. They've had stacked team after stacked team, and it's the quarterback position coming around again and again and again and again. Even when they're at their best, even when they got to the Super Bowl in recent years, you still had games along that run with them in Green Bay where I think he had Garoppolo, 6 attempts or something in the game over the course of the game. And then the Super Bowl, he only ended up with 12 attempts, where Shanahan's obviously trying to structure as much away from him having to throw as humanly possible. And, you eventually need a quarterback that can make some throws and make some plays. You can only scheme around limitations so much. And Shanahan's done all he can. It's not his fault in a lot of ways that some of these guys are made of glass. The one part that he has to kind of own with this, Thomas, that's his fault in this process. And if you guys get a chance, this clip was showing up online. You can search it on Twitter, which is Shanahan talking about quarterbacks taking hits on inside runs. And he was talking about it specifically in reference to RG3 and how they had learned with RG3 after that, you can't run your quarterback up the middle on those inside runs because they can't see the hits that are coming at him. Exactly, Thomas, what I've talked about that Trey Lance hit and how it happened and how much I hated it at the time. Why are you running quarterback powers with your young quarterback? Why would you do that and think that that's a proper pathway to getting you to success or him remaining upright? And, so he's got to then, that's where some of this is just not on bad luck on your part. Well, Mike, what are you going to do? Jimmy Garoppolo, kept getting broken down every year, and then you brought Brock in there and he got broken down. Then your third string guy got broken down. But no, you got the initial guy broken down with some of your wild play calling with him that didn't make a lot of sense, that was going to get your guy broken down. It's kind of is what it is on that one a little bit. Volcano Joe, Tavian Thomas, word up Brando. He's a good Utah. They're having those dope backs. I like him, man. I'm stoked to check him out. Mega says, next year is the Hawks year, you mean? That's right. That's right. John Reese says, hey, folks, just came over from Niner Chatland. The fans seem pissed. Yeah, I'm sure they're not happy. Spencer, thank you for miking that. Please do hit that like button. And if you're not subscribed, please do get subscribed to the channel. I would really appreciate it. We're on the road to 11,000 here. Mr. Big SRT with a $5 donation. Thank you, Mr. Big. Hope you're having a good night out there tonight. This is, wow, look at the 49ers losing a lot worse than our last battle. 49ers suck today. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, Mr. Big. And this is a brutal way for the Niners season to end. You do have to feel for them. And you get too many quarterbacks wrecked, man. You don't have 6, 7 deep of those guys. You got 2, and maybe a third guy you can bring off the practice squad who's just barely going to get you through the other side of it. Just maybe that. But you get to your fourth, and then you're back to your third who's broken, and he's already limited as a third guy. This is how you end up on this spot of things where you're basically kind of sent out of this game as much of just you don't have a functional quarterback, because Purdy got hurt pretty early on in this contest. This was. This wasn't and we got a fumble. Oh my goodness. It's just getting brutal for the 49ers just trying to run the ball and it's just not working. They can't. Eagles know it's coming. They're not worried in the least about him passing. But that's what gets you in this game. And as a Niner fan, you're pissed about it, but then that's like I'm saying, that's going to start having you unravel. Like, how did we get here? How did we get here? And boy, when I start backtracking it as a Niner fan and I start pulling on that thread and I go, how did we get here? How did we get here? How did we get here? You know, I get to the end of the thread. The end of the thread begins with the Trey Lance injury. And how does the injury happen? Stupid play calling by my head coach. And that's where a lot of them are going to get caught up in, I think, on that, Mr. Big. I do. A lot of them are going to get caught up on that part today. A lot of Niner fans are going to be like, and that's where you're going to get the calls for Shanahan's job, where it's like, you know, but I don't think they should. I still think he's a great coach. It's just he got caught with a bad luck here in this scenario. You first got caught marrying yourself to Garoppolo for a couple of years of that contract, that was the first bad point. And then now this year, it's just kind of the bad luck of losing all these quarterbacks. Eric Kim, you answered the call, my man. I appreciate you answering the call to the wild and subscribing to the channel. Welcome aboard Hawks Nest. I saw somebody had mentioned in the chat. I think I might have missed it. I'm kind of bouncing around through the chat a little bit here. About doing a collab with potentially That's Good Sports or Grossi or whatever. I'd love to do a collab with those guys. They're also really, really big channels though too. So I don't know if I offer as much to them as they potentially offer to me as far as the audience view goes on that. So it's got to be kind of worth their while as well to want me over there on their side of things. But if it ever opens the door for that, I certainly would be down to do it for sure. Volcanus' mobility is always a plus, but you can get hurt because you're going to do too much. Football technique is high impact, but if you can get low movement with optimum results, that's what you want. Yeah. I think you want mobility that you don't have to lean back and have as a requirement of your offense, to your point on that. Oh, here we go. Sorry, I was off on that. So Spencer Smith at the Hawks Nest. Have you ever been able to do any content with Tom Grossi, Brandon Perna? I think the dynamics between Seattle, Green Bay, Denver could be for some hilarious content. Some of the frenemy vibes. I would definitely be open to doing it. Grossi's actually, Tom Grossi last year raided us. So we had him in as a raid on this last year. But if I can get an opportunity to do something with them, I would love to do it. And if the door opens on it, I feel a little weird when it's like, Spencer, you got guys that they got like 300,000 subscribers, 400,000 subscribers. I feel a little like, as a guy with 10 that I'm, you know what I mean? Like I'm not quite on their level on that. So it does feel a little bit of like, the guy trying to jump in so I definitely would be open to reaching out to them. I'd love doing it, man. And I'm going to try to expand a little bit more this year. I know I talk a lot big game about doing that, but we're going to try to get out more here this year. We got Norb Cam and me will eventually be doing something here. And then obviously I'd like to at some point reach out to Rob Stanton as we get him with this draft stuff and see if he'd like to come on and talk a little Hawk shop here with him as well. Ben Dover says, this is bringing me so much joy. By the way, I am going to see Cocaine Bear. So like I'm going to see that movie. That looks if it's as out of control as that movie. There's a lot of you can make that an insane movie. Cocaine Bear. Nicholas Newton, Lewis has a pit bull mentality. That's what I like about him. Great way of putting it. Pit bull mentality is the right way, man. I agree with you. That's a beautiful description of it. He's got that mentality with it. And I love that in a quarterback. I love that moxie, that grit, especially on a guy that is talented as well. Usually you get that kind of extra chippiness from a guy that's kind of lacking in talent. You don't usually get them both kind of going together like that. Guard Knight with a $5 donation says, little game Shanny. He's so smart for whatever that's worth. George Seifert is Stephen Hawking comparatively. It's little game Shanny. This might stick, Garth. 49ers, you're free to use that in your chat. If I see little game Shanny coming up, I'm gonna do a little pump like I got it in. I got it to take root, Garth. I got it to take root. And look, it's, you know, I know he's got some folks out there who don't like him. I still think he's a great coach. You know, it sometimes as a coach, it does at the end of the day sometimes just come down to getting. More and more do I lean away with this, especially a Shanahan coached team that has so much of a run built nature to it and can play defense. But I do still come down to you got to have some functionalness to your quarterback position. There is the point of like, well, they become overvalued, they're carrying too much, but there also has to come a point where you do have to value to a point where you go, we got to get some functionalness out of this. We can't just be holding on for dear life at this position for year in and year out and hoping that the rest of the team's going to be able to overcome it. You don't want the rest of the team overcoming the quarterback position. You want him, like in our proverbial blueprint scenario from 2012, fitting within the context, adding to. Being a beneficial part, not having to carry the day, but being a plus part that they add, not a minus part. I think too often with the Niner teams in the recent falters at the end of these years, it comes down to the quarterback being kind of a negative that they have to overcome. And that's the part that they've got to find an answer to this offseason, or they're going to see this window shut on them, shut hard, and they're going to look back on it saying a lot of what if, what could have been, you know. But I do think he's a smart coach, Garth. Just maybe he's got a bit of a blind spot on the quarterback situation. Thank you for the dono, brother. Thomas Cox with a $3 donation. Thank you, Thomas. Have you looked at Hutchinson from Iowa State? I don't think I have. But I will. Hutchinson, Iowa State. Let me double check on that. Yep, nothing yet. I haven't looked at him yet on that one, Thomas, but I'm adding to my list. So my next ones I got it: Dwayne McBride, Tavion Thomas, DJ Thomas, and I will look up Hutchinson, Ohio State. So he is added, and I promise I will get him on there for you on that. Be right back, folks. Just got to get a little more coffee, and I will be right back. A little bit much. All right. Well, congratulations to the Philadelphia Eagles. Going back to the Super Bowl for the second time in, 5 years, I guess this would be for them. Well-earned victory, team victory. Defense came out and played fast, loose, free. Kept things cleaned up on the back end. No big plays they allowed. They tackled really well throughout the course of this game, I felt. Offensively, Soriani did a nice job of really protecting Hurts in this one, not asking him to do too much. I think that big catch by Devontae Smith really gave them a shot of life early on, getting up the field, being able to get that touchdown early and get out in front of the Niners and really kind of put the pressure to them from the jump. That was big, but impressive win by these guys. They've earned it this year. They've been the best overall team in the NFC. They had that number one bye. You know, they earned that. They earned that right. They've been a team that's made so many smart, good moves across the board. Hard not to give them a ton of credit in this one. Nod and go, yeah, you guys earned your right to be the representative in the NFC. Go Hawks says Vic Fangio signed with the Dolphins as defensive coordinator. Thank you for the update on that, man. That's very interesting news. Very, very interesting news. I'm kind of all over in the chat, so if I miss your question in here, I'm sorry. Just repost it in the chat if I don't happen to get to it. I'm trying to kind of get a little bit caught up at the top of this to a degree. Thomas, thank you for that $3 donation too, man. Appreciate you on that. Garth, Mr. Big SRT, you guys are awesome. Brian says, is Brandon staying on for the AFC game? I am indeed staying on the AFC game. So we'll probably, I know I said I was going to go 10 hours tonight. We're probably going to do just like a solid 7. But we will be definitely streaming throughout the course of the Kansas City Chiefs Bengals game. And hopefully it's a little bit of a better game than we just had to watch on that one. Because that was kind of that wasn't so great. That was kind of a stinker there. Yeah. Emmett says Niners shouldn't be good next season either. I think they're still a dangerous team. You know, I think that they are still a team that is, they are still a team that is one to me that has still a lot of good players, and it looks like this game's already started up over here. So I'm flipping this over to the Chiefs. Oh, they haven't started yet. Good. So we'll see what happens here in this one, but I'll be live streaming during the Chiefs game here too. I'm going to, in fact, let's change this up a little bit, shall we? We'll go like this. And then I probably should update my thumbnail, huh? It's probably time to update the thumbnail a little bit too. We'll wait till they start up on that until we do that part. But we'll get this one up. Megan says next, sorry. James Watson feeling good on this? What's up, James? Let's go, buddy. Let's go. Voodoo Magic says Kaepernick would have kept him in the game. I'm not a big Kaepernick guy, but when you get down to Josh Johnson, I mean, I'm not going to say Josh Johnson's better than Cap. You know, at least with Cap, he could have run around a bit out there, I think. Chris Martin, yes, we are a little bit happy when we see the Niners lose. It's kind of just built into the fiber of our being. It's interwoven in. Rod Show says Jimmy G looks happy. He always has a smile on his face. That guy's living his best life. Thomas says, now fans are going to hear, well, if our quarterback was healthy, next man up. But Purdy isn't going to be better than Lance. Also, Lance is the number 1 pick. Oh, they'll have their excuses, that's for sure. And you got some excuses when you get to your 4th-string quarterback. But some of that also goes to, again, there's a reason you're your 4th-string quarterback. It's not just by happenstance. You put your faith and trust in Garoppolo coming back rather than finding more of a certain backup who wasn't going to get broken and injured every time they've got to go out and start for an NFL season. You know, with a guy like Lance, you got him broken on that power run up in the middle and the inside. You know, Purdy was a happy accident. That was one that's just, hey, that was great that we had him. But on those first two, there's some avoidance here on both of those two situations. They tried to, it seemed like, go for the safe thing, and in trying going for the safe thing, it kind of cost them a little bit with the quarterback position. Again, just that feeling of just trying to get by at the position a bit. Greg Kemp says Charbonnet has some flashes of Steven Jackson. I agree with that, Greg. I think he's like 2 inches shorter than Jackson, but I think that they have a very similar kind of running gait, you know, similar kind of running style a little bit. He's fun though. I like me some Charbonnet. He good. Hey, real good. John says Tyree Wilson would be a nice pickup for Seattle. He is. He's raw, but he's got a lot of talent. Megan says, I know this makes me petty, but after the grief I got from Perna after the trade, I enjoyed watching his head explode. Well, we've all enjoyed that throughout the year. And yeah, going to Perna's streams and watching him have these slow meltdowns has been pretty fun to watch. I feel for him a little bit. I'm all about the cocaine bear. We're going with the bear. I want that bear. Nicholas says, I love that good sports, even though Perna is a Broncos fan. Brandon Perna's hilarious. He is a funny guy. I like his content. I like when guys got their own like kind of unique angle that they come at it from. And he's got his own certain kind of unique angle in what he does, how he does. Yeah, I don't know in utero if Hurts is a better decision maker than Geno. I think you're talking about two quarterbacks that are being asked to do two different things in their offenses. And it's hard to make a comparison between the two because Geno had a lot more on his plate this year than Hurt had on his plate even in this football game. So when you have a lot less of requirements over it and you are ticking off what you have to get done, but there's less in there, then you have less requirements. It's like I'm not going to say you're a better decision maker. You're put in more of a position, an easier position to succeed. You know, especially with what Hurts has is that offensive line, which is it's good offensive line. Yarls, I don't feel sorry for the Niners, laughing out loud. Pete and John sitting back, giggling their asses off with some of the best Pacific Northwest bud. I bet they are. I bet there is a little bit of a Tiger Woods arm pump thing going on, you know, as soon as they saw the loss. Adrian X with a $2 donation. Thank you, Adrian X. Says, call me a hater, but nah. Hey, hey, hey. Niner goodbye. Nah. Hey, hey, hey. Niner goodbye. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. It's a good run, boys. It's a good season. Very successful year for you Niners, you know. Again, deep in the playoff run. A lot of wins. A lot of talking. Hold on, let me checking over in their trophy case. Nope. Didn't add another trophy this year, though. Thomas with the $2 donation. Thank you, Thomas. Appreciate you for all the donos, brother. He says, what's your opinion of Hendon Hooker? This was a year, Thomas, the thing that stands out to me most with Hendon Hooker was I had a lot of quarterbacks coming into this year from KJ Jefferson to Tyler Van Dyke, Will Levis, of course, the names you know with Stroud and Young. And you're looking for these guys, who's going to take the step forward in their game from what they were last year? Who's a guy that's showing me that growth and development from the quarterback position level on the collegiate level that I would like to see? Because when I see a guy who can take his game from one year to the next, it doesn't just mean that that guy improved himself upon 1 year of play. It means I've got a hard worker as well. It means I've got a guy who's going into the lab and doing what he's got to do, doing that lonely work to get himself into a position to be a better quarterback prospect. And to me, Hendon Hooker was really one of the only guys of these top-end quarterbacks in this draft who truly took steps forward in their game from what they were in the prior year. And I thought he showed off more arm strength. I thought he showed off cleaner mechanics, Thomas, and thought his footwork was in a better position than it was the prior year. Everything in throwing the ball was just improved down the line. His decision-making, his processing, going through reads. He did some things that looked at times very similarly to what you would ask a pro quarterback to do. And when he let it rip, he showed off a really nice live arm that wasn't quite like that the previous year. So I like Hendon Hooker a ton in that respect of things. He's a plus mobility guy. He's a little bit of an awkward athlete. You know, he's a little bit like, if you ever watched like, you know, Derrick Rose and how he's built with his legs and like he's got his knees go in like this and his legs are out here like this. And he's got a walk, you know, the way he walks and builds. You know, this doesn't really look like a guy could be a professional athlete, but still, Rose at one point was one of the quicker cats out there in the NBA. Same thing with Hendon Hooker. It doesn't look pretty, but it is plus mobility. So if you're talking about getting in a guy who is in a similar structure to a place that, let's say, Russell Wilson was, where you're getting a guy who's played a good amount of college football, a couple seasons now starting there, who has shown the improvement, who's got a lot of characteristics, physical characteristics that you want to have from the position, And you're going to have him on a cheap deal because you're probably getting him in the third, maybe even the fourth round, being that he's an older prospect and he's coming off a late season ACL tear, meaning you're not going to probably get a whole lot of him out of his first year. It's going to be a lot of just getting him rehab through that first year. So it's not till he's 27 that you're really getting Hendon Hooker at his best. But if you had signed Geno Smith to a contract extension, Thomas, and then you're taking Hendon Hooker in the third or fourth, and now you have a little bit of that built-in time there to wait that out for him to eventually get himself to where he is back to 100%. You're getting a potentially a fringe first-round prospect at that point, more into the third-round range of things, which is, as I always say with the draft, show me great value, and I'll be in favor of that kind of move. You know, I'll say, yeah, that's smart. Adrian X with another $2 donation says, welcome whiners to the off season. Have fun in Cancun. Have fun in Cancun. Beat the traffic. Have fun. You go right out of Philly, go right straight down to those tropics. Just a nice little short little puddle jumper. Right down into the Florida Keys. Right down in the Florida Keys. Just get down there, you know. It's been a long year. Just unwind, Niner fans. It's a good run. It's a good solid run. It's not like you guys are in your Super Bowl window and the window's shutting. Oh, wait. It is kind of starting to shut, isn't it? It's not like you got some big monstrous contract that you got to pay this offseason that's just going to completely impinge your whole offseason, and it's going to just stack everything up against you where it's going to not allow you to go out and get your quarterback at that point, right? At least you got ultimate flexibility. Oh, wait, no. You got to pay Nick Bosa $30 million plus a year. He's going to ask for probably $32.5 million per year, and you're just going to have to pay it. Oh. Ooh. Well, strap in, Niner fans. Strap in. It might get a little bit bumpy this offseason for you guys. Michael Ponikowski says, Niners not taking loss well. Stay classy, San Fran. Oh, goodness. I almost feel like putting up on the stream comment section from the Niners off of one of their message boards. And then we can just have that running in the stream on my side. You guys want me to, maybe I should do that? I'll just put in, we'll just watch their, I'll go find a message board of Niner fans and just keep hitting refresh. And we can just watch the lovely tears flow. I'm open to it. I'm feeling Tom Petty tonight. I'm feeling a little Tom Petty. There's no way they can blame the refs in this one. Come on, Niner fans. You can't blame the refs in this one. Whitey Wise says, I just see how good Philly's O-line is. I want Seattle to get a center and right guard in the first 5 picks. We extend Lewis and the O-line has a chance to be set for the next 3 years. Agreed, man. And I'm with you on it. I'll tell you, and if there was a dominant right guard in this draft or a dominant left guard in this draft in the first round that was further around, I'd be all on board with it at pick 20 if there was that guy. I don't think there's quite that guy to be had there, but I'm open to it. I see the value in it too, man. As I say, that's right where I like to begin my team is with a great offensive line, first and foremost. Megan says, the Niner fans will be like, well, 12s, we made the championship game, to which we'll say, yeah, but no Super Bowl for you. That's right. All your conference championships don't mean diddly squat. Nobody looks at the legendary Philadelphia teams that made like 4 straight NFC championships under Andy Reid, or the Bills in the 90s, or the Vikings in the 70s. Everybody looks at those teams and they feel bad for them. They don't revel in them. They don't celebrate them. They feel bad for them. What could have been? What could have been? Volcano says Cocaine Bear was an awesome movie watch. It dropped on Dragon Box. I'm going to check it out, man. I like the over the top concept movies that are just, they know they're ridiculous. They know they're tongue in cheek. They're not take themselves too funny, and they're just going for it. Let's go. You know, sign me up. Spencer says, the Hawks Nest, you are the Tom Grossi of the Hawks community kingdom, my guy. Oh, that's high praise. Thank you. You'll end up bigger, in fact. Book it. Ooh. Well, hell yeah, brother. Sign me up on that. I'll be smiling ear to ear if I'm up at his size of audience. You know, life will be pretty good at that point if you're up at that area. And that's, Spencer, that's the goal with this, man. There's no point where I think we're restricted in how big this channel can grow or how far and wide and depth and all that stuff we can go. So I love the confidence there, and I'm with it. Let's roll. Let's go. You get me jacked up on that, man. Get me jacked up. And I'm down, man. If they're ever down to do something, I'd be down to do something on that. Will Valdez says, and very kind of you to say on that too, man. Thank you so much. It's high praise. Will Valdez says, what do you think about Tyree Wilson at 5 and Kalijah Kancey at 20? So I really love Kalijah Kancey in this draft, Will Valdez. He is my number 2 defensive tackle in this draft. And I'm not sure on this, but I feel like this is probably the case with them. And that is that I think he's just a pure 3 tech in a 4-3 defense. That is his best suited point. That's where he needs to go. And so if you're talking about taking Kalijah Kancey to turn him into a 3-4 defensive end, you know, you could end up doing to him as a 3 tech what you did to sort of Poona Ford as a 1 tech. Poona Ford's a 4-3 1 tech. He's a guy who should be the fourth. He should be your 1 tech down there on the line, not a 3-4 end. So I don't know. I could be wrong on this, but I feel like with Kalijah Kancey, he's a 3 tech. The guy's got insane first step quickness. He's going to be a good pass rusher at the next level, but you do need to have him going to a 4-3 defense to get the most out of him, I think. It's like if you would have taken Aaron Donald and taken him more to 3-4 rather than getting more of his 4, I don't know if he's as effective. But he's got a lot of some Aaron Donald in his game, Will. So I like Tyree Wilson. I do like Kancey. I wouldn't hate taking those 2 guys. You would help your defensive line out significantly by grabbing those 2. But you probably need to move back more to a 4-3 if you're taking Kancey. Volcano says, I love Tyree Wilson at 5. That's actually who I want if we can't get the Terminator, Will Anderson. Let's go big. 19 Texas Tech, baby. Will Anderson at 5 o'clock. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, I like Wilson too, man. He's a good player. He's a good player. Megan says, Shanny is on Pete Carroll's coaching tree, isn't he? No, Megan. Kyle comes off of his dad's coaching tree. And then Mike Shanahan comes off of, it all comes off the Bill Walsh tree, Megan. You know, it all starts up at Walsh, and then Carroll comes off of Walsh directly, right? And then Mike Shanahan comes off of Walsh directly, and then Kyle Shanahan comes off of Mike Walsh. That's how that sort of patterns out. John says, "Is Cocaine Bear like Sharknado?" Man, Hollywood is reaching. And you're not wrong on that. It's such a ridiculous concept, though. It's just hilarious. Volcano Joe says, "This is actually a really good movie along the lines of Cujo, but a little more funny." Yeah, if you take that concept right and you go with the ride, you can make it something. Volcano says, John Robinson, you'll be surprised to know that Cocaine Bear is a true story, though exaggerated, but still true. It's so ridiculous. Oh, man. Yeah, poor Perna, man. He's going to be struggling. There's some franchises. If you're a Bronco YouTube creator, you're an Arizona Cardinal YouTube creator, it's tough right now. Tough sledding right now. Tom Cox says, honestly, I've only been looking at quarterback at 5. I saw Murphy play and Breezy. I don't know. I just don't like their play. No, I get it. It doesn't feel right at 5, does it, Tom? Doesn't feel quite. It doesn't give you the warm, fuzzy feeling at 5 with those guys. You're like, later. Maybe later. I'll go later in the draft them. Half Daddy says, Purdy's durability for an entire season will be interesting. Well, you guys know I've railed for a while on these sub 6 foot quarterbacks that are slight build. They just can't take the hits and the punishment. I think Purdy showed you that. You know, he played through the back quarter of a year, and he's not being pounded left and right back there, right? He's not been under he's not been just having to take hit after hit. But you just don't have as much size to sustain that stuff when you're like that. And it's an odd angle hit. Like, you could have big guys that when their arms stretch back like this and then they get hit blindside and they don't see it coming and they can't protect themselves. Guys of all sizes will get injured like that off that. But I still feel like guys that are 30 pounds less, a little bit smaller of a build, it just feels like you're more in the crosshairs for injury when that occurs like that. I could be wrong on that, but that does how it feels to me a bit. I don't think he's their starter going forward. They're going to go with Lance, though. If he had maybe gotten them into the Super Bowl, then there'd be a little bit more with it. Yeah, I'm more on Tyree. Volcano Joe, I've warmed up more to Tyree over Murphy too. He's overtaken Murphy for me. Tommy says Philly was just more aggressive and physical. They did. They all won it. I think they had a little bit of an advantage on this, Tommy, knowing fairly early in this game that they didn't have to worry about the pass at all. And that allowed them to really then, this is a Philly team led the NFL in sacks. You don't want to let a team that led the NFL in sacks have the opportunity to pin their ear back and not have to. It's a worst case scenario for the 49ers to, we're going to put them into their strength for the majority of this game. We're going to put them into their wheelhouse for the majority of this game. Ethan Tech World, I'm in a Niners chat, and they're saying get Tom Brady or Aaron Rodgers. I figure. Boy, Rodgers, though, you're hearing the cost for him is going to be 2 first-round picks. Green Bay can go do some more packing on. They can go pack you-know-what with that. They can do some more packing, but they ain't getting a pick of 2 first-round picks. But they're insisting on the 2 first-round picks because of the amount of cost and dead money they have to eat in order to move off. But well said. Thomas, I'm okay with trading back too, man. Trade back is not bad. Thomas says Xavier Hutchinson's his name? Okay. I got him down. I'll take a look at him. HB, how long until the Fire Shanny talk starts? Oh, it's happening right now. I guarantee you that Last Second Sports, guy that we've done some content stuff with over there on their Niner channel. I'm sure right now he's got the flamethrower. He's got the fire extinguisher out, and he's just trying to extinguish in the chat the drama. He's just like, chill, shh, hold on, shh, it's okay, shh. The second says, need to ask them, the Niners, how that L tastes. Oh, Lordy. Should we go raid a Niner chat? Just have all of us go raid it? Everybody just come in there going, boo. Nick Guerrera, I like the game. I wanted to see the result damn near all season. Just being honest. Hey, me too, man. I don't want to see the Niners out there winning. No. Mr. Kane says, one dude is still talking extra loud as hell. I didn't like their fan happy about the Trent Williams slamming the Eagles player. Other than that, it's been pretty fun watching and trash talk. Yeah, it was a fun game overall. It got chippy at the end there, Mr. Kane. That's definitely the frustration of Trent. He's going, my career's winding down. This is my chance to go to the Super Bowl here. And he's seeing that game, it's done. And he's just sort of, picked up the guy and chucked him. He got his money worth. He's going to get fined on that, but he got his money's worth, at least. You can say that. Megan says, I know an Aussie Eagles fan who will be so damn happy I can hear him screaming from here. Oh, hell yeah. The Niner tears. Niner tears are delicious. That's right, in Power Code. Nimish Patel, if the Brock Purdy was in good health, then he would have dominated the Eagles. I mean, maybe. Maybe the Eagles would have been able to hold things up. They did a good job of stopping the run for most of this day. Hard to say. Hard to say on that. Possible. Julius Garcia, who is your favorite free agency player that the Hawks could get? My favorite guy would be Daron Payne. That's my go-to, Julius. Mitch Morse, a center from Buffalo. Terrell Edmonds, a linebacker from Buffalo as well, would be another guy that I would take a long look at. Those would be kind of 3 of the guys that would be at the high point on my list that I would like. But Daron Payne, I would throw him all the money. All the money. Nick Guerrera, I like the game. I wanted to see the result. Sorry, I read that already. My bad. Second says, Seahawks never get that emotional over a loss. Let's go. Oh, well, you got to remember a second that like I said, they're understanding that here's your Super Bowl window 3 years ago if you're the Niners. It's wide open, right? You could feel that breeze coming in. You're like, look at how wide that window's open. This window is going to be open for years. This window is going to just be letting in fresh air for years. Let the Super Bowl titles come. And it's like, oh, well, 2019, okay. We got right to the Super Bowl. Nick Bosa's first year. We'll be back. It's closing a little bit shutter, but, it's closed a little closer, but it's okay. It's all right. It's all right. Okay. We didn't quite get there this year. We got the Packers, though, in the playoffs, man. We beat the Packers on the road. Okay. It's getting a little shorter. It's getting a little smaller. So it's that desperation second, It's that desperation they're feeling of the window starting to just shut ever more, ever closer to shut. And they can feel it. They can feel it. They can deny it. They can run from it. They can try to hide. But at the end of the day, they can't deny it. The window is slowly closing. It's not shut. Niners, don't twist my words. I ain't saying it's shut. But it is closing. I ain't getting quite as much of those Lombardi breezes blowing on through, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean? It's a little bit more like, depends on which way the wind's blowing. It blows at a right angle and blows in like this. It's going to get tougher. And then tougher. That's why I say it's understandable why they're butthurt right now. Because they know, Niner fans know what's up. They know where they're at in this window. And you're right, Tommy. Tommy says 49er fans were so cocky. No respect for the conference. Thought their path to the Super Bowl was laid in stone. Now they're closer to 27 years and counting, no Lombardi. Eagles D-line is nice. I thought the same thing. As I said when I looked even at back us, when we had a Legion of Boom legendary defense, when we were far and away the best team in the NFC conference, there was no point in time where I walked into that playoffs and I said, oh, no, we got this. This will be no problem. You know, we're on a slip and slide. And I got a fireman's hose blasting down the slip and slide. I don't even have to get any momentum. I can just sit on the slip and slide and it'll send me right down through. Niner fans were acting like that. They were acting like that. I was seeing title posts of easiest path to Super Bowl ever, question mark. You know, you get a little bit too much in you. You got to respect the process. You got to respect how hard it is to get to those Super Bowls, much less win it. And even in that 2013 season, when we had that first playoff game after our bye, I didn't feel great about having to face the Saints with Breeze and Jimmy Graham and that team still built up pretty strongly from their recent Super Bowl run. I didn't sit there and walk in that game going, oh, no doubt we got this one. This will be a moonwalk. But there was a little bit of that coming out of the Niner faithful. Yeah. I told them to be careful. I said, watch it. John Stillwell with a $10 donation. Thank you, John. I really do appreciate for the double donos tonight. Hope you're doing well again this afternoon. We've got a beautiful day here in Spokane on this wintry day. It says, hi, Brandon. I think Geno is going to be in the 30 million area, and I think it's important to realize that Geno is a 32-year-old in a 26-year-old body with an opportunity to get better. Thank you for the donation, man. I really do appreciate it, John. I think that's a part that we sometimes forget about with Geno and thinking about, because I hear from some folks of he's close to falling off a cliff. He's close to essentially being not what he once was. And I keep coming back to that going, you know, like you said, there's less tread taken off these tires. He hasn't had the major torn ACL injury that's robbed him of his quickness and speed. Hell, he had at one point last year, he had gotten up to faster speed than even a guy like Kyler Murray did. He's still got his legs. He's still got his mobility. The arm strength is certainly still there. I don't think those things suddenly fall away in the next couple of years on a contract. And while I do want to see the deal come in, John, at $25 million a year, and that's really kind of my magical spot, I'm not going to completely crap all over the deal if it's $5 million more. I won't love it. I'll accept it. I'll make my peace with it. If they can structure the contract in a way to really, John, if they're still paying him $30 million a year, but find a way to take it into a 4-year deal, find a way to maybe move out those numbers a little bit along the path to kind of lower down the cap hit over that time while still giving Geno that financial security. At least I would hope that would be in conjunction with that kind of deal signed at that dollar amount. I would want to see that coming with it if you're going to do that. But I can see why the team would want to go this route with it and what it frees them up to do in the draft, understanding where the problems are on this team, that you don't want to create one hole to fix another. You know, you want to create the hole of, well, we got the defensive line dealt with, but now we let Geno go. Now we got to go find a quarterback too. Still not dealing with the defense. So I can get it if they go to that amount. I think it could get up to 30. I'm hoping I'm hoping stupidly that they can keep this at 25 or maybe just a couple million over 25, but somewhere in that neighborhood is going to be the right place. I think 30 is the top of his market though, John. I don't think that he gets more than 30, especially doesn't think he gets more than 30 in Seattle. I can't see that. But thank you for the donation, brother. I really do appreciate you. Ain't Zaus says Purdy should have been still playing. I'm mad we didn't get to see a legit game. That panning shot of Jimmy laughing with Trey was gold. Oh, I'm gonna have to see that. It's got to be online somewhere. But I'm sure both of them are feeling a little bit better about their situation. Both of them probably getting a little nervous with Purdy doing as well as he had been doing. I think Purdy will be a solid backup for him. And like, look, the thing that they do have in favor of him, I know I'm sort of throwing shade all over the Niners here a little bit, but the one thing that they do have is you do still have Trey Lance on a rookie deal, and Brock Purdy's not going to cost any money as a backup. So the one thing that does give you at least at that point is, I think that does at least give you a little bit of flexibility from you're not spending as much money in the quarterback position as you have in the past. That will maybe free them up. And he's at least he's proved to be at least a solid backup in this league, I think, especially in this offense. God, I'm behind on the chat by a big mark. Sorry, guys. I'm really behind the chat. My bad. I'm trying to stay on top of it. But I think I've definitely gotten a bit back on this one a bit. Daddy the bestest. I don't think Anthony Richardson is going to drop out of the top 15. I don't. At this point, I'd love to get him in the second. At third, hell yeah. I don't think he's going Dak that far, though. Have a great day. Says, will Mahomes and turn Burrowhead back into Arrowhead? I don't know, man. Burrow's owned it there, and we've got the kickoff about to start up here. I'm going to be doing a little bit of play-by-play here, so we'll be kind of in back and forth a bit with the chat on this. Just a little bit. Megan says they may not be able to blame the refs, B, but you know as well as I do they will and complain loudly. I'm sure they will. I ain't going to hear any of it, though. I agree with Seahawks dubs, man. I thought that was a well-called game. I understand that the punt one was the one that drove him crazy, but, what's ironic about that, too, with the Niner fans, if they get crazy about that punt play, and this shows you the inconsistency of fans when they want to get up in arms on certain plays. Because Niner fans will tell you that 2013 game was fixed, and part of the proof of saying that game was fixed for the Hawks to win it, a little bubble screen to Jamar Chase here to start this out for about 3 yards. Their proof of it is there's that moment we had in that game where we tried to block the punt and we knocked the punter over of the Niners, and there was a call, and they're like, well, that should have been called right there. That should have been called. Like that's a, blah, 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 blah. That's got to be called. It's a no-brainer call. And Harbaugh freaked out in that moment. But now you have it on the flip side where they're the team now knocking the punter down. And I bet there's very few far between fans and the Niner fans that were remembering that 2013 and all of the up in arms nature that they had then. And we're now suddenly saying like, well, no, you got to let him play. You just got to let him play with it. It's like, well, which is it? Is there a consistency in your approach on this, or is it just a matter of, well, if it's what's good for them is not good for us? If we're on the receiving end of it, then that's bad. But if we're on the giving end of it, then it's good. Let's go Sin City here. And they got a nice little first down catch here back to Jamar Chase. 2 quick catches for him, getting him built into this offensive attack quickly. 2 quick throws here by this Bengal team. Burrow back in shotgun, 3 wide. Chiefs showing a kind of a heavy pressure look here. Kind of a heavy pressure look. Volcano Joe says, you guys are not built like the 2013 Seahawks. You're not that. Oh, you're talking about the 49ers. We got some 49ers in the chat. Ball's tipped up by... I got a little tip here on this play. Jake Waldman, Bill Cowher paid the refs in 40. The NFL wanted the Steelers to win. He didn't have to pay for them. They didn't want us to win in that Super Bowl. Julian says, I really want Anthony Richardson and have him sit behind Geno for a year or 2, like Mahomes and Lamar. You could do that. We got a Chiefs member on the ground here as we'll have a 3rd and 4. Les Snead, boy, he's not in good shape. Holy moly. Micah YT the cat cursed the Broncos and the Niners. She does the right thing. She knows what she's supposed to do. She knows her job, Micah. She knows why she's here. She knows why I gave her salmon earlier today. It's to ensure the 49er loss. John Ruiz says Carter might be there at 5. Depends on who wants quarterbacks and how many. Think if Anderson and Carter are both available, they go Anderson since they need linebackers. You mean the Hawks? I feel like they'd go Carter if they had their pick. But surf or ski. I'm happier either way on that one. Yeah, Micah, the cat is absolutely a wizard. I've been trying to tell you guys that for a while. She doesn't always respond. I can't always, she's not a dancing monkey, you know? She's not a dancing, she lets me know that all the time. But every once in a while I can call upon her for some good cat juju out there, you know? James Watson, can we please get a bang bang Niner gang? Bang bang Niner gang. Bryson 71089 says, who do you see as the top NFC team next year? What a fantastic question. Fantastic question. Well, when I look at this Eagle team, there is some potential losses that they have across the board. You know, you could see guys like Robert Quinn, Ndamukong Suh, Brandon Graham, Jason Kelsey. All those guys could potentially retire. But then also, let's remember this with this Eagle team. They're also getting a top 10 first-round pick in this next upcoming draft. So when you talk about next year and a team that should be considered, you know, the favorite in the NFC, I don't know how you couldn't point to the Eagle team and say that that's your favorite. You know, Rams are not going to be back next year. Niners are definitely going to be still a strong team, I think, next year. But Eagles kind of showed you they're a bit better team right now. And maybe not to the place they were today where they're 3 or 4 touchdowns better, but better team. Just a better team. I don't buy the Cowboys stepping forward. I think the Giants are on the right path, but they still feel to me a couple years away. And I don't even know if Daniel Jones is the right guy on that point of it for them. Obviously the NFC South is kind of a crap show. The NFC North is kind of a crap show. You know, if Aaron Rodgers leaves, where are the Packers? Bears seem a ways away. Lions could jump to the forefront. So if I was telling you 3, if I took you, I'd put 4 teams and I'd include us in there because I think we've got the potential to maybe pop next year. I wouldn't count on it. And I'm not saying it's going to happen 100%, but I would put us in there. So I think the Niners, Eagles, Lions, and us would be the 4 teams that I would consider as real good, strong possibilities to be one of those teams. And the Eagles would be your number 1 though. 3rd and 4, Burrow steps up in the pocket here and he's going to scramble for a nice little 5-yard gain. Good decision making by him early on here. John Reese says, not seeing the bang bang in the chat, trolling like usual. Wonder why. Tommy, I don't see why Seattle wouldn't be a top contender, but I think the Lions also the way they played, and of course Eagles aren't going anywhere. There we go, Tommy. We're like mind on that one. We are of like mind. Tommy says, I think the Rams will make the wild card at least. I'm not certain, man. They don't have any, maybe. Kind of depends on Stafford's health a little bit on that. And if Donald's coming back, you know, but if Donald reports are maybe retiring, then, All right, 3rd and 9 here for Burrow. Pressure all over the place. Frank Clark's going to do his playoff thing and come in and get a sack. Playoff Frank coming in with a sack. And that will cause a punt here by the Bengals on their first possession. David Adams says the Whiners can forget getting Rodgers from Green Bay. I don't see how they pull that off. Yeah. I could see like a Raiders team doing it, or I can see even the Jets team doing it. But where the Niners are at with their salary cap situation and then how many draft picks they've already given up. Because you're talking about the I don't even think, do they have a first round pick in this year's draft, the Niners? I don't think they do. So, you know, you're already down. What are you going to trade? Your future 2 first-round picks to the Packers at that point? I mean, that would be an all-in move, but then you've got the McCaffrey deal that you've done. I don't know. I don't know if they got I don't know if they've got the kind of situation set up to be able to pull that off. They should have done that a couple of years ago, probably. Gerald Lewis says, I really want Seattle to make the Super Bowl next year. It's in Vegas. I would really like to go. If the Seahawks go to the Super Bowl next year in Vegas, I might have to get my butt down there too. I have to find a meetup or something. I'll probably have to stream. I wouldn't be able to go down. That'd be cool though. All right, Chiefs going to take over here at the 34-yard line in their own territory. Mahomes back in shotgun from the start. Little give up here to Pachenko. Well, actually, it was McKinnon, I think. A couple-yard gain. Well, Valdez, are we dead set on saying in a 3-4 defense anyway, or would it be a better idea to go back to the 4-3? I don't know if they're dead set on it, Will. Carroll has indicated that they're going to continue to stay committed to it, But could they get to some point in this offseason where they realize this ain't the right method in some of their evaluation of the prior year? It could. I'd like them to be open to it, Will. I don't want them to just go 3-4 because they've said they just have to do it. If it's not the right defense, it ain't the right defense. There's nothing wrong with trying something out, seeing it failed, and then trying something else. Henry Mars, what could this 49er team do if Brady was their quarterback? That's more of a realistic possibility because you can bring Brady in just as a free agent. He doesn't cost you anything in draft capital. And he certainly would take a discount, so the cap issues as far as quarterbacking go are now removed. What could this 49er team do if Brady was their quarterback? Quite a bit. I think that would be a pretty strong spot for Brady to go. The one problem I would have with Brady on that is the same thing that got Brock Purdy in trouble there, which if the Niners can't just lean on the running attack, and we got a catch here to Kelsey, who's going to go all the way up to the 30-yard line of the Bengals quickly into their territory. The tough part with that is that you have an offensive line that can run block like hell in San Francisco, but it's not necessarily the best pass protecting offensive line. And of course, with Brady, he's going to want a pass protecting offensive line. And you won't have the assets as a Niner team to go out there and get that for him at that point. So is that a fit between those two? Because you kind of need right now with this 49er offensive line, how it's built with the passer, kind of a Lance type that can kind of move around when things are breaking down up front. They don't. Michael YT says Grant Cohn is punching the air right now. Taking it well then. Taking it well. Megan says, I'm tempted to pay Jesse and his chat a visit, B. Hey, might have to at that point. I'll enjoy this a bit. I'm like I said, I'm Tom Petty today. I'm free falling. Just for today. I'll be back to respectful after today, but I will enjoy this a little bit with their loss on that. All right, a little 3-yard gain here for the Chiefs on first down, 2nd and 7. Mahomes again back in shotgun. Kind of keeping things spread out on this Bengals defense to start things here. And trying again to give up the middle there off the draw. Not a lot of space to be had, though. Cora Pennington is going to be a fun draft year for the Niners. It's going to be a very fun draft year for them. It would be scary if they got Brady, though. That would be scary. And Henry Mars, Brady the Winers, 2 years, 25. I could see it. He might even take more of a discount just to screw with the NFL. He's got enough money, you know. He's like, no, give me an extra lineman. I'll take $12 million. Give me an extra lineman. Erickson says Parkinson's going to have a breakout next year. He could. Let's not go way back on Parkinson. And when you look at the year he's had and the steps he's taken forward in his game over these few years, and we got a deep ball down the sideline. Beautiful throw by Mahomes. Absolutely sensational throw down by Mahomes to Kadarius Toney. And it looks like Kadoni wasn't able to quite reel it in. Eli Apple already talking. Eli Apple acting like he did something there on that play. And Kadarius Toney just couldn't reel the ball in. Yeah. Toney just, it's the thing with Kadarius is the hands aren't great for him. He's got a lot of physical ability, but the hands aren't the best. But or that's Hilton acting like he did something. It's like, dude, the guy dropped the ball. You were beat. I love when corners do that. They come up and they're like extra boisterous about their incomplete. It's like, you just got burnt. What do you need to just walk over the sideline and take a break on that, you know? Weedy Guitar Studio says Niners winning is against our Hawks rules. That's right. It's against the mandates. TJ says, let's trade back to 11 and still get Murphy. I'm with it. In utero, give me your Niner tears. Let's go. You're with the Duran Payne too in utero? You liking that as well? John Stillwell says, hey, how about some mercy to the subscriber who lost a lot of money this afternoon? Oh, there we go. You're betting on the Niners coming in this one? That's a tough bet. It's a tough bet. Little sympathy. I'll give a little sympathy there. Ray Barrio says, too many arrogant Niner fans bragging about pre-salary cap Super Bowls. It's actually hard to win a Super Bowl these days. Great point on your part, Ray, because one of the things that helped project them through the Walsh era in winning was, yes, having guys like Walsh and having the Hall of Fame talent, around there that could get it done. But Eddie DeBartolo Jr. was also a guy that was really one of those ones who was able to spend all the money. Like he spent all the money on those guys, and that was before the salary cap was in place. And he was one of those few owners willing to really spend at that point in time. And yeah, once they've gotten in the salary cap age, it's been a little bit different for them as far as getting to that ultimate goal. And you're right. They were very arrogant the last couple of weeks. Niner fans, you can be mad about this now. You can be like, stop kicking us when we're down. But I'm just saying, you were feeling yourselves. You had a right to feel confident, but it was this like legendary defense. And it's not Brock Purdy, it's Brock Montana. That's what you need to call him. You know, we had Cool Joe. Now we got Cool Brock. Like, come on. It's a 5-game stretch. He's a third string, 7th round quarterback for a reason. Let's hit the brakes on this one. But they were full in. Jarrell Lewis says, if some way Will Anderson or Jalen Carter fall to number 5, we pick one of them. If not, maybe trade down for more picks if we can. I agree. That's the proper approach and way I think that this goes, my opinion too. Erickson, hats off to Travis Kelce's amazing season. Hats off. The guy's he's going to be up there in contention. I think when he retires is one of the best tight ends to ever play the game. And he's going to have a strong argument to be made for being that guy, at least from what he's done receiving statistically wise, because he'll be right up there with the best of the best. And had one of his strongest years this year, all the years he's been in this game. It's pretty amazing to watch, especially because you knew there was going to be more on him with Tyreek Hill gone. He was going to have to shoulder more of the load, and he has been able to do so. It's been very impressive. I'm going to change up my thumbnail here. Hold on, folks. Need a thumbnail change here. I need a thumbnail change. Make sure this is right. This is right. Flop out the old one here. Please hit that like button, folks, if you do like what you're listening to. And if you're not subscribed, please do get subscribed. I would really appreciate it. I'm just going to change up my little... thumbnail for the Chiefs game here. So we doing one of these things now. We got the long deal. So we're gonna get this one in now as we flop it up. Zach Potato, did I hear about Stenson Bennett? No. Let me type up what's going on with Stenson Bennett. He's arrested for public intoxication. Yeah, so I think he's still going back to college, but public intoxication is not good. I don't think he ends up with a third. Some people saying 3rd round pick. I think that's a bit high for him, but I guess it's possible. That's his height. That's as high as he goes in the draft, though. No higher than that, that's for sure. Henry Mars, Deron Payne, where does he play again? He plays in Washington. And Utero says Payne had 11.5 sacks, and he also had 18 tackles for loss. Yeah, and that's the thing about him in Utero is he's maybe the best run-stuffing defensive tackle in the sport, and he gives you 11.5 sacks. Like, having that in combination of a skill set is pretty awesome, and why he is my number 1 free agent. You're not just getting a run-stuffing defensive tackle. You're getting a very complete, impactful player. Ellipsed, every team that gets overhyped before a game ends up losing. I've seen a poll where most people chose the Niners and another vote of the Bucs winning against the Cowboys. Yeah, I think people also get a little more historical to, they're looking at the Bucs from what they were a couple of years ago as opposed to what they are now. Or they're looking at the Niners with this magical run on Purdy and, they're just thinking, oh, well, the momentum's going, But, yep, the mighty have fallen on that. I don't think Zach the Potato public intoxication is not going to ding Bennett anything major, I wouldn't think. Lance Johnson says triple cast mock draft for the BRB and the B&B show and Rob Stanton. Rotate who picks who. There we go. Rotate who picks for who. That'd be fun. We could try to see if we could do something like that. It's a great suggestion, Ellipsed. Or not Ellipsed, Lance. Sorry. Ellipse says, and remember the time where most people chose the Broncos over the Seahawks? I swear, overhyping and losing is going to become a thing in the future. Well, yeah, I think there's a little bit of the team starting to feel themselves a little bit too much, getting too overconfident. It's like you got to stay on that edgy spot, you know? You got to stay on that edgy spot where there's a little bit of that still in that feeling of chance that we could lose, but we're really confident. But there's a little bit of this rather than, oh, we got this. No problem. I think it does lead to when you got that no problem, we got it. Easiest path to a Super Bowl in 30 years. We don't even have to play these games. Why don't we just put a W down next to all of them? Burrow back to throw here on 2nd and 8. Again, pressure all over the place. Frank Clark, playoff Frank, coming back again. Another sack for playoff Frank. He doesn't show up in the regular season, but he turns it on come playoff time. And this Bengal offensive line is struggling against this Chiefs pass rush to begin things off here. Kind of bringing a stack front. I do like what Spagnuolo has done from his heavy. He's thrown a lot of heavy fronts here at Burrow. A lot of confusion at Burrow. Megan, I'm enjoying this nearly as much as the week 1 and 6 wins, which is to say way too much. I know, me too. I didn't know I was going to be enjoying this as much. Joe Mann says, hey, Brandon, Pumpkin in the chat. She is indeed. She's half asleep, I think, over there. She's chilling. Erickson landed the free home of the brave. Xander G says, let's go. Happy for Philly. Let's go, Xander. Let's go. Devo Martzal, thank you for the $2 donation, man. I appreciate you. Says 49ers have 25 free agents. Wow. Can that be true? It's true, but they don't necessarily have free agents at key spots. You know, none of their best players are pure free agents, and another sack on Chris Jones gets in the backfield now and takes down Eric Burrow. Wow, boy, Philly's offensive line is not holding up right now. I don't know if it's the noise and Chiefs are just getting a jump start off the snap, but the pressure is really, really quickly in the backfield there. What happened there? Lyman was looking back for a long time. Oh, jeez. Chris Jones he just made the right guard. He just ate the right guard's lunch. Like he just ran right around him. Like that was almost effortless looking. Crazy. So Devo, I don't think that they're necessarily key free agents, right? Like guys that you would put, I mean, even in your Brandon Ayuk types. I think Mike McGlinchey's still on there with them. So they don't have anybody that I think that's a free agent that's a huge, monstrous loss. But let's face it, when you lose, you're looking at losing 25 guys and you don't have necessarily a lot of cap space. It's going to put them more up into it, isn't it? But they're more of the lesser guys, I would say, on that roster. All the major guys come back or under contract. From McCaffrey to Debo to Kittle to Fred Warner. I think Greenlaw's still on for another year before they got to deal with him and get him paid. So they still have all their guys kind of where they need to be with that. They're not worried about that at all as far as that goes. But they'll lose some roles, guys. You know, Devo. They will lose a couple of role players through all this. No doubt about that. Thomas Cox, super chat, $5 donation. Thank you, Thomas, for all the donos today. Appreciate all of your support on the channel. Who is closer to compete with the division championship, the Seahawks or the Mariners? The Mariners are more. I think I'm going to change your question a little bit, so don't kill me on this one, Thomas. But I'm going to change it just a little bit. The Mariners are more ready to go win a World Series right now than the Seahawks are ready to go win a Super Bowl, by only maybe a year difference. Just the Mariners in this proverbial scenario, Thomas, are just a year ahead. You know, you did have this cocaine bear. They're showing the previews again for it. Oh, this is awesome. I don't know why. The whole thing just strikes me as hilarious. So yes, I think the Mariners are ready to go right now. I think that they could have it'd be great if they could make one more move. I think that guy, Reynolds from Pittsburgh that they've looked at still could be a potential deal that they pull off before the season starts, which would be wonderful. But they've done enough other moves with what they've got on this team so far, that's fine. That's enough to get you there. And though the Astros swept you last year, you were in all three of those games. I mean, you can make the argument you played the Astros as hard as anybody out there in baseball in the playoffs. You were very close in all three of those games. So, a little bit extra can get you up over the top, where I think the Seahawks are probably, kind of still one more extra year out beyond next year. I think they could compete next year, but they got to be perfect this offseason to get to being an elite team next year, a Super Bowl contending team next year. But within 2 years, yes. So both teams are close, Tom, and both are playoff teams. But I think each kind of from a division standpoint, they probably each have kind of a similar difficult approach. But the Mariners got a little bit of the edge as far as being a World Series contending team, I would think. I could absolutely see that be the case. Thank you for the donation, though, man. Appreciate you, Thomas. I'm going to enjoy watching the Mariners this year. And if you guys do like watching Mariner baseball, I will be doing, I'm going to be trying to commit to about 70 to 80 live stream games of the Mariners this year if I can pull it off. So do subscribe to my channel, The Crow's Nest, because I will not be broadcasting this year. It's over on my alt channel, The Crow's Nest. So please do jump over there if you guys are looking to catch some Mariner content. First and 10 here for the Chiefs. Mahomes going to flick this out here to his receiver for a little gain of about 4-5. Tight end to his Gray. Tom Eden says, how can you not look at Fletcher Cox and think we we don't need to tackle the most of all in the defense? I certainly do. John Reese is ironic that Trey Flowers has gotten farther with Cincinnati than he did with Seattle. Yeah. Different defense. They've put him up into some positions to be a little more successful there, I think. We got a little screen player up to McKinnon. He'll take that for a first down. So Chiefs offense is rolling. Arrowhead's right. John Stillwell says, can I turn you into a Bengals fan, Brandon? That's going to be a tough sell, man. That's going to be hard as well. I'd like to see their fan base get rewarded here with my team out of it now to go out there and get a Super Bowl. I don't know if I could sign up with them, though. That's a tough, it's going to be a hard sell for you on that one, man. That's an uphill battle. I'll gently be in favor of them doing well here for this upcoming year. I don't like their owner. He just annoys the hell out of me. Mike Brown and look, we got to give the Bengals a lot of credit because they've achieved what they've achieved by not having the financial purse strings a lot of teams do to pull off this kind of run like they've had just the last 2 years. But I feel like they've also just kind of been able to benefit from Burrow being what he's been a little bit too. Micah says the Niners were pretty bad today. Not going to lie. They were pretty bad. And you're hard to argue with Mahomes being the MVP. No, I'd give him the MVP. Look what he accomplished this year, losing Tyreek Hill. He had to be great, and he was. David Adams says, I believe Bryce Young is better now than Russell Wilson in his prime. Ooh. Whoa, David. Whoa. All right, I hope you're right on that. David, do you think he's going to hold up, though? Do you think a guy with his weight and slight build, seeing how some of these slider quarterbacks in recent years have been broken down, is Bryce Young going to sustain over a 17-game season? Tommy Eaton says, I thought Donald said he was coming back. He might. There was a whole thing where he changed his profile on social media to former defensive tackle, and it had some people wondering if that meant that he was going to call it a day on that at that point. Daniel Bailey with a $2 donation. Thank you, Daniel. I really do appreciate it. He says, those 49er owners throwing hissy fits at the end of the game. Yeah, they're definitely a little bit angry over there. As I said, I think, Daniel, some of it's coming from knowing that, this was a really good shot for us to get this done, and we just missed out on a golden opportunity. What a hit there by Taylor Britt. Boy, he just laid the wood on Maycaller Coleman. Nice little hit there. Chiefs still got a first down. They're operating here from 34-yard line of the Bengals. Good balance here by the Chiefs so far. Little run, little pass. Hard to predict on what they're going to do exactly. But yeah, there's some hissy fits going on over there. Like I say, and I'm tempted, Daniel, to put in the chat, live reaction chat to some of what's happened on some of these YouTube channels. But they're just to see him going twisted off the end of the spectrum. Thank you, though, man. Appreciate the donation. Jacob Kessinger with a $5 donation. Just popped in to laugh at them 40 whiners. Oh, we're all doing so, man. We're all enjoying this. They were so confident, so high on the hog, up on their high horse, talking about all the Super Bowls they're coming their way. Brock Montana, the genius of Shanahan. Oh, God. Little hook and ladder by the Chiefs almost went haywire. Kelsey almost threw that away on a hook and ladder play, but they get the ball back. First down. Thank you, Jacob, for the $5 donation, as well as being a member to the channel, man. And laugh today. Enjoy this today. Because Niners going to have an uphill battle here going forward. Garth Knight with a $5 dono, too. Thank you, Garth, for all your donos tonight. It says, Brando, is there a Niner chat you recommend I can go to so I can share my sorrow for their loss with little Shanny again? I bet you Last Second Sports is streaming right now. I've gone on his channel a bit. I bet those Niner fans in there going, or Grant Cohn's stream probably is going to be pretty spicy right now. So I'd imagine you get some good talk on that, Garth, over there with those guys. Either of those would be fun. It's all going to be anywhere you go on a chat right now. It's going to be, but those are the two that I'm aware of with the Niner channels that are kind of some of your main ones I would check out. Thank you for the $5 dono. Little game Shanny, man. Little game Shanny. I'm gonna make that a thing. Little game Shanny is now a thing, and the Chiefs are just driving right up the field here on the Bengal defense. Mahomes has started out 8 for 9 with 92 yards. He's hit 6 different receivers to begin this game. For the 9-yard line here, first and goal. Oh, fumble. No, it's not. Forward pass. Chewable Orb, Philly is proof that football is won in the trenches. They have the best lines in the league. Well said, man. Well said. You know I'm in agreement of that. Well, Valdez, the Packers have already said they aren't trading Rodgers to an NFC team anyway, much less a contender in the NFC. It's a great point, Will. Great point. Do you think, though, Will, if the Niners offered them 2 first-round picks and the Jets were only offering 1 first-round pick and maybe a third, do you think it's that they're so driven to move him out of the NFC conference at that point that they would be willing to take less draft capital to get that done? And boy, wow. Touchdown Chiefs. They ran it right on in. Pachenko got in there. Nice little 9-yard run. There is a flag holding on the Chiefs. That will bring it back. So we'll see on that, Will. I would wonder about that part, though. I mean, they can say that, but if you get if somebody who's willing to give you the most capital to go do that, then are you really going to be that intent on not in getting him out of the NFC because you're that worried about him? Brian Myers, Rodgers to Vegas, Carr to Atlanta. That makes some sense. That make a lot of sense. Ellipse, I got either of us being number 1 in the NFC West next season or the Cardinals. The Cardinals, I got either us being number 1 in the NFC West or the Cardinals being number 1 eclipsed. The Cards got the chance of drafting Will Anderson. You could also vision the Cardinals potentially signing a good coach too. Boy, I don't know on that eclipsed. I think the Cardinals have a clear pathway, even with Will Anderson, of being the bottom feeding division into the future. Will Anderson is not going to turn around that defense wholly on his own. They lost J.J. Watt. The previous years, they lost Chandler Jones from that defense. Kyler Murray tore his ACL at the end of the year, eclipsed. He's not going to come back by the start of next year. He's going to take at least probably halfway into the year to be ready to roll. Certainly not going to be at 100%. Certainly not going to be at his most mobile to run around back there. I have a hard time seeing it with the Cardinals on that. I don't see how they have a team that's ready right now to be a team that it's elite. There's a reason that they're firing their coach and their general manager right now, eclipsed, and it's not because they feel like they're close. If they were as close as you're kind of saying, they wouldn't have been firing those guys. And the other thing about it being a spot where they're going to get a good coach, who's the good coach going to come in there? Who's the guy? Because that position's now been open here for a little while, and you ain't gotten somebody yet. We haven't seen anybody like Sean Payton connected to him or Jim Harbaugh connected to him. And some of the recent hires you brought in there in Arizona, right? Wilkes and Kingsbury. There's not exactly been a lot of great hires out of there since Bruce Arians has moved on. I don't know, man. I'm a little more down on them than you on that. Ray Barrios, Grant Cohn actually picked the Eagles. Objective Niners guy. You know me, I love objectiveness, so good on him to pick that. Maybe he's in there going, hey, I told you guys. Big country, the Cards will be 1-16 next season. I could see it, man. I mean, that's a lot. If you tell me what's more likely, the Cards being 1-16 or the Cardinals getting the playoffs next year, I'd say 1-16. Tom Eden, Jordan Davis is on the Eagles. Yep. David Adams, Brady is one big hit away from retiring. I think it's been that way, though, for 5 or 6 years, hasn't it? Tommy says, wow, he went from NCAA championship to Super Bowl. Laughing out loud, lucky him. Oh, Jordan Davis. Yeah, lucky him indeed, man. That's a pretty good couple years run, isn't it? Boy, Holmes. Holmes finds Kelsey, but it will be fourth down. That holding penalty kind of held him back there, so it'll be another field goal attempt here by the Chiefs. So they're moving the ball, but a couple field goals, keeping the Bengals still in this. Or not allowing the Chiefs to get out ahead of him, I guess. Not staying in it, but allowing the Chiefs to get out ahead of him. Megan says, remember the mantra be no mercy ever. I know, I do have to remind myself of it, though. I got to remind myself of that every once in a while. John Reese, it looks cold in KC. Yeah, their breath is blowing out. It's pretty cold, I'd imagine. It looks like 20-ish, 15-ish maybe. Megan says, Philly or Cincy B? I'd like Cincy. I just like the thought of a fan base that's had to struggle, Megan, through so many years of being in last place, finally kind of getting rewarded for their loyalty and love of their team. And I that's one, especially with them getting it done with having the deck stacked against them with having a cheapskate owner. I really feel like I would like to see that happen, if anything. John Reese says, the undersized Georgia quarterback is not going to win hearts and minds by getting arrested. Then again, that may help him get drafted in the NFL. He's got that dog in him, John, right? He's got that. That's what they say about these guys. They know that he's got the dog in him. Yeah, probably not going to help. He need to be clean off the field 100% with some of his size limitations and arm strength limitations. He can't have character concerns. I don't know if that's going to be a character concern for public intoxication. That probably gets a big shrug from NFL teams across the board. Megan says, I don't mind cockiness if you can back it up. It's not all talk. Agreed. You're going to be cocky. You better back it up because you're going to look like an ass in retrospect. But hey, if you're that good, that's what I love about our Legion of Boom team, right? We let teams know how good we are, and then we're going to show you how good we are. We're going to bring the goods. I love that. Brian Meyer says, Cincinnati played 3 backups of his lady on the line last week. Still the case? I'm not sure if it's the case or not. It looks like the case with the way the Chiefs are getting pass rush home. Thomas says, depends on if Brady is Brady. Brady could regress. If they go get Brady, that will show me that they are desperate. Oh, it will be a desperate move, Thomas. It could be a right move. Sometimes desperate moves become right moves, but you're on the right track. More often than not, a desperate move fails. Yeah. It's like, don't hit the red button, but you only have one time to hit the red button. And you hit the red button, it's like, well, that might reset this and get us back here, or that might just blow everything kind of up. But I think there's going to be a little bit of a need on their part to look at it and go, do we want to just roll with Trey Lance going into next year and hope Brock Purdy behind him is going to get us to a Super Bowl? That's a huge question mark. And so a question mark that I'm sure that they thought with Trey Lance would be way more well established at this point by year 3 when they knew they were going to be out from under that Garoppolo contract. And I don't know if there's a good answer for them there on that. I don't. Mark Sanchez coming in with a big $20 donation. Mark, you're awesome as ever, brother. I do appreciate it. I hope you're having a great Sunday out there, getting to watch some of this football. The Chiefs did knock through their field goals, so 6-0 Chiefs. But Mark, I appreciate you as ever for the $20 donation. Hope you're doing well. He says, so happy to see the Niners get beat up for 4 quarters. I wish another quarter could have been added just to see more. I was enjoying it too, man. It was kind of sad, wasn't it? Because you had the Eagles, Mark, knowing that the Niners weren't going to throw the ball. And so you've got them just loading it up, just loading it up as the game went along, just not even worrying the least bit about any throws going deep over the top. And they just pressed it down on that Niner offense. I mean, just pressed it down. And they kept chipping away at that. They kept chipping away in the offensively speaking. They remained patient throughout the course of this game, Mark. They said, we'll grind this one out. We'll get Jalen running 12, 13 times. We'll get our couple other backs mixed in there. It ain't going to be pretty. But one thing that stood out to me in this game with the offense is kind of not super dynamic, even though they scored the points they did, being the Eagles, is they kept always getting the 3 yards in a cloud of dust. They kept getting themselves into situations where it was 3rd and short, 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4, because they were always getting some yards on 1st and 2nd down to get himself into those situations. And that was a big part of, I think, why they were able to get these drives sustained and do what they did. But I think the way you put it is right. They got kind of beat up for 4 quarters. For a team that's won both lines of scrimmage on a weekly basis for the majority of the season, that Niner team, this was one game where they lost it on both lines of scrimmage. They weren't able to create any holes in the run game. Understandable, because there was more guys up in the box. There wasn't those holes to be created. But nonetheless, you weren't able to really impose your will like they've been able to do throughout the course of this year. And it was really nice to watch. It was nice to watch the Niners have to be on the other end of this after they gave it to us on a couple of games this year. We had 3 games of it where we basically lost the line of scrimmage war on both sides for all 3 games. So getting to see them have to get a little bit, what they call that, Mark, a taste of their own medicine. I liked having them get a little bit of a taste of their own medicine. That was, I did appreciate that too. I like seeing that as well. Bear with me, folks. A little more coffee. I will be right back. Mark, you were awesome for the $20 donation, bro. Appreciate you, brother. All right. Appreciate everybody jumping in the chat today. That's a lot of folks in here. So I know that we've gotten into the end of the season here. Not any Hawks action, but I still appreciate everybody supporting the channel and coming in and being willing to talk a little shop here. It's good to see. That's why it endears me to know I can keep doing more of these and not overloading your guys' feeds with too many of these streams. So I'm glad to hear that. And Mark, thank you for that $20 donation. Garth, for all your donations in the chat today, man. Really do appreciate it. You guys, as always, are amazing. Amaze balls. All right, so we got a 1st and 10 here for the Bengals. We got Perrine in the game. Are they down there running back here? Jordan Kraft, Brock Montana, who? I meant Brock Montano is what they meant. That's what they were actually saying was Brock Montano. It's a Hispanic rendition of Montana. They weren't actually meaning Montana. It was Montano. Burrow tries a little screen game here to the tight end. He falls down on his own. He did one too many moves and just tripped himself up. Nicholas Newton, I'd take Anderson if he was there too. I do prefer Carter, but both of them are awesome. They're both awesome. Burrow steps back to throw here. And he's sacked once again. Just nowhere to go. George Karlaftis back there. Big Country says Hawks are more likely to win the division. Mariners are more likely to win the World Series. Oh, I like that, Big Country. That's the best way to put it. That's a lot better way than I put it, actually. That's way better. Thomas says, I think the Mariners rotation is crazy good. If they take a jump, that team will be scary. They will. And I think, too, they've got a team built for playoff baseball on top of being a team that can win the division, and the Astros are going to be tough. They're not going anywhere. But you have a team that, it's got great starting pitching, it's got a great bullpen, and they play great defense. 2nd and 14, this ball is going to be dropped by the receiver or running back, never turn around to look for the ball. And you have those three components, those usually help you in playoff baseball. The key with them is getting offense, of course. You had an Astro game where you went, 18 innings without a score. You got to get more offense. And they've taken some of those steps now to go forward. Some of it's going to be some of the development from within. A-Rod getting better, Raleigh getting better. Maybe eventually the kid out there in left will get going here. Kelnick. Ethan says, but on the other hand, the Mariners could have the momentum in the playoffs against the Astros if a couple things went their way. Baseball is all about momentum. It is. And we were playing with them, man. 3rd and 14, Burrow's going to let this one rip. Great throw by Burrow to Boyd. What a ballsy throw, too. What a ballsy throw. 3rd and 13, you got to let those routes develop. You've been under a lot of pressure. Boyd did a good job of getting up the field there, and what a great route by Boyd. He cleared that defender at the stem of the route. When you get the defender without you making contact, and at the stem of the route you break out and you get the defender to trip over his own legs, that's an impressively run route. Especially when you need it there on 3rd and 15. 1st down and 10. Burrow back in shotgun here. 3 wide. And again, another screenplay the Bengals are trying to set up. They're catching the Chiefs blitzing, but they just can't quite get they're not quite getting the mechanics of the screen game going here. It's a little bit of a clunky it's kind of, I don't know. It's a little out of sorts on the screen game. Definitely a part of what they knew that the Chiefs were going to bring these heavy fronts into play, I think. That's been their counter to it, but they just aren't executing. Sanchez with a $2 donation. Thank you, Sanchez. Or 20. No, juice. Yeah. Thank you for the $2 donation, Sanchez. He says, more streams, Brandino. I'm not poor enough yet. I'll drain you yet, Sanchez. I'll drain you yet. Wait till I go to 5 streams a week. I've legitimate thought about doing that. And a great throw by Burrow on an in-cutting route here. A big gain down the football field for 20 yards. Again, Boyd getting free in the middle of this defense. Coming up a little bit limpy, which would be not good for the Bengals because, boy, he's been the biggest part of their offense here so far. Again, gets his man stumbling off the line of scrimmage with just his route running. That's impressive. McDuffie just can't keep his feet right now, the kid from UW. He's struggling to find it. But I have thought about Sanchez doing like a daily Seahawks hour stream every day to keep it within reason, have a day every day we go live, do an hour of Seahawks coverage kind of regardless of the time of the year and just let it roll. That'll eventually will be the plan. So that's where we're going eventually is that there will be a daily stream here at least 5 days a week. Once we kind of get to the point where I know we've got the folks like yourself, Sanchez, where there's definitely a hunger for that kind of extra content because it will be extra at that point. I will be filling up people's, feeds, YouTube feeds. Chris Johnson shutting down that run play. And somebody was mentioning, Fletcher Cox for the Eagles. You got a guy in Chris Johnson if you're talking about why you want Jalen Carter. What can Jalen Carter do? Watch the impact of what Chris Johnson's having in this game on the inside, or the impact of a Fletcher Cox for the Eagles on the inside, and what that provides you, and what that opens up for the rest of the defense. Nowhere to go here on 2nd and 13. Just a little flick play out to the tight end by Burrow, hitting Hayden Hurst for about a 5-6 yard gain. But thank you, Sanchez, for all your donation and support to the streams, man. And I'm glad to hear that you'd be open to me doing it. Someday that floodgate's going to open up here fairly soon at some point, because that will be what I want to do, is eventually do like at least an hour stream a day, and then build off of that. Obviously I have my normal long stream schedule too, but then start locking in maybe just hours a day where we can talk about whatever Seahawks news is on the board at the moment, or maybe random topics, 3rd down and 7, Burrow back in shotgun, dropping back to throw. He's feeling the pass rush. What a great anticipatory throw there by Burrow. It's incomplete to the back end zone there by Hayden Hurst, but look at when Burrow releases that ball. Okay, watch when he releases that ball in that tight end to put him in a position to make that play. And again, the cornerback's acting like he did something there, but that's just a drop by the tight end. It's a magnificent throw, and it's not a horrible drop by the tight end because it's a tough catch, but he's putting him in a position to make a play there. He's putting that ball right, and he's doing it with anticipation. So that guy's not breaking. It's like almost a wheel route a little bit, and he's not breaking out that wheel route when he's letting that go, Burrow. And he's the best in the game at anticipatory throws. Throwing before the guy's out of his cut, out of his break. It's part of what makes Burrow so hard to defend, is he's great in his decision-making and determining who's the guy that he wants to go to out of that break, and then letting the ball go where he's not going to let the defender have a chance to catch back up on it while the ball's in flight. It's going to be just bang, bang that fast. Great throw by Burrow. Field goal up. It'll be 6-3 here now. Chiefs. John Stillwell with another $10 donation. Thank you, John. You're awesome as ever, brother. Appreciate all of your support too. You guys are amazing. He says, well, what do you think the plans are for Ryan Neal, who is a restricted free agent? I think he's got as well a certain plan as much as anybody, John, and he is one of the great insurance options we have on this team. He's our safety rider that we have on our insurance policy. He's the and that was a little bit of a pun, of course. He's our safety rider, get it? But he's literally our safety rider. And what I mean by that is that you really don't know what you're going to get from Jamal Adams going into next season. By all accounts with Coach Carroll, he was asked about Adams coming back in a late season run for the playoffs, and he really put cold water all over that, and he went, he's just getting back up to running. It sounds like Adams has still got a long way to go. That might even press right up into the starting training camp with his recovery from what he had to undergo with that leg surgeries and whatnot. And if that's the case, you're going to need a good backup, a viable backup to go to there. And so with Ryan Neal, John, he's your main guy out there as your strong safety to start now if Adams is gone. But you're not only bringing him in for that role where he has to be just in this thing, and if Adams comes back on the field, then you have nowhere to place Ryan Neal. Quite the opposite. You had a time at one point a couple of years ago where you were at your strongest in dime packages when you had Adams as strong safety and then you had Ryan Neal as your dime corner on the field. So really then even if he comes back in, he still has a role as that dime corner, as a special teams guy, and as the first guy to come off the bench if there was another injury to Jamal Adams. Because let's face it, John, not only are you worried about Adams taking some time to get up to speed and getting back up to being ready to roll, but then you also worry about the fact that Jamal, might break down again, might have another injury that comes about. And then there's another process of value that this is added to here, John, which is that if Ryan Neal's able to come back next year and you're not forced into feeling like we got to go take a safety in the second round just to have the insurance there for Adams this upcoming season, we can't attack the approach of it saying, well, let's just hope Adams is healthy again. We've got to more act like, hey, this injury's happened 3 times over. We got to probably act like there's a good chance it could happen again. Neal now keeps you from having to go down that road. Now the fact Neal is here and he's remaining, you feel like, okay, I don't have to draft the safety high. I can go for more of a position of higher need. He's just, at the end of the day, as I say, he is that safety rider option that you got in the contract. He's that extra rider you add in for some safety coverage. And it's really great to hear that he was a restricted free agent, because if he was a true free agent right now, John, we'd be, I think, a little bit of a screwed scenario where he would go out there and get that contract out there in free agency, and then you would be stuck potentially then being driven to have to take maybe a safety in the second round, where you just don't feel, especially if you could take a safety at that point in the second round who could play both free safety and strong safety, because you're looking at maybe the potential of having some insurance for Quandre too at that case, if you made it that move. But Ryan Neal was potentially, John, I'm not overstating this, he was very likely, outside of maybe Uchenna Nwosu, he was your best defender outside of Uchenna Nwosu and Tariq Woolen. And maybe he was even better than Tariq Woolen to really try to speak to his impact. I mean, John, he made the PFF All-Pro team as a strong safety. And the All-Pro team for PFF isn't based upon anything but how you played on the field. How did you grade? It ain't off reputation. It ain't off who you've been. It ain't off if you're going to the Hall of Fame. It's just how did you do this year and how you were graded. So when you talk about his impact last year and what he brought and what he brings to the team going forward, he's a very, very valuable piece on a lot of different levels here, John, and what he's bringing, being that guy who can be the backup, who can be the dime corner, who can prevent you from having to spend high draft capital back on the safety position for other insurance. It's good to have. Got a 5-yard run here by the Chiefs. 2nd and 5, Mahomes back in shotgun. He's going to let it go on a quick little route out to the outside here for about a 5-6 yard gain, first down. Appreciate you, John, on the donation, though. David M says, was indifferent going in, but now rooting for the Chiefs. I don't want to see the Bengals O-line versus the Philly pass rush of 75 sacks or whatever it was. It could get ugly. Eagles pass rush could get ugly against this Bengals offensive line. And boy, if I'm the Bengals, it's like the two things I need to attack here going forward. You're going to need to get Burrow onto a contract extension here soon. But then you're really going to need to continue to address this offensive line. And they finally started this last offseason to really start to hammer a little bit. But I think you got to keep going even harder at it. You got to protect this kid going forward. He showed himself to be one of the next great quarterbacks in the sport. You've already gotten his ACL torn once. Don't let it happen again. But that's a great point, David. It's a great point. Tommy Eden says a prime Nick Nolte would have been fantastic in Cocaine Bear. Maybe we'll see him in Cocaine Bear too, the Bruin bump. That'd be awesome too. He would have been a good one. And, we're going to get to a point. Great throw by Mahomes and a magnificent catch out there. Is that Valdez-Scantling? Yeah, great catch by Valdez-Scantling. He had to really, really extend his arms out away from his body and jump there to make that catch. Whew, great catch there. That's hard to do. Your body going back the other way, extending out opposite of you, a defender closing in on you, fearless. Wonderful grab there. Wonderful grab. But no, Nick Nolte would have been great. And they'll someday be able to do these actors of old and do the deep fakes and stuff. So we'll begin them. But I don't got coke. Give me the bear. Who gave cocaine to a bear? God damn. Jesus Christ. You don't give cocaine to a bear. I tell you don't do that. Or he'd be like, maybe you'd have him play the character in Cocaine Bear. He'd be Quint from Jaws, right? So he'd be the old like hunter, I've been hunting him since I've hunted him since the end of the day. He's just like an angry, like disheveled, moody hunter who's really good at what he does though. I've never tracked a Cocaine Bear before, but now's the time. God damn it. Something like that. But you're right. That would be a perfect fit. Cocaine Bear and Nick Nolte go together like peanut butter and jelly. Fly sweep here out to McCole Hardman. He'll take it for about 5-6 yard gain on 2nd and 5 and get you down to a 3rd and 1 here. Joa Ferrara says, our result next year will definitely pay off. Some tweaks will do us good for next season. Do you think? I do, Joa. I do. I think it'll be an improved team next year. I'm not quite sure where, Joel, you're going to get to the point of being an elite team quite yet. You might. You have a good opportunity to get there. But I don't know if you're going to quite get there that fast, this quickly. I'd love to see it if they could, and it's possible. But probably takes a couple of years, but I think they'll be an improved team next year. They're going to make some noise. I do think they get to the playoffs. So that depends on the quarterback. If you've got a rookie quarterback, that might be a little tougher. But I love what I see from him. I love what I saw from him this year. It's nothing but encouraging the signs at the end of the day. There's a couple of things you could be a little worried about, but nothing that's as major a worry as some of the other things that we've seen. So we got a 4th and 1 here for the Chiefs as they were stuffed on 3rd down and 1. They've been able to move this ball throughout this first half, but still only 6 points to show for it. The Bengals defense is stiffened up when they've gotten down near their end of their side of the field. 4:05 to go here. Will says, I'm just saying if I had a choice, it was World Series since the Mariners have never been to one, whereas the Seahawks have been to several. It's a good point. It's a good point. It would certainly energize the city. Brian says, don't forget that the Kraken are looking good too. 8th best team in the league so far. Of course, the Zags are still whooping ass too. 14th nationwide. Zags are always handling business. They just got to get it done in the tourney, man. Zags need, after this run, the Zags need to get one title. It's been such a good run. Just one. Just one. Eclipse says, of course, the Niner community is mad. They're mad that they didn't send the Eagles to the KFC bucket. It's where us other bird teams are currently. Yeah, somebody's eating my thigh right now, Eclipsed. Somebody's eating my thigh. Thomas says, it wasn't like Brock was tearing up the league. He used the talent around him, and the Eagles showed the reason why Brock was a 7th rounder. Agreed. I don't think he was anything all that special on that. I don't. I think he had a nice run, and he was playing within himself and avoiding turnovers and executing the offense the way Shanahan needed him to execute. So we got 4th down here, 4th and 1, and the Chiefs go empty. Mahomes going to roll out to his right, looking, and he's going to just hit Kelsey on a trust throw. Kelsey goes up and makes the catch. Bengal player wasn't even looking for the ball. Travis Kelsey with the touchdown. Weird, the Bengal player just didn't even act like he expected to be there. And Travis Kelsey with his 15th career postseason touchdown catch. Mahomes' arm strength too there. I mean, Mahomes can he can really light up that throw and push it in there before the Bengal player can get you. He just shows you that arm strength there. And him and Kelsey are so in sync. He knows right when Kelsey's going to come up out of his break. I mean, how many of those guys have probably thrown to each other like 3,000 times over the practice years? It's like one of those almost impossible to defend unless you got double coverage rolling on that. Seahawks Dub says, do you think that Kenneth Walker secured the Offensive Rookie of the Year with the Niners loss? I kind of do, yeah. I don't think Brock Purdy was ever going to win it. But yeah, I think the main thing that gives me confidence in Seahawks Dubs is when you look at the running backs that have won the Offensive Rookie of the Year and look what they put up statistically. It's exactly in alignment, kind of eerily so, with what Walker pulled off in his first year. And in those cases, it got those guys that Rookie of the Year, so I would expect it to do the same here with Walker. Yeah. Luis Castillo is awesome. Will says, I think they might be considering Rodgers is closer to retirement anyway, so they won't have to deal with him for long. It's true. That's why I think there's an opening here to him still going into an NFC team. If the Packers can get their offering that they want, then I think it's a very real possibility that they overlook that deal of, well, we don't want to trade him within our own division. Like, well, it's never understood that with teams doing that, by the way. Like, we want to move on from this player. You know, he's not as good as he once was. You know, he's not the scary MVP player he once was. You know, so we want to try to get some value for him now and get to this young guy. But then you're like, but no, we're actually really scared to trade him with our division because then he might come back and beat us in the playoffs. It's like, well, you know, what do you feel if you're the Packer organization there? You know, what's your true mettle here? What do you really truly think? Is he good enough or is he not? And if he's good enough, well, then maybe you should be talking about him remaining, right, at that point, unless it's that he's just forcing his way out, which I don't think he's got the leverage to do so after signing that contract. That's one that's an odd one there for me on that. I don't think there's going to be a huge market for Rodgers as well. There will be a market, but not like 25 teams that they get to pick from. Daniel says 49ers aren't going to act like they would have won if Purdy wasn't injured, as if he's the difference between 24 points. Laughing my ass off, plus the Eagles left points on the table. Yeah, he wouldn't have been, and they would have been. They'd be wrong for that. Some team was eventually going to arrive at Purdy and turn him into the pumpkin. They were. He's going to get turned into the back like Cinderella's pumpkin, right? He goes from her carriage to her pumpkin. That was going to happen to him. And that's exactly what occurred. It eventually it went out that way that you would think it eventually go. It just takes a good enough defense to force it. They shut down the 49ers rushing attack. Now you got to throw. Oh, We're getting through your poor pass protection. Oh, your slight quarterback gets injured. Yeah, these things aren't random, you know. David says, you knew there would be some fans making that excuse. There always is. There always is. Megan says, great choice, B. Bengals all the way. I like me my Bengals, Megan. Brian Myers Bennett, 5th rounder or later, before arrest. Yeah, me too. That's where I'm at with him. Sam the Great says, Mayfield done way worse. I think Ben's fine. I think it will be too. It doesn't affect my grade on him. Let's remember, Baker Mayfield was actually on videotape running from the cops. And he was still the number 1 overall pick in the draft. So if he can get that, then Bennett can still become like a 4th rounder or 3rd rounder, whatever, if there's a team that does love him in that way. So the Bengals are going to take back over here with 3:42 to go in the second quarter. Chiefs are up 13-3 on the Bengals. Important possession here in this game. Christopher Joseph, I've never been more happy with the 49ers losing to another team not named the Seahawks until today. It does feel pretty good, doesn't it, Christopher? No, we're not going to have to hear about their Super Bowl coverage or the Niners' greatness for the next 2 weeks. It is kind of feels right. Feels right. All right, Burrow back in shotgun, 2nd and 4. Tyler Boyd, by the way, is still off the football field here for the Bengals. Joe Mixon the give. He steps around the first tackler with early penetration and manages to only get himself a couple yards. Chiefs defense has played really good half here against this Bengals unit. It's a tough Bengals unit. Julian Garcia, how would you feel about bringing in Byron Murphy from the Cardinals to play in the slot and moving Kobe back to the outside? There's not a lot of valuable players on that Cardinals defense, Julian, but I would consider Byron Murphy to be a valuable guy. I don't think he's a star, but I think he would improve your play at the slot cornerback position over what you've gotten from Kobe potentially. I think he's just about due to need to be paid if you brought him in, and so you'd be driven to have to kind of make that choice. That ball is going to be intercepted there by A.J. Burrow. He just threw you need to get a little bit more on that air under that ball, a little bit, put it out more in front. He just kind of overthrew that ball a little bit. That'll be picked off. Tough throw by Burrow there. That's kind of a press. He gets a single high look. Yeah, see, he's got to put that up. He usually would put that ball up over the top, and he just tried to throw it in on a line. That's not good for the Bengals. Not too cool. So I would probably not be, at the end of the day, Julian, I don't think he provides a significant enough upgrade considering what you're going to have to give up in draft capital, considering what you're going to have to give up as far as to pay him on a contract extension, versus just having a guy even in Bryant, who I'm with you. I don't love Bryant at that position in the slot, but I think that at least he can be functional, and he's cheap. You have him on a 4th round contract. Which, as I kind of am starting to get caught up a little bit with this team, we got to find the places where we got our value at so we can spend the top of the line prices in other places that are more necessary. You can go make the big deal for a Daron Payne. You can give him all the money because then you're saving at these other positions to offset that and make it work. Megan says, arrogance is something I can't stand. Your point about the Legion of Boom showing how good they were and backing themselves on point, as always, B. Thank you. Appreciate it. And yeah, if you back it up, then fine. But if you fall short of it, then you need to, then you're going to have to eat it. You're going to have to eat it. And that's, I'll always say that. I was never a talker sports wise. I never have that kind of confidence to do that. You know, you're going to look like a horse's ass if you come on the other side of that and you fall short. Like, what was all that big talk about? Tommy says, I think someone would take a chance on Stenson in the late 2nd, early 3rd. Just depends on what quarterbacks are left. I would if this draft was last year's draft, Tommy, if it had the weakness of that last year's class, I would probably be with you. Because Stenson Bennett up against Desmond Ridder and Sam Howell and Malik Willis certainly would look good 2nd, 3rd round. I mean, he might go before all those guys in last year's draft. This year's draft, with the good guys you got on the front end, your McKees and Hendon Hookers in the middle span, it's possible. I feel like he will slide a little bit, though. Will Valdez says, I could see the Seahawks putting that motto in the locker room with the Cobra Kai logo. R. Sanchez, Jimmy Garoppolo going where? So Jimmy Garoppolo is going to have an arm. Let's start with him, Jimmy, first off. A team that wants to look at Jimmy's not going to want to be a cold weather team that's going to see his arm being really challenged, right? So you're not going to see Jimmy G go to the New York Jets. That's not happening. You wouldn't see Jimmy G go to the Bears or like a Vikings team. So that does kind of inform you a little bit of a couple places that he potentially goes. I think the landing spots to me that stand out are Tampa Bay. That would be the first team with it. And they're to me, you want to talk about the most likely, that would be the most likely for Jimmy. They've got a fairly solid team around him. He's got good targets to throw to. They're getting they could reinvest in their offensive line this offseason to get him a little more protected. And they could still feel like they're in a window right now to go out there and win. That would be one guy that would be one team that could do it. I think the Raiders could be another team that jumps in if they can't get Brady and look at Garoppolo as well. Because they're looking like they're going to go more run heavy as an offense, and that would fit a little bit more into what he's done. But I'd probably put one of those two teams as the main one to be likely. I don't see the Colts going back to that well again, so I don't think that they would be a team to do it. But the Tampa Bay Buccaneers feel like for Garoppolo, that seems like the natural fit. And with Carolina, I did think, Tommy, about Jimmy G to Carolina too. But then I think about that and I go, but they have a team that also has a guy in Frank Reich now as a head coach who just came from the Indianapolis Colts, who's had 3 straight years of making Jimmy G-like moves for the quarterbacks. Are they going to listen to a little bit of their new coach and what he wants, or would they force down Jimmy G on him and be like, oh, let's take this highly injury-prone quarterback that's somebody else's secondhand goods and make it work, Frank? And he comes back to him and he's like, look, that's been my whole career. If you look at me as a head coach, every single year I'm trying to get past a quarterback limitation in order to make it work. Like we need to go harder than that. That's one of the reasons why I say, Tommy, I feel like Carolina will be so aggressive in trading up in this draft and be willing to move up in that way, be it with us or be it with Chicago, because of the fact that they'll recognize we need to get a talent, not get a guy, but get a talent. And I don't think Jimmy's really a talent in that respect of things. Boy, Mahomes has been a little inaccurate here with them having a chance to kind of put their foot on the throat of the Bengals here. They just had a quick little 3 and out now. They're going to be punting the ball. David M says Kellen Moore out as the Cowboys offensive coordinator per Tom Pelissero. That's tough, man. A guy a lot of people thought for a while might be a future head coaching candidate. And the NFL world is a fickle bitch, and she will toss you aside and not think twice in doing so. And so it seems to be that's what's happened with the Cowboys there with that. Tough. It's tough. That offensive line has been really taking some hits over the last few years there. Tyron Smith has not been able to maintain his health. You had the retirement of Zach Frederick. Zach Martin is still, or Travis Frederick. Zach Martin has still been really consistent there. And they brought in the kid this last year, I know, to kind of be their future left tackle, but especially in that playoff game, it wasn't in the greatest of shape. They weren't creating any holes. They didn't have anybody, throw to. And then you lose, Amari Cooper, and you have Gallup and CeeDee Lamb, which are okay, but I don't know. That feels a little scapegoaty to me, David, with Kellen Moore. Michael Kroos, I could see Brady in Vegas. I could see that too. Abel Girma, this was the 49ers season to get the ring. We're going to knock them out next year. I think this was their greatest chance of ever in recent years. Absent what's going on with their quarterback situation, this was as healthy as they've ever been going into the playoffs at this time of year. Remember last year when they were in like the Packers game and you could see like they had used Deebo Samuel up to the end because they had no running backs. You could see Trent Williams was on a dodgy hamstring. Fred Warner was fighting through an injury last year, I think. They weren't at their highest strength going in through that, and they still got a lot done last year too in addition to it. But I agree with you. I think this was kind of their best shot. This is the best opportunity. David M., they're mutually parting ways. Okay. That's a little bit less than just being fired. That makes a little bit more of an explanation for it. So it just could be that, with the Joneses, right? You always got the Joneses come, hey, Gilmore, get in my house, Gilmore. Oh, what'd you say? I said, I'm coming in, Jerry. I'll be right there. That's right. That's what you're going to say. Come here. You sit down in this office right now. Sit down. Steven, you sit over there. No, Steven, you get in the closet. Daddy, I don't want to go in the closet, Daddy. It's not bad enough that we lose. You're going to make me go in the closet too, Daddy? I don't like going in the closet. It's not my fault. It's his fault, Daddy. It's Kellen's fault. Shut up, boy. We're going to get to Kellen in a second.
You get in that closet. You get in that closet. I'm dealing with Kellen right now. I don't want to look at your dumb face. I don't want to look at your fat face. How many cheesesteaks did you have today? I know you like them cheesesteaks. I told you no more cheesesteaks, but you eat that Philly crap. Why? That's why they won today. You ate a Philly cheesesteak this morning, didn't you?
Daddy, it's so delicious, Daddy. It's crunchy and it's good and there's so much cheese, Daddy.
Go in the closet.
Okay, Daddy, I'm sorry.
Kellen, come here.
What do you want, Jerry? What's the problem?
How come we lost this game?
You paid Dak Prescott big money, and he's not really that quarterback, and then we don't have a good offensive line. That's kind of it. Defense didn't play its greatest game.
Don't you get blaming my defense. You don't blame any defense? Micah Parsons, you see what he did? He threw a lineman 10 yards, not 5, 10 yards across the field in this game. Our defense was flying around. Don't you blame the defense, Kellen Moore? Is that some Boise State crap right there? Is that how you do out in Idaho?
You don't have to impinge where I was born. What are we talking about here, Jerry?
How are you going to fix this?
Well, Jerry, we need a better offensive line, but I'm not going to be able to necessarily make Dak what he isn't.
Yes, you will. That's your job, boy.
That's my job.
That's your job. You are to take Dak and make him great. That is what you do. All I want is greatness now, right? We're the Cowboys. We're America's team. It's hard to understand that when I'm watching you right now. When I'm looking at your silly little face and my dumb son out there in the closet, I'm looking at you right now. I'm hating all of it. All of it.
Well, maybe this isn't the greatest position for either of us then. How about that?
Oh, are you telling me you don't want to be an offensive coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys? You telling me you're not happy with that? That's not good enough for you?
Well, I mean, if you're not really wanting to take steps to fixing this thing, Jerry, I don't know what you want me to tell you.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. You're gape-scoting me. You're gape-scoting me is what you're doing right now. Don't you gape-scote me, all right? I ain't a Texas well. You ain't drilling me here, all right? There ain't no Texas tea coming out of this thing right now. You need to own up to your loss on this one, all right? You need to own up like my son with this cheesesteak over there, with his cheesesteak eating ass up in that closet right there. See him? Look at him over there. Are you eating another one?
No.
You better not be another cheesesteak. You're going to help him win the Super Bowl with all those cheesesteaks.
Look, Jerry, maybe this isn't a good spot. There's other jobs. There's other offensive coordinators. Maybe you just want to go with that. How about that, man?
Yeah, that's maybe good. Yeah, that's my idea. I'm going to fire you right now, actually. Now that you say that, I want you fired. It's not mutual. We'll call it mutual parting ways, but I'm firing you unofficially. Nobody leaves the Cowboys. Nobody walks away. There ain't no parting ways. You leave with tears in your face, boy. You better leave. I want to see some tears out of you.
I'm not crying for this job. You're kind of a pain in the ass.
You get out. Get out. Steven, stay in that closet. Are you eating another cheesesteak?
It's so good, Dad. It's just so good.
I see something. I see that I think it played out like that, guys. That's a recreation. I heard from sources. That was the Kellen Moore, Jerry Jones discussion as it kind of played out. It was basically it was a dumpster fire right from the start. A lot of screens here about the Cincinnati Bengals in this first half that are going nowhere. They are not catching this Cowboy team in a weird way here. 2nd down and 9. We got Burrow and shotgun. Ooh, nice throw to Jamar Chase. Good catch by Jamar Chase there, all the way up to the 50-yard line. Here we go. Bengals could kind of steal this up at the half here. The Bengals come up here and they get a score. They could come back and get a possession at the end of the second half. Be right in this game. First down, 57 seconds to go. Bengals got all 3 of their timeouts. Plenty of time. Another throw out there to T. Higgins. He's going to make the catch for about 7 or 8 yards. Pretentious Cameron with a $5 donation. Thank you, Cameron. I really do appreciate it. Jimmy G should go back to New England, says Cameron. I don't think New England would want to do that necessarily, Cameron. Would they look at Jimmy G as a really huge upgrade over what you have in Mac Jones? Probably in the other backup guy, he's better than that, but there might be a team willing to give him a real true starting job, not even a competing for a starting job, but just a true starting job with all of the coaching, with all the quarterback carousel that's kind of spinning around this offseason. He may be driven to that if there's not the other options to start somewhere, but I think he would have to be driven to that. Boy, that Perrine kid he runs hard, but he has no burst.
just no burst. Like he couldn't get out of bounds there. He had guys in pursuit and he just couldn't get to the out of bounds marker. He was trying. Kid just didn't have enough legs to get it to go. But Jimmy G is definitely, it would be a possibility he goes there, Cameron. But I do think that they look at that as a little redundant, where they go, he's basically gives us the same skill set that we have in Mac Jones. Outside of it's just that he just doesn't have any other starting opportunities out there. That's what would have to drive that. But they would probably be at the head of the class for option A jobs that he'd want to go to as far as backup jobs where he could see a chance to get back to being a starter, that they could maybe be providing him that at that point. I know Belichick loved him once too, Cameron. So to your point, Belichick was digging him back in the day. Eclipse says, my turn to make coffee. Yeah, I live on it, man. I live on it. Sanchez, how many teams have benefited from giving their quarterback monster contracts? A few. Very, very, very few. I think I saw this year of the top 7 paid quarterbacks this year in the NFL, I think one of them made the playoffs. And it seems like every year we see a stat like that. Every year we see a stat where it's the teams that pay these guys these high market deals don't get anywhere. And as I said, I felt like it's been a bit of a lazy approach by NFL teams. And the Bengals are going to run this one, just try to get a first down here and probably call another quick timeout, 39 seconds left. It's been the lazy approach. It's harder to build up a team and get that to be a strength than it is to just go find one guy who you just say, okay, you're going to go be our superhero. That's so easy to do, isn't it? It's so easy to do, to go and go, oh, this guy's got special traits. He's got an A.J. Burrow traits. Let's bring A.J. Burrow in here and he'll just make everything, he'll overcome everything else. It's a lot harder to really get yourself prime and elite across the board, like we're kind of seeing like the Eagles and like how they're set up. It's hard. It's a harder pathway to go. I think it's a smarter pathway. And I think at the end of the day, as hard as it looks at the first look and view of it, it's actually not as hard when you consider all that happens to those quarterbacks who you then put in that position to be that superhero, to have to save the day every week. That wears them out. That gets them broken down. That leads to bad habits. It does not bring back the returns you think it would. And yeah, this is absolutely showing you that you can go another way with it, Sanchez. And monster contracts are not the pathway going forward. I think that that's really fool's gold in the NFL, and it's been that way for a while now. And teams are just stuck in this, got to do it. It's just like, not in the echo chamber, it's just sort of been decided without anybody thinking about this, that this is what we have to do. And you even see it with teams. What's funny about this is you see it with teams within the dynamics of the teams institutionally where they don't want to do it. Cardinals last year didn't want to pay Kyler Murray, right? The Ravens right now are fighting every urge to not have to pay Lamar Jackson. The Cowboys right now, one of the reasons they had to pay Dak Prescott so much is that they fought all the urge to pay him. Like, can we get one more cheap year out of him? One more cheap year. Because they know in their hearts, like once we start paying the guy, it's not worth it at the same value of when he's making 2-3% of the salary cap. Michael Crowers, Quinn next year could be in back. He started yes to Emerald. He said yes to Emerald with Pete for a couple more runs to wait, and we still have the Super Bowl Prince. Can't quite make out what you're saying there, Michael. Julie Garcia says, watching how dominant Chris Jones is makes me want Jalen Carter even more. You can see why on this, right? You can see why. I'm very enthralled by the thought process of bringing him in. All right, Burrow drops back to throw, 1st and 10. He's going to hit T. Higgins on an in-cutting route, 12 yards up the field. Might be more of a slant there. He's going to try to bring a hurry-up offense into play here. Are they just going to call another timeout and save the time? Yeah, smart by the Eagles, or by the Bengals. Yeah, Megan, I think the mutual parting of ways is the interesting part there with that does mean Kellen probably had a part of it going, I don't know. Sanchez, are you streaming the Super Bowl? 100%, Sanchez. We'll stream the Super Bowl 100%. I'll try to go a little earlier too before the Super Bowl so we can do some chatting, but absolutely. Brian Myers, you're right. Dallas has got a lot bigger problems than play calling. Yeah. So I say it's scapegoaty to me to go to Moore. Yeah. You got but much more bigger issues. I thought this, but the big issue at the end of the day, and I'm sure a Cowboy fan would tell me this. Boy, beautiful throw by a back shoulder fade throw there to T. Higgins there by Burrow, falling back to his left. Lordy. First and goal. Going to throw another fade. And I ain't going to get it done there on that one to Higgins. Burrow coming back with some nice throws on this drive. Cool Breeze, Jesse has a last second sports raid. We can pop in and go ahead, do it. We want to do a raid. You want to do a raid? Is he streaming right now? They may just be angry. If we go in, we got to be nice. I don't want to raid him and hit him too hard with it. Let's see. Yeah, last second's not on right now. They had the post game route. They're angry. You know how it is when your season's over. You just want to just go into a room and clear yourself. So he's probably right now pretty annoyed. I can't blame him. I feel him on that. But no, it looks like he's offline. Deanna Bennington, hey mom. Mom's in the house. Hey ma. Hope you're doing well. Love you. Hope you're having a great Sunday. Hope you're having a great one. David M., they definitely didn't like what they saw. McCarthy is reportedly expected to call the plays next year. Well, that's not a pathway to success. As I was saying before, I got caught up on that beautiful Burrow throw. The problem with the Cowboys is Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones is your issue. And he can mutually part ways with whoever he wants to mutually part ways with. But the bottom line factor is it's him. They're all trapped in the elevator, and he's the one that's farted. And he's trying to point at everybody else, No, he's over there going, he who smelt it dealt it. No, Jerry. It was you. You ate the chili last night. You did. But he ain't going to own that, right? This is the man that forced out Jimmy Johnson. This is the man that self-ended his own dynasty, self-sabotaged his own dynasty. Are we the least bit surprised that he's continuing onwards? The guy that did that move is continuing to be a clown show. The Bengals do hit the field goal, so they do keep themselves within a touchdown on this game. Impressive. Hope you're doing good out there, Mom. It's good to see you in the chat. Tom Eden says, Frank Clark's third in postseason sacks since 1982. Would have been nice if we could have kept him. The weird thing with Frank Clark, though, is he's not been good in the regular season. So it's like you're getting playoff Frank if you can get to the playoffs, and he'll be a beast in the playoffs. But let's look at him this year. Let me go to the PFF. He was basically league average as far as just a player goes. 26 tackles, 6 sacks. For a guy you're paying $23.5 million, I think they might have restructured him, but you're paying $1.23.5 million. 2021 was worse. He was a 54 grade. He had only 5 sacks in 2020, 13 total tackles. 13 total tackles. That's total tackles. That's not solo tackles. It's just total tackles. Then we go back to 2020. He was a 54 as well, 6 sacks. So since 2019, since he's left, this will come up. I was thinking about it. So essentially, since he's left, he's had like 18 sacks in 4 years. His PFF grade has been on average about 58. It's great that he's able to do this stuff in the playoffs, but you're missing out on a lot of stuff than what you're with him on the regular season. He's become a porous run defender. He's kind of only a pass rusher at this point, and especially Tommy for the cost to keep him. You were going to have to pay a lot of money to hold him in there at that point. Donnie Pearson. Hello, Sam from Seattle Mariner. Oh, what's up? How you doing, Dom? Yeah, John Stillwell. I see a second round tender on Neil as well. They'll put the second round to keep him here. Megan Nolte as Quint would be epic. I'm coming up with Cocaine Bear 2 right on live here with you guys. We've got a great idea here. We need to get the producers of Cocaine Bear 2 on this. Paul Thurge says, I just woke up. The NFC Conference Championship game put me to sleep. Understandable. Understandable there. It was not the most exciting affair, admittedly speaking. Lance Johnson says, wouldn't it be great with the 12th pick in the 2032 NFL draft, the Seahawks take quarterback of the future? This pick comes from the Russell Wilson trade from 2022. Schneider has traded back to get more picks. That's right. As I said, Lance, once you create this momentum, it becomes sort of self-perpetuating. And so and my mom's in the chat, so she'll appreciate this one. We used to have to clean out our fish tanks back in the day when we had a fish tank when I was younger. Always getting dirty, right? And it's just like when you're, if you ever see a movie with guys siphoning gasoline, right? You just you put one end into one end and you grab the other in your mouth and you go, and you pull it through and you get it to go. And once you get the self-perpetuation of the water going, it's physics, it's science. And once you get that going, it self-perpetuates and stuff's going. Well, I offer the same thing to your point on that, Lance, with trading back and picking up the more picks for the future. Because you can just keep adding picks that you can hit again for that year, but then you keep gathering more and more and more, and you keep turning it on into essentially infinity if you had this so desire to kind of do so if you wanted to. And it's a very unique situation to do it this year, because normally when you're doing that, you're giving up one of your first round picks to do that at that point, or you're not able to just simply move back 5 or 6 spaces to make that start to happen. It tends to be much more of a sacrifice to get yourself in that position to make that stuff occur. But the Seahawks have been kind of gifted it a little bit. They've been gifted this opportunity to kind of self-perpetuate that deal. And I'm over here sticking my hose into the Hawks gas tank, keep draining it out. And the car, by the way, is the NFL's draft picks. That's not our picks. That's us draining the first pick gasoline of the NFL to get those picks. Brian Koski says, if so, bring back the tosser from Prosser back home. I'm sure he'd love to help coach the Hawks. Kellen is way cool. He is cool. And if there's not a offensive coordinator job that he can go out there and get this offseason, then that is definitely maybe a potential. I kind of feel like maybe, Brian, one of these new coaching hires will give him an offensive coordinator job somewhere. And we're still waiting on like the Arizona job. What are they going to do? The Bronco job. What are they going to do? So it's still a little bit up in the air, I think, with him. But hey, I like Kellen. I think he's a pretty creative dude as far as offensive mind goes. Megan says, Cassell and the Niners lost, B. This is Howard Cassell. There's been nothing more singularly disappointing or sad-inducing than watching a team on the precipice of legendary status fall completely flat on their face. One could say Lady Luck was not on the Niners' shoulder this day, but I would be impetuous, not to say with truculence, that this team was indeed taken down by their own ego and pride. When you allow it to swell so large, you can only fall so far, as the mighty were once decried from seeing occur. We now can only look forward to the future of the Niners and wonder, has that Super Bowl window been shut with a permanence that can only be handed to a team about to suffer a mighty fall? And as said once before, to say again, the mighty, the higher, the bigger you are, the harder you fall. Broke that one up. One can only hope the Niners throw out their Hail Mary if I'm a Niner fan. I make the call to the sky. I look to God. No, I'm not talking about the man above. I'm speaking instead about Tom Brady. Even how he cheesesteaks his cheesesteaks to Jeff. Tommy Pumpkins had a pretty good season this year.
With all the donos, the amount of salmon treats that she's gotten off the donos, you guys have all collectively added like 2.5 pounds to that frame. She's officially thick. I am going to get so, I'm blaming on you guys. I go to the veterinary clinic and they're like, she's a big girl. What are you doing? And I'll be like, my chat said they donated to me to give her, like I'd be doing wrong by my chat if they said, hey, here's some salmon treat money. And then I don't give her salmon treats. Yeah. But she's getting big now. You can see she's filling up the whole frame on her own almost over here. She appreciates the shout out though. She is out right now. I'll tell you what. She's kind of, you have to sleep. Oh, yeah? How you doing? Yeah? Having a good day? Okay. Good to hear. Just want to check in with you. The chat was checking in on you. They were worried about you. You were looking super chill. Okay. Okay. Tommy says maybe the 49ers keep Jimmy. They seem to have a quarterback needs like we do a running back. I guess they could look at it like, hey, maybe we'll just go with 3 quarterbacks and call it a day on that. What's Jimmy going to cost to bring him back into the fold, especially coming off that injury like he is. You can't think that he's going to get necessarily offered like a lot of money out there. It's a good thought. That very well could be the way it goes. Cooper says, I would rate Pumpkin's Seahawks season a 7 out of 10. She came through a couple of times for me when I called out Rally Cat, but she also fumbled a couple. Can't remember specifics, but she didn't cost us. That's valid. That's valid. With cats, it's, like there's a reason that they say it's like the phrase goes like herding cats because it's hard. She has this great power. She could allow us to go every game if she wanted to with her will, go us 17-0. But she's got to be motivated to do so. I'm trying the bribery with the salmon cats, but if you guys know cats, they're not driven by like you can do the reward training with dogs. You can't do that with cats necessarily. They don't respond the same way. You got to get more creative. I'm trying to find the magic with her, but she's a tough nut to cross. Tough nut to crack. The good news is we know it's in there. It's in there. That power resides. I can feel it right there, but got to tap into it. Garth with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. I appreciate you. He says, I want to be a cheap donator, but that fat orange cat is beautiful and smart from a dumb guy perspective. Oh, she's super smart from a dumb guy's perspective. She's like a genius level cat at that point perspective. And lucky, how do you say no to this face, Garth? Look at this face. Look at that just sweet little face there. She looks at me. Look at this. You can't deny that. Look at that smile on her. That big smile on her face. Just a little. You say no salmon to this. You say no salmon to this face right here. It's not possible. I say it's a human you're a psychopath, I think, if you say no. Like that should be the psychopath test. I don't need a psychologist. I just put you in front of my cat. I don't feel it. Right. Psycho. Lock him up. What do they do? I don't know, but it was something horrific. Megan says, B, did you see any team possibly trading for Jimmy G? And if so, who? He is a street free agent, Megan. So he is out there on the open lands March 20th, 15th-ish. And he is anybody's. Anybody's at that point. He belongs to anybody who wants to pay him. No trade needed. No trade desired. Coolbreeze says, I heard Jimmy was smiling and joking when Brock Purdy went down and then said some BS smug comments at the press conference. Bad look for Jimmy G if that's the case, Coolbreeze. I didn't get a chance to see the cut. I've heard on the chat it broadened up, and it's a bad look. You a little more awareness at that point. But Jimmy just strikes me as a guy just kind of marching to his own drummer. Like he's got a little bit of like that same kind of, Aaron Rodgers air to him a little bit. Like, I'm going to do what I'm going to do and I'm going to be winning life. He's just like kind of unfazed in that way of things. Maybe not quite as snarky as Rodgers or whatnot, not quite to that level of things, but still just kind of strikes me as a guy just like, I wouldn't be surprised if he was
in that mold of it. Garth, thank you for that $5 dono, man. You're not, definitely you are not a cheap donator. Quite the opposite on that. You're, again, one of my biggest donators on the channel. I really appreciate it. Big Country says, maybe Kellen's tired of Dak, laughing out loud. That's what my theory is on this. You come in the room and Jerry's like, you got to get Dak to play better. It's like, you got to get a more talented quarterback. Well, I'm paying him this money. Well, I didn't choose to pay him that money. So why are you making it my problem? I'll get the most out of what I got from that quarterback position to get. And I bet the talk went somewhere along those realms, Big Country. Like it went something a little bit like this. Yeah. Cool Breeze says, word, thanks. I just heard some talk about it on Jesse Last Second Sports channel. Oh, that's crazy. Mom says, Sonny can hear your voice and is begging for some petting. Nice. It's Pavloni, Mom. They just know. Hey, that's a petter. I can hear it in his voice. He likes to pet cats. He's a pet kitty. Seattle KO says we got to pour the salt and rub it in and walk away. That's right. Only to come back 15 minutes later, Seattle KO, just as they've washed out the last of the salt in their wound and their arms are shaking and then we come back and more. That's right, Megan. Screw being nice. Were they nice to us when they beat us? I don't think so. I don't think we got to be nice. I was going to say be nice with Jesse. I got a lot of respect for Jesse, but if you guys got to go crazy at that point, go crazy. But it's all moot. He's off. Delikey says Josh Johnson should retire. I didn't realize how long his career was. 15 years for that kid. 15 long years. He's been around. I thought he did as well as he could be expected as a guy kind of coming off mid-year off the streets back on that team. He was probably thinking he was retired at this point. Oh, I thought the Bengals had the ball at the half, so I guess the Chiefs are going to have the ball back to start the half. My bad. Megan says we have a meeting about Cocaine Bear 2, Nolte, Cosell, Jerry. Who else be? Oh, we'd have to probably put Pacino in there, and Walken would be coming in, Cocaine Bear? Who gave the cocaine to the bear? How much? What's he doing? Is he mad? Is an angry bear? Is it tearing it up? I don't know. I want to see the bear, though. Cocaine. Be fun. We got to kill him. I'm telling you, Christopher. Okay, we'll kill him. But I want to watch him first. Cool Breeze, whatever they said about you, I remember it was whatever they said about you, I remember it was foul, but I remember this one wannabe gang member yelling at Ethan for 20 minutes straight, calling him a bitch too. I got the screenshots. I made him fold. Yeah, they were getting dicey. They hated my appearance over on Last Second Sports. They said I was being too snarky. But look, I might have been too snarky at that point. They might have been right to call me out on that, but I was sort of tired of their stuff. I don't mind confidence, but it was going into like way overboard mode. They were like already polishing their Lombardi, and I'm not talking about a trophy, if you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying? A little bit too much of polishing their own Lombardi. So I'm just all I'm saying on that one. And somebody needed to call them on it a little bit. All right, Bengals defense coming out a couple of plays back to back here, being pretty stiff to begin things on this Chiefs offense, taking over to start this half. Nicholas Newton, hey, how's it going, man? I'm doing great tonight. We're rolling. I'll check it out, Cool Breeze, though. I see what they said on that. I have to look away from the chat when I go Last Second Sports and not even look what they're saying, or I'd be probably too encased by it. Stephen Gouriard says, I love your take on Jerry Jones and the Cowgirls. Mike Renner of PFW likes Keely Ringo to the Hawks. Woolen on one side, Keely on the opposite. Thank you. Appreciate that, Stephen. And Mahomes dropping back to throw here. He's going to let it rip deep. Let the big dog hunt. Bengals got the coverage up over the top. Nobody clear. 4th and 7. We got a punt. Appreciate you though on that, says Stephen. And Keely Ringo's a guy that I share affinity for him, like I think PFF does as well. He's a guy that a lot of people are low on because he had a little bit of not a bad year, but maybe an underwhelming year from where he was last year and where he was kind of looking like he was going to go as a player. And so people look at that underwhelming tape and I think they get kind of caught up in it a little bit. He's a zone-based corner. I think, Steven, he's going to run, to me, minimum. He's going to run a 4.4 flat 40 minimum at 6 feet plus tall.
and rocked up. He's a rocked up 6 foot. He's not like a slight 6 foot guy. He's a really good tackler too as well, which doesn't get talked a lot about with him. We just gets caught up on the coverage stuff. What I really like about the choice of a guy like Sealy Ringo potentially at 20, even though it will make a lot of people bristle, is I think the Hawks make that selection with the thought process eventually, if he's not a guy that's up to snuff at the cornerback position, if he cannot have enough of an impact over there, we can move this guy to free safety. We can take him through the same route that Malcolm Jacobs went through. We can take him through the same route that Devin McCourty went through. Former first-round picks at cornerbacks who eventually become free safeties. So he's got the tackling ability to hold up there, and if they want to make that change with them. And that's a way that Seattle could look at this as like, okay, we get more competition on the outside, and we've got more insurance now for Quandre Diggs, who's probably not the long-term solution here. I don't think he's going anywhere. But, he's certainly a guy getting up. He's over 30 years old now, right? You're not looking at him. He's not probably going to be here for 4 or 5 years going forward. He probably has a couple of years left in his career. So it could be a way you kind of get out ahead of that a little bit, Steven. And I like it. I think there aren't as many in the chat who will like that, but I would like that. Delakey, what's wrong with Stanford quarterback Tanner McKee? He's got some good skill. He's got the prerequisite size, even a little bit extra size than you normally would even like on a quarterback, so he can really see the field clearly. Goes through his progressions really well. He's got a very big, strong arm, probably one of the stronger arms you're going to see in this draft, but he's also not mobile, and he's got more statue tendencies than you would like to see in quarterbacks that you take high up in the draft anymore. And so there's the two things with me on Tanner McKee are lack of mobility, and then there is a little bit of a tiny windup to his throwing motion. It's a little bit of an out here. It doesn't go from here to here, neck gone. It's a little bit of a come all the way around the world and out. It ain't Randall Cunningham. It's not Colin Kaepernick windup, but it's just not where you ideally want. If you take the two windups and you look at Tanner McKee and then look at Will Levis, it's going to look like Will Levis is in fast forward motion compared to how he gets the ball out as quick as he does versus Tanner McKee. So those are the two places that are kind of the parts that you worry about with Tanner. I do look at him as sort of a poor man's Jared Goff. And as Jared Goff showed this year, he can still be a fairly potent quarterback. He's maybe not going to be one of your guys that carry the day and one of those guys you'll have to build a franchise around. But if we're along these guys that I've talked about that can be just guys that are, functional pro quarterbacks and give them a great team around them and they can take you really far, Tanner could be that guy for NFL teams, that they look at him through that view of things. And he can make all the NFL throws. So, outside the mobility thing, right? A little bit of the windup, he can make the throws. He'll get the ball in there. He throws it with some juice, some power. So I like that part of him, but those are the two main issues there. All right, Joe Burrow back in shotgun here. He's going to let it rip out to the outside. Nice little throw out there to T. Higgins. Garth Knight with another $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Walken would definitely be interested in the cocaine bear, but why isn't Pauly Shore in this flick? Or is he? No, Pauly's in it, Garth. Pauly's in it. He comes in at the last minute. They're all trapped at one point. All of our stars. We got Nolte. We got Walken. We've got, Pacino over there. They've been drawn into a corner. He's been able to kind of ferret them sort of into this rock wall where they can't move, and all seems lost, right? All seems gone. All seems over with. You know what? Walken's over there like, ow, he's got us. The cocaine bad's going to eat us. I was like, no, he's too high on cocaine. He can't do it. I'm telling you now, we're safe. Just don't look him in the eye. And then you got Nolte over there like, we're not going to get through this. I don't know what we're going to do. Walken's like, Nick, why don't you shoot your gun? And Nick's over there like, I don't have any more bullets. I fired him up in the air. Why'd you fire him in the air? Nick, what's going on? And then Pauly comes in. He's like, and you only hear Pauly's voice, Garth. So you're all in this shot between this real intense back and forth. The Bears coming closer and closer to the men. They're arguing more fiercer. And then you finally hear up from above them, hey, buddy, you need some help? Want me to kill the bear? And you pan up to the top, Garth, and you have Pauly Shore sitting on top with a crossbow, the biggest crossbow you've ever seen in my life. And he's like, they call it the bear killer, buddy. I gotcha. And whoosh, right through the bear's heart. It does that like animal dance they do after they've been shot, where they just like kind of like they're on a string, and then falls over, and then a little like the last breath of the bear, right? The death rattle of the bear when he goes, whoosh, You get a little bit of like 2 little cocaine powder puffs that like plosh, like he's had this built, he's taken so much cocaine that he's been breathing in. It's been like self, but he just, and you see these old 2 mounds come out onto the ground in front of him with his dying breath. Fade out. Cocaine Bear 2 with Cocaine Bear 2 titles. Smoke. Cocaine smoke. Cool Breeze says the Rams and the Cards are the fake rivalries, but for me, the 49er rivalry is real. That's me too, man. 3rd and 6 here for Burrow. They're on the Chiefs side of the field here. He's going to take a little quarterback keeper and take it. Beautifully done. The seas opened up right in front of him there. Waters parted. And Brian Cook, the safety for the Chiefs, there's got a little bit of a dodgy ankle going down right now. Boy, yeah, that was wide open. The Chiefs got really wide in their gaps on that one. They had Chris Jones out on the outside on that one. I guess trying to take advantage of a mismatch there. So you got to keep Chris Jones on the inside, Chiefs. Can't bring him out on the outside. We'll give here in a Mixon. He'll only get a couple yard gain. Delikey, if you don't have tailgating, where the Seahawks park? It's kind of all over the place around the stadium. Megan says, you have to show greater willpower to say no to pumpkin regarding salmon treats, B. I know, easier said than done. It is. I was watching a documentary that the cats evolved so crazily that they, at some point in their evolutionary process in dealing with man, when they purr and they're in their purr, they go at the same hertz rate of a baby crying. It's at like the same hertz. They've learned how to mimic the hertz of like a baby's cry at some point along the process of being with humans, because they've realized humans react to the baby's cry. So they recreate that very sound to get the human to go to them. So you hear that when you hear a cat with that noise, it's bringing out the same sort of intrinsic feelings of a human has for a baby, in that, you know, drawn to protect it or whatever, right? But it's insane that they've done that they've developed that in their kind of evolutionary process. Sanchez with a $5 donation. Thank you, Sanchez. Says, I hope I lived long enough to see the 30 for 30 where all of Russell's diva antics are exposed. Well, appreciate the $5 donation. And I think that the direction that this is heading in, and is one that's been on a trajectory with Russ that it's almost got too far gone beyond the gate with this season, and just everything started to twist and turn this way of it. Where, you know, this stuff was maybe in the background in general strokes or whatever, and sort of just the gray area of points, or maybe Carroll was protecting him through all these years, not allowing this stuff to get out. But as it gets out in full force of it, and then the more you hear about it, and now as you see head coaches not wanting to come out there to Denver, even as they're willing to spend all the money to bring a coach out there, it speaks volumes to where his reputation is at, not amongst fans necessarily in the sport, but where it's at from the coaches, where it's at, you know, from how front offices view him. And, you know, Russ has created this issue for himself on this, Sanchez. He's got no one else to blame but himself. This isn't like, woe to Russ, poor Russ. You know, he wanted this. He asked for this. He's the one that got caught all up in his legacy and not just being a great quarterback. It became the legacy. It became expanding your brand. It became the me. Russ started playing this like a lot of these, and he's not alone. Rodgers did doing a little bit of this. You see some of these quarterbacks that do this, where it's like, you know, you think that they think this is tennis or golf, right? You'd think that they think this was an individual single sport, the way they act about it. Do you guys remember this is a team sport, right? 53 guys that got to help you go win a football game on Sunday. Yeah, you're a bigger part of it maybe than most, but don't forget that line exists there. Don't forget that's still part of what's happening here. And I think these diva quarterbacks of this modern age, and Russ at the forefront of that, have lost that, have had kind of a little bit of a tone deaf nature in seeing that clearly. And I agree, man. I hope there is a 30 for 30 for someday, Sanchez, that does go over all of, dives into the depths of it, you know, that we do get the whole truth. And I think with this talkie, as some of the former LOB members are, especially, that we will eventually get kind of all the details of this breaking down at one point or another, and really get a better understanding of what was what and what happened.
Megan says, thank you, Mr. Cozell. My pleasure, Megan. I just call it as I see it. Well, I'm getting some love in the chat. David Phillips, what is draft day this year? I'm not exactly sure of the exact days. It's tends to be April, like 20th, right around that realm. LeVar Jackson, that's what the Niners get for talking all that S about being the most physical team in the NFL. Get dominated. That's right, LeVar. Let him know. Tell him, LeVar. You want to talk all that noise? You can talk. Better back it up. You fall short. Now you're going to hear the noise. And all you can do is take it at that point. All you do is go, okay, yeah, okay. We weren't that good. No blaming officials, no blaming quarterback situations. Just weren't good enough. You got blown off the field today. Donnie Pearson, here we go. Boldly engage. Megan says, I am allergic to cats and will only love pumpkin if she falls to the Zorn side of it. I've never asked her opinion on that, Megan. I'll have to ask her next time she's awake. We'll have to see on that one. Maybe we'll do that treat test I've been talking about, Megan. We'll do a picture of Zorn and Craig, and then I'll put a treat on each and see which one she goes to. I'll film it for you. Yeah, Delikey, we need more tailgating. I miss the no tailgating there thing that they have now. There's just not the parking downtown, or there's not that opened up venue where you could do it downtown, but sure would be nice. It helps gets the fans a little extra riled up before the game, I find. Megan says, do you see anyone taking Jimmy G is what I meant B? If so, I personally can't see it myself. I think Tampa Bay could be a possibility, Megan. Tampa Bay, Las Vegas Raiders. I don't think that there'll be a line out the door for him, but there might be a couple teams just willing because it's a quarterback. It's the musical chairs at the quarterback here, Megan, where there are more people needing a seat than there are chairs. And then that means that there's going to be guys like Baker Mayfield and Garoppolo who kind of do get a little bit of an extra chance because there is so many holes out there at the quarterback position across the board in the NFL. Deville just heads up a 19 Fox at 6 p.m. Pacific Coast time as a great stream for arcade. Cool. Tommy, what if Arizona picks up Jimmy G as insurance in case baby Tyler isn't ready? He gets a chance to stiff his former team 2 times a year and throw to Hopkins. Well, yeah, I mean, it's possible. It's possible. That's another place that he definitely could land. And they don't have to be as worried, Tommy, at that point about Garoppolo's injury history because they're like, we're going to get Murray back at some point anyway. Megan says, I'll be nice to Jesse, but not to those fans who called me a whore and told me I was a mod because I slept with you. No offense, P. No offense taken. Yeah, they got salty. They got salty quick. R. Sanchez, Bobcat Goldthwait is Cocaine Bear. It's my Bobcat Goldthwait impression. I don't actually say any words. I just do the. Megan says, great call, B. Forgot Pacino and Walken. What was I thinking? I got to bring him along. Delikey, are all the coaches and coordinators staying with the same for the Seahawks? There's still a potential here that Desai gets hired somewhere. But aside from him, no, I wouldn't think anybody else. And that's it. The Bengals were able to score a touchdown. Nice throw by Burrow down by the end zone. Great catch on the play. So we've got a tie game, 13-13 here. Tight little affair. Tommy, if we are truly fans of BPA, then you have to be true to your board. If Ringo is there and your pick is in the 20s, you probably have to take him. You can never have too many good players. And what I like about that too, Tommy, is you're taking a guy that you're trusting your board with. but you're also doing so with the guy that gives you more, like, if I take Cam Smith, Tommy, or I take Joey Porter Jr., or I take Christian Gonzalez there, they're an outside corner. That's what they can do. They've got no ability to maybe eventually get transitioned to free safety if I need to as well. And finding a little bit of my free safety of the future, in addition to maybe finding a guy that's a better cornerback than what I got on the roster right now out there that I'm rolling, it would draw me to do it too, Tommy. That would be enough to me to put me over the line with it. I'm already drawn there naturally, like you say, because that's just the way I want to flow with my board as BPA. But then on top of it, knowing that it eventually is going to fill what's going to be a need here sooner than later out there at free safety, I can see a smart approach there with it. Megan says, Paul, he's the bear, isn't he, B? No, he comes in for the save in the day. Sancho says, I want to draft 4 edge players and see what sticks. Strength in numbers, man. Will Frank Clark show up? He's already shown up. My man's got like 2 sacks today already. He's been showing up. Cool Breeze, can we get a pumpkin pat? You know, you can absolutely get a pumpkin pat. Yeah, she likes a little pat. You tell him. Let him know. Tell him. Tell him, let him know. Yeah, you say. You tell him what's up. Can you say go Hawks? Can we get go Hawks? Say go Hawks. Give me a go Hawks. Go Hawks. She tried. Did you see that? She tried to do the enunciation. She went 2. She went, Hawks. You all heard it. She said it. She absolutely said it. And McCole Hardman's on his back here. On 1st and 10. Mahomes looking a little bit. That ankle looks a little bit dodgy after that throw. He's got to be in some pain. Toradol's starting to probably wear off at this point. You can absolutely get a pumpkin pat. Absolutely. Megan says, cats are not dumb. My grandmother loved cats and would say that dogs have owners and cats have staff. It's true. It's true. I definitely am. I'm definitely part of the staff for my cats here in this house. Emmett says, best fan base in the NFL and soon to be Super Bowl contenders. I love it. Let's go, Emmett. Let's go. Delikey says, Pierce the cat has piercing blue eyes. Yeah, everyone throwing shade at Russ. Tommy says, you know, in the movie Constantine, cats were a gateway to hell. Just saying. Nobody knows for sure if the cats are even terrestrial. My guess is they are extra higher dimensional beings. It's true. Well, technically it wasn't a pathway to hell. He said that they were halfway between worlds. So technically they could be halfway to be hell, halfway into heaven. You know, kind of a bit of both on that. But I do remember that. He had to stand in water and hold the cat and look in the cat's eyes as he was being drowned or something, right? Wasn't that the magical way to get to hell or something like that on that one? But I have been told that, yes. What's even eerier is I've got a black cat. That freaks a lot of people out. You have a black cat. Don't you know about black cats? Don't you know? But yeah, Megan, they've been around. I watched this cool documentary. It's on Netflix right now. This cat documentary wasn't bad. It actually had some things in it I wasn't aware of with cats, but I thought was pretty interesting. Henry Marsh says, Russ has been exposed a long time ago. We all know Russ is a businessman first, a quarterback second. I think he became that way. I think he did. I think he got too much into that multitasking brain of I can do everything all at once. And I think that he lost, it's again, you know, it's the pride, the ego of stuff to understand, like, you know, you look at a guy like Tom Brady, he hasn't gone through these years and he's like, well, I got this game solved. I don't have to work as hard. I did the hard work already. Now I can just hit the cruise control button, lean back in my Tesla and let this self-driving
Hall of Fame car, just go right down the freeway and collect some more Super Bowl trophies. At every point in time, even when he went to Tampa Bay. I mean, hell, there was times in Tampa Bay where Brady's breaking protocol for the lockdown stuff because he's out there throwing on a park. And, so he's doing everything he can all the time, eating his avocado ice cream. And, there's certainly no point in Tom Brady's career where we were in his mid-30s going, man, look at how fat Tom's gotten. Look at how thick Tom's gotten in his mid-30s. Did we? He's always keeping himself in peak shape, always grinding as hard as he could grind. I think Russ lost some of that over the years. And it kept going little by little, draining out. And then you eventually get 4 or 5 years down the road and there's kind of nothing there. And it's all empty because he's not been building, he's not been refilling his tank. And definitely needs to refill some more of the tank, does Russ, but it may be very much too late. All right, 2nd and 5 here. Mahomes, he drops back to throw, flips this ball out into the flat after he comes off of 2 or 3 targets there. And boy, big gain up the football field by Valdez-Scantling. Was that Scantling? Yeah, I think that's Scantling. Game update, 13-13, tied up. Chiefs are driving into the Bengals side of the field, though. Megan, I was the easy boy. It was my brother that was the troublemaker. I was the easy one growing up. Nicholas says Niners got slap beef for real. They did. They had it taken to them the way they've been taking it to teams throughout this year. 2nd and 9 for the Chiefs on the 28-yard line of the Bengals. Tie game 13-13. Mahomes dropping back to throw. He's going to try to scramble here. He can't move fast enough out of that pocket. That's where vintage Mahomes gets out of that play and turns it into a 5-6 yard gain. Limpy Mahomes is only able to get about a yard. Henry Mars says Russ is building generational wealth for his family. If he wins a Super Bowl along the way, so be it. He actually already won a Super Bowl ring. It's a great point, man. I mean, look, he's winning at life, even if he doesn't win at football going forward. I wouldn't argue with that. And anything I say in my assessment of Russ has nothing to do with him off the field, him as a person or a human being. It's only through him as a football player and his continued development as a football player or the lack thereof. And I think that everything that we seem to hear about him as a human being, as far as, be a father, be it a husband, be it a guy that's great in his community, I would never try to take any shots at Russ for that type of stuff. It's only just the football stuff in general. But Brian, Brandon and all the 12s, another great day with y'all. Leaving the country for some sun up until before Super Bowl. Looking forward to the next time I'll be able to jump in. Take care all. Have yourself a great night, Brian. Appreciate you jumping in. Always appreciate you jumping in, man. You have yourself an awesome evening. Cool Breeze says, I can do a mean Trump impression. I bet Brandon can do a good one, though. I've struggled. He's a hard one to do. It's going to be the best ever. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. It's the best game ever. Never had a game better. They said I could have been an NFL coach. I wasn't. Could have been. I asked if they would need me to. They said yes. I had business proposals. Couldn't do it. Not a very good one. I'd have to work on that one. I don't think I'd like to do enough. I don't know if it'd be much fun. I'd probably be triggering about half the chat in here too as well. Football, it's a great sport. Love it. Better than anything else in the world. Pumpkin's a national treasure. She is, man. She is, Cool Breeze. She's my faves. Sam the Great says, I'm just not a big fan on how Wilson left out of Seattle. All the social media nonsense. Should have went about it differently. Could have gone at it a lot differently. You're right. Definitely did more of a bit of a scorched earth approach to things. Just a bit. Not all, maybe not fully, but definitely sent some fire across the bow of the Seahawks organization. And I think it's valid to say, that it's, yeah. And it left a little bit of a bitter taste in your mouth on that. Oh, wow. Great stretch by the Chiefs. Valdez-Scantling's having a hell of a game here for the Chiefs. He was a yard and a half short. Bengals had 2 arms on him, and somehow he got that ball stretched out. Looks like a first. Nicely done. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez is in the house. What's up, Jose? Y'all aren't? Get subbed up to Jose's channel. Does a lot of not just Seahawks content, but a bunch of content across the board. One of my longtime mods. It's good to see you in the chat, Jose. Go Breeze by nature. Cats are here by choice. Dog more by obedience. Love both, but if you let your door open, only one will generally come back. Cats choose us. Dogs depend on us. Well said, man. Well said. Well said. I love that. And I agree. I agree in full. And Kitty goes, meows, right. I can get her for, nice thing with her, she's so talkative, I can just make her meow. Like, hey, say something. Yeah. G-Walker, watching the Niners get crushed and the fans make excuses was like pure morphine injected into my veins. Well said, Walker. I think you've put it better than anybody else in that respect. We're just all laying back in our Seahawks fandom right now after this game, just like, yeah, they're crying. They're so mad. Listen to him, the quarterback. Tom Brady, now they're talking about Tom Brady. Oh, wow. That's what it's like. It's exactly like that. I love that. Well said there, Mr. Walker. Tom Eden, football's huge. It's the biggest sport. It's huge. They asked me to watch soccer. I said, why? If I want to watch someone flop, I'll go fishing. Nicholas Newton, we aced the trade. The Wilson trade is the current Herschel Walker trade. Agreed. I think it'll stand right behind the Walker trade all time when this is all said and done. And that'll be great because that means for years on end, you youngsters just getting into football means for next decades, you're going to hear about the time the Seahawks swindled the Broncos, right? It'll be on the NFL Network on one of their like top 10 shows they do. Top 10 teams that fleeced another team. Seahawks 2022. Trade of the Hawks will never go down as the worst trade ever in history. You know, you get the talking head that comes on. So they're trying to check on this mark spot ball here for the Chiefs to see if he got the first down or not. We're waiting on the replay. Megan says, fill me in on the Walker trade. So let's see here. Megan, I gotta get the deal on it. Herschel Walker trade details. So the Herschel Walker trade was like this, Megan. And that is that, so the Cowboys moved Herschel Walker to Minnesota. Now, Megan, they also gave Dallas, they also had to give up their 3rd round pick to Minnesota. So there was a 3rd round pick that went to Minnesota as well. And then Minnesota also got a 5th round pick, a 10th round pick, and a 3rd round pick because they actually had like 15 rounds back then. You got 1st and 10 here for the Chiefs. They're on the 19-yard line as that call does turn to a first down for them. Big call in the game there. It looked like the right call. Looked like a first down. They're going to try to run with Pachenko, and he's going to get a couple-yard run. 5:45 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Tie game. So there was not just that Herschel Walker, Megan. The thing to consider with this, too, is there is the 3rd and the 5th rounder in addition to Minnesota. The Cowboys got back Jesse Solomon, who's a good linebacker for them. David Hayward, backup linebacker. Isaac Holt didn't really play. Alex Stewart didn't really do a lot for them. The real haul was they got Minnesota's 1st round pick in 1990, their 2nd round pick in 1990. They had Minnesota's 1st round pick in 91, Minnesota's 2nd round pick in 92, and then they got a Minnesota 1st round pick in 92 and a Minnesota 2nd round pick in 92 and a 3rd round pick in 92.
So there's a couple other picks involved in this, but they're all kind of tiny-ish area of it. So the key on this one, Megan, is they get the 3 first-round picks for Walker, the 3 second-round picks for Walker, and a 3rd-round pick 2 years after that. So obviously a little bit better of a haul than what our Hawks were able to get. But still, number 2 ain't bad. Number 2 ain't too shabby. Ain't too shabby. Nicholas Newton, Brandon, my daughter is a diehard Seahawks fan who lives in Colorado. Oh, that's got to be tough. Is she able to wear her Seahawks gear out and about at this point? Or could she wear her gear out last year, but now no longer can? That's my follow-up question. Nicholas says, I'm not a big fan of Wilson audibling out of a run to pass play because he wanted to be a hero. Cost us a Super Bowl. I don't know if we know that occurred, Nicholas. I've heard more rumors of that this year than I'd ever heard in past seasons before this. And I don't think that it's the truth. I've heard it as a rumor placed out there, but here's my thing with it. You know, they're going to review this again because it looks like Mahomes is sacked on the play. If this was the case where Russell Wilson did audible out of that run play to a pass play, I can't think that Richard Sherman would have spent 10 years keeping that under wraps. That would have gotten out from one of these guys from the inside, even if it was just leaked out. But it was never leaked out. I've not heard any of those players ever say that they know that he audibled out. I've heard it said that, you know, I've heard players intimate a bit that they think that it was trying to make Wilson the star of the show of that game. Mahomes with the throw. Touchdown. Beautiful throw by Mahomes. He's got to try to step up into the pocket, and he's trying to climb the pocket. Again, to Marquez Valdes-Scantling, who's just having the game of his life right now. He's been a solid receiver for them, but boy, he is just balling out right now. And Mahomes showing you why he's an MVP on that dodgy ankle. Climbs the pocket. Pass rush is bearing down in on him. He's not able to set his feet. Throwing it just in mid-climb of the pocket, basically, right down the middle, and just rifles it in there into a small window to Marquez Valdes-Scantling. What a touchdown drive answered back by the Chiefs there, though. Puts them back up by 7 points. Very, very nice drive. Megan says, I believe you be. Benny wouldn't. Then again, I believe in Father Christmas, the Easter Rabbit, and the Tooth Fairy. It's fair enough. It's fair enough. Beautiful throw by Mahomes. G. Rocker says, Russ would have went to the Broncos as a legend still to Seattle. That passive-aggressive media leak BS really damaged his reputation in Seattle. Now he's not a hero to Seattle or Denver, which is sad. Yeah, it's true. He has done as much harm to his legacy without... It's as much harm as I've seen a player do their legacy without there being some off-the-field situation that's occurred that's caused them to get to that place of things. You know, it is all really on the field kind of related and his doing it. But yes, he did exactly that. You know, he was subtly asking for a trade a year out from the moment he was finally traded. You know, he was piping up a lot about wanting to have more control and about being hit too much. And, you know, this and that and this and that. And then he wants Mahomes-like targets around him to throw to. And, you know, he definitely burned some bridges, as I say, a little bit of that slight scorched earth. You know, he did it. And that's why I don't have a lot of like sympathy for him in his situation here. Nothing didn't just happenstance occur to Russell Wilson. He forced this path to occur. He saw it being much more successful than it's been, but he forced it nonetheless. He's the one that drove it. Cooper says, Pete's the man. I wish things went better for him in terms of titles, but he is hard-headed. He is not leaving this year, so he has one more chance, but I doubt he has more after the next year. I agree. He's got one more year here, Cool Breeze. Some of this could inform our offseason too and being a little more aggressive because there may be only that one more year. Because I do believe within a year, within about probably 15 months, this team's going to be sold. Whenever it's sold, I think it's going to be sold before the next prior year. And if that occurs, a new owner could very well want to get their own head coach in there at that point. So he could be approaching that spot here on this point, Cool Breeze. He could. So Nicholas Newton, you're going to have to point, if Marshawn Lynch has said, here's the thing about the Nicholas Newton, if Marshawn Lynch had said that he audibled out of the play, this doesn't match. When I go to when most recently Pat McAfee asked Marshawn Lynch about it a couple of years ago on an interview process where McAfee trying to get to the bottom line on that bit of it. If that's the interview that you're referencing, Marshawn did not say that they audibled out of the play in that interview. In that interview, I think there was what Marshawn's intimated. The main thing that Marshawn's put at the forefront of it when he's talked about the play is that perhaps the coaching staff wanted Russell to be the star. They didn't want him to be the MVP of the game. And that very well could be a part of the process that informed the coaches on the play call to make. But that's not the same thing as Russ necessarily calling an audible. So if you've got a clip, please do give it to me. Because if you got it to me, that's going to be one of the biggest stories I could break on this channel. Because that's not known as just a go for nothing. Well, it goes for nothing. That's just the fact that he changed the play. In fact, the way that's viewed historically is quite the opposite. It was called in. Maybe they were trying to make Wilson the hero. Maybe the coaching staff was trying to do that. But that's not the same as Wilson getting a call from Bevel, saying it's a run play, and then he goes in the huddle and he's like, I'm going to call this instead. That'd be a bit of a different horse of a different color. Boy, it's getting colder and colder there. You can see the more and more of these players' breath as this game goes along and the night starts to take hold there out there in Arrowhead. It's looking pretty cold. Nicholas, she wears her gear to school. I've heard players say it, Brandon. Well, again, please do, if as you say, you hear Lynch, then there should be a recording of that. If you can tell me where the link is or tell me what interviews it's from, I would love to do that because I will repost it to my channel. I mean, that's something that if I can put that on a video, that's the most viewed video of my whole channel, Nicholas. That's a million view video. I would put up in the titles, Marshawn Lynch says Russell Wilson called an audible. I would have that up in the titles. That's why I say I'm a little reticent to believe that that's what exactly he said on that is, because somebody would have already have done that if that was kind of the case with it. Somebody would have already posted that kind of video going, here it is in blatant terms, right? Here it is as clear as can be on that. And again, too, to think that Richard Sherman, Nicholas, would have stayed quiet about that through all these years with all of the shade he's thrown at Russ's direction, knowing that, because it's not like he wouldn't be aware of that fact either. To never reference it or bring it up or ever to say it himself, hard for me to believe that would go like that. Garth Knight with a $5 dono. Thank you, Garth. I really appreciate it. Says, any good songs for sad Niner fans tonight? I'll start with the play with Don't You Cry Tonight by Guns N' Roses. That's a good one. How about let's go Crying by Don McLean, right? Go a little old school. They like to think about all the old wins, right? 30, 40 years ago, Garth. So let's get them get them reminiscing with some of that old tunes. We could do a little bit of, let's see, what else we got here? What's another one? What's another one we could do? We could do a little bit of The Day I Tried to Live by Soundgarden. Let's put that one in there. Get a little bit of that one in. That's a good one. Let's put in the, what's that song, that Mother song? Let's put Mother in there because they're crying for Mama tonight. Mother. A little bit up tempo, right, Garth? You bring them down to bring them up. You bring them down to bring them up. A good playlist has got you're carrying them through on the emotions at that point, right? You're taking them on the magic carpet ride at that point. And we got to get them something like, then we go back to Nirvana, a little bit of Dumb, I think I'm dumb. Yeah, so they can just, and we play that one twice for them. I think I'm dumb, because there's a lot of repeating in the chorus on that song. I think I'm dumb. I think I'm dumb. That'd be maybe our closer, Garth. That's our closer on the playlist. And we put it on double track. They'll think they hit replay, but they'll spend half the thing trying to figure out, is that back one? Is that forward one? But let's start the list with that one, Garth. I'll get a couple more on there. How about a little bit of Meatloaf? I'll do anything for love, but I won't do that.
You know?
I will build a sensational team from scratch. But I won't get the quarterback. No, I won't get the quarterback.
Russell, Megan says, if I had to choose between Russell Wilson and Pete Carroll, I wonder who I'm taking every day. B. I know you're with. I know you got. Cole says, Pete is the man. I wish things went better for him in terms of titles, but he is a head coach. He is hard-headed. He is not leaving. Sorry, I read that one. My bad. Chiefs just driving the ball back here after they get it back from the Bengals. Megan says, B, think you may have missed my question. If Pumpkin chose Jim Zorn over Dave Craig, fingers crossed, what are you going to do? Well, she's not going to dictate me on football matters. She could dictate to me a lot of things, Megan, but not on football matters. I will listen to her on many things, but I don't know if I can listen to her on that. But I will post it at some point. We'll do the Taster's Choice. Especially I'm going to get both of their cards here. So I'll get both of their 2 cards, and we'll put the cards, and I'll put a little kitty treat on top of the cards. They'll be in plastic, so it won't be on the card itself. And whichever one she picks, we'll know her choice. Megan says, B, explain what an audible is. An audible is a secondary play that you go to at the line of scrimmage that happens after you have, that occurs after you, oh goodness, the Chiefs just got called for taunting. And Andy Reid's like tapping his head. Think. Chiefs tackle got feeling himself a little bit there, I think. Bad penalty there. That's a bad one. 1st and 10 for the Chiefs, though. They're at the 43-yard line. Mahomes drops back to throw. He's going to let it rip. And ball's dropped there by Sky Moore. Tommy says, how about Loser by Beck? That's a good one. That's a one. We put that one right before Dumb. So, Nicholas, you're mentioning a couple players saying it, but you got to put me to the interview where you've seen it. Like, give me a link to the interview, man. Or at least tell me what to search on YouTube to find the interview with them. Because I've listened to what all those guys have had to say about the play, and I've never heard them once say that Russell Wilson audibled into that call. I've heard them say the coaching staff tried to make him the hero. Coaching staff wanted him to shine. I've heard a lot of that stuff, but that's not the same of there was a call. He got up the line of scrimmage and he made an audible at the line of scrimmage then. And if you watch the play, there's never a moment in the play, if you watch it actually occur, where he's making the call. He does an audible at the line of scrimmage. And I just don't think he was at a point in his career where he felt comfortable enough to, in a Super Bowl, change the play in his, 3rd year in the league. He's going to be changing a play at a key moment like that. Maybe, but I think we would have heard more. Again, you might be right on this. So, Nicholas, if you're right, I will totally eat crow on this. But just again, supply me the link to where I can find this soundbite, because I've never heard that. And again, you have to understand on this, Nicholas, this is not common knowledge in the way you're kind of presenting it. Like, well, the whole Seahawks fandom knows that just goes without saying that he audibled. Nobody's known that at the point. You're bringing some like breaking kind of news on this. So if that's the case, we gotta find where's this interview. And I'm not being blowing smoke up your butt on this. Like, if there's an interview with Sherman or Lynch saying that Russell Wilson called an audible, I will be reposting it to my channel. That is going to be like that'd be a 1 million viewed video if that was the case. That's why I'm kind of stuck on this a little bit. It's like, if they say that pertinent, I'm not talking about, you can't say, Nicholas, well, they said it generally. They've got to actually say, not in general terms or whatever, but he changed the play. There was a play that's called this way. He went back the other way. I don't know. Maybe you're right. I'll look it up, but I don't think that there's that video out there in exactly that way. Steve Guard says, oh, by the way, the last name is pronounced Gerard. Okay, Gerard. I got that there, man. Sometimes I'm bad about last names. Fumble! Oh, Mahomes just couldn't move. Boy, tough there. Bengals needed that play. They needed the defense to make a play, and they got a bad snap there. They got it, though. So they got the ball now on the 45-yard line. Mahomes just had the ball bounce out of his hands, and he couldn't react fast enough. Bro's got the blitz. He recognizes it. Okay, you know what to do, kid. Bengals changed. No, they dropped out of it. Gets it down to Mixon. Poof.
Nicholas says his teammates never don't like him much. A couple of guys stood up for him, but from what I have seen, Denver teammates don't really care for him. No, I agree on that. Yeah. So Megan, yeah, an audible is called. You have a call you're in the huddle, right, Megan? You make your call, break. You break the huddle. You go up to the line of scrimmage as an offense. Then once you get up to the line of scrimmage, as like you're watching Burrow do now, you're reading up what you're seeing across the defense, how they're aligning. And if the defense shows you a certain look, you could go back to audible into a different call. So you say like, remember Megan, there's like Peyton Manning is known for saying the word Omaha. That's him theoretically calling either what is an audible or a dummy audible. Because sometimes quarterbacks will call an audible, but they're not really calling an audible. They just want the defense to think they're changing based on the the front that they're seeing. So it's a little bit of a chess match. But essentially, you have one play called, you get the line of scrimmage, you audible out of that play, you're going to something else, is what would be an audible pure. Guard Knight with a $5 donation says, if the Orange Cat chooses Zorn over 17, I will respect the choice. Fair enough, Guard. 3rd and 5 here for the Bengals. Another little just another little out route there. I don't know if they're worried about the pass rush, but Burrow just tried to flip it out into the flat, and the Chiefs were all over it. Odd Burrow's not trying to push the ball a little up the field here. And maybe he's just not trusting the pass protection as much. A little bit. Seth Meyer-Smith, Eagles fans, says, my Eagles are the champions, my friend. You are the champions, the NFC champions. Now go get that Lombardi now. You're almost there. You're almost there. A little bit closer, man. Congratulations to you guys, though. Well-earned victory. Megan says, Crying by Roy Orbison or Katie Lang? I thought it was Don McClain that was the original one on that one, Megan. I could be wrong on that. It might be Orbison that I'm thinking of. They both had very similar kind of vocal stylings a little bit. I thought it was Don. Dandy Don. Cool. Personally, I don't think Russ audibled. I believe this coaching staff made the decision. That's what I think as well. I think the coaching staff made the choice. But if there's a clip out there, I'd be all over it. Megan says, the day you went away. It's an Aussie song, but appropriate. I like it. And Garth, I'll respect the choice if she chooses Zorn over 17. I don't know if she's going to move me off my spot with that one, though. I don't know. I trust her on many things. I don't know. Megan says, Free Fallin' by Tom Petty. That's a good one, too. It's a good one, too. Cool Breeze Sherman is justifiably right about Russ. Should have changed the play to run, but that was the moment Russ really bought into his S not stinking. I mean, so it's, for me, Cool Breeze, that's a tough one to go with on that. Because again, the call from, this is why, as we pull this back onto why this is not an audible, it all comes kind of from a spot of, they're making the call that they think is going to beat the Patriots defense in that moment. The Seahawks up until that point throughout the course of the season had about, I think, 5 or 6 times where Marshawn Lynch had the ball on the 1 or 2 yard line facing a stacked box, and he wasn't able to get in. You know, it wasn't a guarantee that just because you're at the 1.5, you're getting in. The Seahawks offensive line had not necessarily done great against the heavy formations of defenses throughout the course of that year down by the goal line. You had failed every time in those kind of situations throughout the year when running Marshawn Lynch at the 1 or 2 yard line. So the stats were informing the coaching staff to make that call. And if Russ is going to come up the line of scrimmage there and make that audible into a run, so if we're moving away from saying he audibled to a pass, but we're saying he should have audibled into a run, well, maybe he would have had the power to do that, but what from a pre-snap standpoint is supposed to inform him of that? Because not the heavy formation. The heavy formation would be informing him instead pre-snap to stay with the pass. So you're asking him to essentially make that call because he's like, well, Marshawn Lynch is hot and I want to go with the hot hand. Russ was pretty young in his career at that point to be making that kind of ballsy of a call in that moment for those reasons, I would offer. Burrow's going to finally go deep down the field here, and he's going to hit Chase, who just goes up between 2 defenders and makes the catch. Chase just awesome. He's such a good player. Right up over the top of 2 guys. I mean, there wasn't even really separation there. He's in pure double coverage and just jumps over the top of the double coverage. I mean, pure double coverage on that play. And Brian Cook messed it up. He took a bad leverage position at it, but that puts the Chiefs in 1st and goal now, or the Bengals in 1st and goal now after that throw. 20-13 Chiefs, first and goal from about the 6-yard line. Fun the game compared to the first game. Throw out to Mixon. He's going to gain about 3 yards. Megan says, I'm not implying the pumpkin would change your mind, but you seem to be avoiding the question, laughing out loud. I'd be okay if she picks it. I'll get it on video, Megan. Once I get those cards and I can put a tweet on, we'll find out. But I'm okay if she happens to pick. If she happens to pick, I'm not going to force her to pick. You're not going to see me with my hands as she's like going to Zimmy Zorn and you see my hands enter the frame and force her over to Dave Craig. I wouldn't do that. Sanchez says, end with Nirvana's I hate myself and I want to die. Maybe we'll put that on the end of dumb. We'll go dumb and I hate myself and want to die. Just real like depressing Nirvana music at the end. Big Country Mahomes just did a Dave Craig. Yes, he did. He had a very Dave Craig-like play on that fumble. That is right out of Dave's book, man. Nagasa McDuffie is a baller. He's had a couple tough plays here in this game. Go Breeze, you don't even know what you're talking about. Who do you want? God, the 49ers, the Tracks of My Tears by Smokey, Hurt by Cash, I Hurt Myself Today, that's a good one. I Know It's Over by the Smiths, and How to Disappear Completely by Radiohead. Oh, I love it. Megan says, so does the audible come from the coach, the quarterback, or the coach? It's the player making the call for the audible, Megan. So it's on the quarterback to make the read of the line of scrimmage. And if he needs to make the change, but Megan, he's also been instructed by the coach of when to make those changes. He's not just freewheeling out there. Maybe a Tom Brady type that's been in the league for 20 years that gets the opportunity to do that. But most of the time the coach will tell him, okay, we get in these moments, I make this call, you audible to this. Or sometimes, Megan, they'll have 2 plays called in the huddle and you come out with your initial call, but then he sees something else and he'll say, tango, which means go to the second call or whatever their keyword would be, to go then to the other call instead out of the same offensive formation and look. So technically the player is the one that makes the call, Megan, but they're instructed and informed by the coaching staff of when to make it and when not to make it. Megan says, I think it's Orbitson, but you could be right, B. Both those guys are kind of the same, but I'm going to look it up now. Crying. It was Orbison. You're right. Crying. That's the one. You got me on that one, Megan. Well done. My old brain is showing off on that one. Tom Eaton says the coach usually calls 2 plays, 15 seconds at the start of the play to talk in the headset, the coach, and is like, run this, but you can see then this, then do that. That's another way of doing it too. So Megan, there's times too, if you get the play call in fast enough because the headset goes until 15 seconds, you can get just enough time to get something in under the wire to make it happen with that. To where the coach can make the call directly on that, Megan, right? So if you come up to the line of scrimmage and it says there's 19 seconds on the play clock, the coach is still able to talk into the quarterback's ear and he's like, oh, I see this is a 4-3 base they're throwing. Audible back into this, which is a throw. And that's the last thing he'd get before 15 seconds, and then he'd be told by the coach there. So it's hard to say black or white on that question, who makes that call. It can kind of come from a couple of different places. I think you're right on 15 seconds. Tommy says Chase is a beast. What a player. We need one. He's awesome. He's awesome. Reason why I said a couple years ago he was my favorite player in that draft that he came out. He was special. He was beating men 19 years old in the SEC. I mean, beating everybody, beating NFL caliber players on a weekly basis on the outside. So 2020, 13:26 to go here in the game. And Pachenko will take this up to about the 22-yard line. Megan says, don't lie to me, B. If she picks Zorn, I have a feeling she'll not be getting salmon treats. I'll be putting her in a closet, Megan. She will not see sunshine for a month. And I'll blame you. I'll say this was Megan that did this. It was on Megan. It's not me, it's Megan who did this to you. No, if she picks, I will. I will film it. Hand to God, Megan. I'll film it, and whatever she picks and chooses. Now, does that mean that I won't have her starting leaning a little bit towards that Craig salmon treat, with a little Craig lean? She might have a little Craig lean, okay? But, she'll pick what she wants at the end of the day on that one. Coolbree says, Brando, I'm not crucifying Russ about that play. Like I said previously in the chat, and for years, I believe it was 95% the coaching staff call. Oh, I don't think you were either. Maybe I was kind of misunderstanding a little bit what you were saying with it. I was more just with Nicholas. I want to find that clip. As much as anything, I want that juicy clip. No, I feel you on that. I'll give him 5%, I guess, with it. That's the thing with me. If we want him to audible, if they came up with a light box, the Patriots, then I'd be like, okay, well, yeah, he should have audible. But if they went heavy formation, if they brought that extra defensive lineman on the field as the Patriots did on that play, then I start to go, well, I don't know. On that one, I wouldn't be wanting Russ to, normal situations, I wouldn't be asking Russ to audible in that situation. I come out goal line, they go heavy, we got a pass play called. That should really be instructing the quarterback at that point that we've out chess matched him. We're one step ahead of their coaching staff at that point. Is a little bit how I would feel with it. But I get it. Cool says, I'm just saying Russ was the only person on the field who could have changed the play to a run on second down if I remember correctly. You're right there. I mean, he has the ability to do it. There's no saying that. And you could make the argument, maybe it's just like have a feel for the game, have a feel for that. Marshawn just ran it down on a 9-yard carry on the prior run down to like the 1.5 yards. And this is Marshawn Lynch and this is the Super Bowl. And you're going to get, with the Super Bowl on the line, I'm going to trust that my guy, Marshawn Lynch beast mode, can get me a yard, regardless of what I see on a front, regardless of the out chess match thing, right? Maybe there's times in football that you just get beyond the chess match. And it's just, no, this is mano a mano. And my mono is going to beat their mono. Yeah, I can see it. Lou, what a great game. It's been a fun game here, man. Back and forth affair here with the Chiefs and the Bengals. As advertised on this one. As advertised. All right, so we got 1st and 10 for the Chiefs from the 32-yard line of their own possession. They're going to try to hand this one off. Bengals have done a good job today of stopping the run. Been pretty darn consistent in that respect of things. Let me take a look at this here, actually. I want to kind of look at the numbers. So, Pachenko, 7 carries, 17 yards. Jerick McKinnon, 3 carries, 4 yards. Ronald Jones, 1 carry, no yards. McCole Hardman, 2 for 7. So, yeah, Mahomes is kind of having to get this all done on his own here today. It's not much better for Burrow. Mixon, 7 carries, 12 yards. Perrine's got 5 carries for 22. Neither team's really able to do much running. It's all in the arms. Just like we'd want it, though, right? This is exactly how we want this kind of game to play out. Let's let them prove they can get it done. God, Mahomes got that ball out insane. I can't believe he got that out. It's going to be 3rd and 9. He had just tons of pressure coming. Megan says, I got it, baby, one more time by Brittany. Hit me, baby, one more time. Chuck Seeger says, what a funny day. The 49ers streamers on YouTube logged out by halftime, laughing out loud. They're in their feelings, Chuck. I can't blame them. I get it. I get in that same place. We lose a game. I get annoyed by it. I do. I feel, especially this year, it's got to be a hard fall because you got so much built up. It's one thing when your season ends and you're like in a rebuild year. You're like, oh, it's a rebuild year. It's another thing when it's like, well, we're in our Super Bowl window and we lost out again. We suck again. Just short again. It's got to be brutal, man. You get all this far and then just fall just that short. Just get to right there and then I can't get. 3rd and 9 here from Mahomes. He's in shotgun. 3 wide, dropping back to throw. He's looking through his targets, dancing in the pocket. Finds his man underneath. Great job by the Bengals defenders there. All over Kelsey as Bell. Strong safety was right there. As soon as Kelsey caught that ball, he had him tackled. So 4th and 4, this is going to bring up a punt.
Let's bring up a punt. Megan Gockroger says, so why does Pete wear the headset, B? I'm so confused right now. The headset is interconnected between all the coaches, Megan. So everybody's talking kind of on one line and everybody gets to kind of listen to. The offensive coordinator can go to the quarterback line at any point in time, right? You have your switches. So when you're talking to the quarterback, you're switching over to here. When you're switching over to here, when you're talking to the coaching staff. But the coaching staff all has headsets because they're all communicating amongst each other about what's going on and what they're seeing. And as I understand it, it can be a little bit chaotic with that many voices. But that's why Pete's hearing what the offensive coordinator is saying into the headset. He's hearing the whole process, I believe. But to talk, you would just flip the switcher. Yeah, it's a good game. Burrow about to get the ball back here. Go Hawks 2022. Oh, I find Brandon puts up with us when we're having issues and take it out in the chat. Brandon, I find is very professional at what he does. Hats off to you, man. Well, thank you, buddy. You guys make it easy on me. The chat's usually pretty cool, and everybody's always in pretty good spirits here, even when things aren't going right, which makes it easier. Definitely makes it easier for me. And I know issues come up. You got a lot of different personalities and peoples in different places, and things come up and happen. That's the nature of the beast a little bit, you know. But that's all a testament to you guys. We keep this on point with it, you know. I hear you. Everyone hears you. Garth Knight with a $5 dono. Thank you, Garth. Why is there a 3rd and 9? Why are they giving him back a 3rd and 9? Hold on here. Folks in the chat, why are they giving him a 3rd and 9? They just got a 4th down stop and they're giving him the ball back for no reason. Wait a second here. Oh, that's jacked up. And they get the sack. Thank God. Well, the officials gave him a free play. Oh, but we got another flag. Are the Chiefs, are they going to help him out again? Here comes the rigging. Is this where the rigging's coming in now? Why did they get the extra play? I don't have the volume on. Can somebody tell me in the chat why they got the extra play when the Bengals got the 4th down stop? I thought the Bengals got the 4th down stop. Oh. Well, it's definitely holding by Apple. There's no doubt there. I mean, he held in a couple of different ways. But why did they get, it seemed like I thought they had the 3rd down play where they got the stop and it was like, that's it. They blew the play dead. How did it get that far into playing the play if it was played dead? Oh, man, that's bad. That's a key play in the game to do that. That's a key stop. That gets the Bengals the ball back in the 4th quarter with the chance to go up by 7 points. Ooh-wee. Okay, Kitty. I'll be done soon here. Tommy, if Carolina gets a good quarterback, they are instant South favorites. That's why, Tommy, I don't think they go to it. Somebody's mentioned before Jimmy Garoppolo or going for one of these second-hand quarterbacks. Why did the official blow it dead? Like, why would he even come in and blow it dead? For what purpose and reason would he blow that play dead? Nobody was calling a timeout. Yikes. Garth Knight with a $5 dono. Garth, thank you for all your donations tonight, man. I do really appreciate it. He says, Roy Orbison was a defensive back for Pete Carroll. As a blind man, he took well to the teaching. He did. There's never been a guy with thicker glasses than Roy Orbison. Those things were like this. Those were an inch thick. Those were a Bible thick of glasses. That's how thick his glasses were. I mean, my God, they went up over his forehead. They were so big. All right, another 3rd down and 9 since the officials have gifted the Chiefs the extra play there and then brought the penalty flag on the holding call. Looks like we're going to get a timeout here before this is going to stop the action. Garth, thank you for all your donations though, man. And yeah, Pete's been around long enough to have coached Roy Orbison at the end of his career before he became a singer-songwriter. He was actually a fancy-footed defensive back out of Oklahoma who could really pick up and move his feet for a guy back then. And Roy used to credit it to his dancing. If you wouldn't look at Roy Orbison, Garth, and think, hey, there's a dancer. But there's a guy that can move his feet. He had to do something with those big glasses. He knew he was going to bring the women to him with all those big glasses going on. Like, no one's going to want to be, I got to show them down here. Got to keep them off this. Got to keep them down there. Keep their eyes down there. You know it. But as somebody was saying with Carolina, I don't buy them getting one of these secondhand quarterbacks. Go get your quarterback. Go get your guy. And you have a team that's kind of set up and ready to go out there and compete, especially in that division. Rob says, I traded down with Carolina with our 5th pick and received the 2024 first round and this year's 2nd and 4th. Is that adequate compensation? Yes. Yeah. I would say that's even on a little bit even more so, right? I'd say that's even an incomplete pass by Mahomes. So even trying to gift him a little bit of an extra down there wasn't enough for the Chiefs there. Good job by the Bengals getting some pass rush in there. But yeah, that's about right. I had as a first, 3rd round, maybe a little bit more. You've got him about right in that place where you're at with it, Rob. So you definitely get the future 1, move it back to 9, and you're getting something else extra in addition to that, not just the 1. So 2nd, 3rd round, 2nd and a 4th. Yeah. Very much so, Rob. It's part of why I like that you're seeing right there. I think when you make that proverbial trade, you're seeing why I like doing it so much. Because you move back the slight amount, which normally when I move back a slight amount, even in a first round, if it's the back of the first round, I'm not getting much. But I move slightly back at the top of this first round, and I get this monstrous haul back in return. And to me, I look at that and I go, geez, just for barely moving back a couple spots, especially to me, Rob, if you don't have Carter and you don't have Anderson there. You don't have Anderson, you don't have Carter, but there is a quarterback that somebody desperately wants. And it's in their desperation that you pull in that haul. As we saw with the Russell Wilson situation, that was a desperate trade by the Broncos. They wanted Aaron Rodgers. They hired Aaron Rodgers' buddy, Hackett, just like the Jets are trying to hire Aaron Rodgers' buddy Hackett to be their offensive coordinator now. Can we woo him with your guy, with your drinking buddy? Will that woo you in? Yeah, trying to woo him, trying to bring him in on it. So you get a desperate team making a desperate trade, and you're going to get an awesome haul back in return, Rob. I'm glad to hear you're in the same mindset. Scooby Zach says, I still think they could have ran one more running play and tried the pass on the next play, but that's just my opinion. Oh, don't get me wrong, Scooby, as far as going with Marshawn there and not overthinking that situation and it being a poor play call, and, I'd even offer this, Scooby. It's like if you're going to pass there, what you do is you roll Russell out, you give him 1 or 2 reads, and then throw it away if it's not there, and then come back to Marshawn. But, I think as well, in that play, you come back and just run Marshawn then. That's really what you do. And if they stop you with Marshawn on 1 yard, that really should have been situation coaching staff-wise. Beyond Russell Wilson, it should have been the coaching staff to look at that and go, look, we got one of the best backs, if not the best back in the league right now on our team. And he is hard to bring down as any running back in the sport. And he knows he only needs 1.5 yards to get you a Super Bowl win. 1.5 yards is all it would take to get you a Super Bowl win if you can get this guy in there. And that's all we got. Like, you take your chances on it. You don't overthink it. And they kind of overthought it. It's understandable how they got to where they got. And I don't think they got to where they got simply to make Russell's star brighter, but there was better places and better choices to go with on it. Megan says, if everyone's talking at once, how does Pete know what to listen to and when? Well, Megan, remember with Pete, he's a guy they talk about coming into his office and he's got 3 televisions going at once. He's got the radio blaring. He's looking at game film over here on his computer. That's kind of Coach Carroll, but that's also the nature of how it is for all teams, Megan, that's just it's a little bit chaotic. They've got to try to keep the mic clear for only really valid stuff that needs to be mentioned, not just open talk of like, oh, we sucked on that play. You've got to keep it open, the lines for stuff that needs to be spoken about. Like, hey, their 3 tech is edging a little bit deeper into the A gap here. We got to attack that a little bit. He's cheating, Oh, well, the tight end just had a bad drop by the Bengals right in his hands. Right in his hands. Colbert says, which is why there might be a miscommunication on the field. A lot of ideas on a single play to a single play caller is a lot of weight. It is. Oh, yeah. It's why I always say, Colbert, it's why I say about the defensive coordinator job. It's like there could be too many cooks in the kitchen at times. You sometimes need to get to a place where there's a guy who's single-minded in his approach and what he's trying to get done. He's setting things up play by play. You have a movie director. You don't put multiple directors out there on a movie most of the time, right? It's one director, one singular vision. And that's where the best success probably comes from when you're allowed to do that. You do your prep during the week. You do your, hey, we want to try to attack with this and we want to try to attack with that during the week. But come game day, you want your guy just running pretty clean outside of the occasional idea in his ear. 1st and 19 here for Burrow after a penalty. He's going to take a little check down throw for about 4 or 5 yards here on first. Chronos 109. How's it going, man? Chronos. He says, so far from what I remember and heard, it was called a pass play that went 8 out of 8. So far from what I've heard, it was a pass play that was called 8 out of 8 over the season on a touchdown success. I might have to do a video on this, I think, because I think there is a lot of people that are unsure on how this kind of came out, but you're 100% right on this, Chronos. When we come to why they made this call, you could look at this simply and say that they made the Russell Wilson call because they wanted to make him the star, and that's all that informed them on that decision. I don't agree, though. I don't think that that's what was necessarily the main thing informing them on that choice in that moment. Burrow dropping back to throw here on 2nd and 13, and he's going to try to run a little bit. Nice job by Burrow getting a first down, running strong, showing some wiggle. A little wiggle in the open field there for Burrow, making a man miss in the open field. Nicely done. A little wiggle there. A little, give him a little bit of that hot sauce. A little bit of that hot sauce from Burrow. Spicy. Burrow back up the line of scrimmage now here, 1st and 10. He's been their biggest rusher in the day too, on top of being the passer he is. 27 yards rushing. Gives up to Mixon for a gain of 5 or 6 yards. But Kronos is right on this, folks. So what you have in this situation, let's walk through this really quickly. We've got the final game, we play the Super Bowl, okay? The final offensive play for us of the Super Bowl. What first happens before we make our call is the Patriots bring out a heavy formation. So Bevel is informed by the fact he's being told in his ear, Patriots are going heavy. Bevel looks at his call sheet. Like I was saying, and this is it, Kronos has got a stat that goes in addition to my stat. So on the year in goal line situations with Marshawn Lynch, I think you were like 0 for 6. Lynch had had 6 attempts to try to pound in the rock, get a touchdown. Not one time had he gotten it in. Burrow steps back to throw and lets it rip. Oh man, Jamar Chase almost made an amazing catch off of face mask. That was pretty crazy. A great throw by Burrow. The accuracy with that guy. I mean, he put that right on it threw it off his helmet. Bounced it off his helmet. Pretty accurate. That's pretty accurate. Chase just lost kind of track of the ball a little bit. 3rd down and 3. So you've got in the given case during that year, you're 0 for 6 in goal line situations with Marshawn Lynch being given the ball. Failed all 6 times. Now what goes with that stat then is the stat that Kronos is presenting, which is that you had also at the goal line had situations where you would run that exact same pick play. And again, going deep. Oh my God, this ball is going to be picked off. Boy, Burrow just playing loose and free a little bit there, too much of the ball in back-to-back plays. Guys aren't necessarily open and just trying to kind of throw them open a bit there. So that ball's picked. Chiefs are going to take over with a long field there with 6:53 to go. So you've got 0 for 6 on the goal line with Lynch having those situations. And then on the other side of it, you'd run that pick play at the goal line, and it was 8 for 8 during the year at the goal line. 8 for 8. So that's what informs you on that play on what you're making the call on, not a quarterback audibling or the coaches necessarily wanting to make Russell Wilson the star. It's more of that kind of informs that coach. And it all comes from the first point of not, let's call a pass play. It's that the first thing that goes into Darrell Bevel's headset there in that moment is Patriots are going heavy. Patriots are showing us the look defensively that we're going to take away the run here. We're going to make you throw against us on this particular play. And so that's going to inform the coordinator to do that. I would think that way. I could be wrong on this, but that's why I think they went this route, with it. So Megan, let me simplify it for you on that. Okay. Let's go with this. I've got call 1. I got call 2. Okay, Megan, and we'll really simplify it. So I've got a pass play called and I have a run play called. Okay. And that's in the huddle. That's when you make your play call, right? That's when you're telling your offense, here's the call we want to make. Mahomes completes his pass for 14 yards on 2nd and 7. So that'll be a first down for him. So we call pass.
Now, obviously, this is a call, Megan, that's like 24 double X right, double quandary 2 to the boundary left, break, right? But it's a pass play. So you come up to the line of scrimmage. Your guys are all ready to run their routes. Your quarterback's ready to take the hike, drop back to throw. But what happens, Megan, is your quarterback looks across from him when he notices that there's only 3 men in the box. There's only 3 defensive linemen down in the box, right? So it's a pass play, but he's looking at a light box. He's looking at a box where my 5 offensive linemen against their 3 defensive linemen is in favor of my offensive linemen. So that I have a pass play called. What I need to call now is instead I need to change the play to a run play. So they have a code word they use, Megan. Every offense has certain words built in to be to this call or this play. And he goes, okay, Razor. Now Razor instantly changes it from pass to run. And why do you make that change? Because he initially looks across from him on the line of scrimmage and sees the light box in front of him that he can then go and attack. Michael YT, yeah, I guess the official came in and blew the whistle, I guess. That was nuts, though. So weird. 2nd and 2, because the whole play had played out, and I guess it's loud in Arrowhead, so it's sometimes hard to hear whistles. Another flag against the Bengals. Wow, the officials are getting very flag happy here all of a sudden at the end of this game. They've been letting these guys play throughout the course of this game, and now suddenly here come the flags. And it all goes to kind of one favor of it here a little bit. Nagastas says the Bengals defense is very good, but I barely know anybody on the roster. It's good and solid up and down, top to front. Not a lot of weak links out there. No stars, but just everywhere's really solid. They're playing a great game today, keeping the Chiefs, even with a limping Mahomes, keeping them at 20 at home. Deep in the fourth quarter is pretty good effort on their part. Mahomes will get this out to Pachenko in the flat. He breaks a tackle, still going with some room to work. He's got a 15-yard gain. Good hard run by Pachenko. You got to like that run. The Phoenix down, that play on the 1-yard line is like PTSD for me. Laugh my ass off. It is for me too, man. It is for me. I definitely don't love reliving that one. It's always a bit of a tough. So, 1st and 10 for the Chiefs, 4:10 to go here in the fourth quarter. Mahomes back in shotgun. Little give out of shotgun to the McKinn in the back. He's going to lose about 3 or 4 yards here on this play. Nowhere to go. Colbert says beat dictates the philosophy. He calls play ideas, etc., but the OCDC usually call the plays. Yeah, that's right. Julian Garcia, what running backs do you like in the draft to be a perfect duo with Kenneth Walker? I like Deuce Vaughn, LaShawn McCoy, and Darren Sproles. Oh, as your comp for Deuce? He's kind of Darren Sproles to me. I think LaShawn's a little different cat than those two guys. I think Zach Charbonnet would be a good counterbalance to Walker. They give you a couple different skill sets there at that point that you could really have a pretty full back. You got a little bit more of a short yardage back kind of guy in Zach Charbonnet. I like a lot of these backs, Julian. I mean, Tucker, the kid out of Syracuse, is great. Miller out of, even though he'd be very similar, I think Miller, the kid out of TCU, to Walker in certain respects, he's great. I think he's kind of like an Aaron Jones type. And him and just the type of player he is. Deuce Vaughn's awesome though. I think your Sproles comparison is right on point. That's my comp for him as well, is Darren Sproles. And he's legit. He's legit. People are kind of underselling, I think, a little bit that kid out of Kansas State. But if he gets picked in the 2nd or 3rd round, I wouldn't be shocked. He's a really fun player to watch. There's still like another running back I'm not thinking of. I didn't even Tank Bigsby. Runs pretty hard. I kind of like all these running backs. I'm kind of very pro running backs this year. Kenny McIntosh, he runs hard. Roshan Johnson, the guy who maybe goes a little bit later out of Texas. I like him a lot too. Got another flag here. Who could it be on? We'll see. Did they actually call one on the Chiefs? Holding on the Chiefs. Okay. 2:36 to go here in the fourth quarter. So back them up a bit. Rob Terrell says Lucas Van Ness is moving up a lot of draft people's board, a lot of people's draft boards. He is.
boy, is he really rocketing up. I didn't really look at him. I've had people tell me in my comment section, you got to take another look at him because my assessment early wasn't really overly impressed with him. Not bad, not down on him, just not overly impressed. And the worry I have with him is he's not really twitchy, and he's a guy that relies on power. And, we had to learn this lesson, Rob, with LJ Collier. And if you're at the college level and the main go-to for you or the only go-to for you is really power, you're as I call Lucas Van Ness, he's kind of a stack and shed guy. When that's the case, you can be very good at the college level of displaying that power and you can be pretty dominant with it. But when you get to the NFL, everybody's powerful. Everybody's strong. Everybody's in a weight room getting themselves maxed out. Not everybody's quick. Not everybody's fast. Not everybody's twitchy. That's the harder skill set to find. So I'm a little bit perplexed by the Van Ness rising up draft boards. It's not like he put up 15 sacks last year. He put up a respectable 7, but he is really a high effort motor guy. He's going to need a little bit of time to get there. He's going to get he's a coverage sack guy, which is not in value. There's some value to that, but I'll have to just give him another look, Rob. I'm not quite as high as others are on it, but I will be looking at him again. Nagasa Van Ness is a tank. I would say that's definitely a good comparison for him. All right, so let's see if Joe Cool can come out here and give us a Joe Montana-like drive out on the road. The Chiefs, Bengals 2020. Bengals with their last possession here, potentially in this game, or we might have the final possession. He's got from his own 6-yard line, Burrow will be setting up. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. 2 timeouts for the Bengals. Plenty of time here for Joe Burrow. The offensive line's been a bit dodgy here. This Chiefs team has been able to get home. Burrow drops back to throw. Hits a little in-cutting route here to T. Higgins, who does a nice job of getting around some tacklers after the catch and finds his way through. Hold on, folks. 1 second. Okay. Sorry, Kitty. I got to go. Hey, Kitty. Okay, sorry. Got a call here at that spot. People love to call me when I'm on my stream. Like, I'm on stream. I can't. Okay, Kitty, I got you. Kitty. I'm not. You're going to pull down my top, Kitty. You're going to show off my breasts. Stop it. Looks like we got a timeout for the 2-minute warning there. Tom Eaton says, the only thing that soothes my angst for the Seahawks not giving Lynch the ball is the knowledge that we have won more Super Bowls than San Francisco in almost the last 3 decades. There we go. Scooby Snack says, this game has been much better than the last one, other than the fact the Niners lost, which I loved. It was a beautiful game, that last one. I enjoyed watching the Niners get a little bit on the other end of it. I did kind of like. I did. William Leonard says, Brandon, that Super Bowl goal line call was only second down, though. It was. No, I agree. It wasn't. There's no need that you had to throw there, but I understand why you would do it if you get a heavy formation by the defense. That's going to tell you. It's like if I came out in Madden, you call your offense and the defense calls his defense. If the defense called something prior in Madden and you got the defense and they're coming out in goal line, well, maybe I would come out in a 3 wide receiver look then to combat that. Maybe that's the best way to go after that one. But yes, it was second down. If I said third down, I didn't mean that. I misspoke. Megan says, my mother calls me on the stream like all the damn time, even after I ask her not to. I know it's not Stu, Megan, because like I know this guy's subscribed, so he knows that I'm on, but he's like 911ing me. Like, oh, you're calling me for Dr. Feelgood. Okay. He's listening. All right, you're throwing me off. I thought you were calling me for like an emergency on IT front or something. we go. I'm streaming. Let me call you off. I'll call you back though after the stream because we're going for just a little bit long. Let's go Cincinnati, man. No more Chiefs. All right, well, I gotta let you go, buddy. I'm streaming right now. All right, I'll call you later. Dr. Sanders is out in the bar feeling good. He says, go Bengals. He says, go Bengals. Get a little fumble there. What happened there? Burrow was scrambling a bit. Ground can't cause the fumble. Good call by the officials. 2nd down and 7 for Burrow here. 1:31 to go on the 19-yard line in their own possession. Chiefs bringing the heat. Burrow hit as he throws, and he's grabbing his wrist. Eesh. It's got to hurt a little bit. He's definitely it's his right wrist too, and he's kind of flexing it just a little bit. 3rd down and 7 here. Looks like he kind of landed on it awkward there. We do have a flag on the play. They're going to be on the Bengals. I know, Kitty. I know. You're having a day here. There we go. So looks like we got another flag on the Bengals for intentional grounding. Looked like he had his guy kind of close at hand there. But he was maybe on the line. It looked like he was within. Doesn't he have to just be within 10 yards? Yes. Looks like he's within 10, but it's kind of close, I guess. I guess it's kind of close. Megan says, so the quarterback calls the audible and the other players know what the change is and means and will act accordingly. Exactly, Megan. So what you have is a situation where the audible is a word, right? Buzzsaw. Like he comes up, sees that there's a light box. He looks at his guys and he says, buzzsaw, buzzsaw. Or sometimes it can be just touching his helmet. But, like he does this move. You'll see the quarterbacks touch both sides of their helmet. And we got 3rd and 16 here for Burrow. Let's see if he can make a wondrous throw here to not give the Chiefs the ball back with a short field and only needing a field goal to win this game. Burrow drops back to pass out a shotgun. He's looking. He's trying to get it. And he's got it. It's to Hayden Hurst, a 1st down. Oh, the guts of Burrow to just hang and strong in the pocket, knowing the pressure is going down, but he needs those routes to develop. It's a long developing route the field. It's actually kind of a flood zone concept where you see that first receiver's running the corner out of the zone, and then he can come back underneath, Hurst, for a play that's going to be wide open there with the vacated defender. 1st down and 10. 56 seconds to go here. The Bengals still do have 2 timeouts. Plenty of time with the timeouts. Now all the way up to the field. A big gain, too, all the way up to the 32-yard line. Burrow dropping back to throw. Flips it out to Hunter Hurst again. Hayden Hurst again. I call him Hunter Hurst. Hayden Hurst. It's only a couple-yard gain, and he does get out of bounds, though, so stops the clock. So yeah, Megan, the players will know accordingly, and they do their work it's during the week they do their work of this word will mean this audible, this word will mean this audible, and the players have to study that through the week and know that when that's the call, that will be the, I run this route on that play, then on that change. But yes, you have it right now. Greg Kemp says, problem with not giving Beast Mode the ball is the team was built on running and defense, which is supposed to be Pete's philosophy, but when it mattered, he betrayed it. Sherm said it best, he lost his way. I mean, Greg, it's hard for me when it comes down to one play. I mean, we could kind of play that game in a lot of different ways. Let me tell you what I'm saying. So your defense gave up 10 points in the 4th quarter. Our defense betrayed us. We're built on defense, but our defense gives up 10 points in the 4th quarter. Once the offense gives them a lead, they completely betrayed us. But I think that sounds silly for me to say, right, Greg? It does. And it's why I would say
when you take an NFL game that has 70 plays and we get too caught up on one play, I really first push back against that. I'll explain this play. I'll talk why the thought process went into it. But to take everything out of a game and distill it all down to one play, and that nothing else seemed to have mattered before this one play, I really I can't quite get there on that. I don't quite understand that. A football game is built up on the total of all the plays that happened, of everything that occurred. And it may have a very dramatic ending or a very dramatic play at the end that causes things to get flipped one way or another. But it's way more impactful, those other 69 plays, than this one play right here. And if it was, they betrayed their philosophy, Greg, by not doing what I want my coaches to do, Greg, is operate from a point of, how do we operate like a chess match? How do we stay one step ahead of the other coaches on the sideline? I don't like it, Greg, when we go, this is one of the problems I have with the way we run our team right now, where we're going to be what we are, we're going to do what we're going to do, and we're going to make them deal with us. That's really what that sounds like. Kind of like, it's like machismo football. It's bravado football. It sounds good in spirit, but at the end of the day, the easier path in football to find your success is, this team's doing this with their chessboard here. I can counter here and take their piece there, and I've got an advantage, a schematic advantage. As I talk about with our defense right now all the time, Greg, I want my coaches, when they can, to give my players schematic advantages. That play ended up going hellaciously wrong. I don't love the play call, and I'm not sitting here trying to excuse it from the coaching staff angle of things. But at the same point in time, I'm also not going to overreach on and say that this is an example of the coaching staff completely losing their way somehow off of this one play in this one football game over years and years of football. I just think it was a play where you thought you were getting a schematic advantage. I think a lot of us at this point have kind of overthought it a little bit. And it should have been more simple for many of them in the moment, but they thought they were getting a schematic advantage. They had a heavy formation by the defense. They countered with a 3 wide receiver set. They were utilizing a play that had been successful to 100% measure throughout the course of that year. 100%. It worked 100% of the time. It worked 100% of the time. That's what informed you to make that choice. Was there a better play? Was it the right call? Should they have just run with it? Those things can all be true, and that would have been the better route. But it doesn't mean at the end of the day that it's just some horrific call, that there was no intelligence built behind it, or they were just trying to make Russell Wilson the superstar. I can't quite get to the point of that feeling like that was really the case there. Maybe not a great call, but it was informed by what you'd want your coaches to be informed by. And Greg, you wouldn't want your coaches to be going through 69 plays of a football game where they're always trying to get that schematic advantage by the play call that they're making, only on then play 70 to decide, no, let's throw all that out and now just operate off gut instinct. Let's go back to just operating solely on the gut instinct of calling games. I thought that's why, again, where I don't like the call, but I can understand it, I guess is the way I would put it. We got Mahomes now here at the 46-yard line, 28 seconds to go. He's looking. He flips it. How did he get that ball even out? Get him down. I don't know how Mahomes got that ball out of his hand. That was pretty insane. Mahomes is a beast, man. Scooby Snacks, he's a beast. Cool Breeze says, I would get booted if I said what I truly feel about the Niners. Oh, no, not today. Tommy says there's a handful of really cool 49er fans, though. At least 2. Weedy Guitar Joe, room temperature, Burrow bought to score a touchdown. About to score a touchdown. Room temperature. Second down and 4 here from Holmes. He is at the 48 now, the Bengals. Looking, he's under a lot of pressure every play right now. The Bengals are really, from a defensive line standpoint, getting back there and causing the heat. And he just can't move back there, Kim Mahomes. So he's got to just kind of throw it away at that point because the mobility is just not there with that foot.
Hot chocolate, the nectar of the gods. That's right. A block field goal to win the game. That'd be cool. 3rd down and 4 for Mahomes. I figure they're probably punting here if they don't get the first. He's looking. He's trying to move. He's limping around. He's going to go for the first. He's trying to get there. Is he going to get there? Mahomes, get there. Wow. He finds just enough to get himself there. And a late flag comes in like 20 minutes late by the same official who blew the play dead. Super late before. Wow. That's going to put them right up into field goal range making this call. I mean, the guy, I don't know on this. Let me see this. I don't know. Mahomes ain't giving himself up. He's trying to get every last yard for the first down there. You're trying to stop him from the first down mark. He's got one step out of bounds with the game on the line like that, giving him 15 more yards. Nah. That's a big flag. That is a big flag. I don't know about that one. Big Country, I want Chris Jones badly. He's awesome. Danielle says, abandon this cat. Nothing like it. Nothing like it, man. Nothing like it. Especially when you got a sweet one like this one. He just wants love. That's all. He just wants to be loved. Just love me. Boy, this makes this a lot more of a makeable kick than it would have been otherwise. Tough break for the Bengals if this is where the season ends for them, is having that unnecessary roughness penalty. This is again like where the officials let him play. The quarterback leaves the pocket and he's going to run out of the pocket like that. Maybe in the regular season you make that call. In this moment right here, I can't make that call. Let him play, you know. It was a step out of bounds. It's a bang play. He's going for the first down, and here's the kick, and it's up, and he's going to hit it. Chiefs are going back to the Super Bowl. Wow. Wow. Tough. Megan and we were surprised by the BS ref calls because they waited a while. They'd called it so even throughout the game, Megan, and then started to twist out in that fourth quarter. Tommy says, wasn't Joe Cool originally the Kool-Aid jug that busted through walls? I think that's right. That sounds right. Scoop Saxo, there's a bunch of here in Canada. Some of them get along with the other ones. Not so much. 49er fans. Bagels are good. I like bagels. Ethan, Chris Jones just owning the O-line. Yeah, he was. He was a problem today for the Bengals. It's a good game. Fun game. Chiefs are going back. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that call. I know by the letter of the law, you can make that call. But again, you get into playoffs and you usually let things go a little bit looser. You let things go a little bit freer. I know they're going to protect a quarterback in that moment, but it's a guy going for a first down. It's right near the sticks on it. He's not giving himself up out of bounds. He's not showing he's going to get out of bounds. Like I don't like the call by the player doing it, but I do get it. I do get it. GoX22 says, thanks again, Brandon, so much. So good at this. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I always have a ball with you guys online doing this, so thanks for tuning in, man. You're awesome. And go Hawks 20. Welcome to the Hawks Nest Pro Bowl, man, as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for signing up. I really appreciate it, man. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard the membership program. David Phillips, we're in agreement, man. We are in agreement. It is a penalty, so I ain't going to push back to man. Like, it ain't egregious, It's just on a play where people are maybe mentioning there were some holding calls that went on uncalled there by the offensive line, and then you have that call go tandem. It's like, well, we'll let them play with the offensive side. We'll let them play on the line, but then we'll let them play down the field.
Tommy says you have to initiate contact inbounds. You did outbounds. So you're right. Letter of the law is definitely there with it. And I'm arguing a little bit more of like playoff kind of aspect of it, where in the playoffs you'd be a little more willing to let that stuff go on the stuff that's on the line, I guess, a little bit. You'd maybe let go, but I'm not, it's all good. The guy could have held up to it and not hit him, right? Could have let him step out of bounds, called it down. That's 15-yard field goal. That's a little deeper. I think that kicker might have hit it from that deep. He had extra leg on that to get it even further. Goax22 says, thanks, was a member since January 1819. Not sure how I was deleted. Oh, I'm sorry. Sometimes it takes you off the membership program just willy-nilly for some reason. I don't know. I've seen that happen with folks where they're like, I thought it was still going and it just got turned off. Bagels are good, man. Bagels are good. Yeah, Daniel, it's okay, call. It's not a super egregious. I'm more of just, I like it, as I say at these kind of games, when you get into, we were talking about the NBA and like the last 2 minutes of a game, it's like you let things go a little bit. You make sure that it's not an official's call that kind of is the difference or not on the game. But as someone else said above, as Tommy said above, it's by the letter of the law. I'm not going to argue that it isn't by the letter of the law, a roughing kind of penalty there. Phoenix Down says, quarterbacks are just way more protected. Laughed my ass off. They can become running backs, but have all these rules of how they can be hit while running. NFL is ridiculous. I agree, it's ridiculous. If a guy runs outside the pocket like that, he's a runner then. He's not a quarterback any longer. He can't be looked at as we got to protect the sacred quarterback here at that moment. He's chosen to put himself in harm's way. And especially if he's stretching to get the last thing, but yeah. Tommy says it's ticky-tacky for sure. What a stupid way to end a game, though. The refs need to be automated. I'm done with humans and flags. Yeah, me too. I'm done with I'm same. Well put. That's exactly the right way I look at it. A little ticky-tack, by the letter of the law. By the letter of the law, absolutely. But yeah, you go, meh. King Bomber says, terrible way to fall out, but go Eagles, baby. Go Eagles. Get it done, Eagles. Don't let the Chiefs get another one. Don't let Mahomes boy get another one. Kelsey Bowl's right. We got the Kelsey Bowl. Nicholas Dude, thank you for streaming today, Brandon. My pleasure, Nicholas. Great to see you in the chat, brother. Appreciate the great back and forth and just being presence in here. You guys are awesome today as always. Cooper says, good game, fun game. Chiefs going back again. Who knew? We could have known. Yeah, we could have gotten it. We could see it coming. Who could have ever seen this coming? Well, we probably could see it. Daniel Bailey, he was a foot out of bounds. I'm just saying objectively it was more of a dumb, crucial mistake than an actual bad call. Fair way of putting it. It's a fair way of putting it. I mean, he got 1 foot out. It wasn't 2 foot out. He was 1 foot out. So it wasn't like he was 3 steps out of bounds. You had one. If I'm hitting you by the 1 foot out, it's kind of bang bang at that point. So he was a foot out of bounds, but it was it was 1 foot inbound, 1 foot out of bound, then he was hit. And again, as I say, letter of the law, it's the right call, but it wasn't egregious. But as I was just saying about our Super Bowl deal, I don't put it like that. Penalties are the difference in this game for the Bengals. This is kind of more to my point on that whole thing with the Super Bowl win. Like, this game for the Bengals losing this was more about all of the rest of the other plays in this game rather than that last penalty that was called. And I think the officials were giving a little bit more calls to the Chiefs there at the end of things, but it was fairly evenly officiated for the most part throughout the game overall. Mr. Protoguy Jamar Chase is going to smash his helmet again? Might. Eclipse, that was what I meant by overhyped earlier. Everyone had the Bengals and 49ers Super Bowl in one voting poll. Oh, wow. I think, though, some of that's less about the hype of the Bengals and more about it's like Brady. You get with Brady after a while, like Mahomes. Like, they're so good for a good 4-year stretch. People just want to see something, show me something else, And the Bengals being the try-hard kind of, organization that hasn't had a lot of success out there. People are probably, just thinking it'd be a good story for them to get through. Michael YT, Hawks fans are still the loudest in the NFL. That's right. Megan with the $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Appreciate you. Says, yes, we would have liked the Bengals to win. But remember, 12s, The Niners lost, so it's a good day. That's right, Megan. I want the Bengals to win, but I don't want the Bengals to win so badly that I would let the Niners win first and foremost. The biggest thing that got accomplished was our Niners not winning today. That was the best thing. Everything else is okay now. We're all gravy at this point, right, Megan? We got our mashed potatoes. Now everything else is gravy. So well put. Well put. Always got to keep it in perspective in that respect of things. Seahawks Dub says Niner game was clean, refs, but this game was rigged. I don't care. Fair enough. Nicholas Newton says the Niners got that prison love, and it made my day. Yeah, they did. They're in the back of the prison cell right now, just kind of shaking. What'd the eagle do to you? Show me where he touched you. I don't want to. Not now. Not yet. Mr. Broda Guy says, dang, L gang. HB says, classic Kyle Scamahan. You guys are bringing the heat. Scooby Stacks, I've seen a post on Facebook last week that had the Seahawks Stadium as the 5th loudest in the NFL. I couldn't believe what a slap in the face that was. I don't think it's at its loudest it's been in recent history, Scooby. I've gone the last couple times in that stadium, and it's been loud, and it was loud this year with me and Megan going in there. But I'll tell you, there's a contingent of the 12th man that walks in that stadium, and they don't open their mouth a single moment during the whole course of your game. And if you get 15% of your stadium that's willing to just sit on their hands and do nothing to help the team, it does reduce down the amount of noise that's in that stadium. So I think somewhat the fan base at times has gotten a little bit, I don't know what the word is here to apply, but they're just not as exuberant as they once were in there. Nicholas says, I agree with Brandon. When a quarterback leaves the pocket, they become a running back. Bing, that's my stance on it. You're not protected like that anymore. There's no this defensive crap, Nicholas says, I'm sick of Kermit the Frog. Exactly. Green 80, what's up, man? Kronos, Brandon, will you post some videos on the pass in your Discord? Will you post some videos on the pass in your Discord? On the you mean on the Super Bowl one, Kronos? Maybe I might just put together a video of the play itself, just to cover it. I think I should probably do it it's enough of a discussion point. And at that point, I could at least reference the video when it gets brought up in the chat. Be like, just reference my video to understand what went into it, But I'll put something together on that. I'm so infrequent on the Discord. My problem right now, Chromos, is time. I run out of so much time during every week where it's like, I got to get through 200 prospects in the next 2 months. So it's like, stream goes off tonight. I'm going to probably be looking at film on a couple of guys before I get to bed because I just got to chip away at it every day. And then there's creating the videos and there's preparing the live streams and doing all that stuff. So, but I think it's good to do a video on this eventually. Not on the Discord, then definitely doing it on, doing it on the channel itself, I think is the smart way to go because it's a very oft debated topic in Seahawk fandom. Great suggestion though. TM says the offensive holding on the Mahomes scramble was the most egregious thing on the play. See, that's where it gets me. It's like the officials on one side of it on that play are letting one side of the ball play, right? They're letting the offensive side of the ball, the tackles essentially. We're not going to call it. You can even overstep the line a little bit. We're going to let the players decide it. But then you're going that way on a play, but then it doesn't work the same for the other side on the team on the other end. That's where there's not an equal. It's the baseball reference I have on this with the TM where I say, you have an umpire and he's got a strike zone and you walk up on the first 3 innings and you're like, wow, his strike zone's really wide. And that's fine if it's wide, but then it needs to be wide for the opposition as well. And if it's being called one way to one team, but not other way to the other team, well, then that looks a little, like it looks a little imbalanced. Just a tiny bit. Tommy says, I think going to miss his play calling. Jason Tudor says the refereeing was an absolute BS. The whole fourth quarter was a joke. It did. It was like the game was going fine, and in the fourth quarter, things started to tilt and slant a bit, didn't it? Just started to slant and tilt. You could kind of feel it. Dave Yang says, that guy was stupid for the penalty. I hope the Eagles win. Dub penalty. Micah says, I'm pretty sure Mahomes flopped too. Well, he leaned into it. He definitely did the splay out like a car had just hit him. Yeah. Oh. Nicholas says, Brandon, did you see the video Cincinnati mayor put out yesterday? I think it jinxed the Bengals. I didn't, no. But I wouldn't be surprised. Probably did. Green 80 says Brock Purdy quit on his team today? I don't know, man. I bet that arm's probably pretty jacked up. I've seen those hits hit before, Green 80, with those guys pull back like this, taking the blindside hits, and they get really hurt. Especially when not hurts in this part of the body, but right around the arm is where you're really, really vulnerable at that point when you go back to throw like that. Tommy says he was just trying to make a play. If you've ever been in that situation, it's very hard to be in that moment and think about all that. He has to be smart, though, but it's not easy. It isn't. No, he's trying to go hard. He's selling out in that moment. Completely understandable. Can't beat the kid too much over something like that. And again, this game doesn't come down to one play. It comes down to the total of the plays that were undertaken. If you want to look at the Bengals, reason they lose today is like they couldn't execute their screen game. How many screens did the Bengals run today? 9, 10? They weren't successful on any of them. That's as much of why you lost this game as a bad call or a missed call or borderline call. Sam says, been to many stadiums. Seattle is by far the loudest. There we go. I certainly think we're one of the loudest stadiums. Still think we're one of the loudest. And I'll tell you, there's folks that go in there that don't do their 12th man duty. And I'm not talking about dropping a number 2 in the toilet here. Okay. That's not the duty I'm talking about. I'm talking about standing up and being loud. King Bomber says, honestly, I'd rather have the Bengals play the Niners than vice versa. Maybe. Second, KC's defense is not going to be able to handle Philly's offense, and Philly's defense will be making it extremely hard on Mahomes. Maybe another Super Bowl 55. Could be a high-scoring game. Matchup-wise, it feels like, I don't know, I think the Chiefs have got what it takes to go after this Eagle team. They're going to force Mahomes to throw a little bit more. Cool Breeze says, if your mashed potatoes are trash, we can't be associated. No. I come from Idaho. My original Idaho boys, we know what's about. We know what's about potatoes. We know our potatoes. We got our taters. Seahawks Dub says this game was so rigged. Dennis says, honestly, I would have rathered it not be called because I wanted overtime, and I don't like to see a call make the crucial impact. But it was more mad at the player for the dumb mistake. Good way of putting it, Daniel. I'm probably the same way in it. I just want to see the players decide it. I don't want officials call. I don't care whether it's football, baseball, basketball. I don't want to see an official deciding the game. Let's put it on the players. Especially at that point. It's like you don't do a no call there. The Chiefs still have a chance to do another play to get themselves up a little closer to kick the field goal at that point. You still get them in position to make that decision. Squeezax, if I find the post, Megan, I'll let you. Oh, sorry. G. Walker, it seems like a lot more vocal hardcore fans started selling their tickets to wealthier, less enthusiastic people. Bingo. I think there's just more of a wine and cheese type crowd that comes into the Lumen Field than there once was. And, it's not that there aren't people being loud in the stadium, and isn't that we aren't still one of the loudest stadiums in the league. We are still one of the loudest ones, but we used to be far and away the loudest one. And now there's times where we don't quite have the advantage that we had of noise in that stadium as in years past. I wish we could kind of recapture it a little bit. Quite frankly, I'm a little dismayed at some of the younger generation that goes in there. And when I look around and I see, somebody that's 20, 25, 27, and they're sitting there quietly and they got their Seahawks shirt on and they're spending a whole game quiet, I get a little bit dismayed of it. Like, look, your grandparents came into the Kingdom and they screamed their ass off. They blew out their voice. They blew out their ears. Your fathers and your mothers came into the Kingdom and then partly here in Illumin, and they blew out theirs. They screamed their voice out. Now you as a third generation is what? Somehow special? You somehow don't have to carry on the traditions of what your parents and your grandparents did. You don't have to carry on this thing that makes you unique and special to your place that you live in this territory of the U.S. and our little part of the world. Disappointing. And I'm not just blaming it all on young people, but look, I didn't see these same problems when I walked in that stadium in the 80s. I didn't see the problems even in the 90s when I walked in the stadium. I didn't see in the early 2000s when I walked in that stadium. It's coming up now. And there's some reason for it. Some reason. Corona says, I will post the video. I missed the crucial word. Oh, I'll post the video. Sounds good, man. Dennis says also he did have 1 foot in, rewatched it. He was pushed out after 2 steps out of bounds. Okay. Looked like 1 step to me, but I didn't get a lot of views on the replay. Again, I don't even care this much about that play. I don't care. Not my Hawks. It's the Chiefs, It's like,
C'est la vie, right? Megan says, B, there was no chance I would be silent at Lumen, not after an 1,800-mile trip to be there. No doubt, Megan. But remember we were sitting there, Megan, and we had the people in front of us, all of those guys that weighed like 450 pounds who couldn't be bothered to stand up. I watched them the whole game, not one peep out of a row of like 30 people right in front of us, right on the field. Every one of them quiet, Megan. Every one of them silent. You would have thought that they had their mouths sewn shut, And there were people being loud around us too, but like those guys didn't do jack in front of us the whole game. And it was a huge crew of people there. It's like they had all come together beforehand, all wearing their Seahawks gear, and they all came there before. And it's like,
I don't want to do the effort. It's too much effort to be loud. I'm going to be out of breath. I'm just going to be quiet. Let me stuff my face and be quiet. Good game.
Help your team out. You can have effect on the game. You can actually help your team. You have one of the unique football fan bases in all of football that can actually help your team on the field. In no other sports can you really have this kind of tangible effect. And you see these people just completely come in brain dead on it like, I just paid for my ticket to watch. Well, go home then. Watch it at home. Watch it in front of the TV. Don't take someone's seat who's going to be loud in that stadium. Again, you're peeing on your grandparents' grave in certain respects. You really are. You're really going against some traditions that are kind of sacred here in the Pacific Northwest Territory by doing this. Ethan Techworld, hey Brandon, with today's refs, what penalty, fine, and suspension would Richard Sherman get for saving Jared Goff from Cam Chancellor on that one play? Find someone for saving Jared Goff. Well, definitely would have been fined. That's definitely a 30,000er right there. Definitely a 30,000er. Adeliki, I agree. If the NFL's rigged, I see a second Mahomes Super Bowl as well. The ankle has got 2 weeks to repair, so. And Bengals did have their chances, man. Tommy says, B, I was wondering if Andy Reid is going to retire if he wins another Super Bowl. But if he does, I will miss his play calling. It was very innovative, and he's generally a likable guy. Yeah, it's hard, too, to be a coach this long, this successful, and still be kind of likable, right? You always, at some point, naturally build in some kind of little bit of maybe not hate, but But Andy does seem like a very nice guy. A guy it's easy to root for. What do you call it today? I can't see him doing that, Tommy. I mean, he's got Patrick Mahomes going into his prime. If he was at the end of this run and if things were looking like the window was closing for them, maybe he'd feel differently. But for him, he's got this thing rolling like a well-oiled machine. I think he stays with it. Michael YT says, breaking news. Arrowhead Stadium has been changed to Refhead Stadium. Sam the Great says, I can't stand the stuck-up snobs that don't want to cheer in Lumen. They need to go to a library for a quiet environment. I can't either. It's rare. As I mentioned to a lot of Hawk fans, I don't tend to tell Hawk fans how they have to enjoy their sport. But if you walk in that stadium, you've checked in. You're part of the process. You've chose to include yourself in. And think about what we've created that's so unique in this little spot up here in the Pacific Northwest. Our fan base realized at some point in the 80s in that kingdom, if we all get loud, if we are all together as this, if we make our voices one, we can have an effect on the football game to the point that you cause the NFL to create a whole new penalty where fans can be penalized for being too loud. That's your grandparents created that. Not if you're a 20-something kid coming to that stadium now, it's your grandparents that created that. They put that baseline out there. They built that from scratch. All you got to do is carry it on. All you got to do is carry it forward. But I walk in that stadium and I see too many damn people walk in that stadium just with their mouths shut because they're too good. They're too good to have to cry out and scream. They don't want their little voice to have to hurt at the end. It gets a little sticky. Don't have my respect on it. And I've been in there multiple times in the last 6-7 years and I've seen it all over the place. And it's so disappointing. It's so disappointing. And it's why, if you look at it, folks, the last 5-6 years, go look at our home field record. Go look at our win-loss record, because we've maintained to be a pretty winning ball club over that time, right? But we've lost our home field advantage. And why we've lost it is specifically because the noise level is gone. It's not hardly even talked about. It's not that it's absent completely. It's still a tough place to play from a noise standpoint, but it's not what it was. It was oppressive before. It was undeniable before. It was constant before.
All 60 minutes, you're getting that noise. Not no more. And Utero says, when the Hawks have juice and more is on the line, the crowd has more juice. Maybe, man. We'll see. We'll see with that. They gave you a playoff team this year. I mean, we'll see if they kind of do. I mean, it didn't used to have to be like that in Utero. There was times that you were allowed back even in the 90s where you didn't have even a good football team, but they knew to be loud. So this has been a recent change. It's a recent kind of development. Eclipse says, I can't tell, but Mahomes on his last play slowed down so that he could get a call on getting a first down. Hard to say. Maybe. I don't know. With his foot as dodgy as it was, I don't know if I think he's just thinking, ow, ow, ow. every step he's taking. Dell, I attended one game, but Dell, I've talked to people that have attended all games throughout the years. So even though I was the only one of mine, I've also asked them to be on the lookout for what that stuff too. And I was hearing the same thing from people that were going to that stadium beyond me. But there's other games I've seen in recent years going in there, and I experienced the same thing. Jason Tudor says, it's not the young people, it's money. The tickets got expensive as the team got better and business types were the only ones able to afford them. That's a fair point. Maybe it could be that then. Daniel says, the reason is young generation are not from Seattle or Northwest. The city is majority transplants. I'm from Seattle, and I'm rare everywhere I go in many of my circles. That makes sense too. But they do want to see Seahawks games, you know? But they don't know to be loud. Benelli says, I was at the Raiders game this year. It was insane. Okay. Well, there we go. $10.23. If we would have drafted Joe Burrow in the Super Bowl right now with this talented Seattle roster, maybe. You had to be in a position to get Burrow, though, of course, the number one overall pick. Gox 2022 heard that there's talk about change San Francisco name because they moved. People now want it changed, so they say keeping Niners, though. Is there really? They're talking about they won't change the Niner name, man. There's no way. That's pretty embedded, I would think. Ethan Deckwell, the Mariners playoff game, first in 21 years. We're standing pretty much the entire game, and we were loud. Not looming loud, but loud. And I was getting people to stand up if they were sitting. Good. Doing your part then, Ethan. And it was loud. I was in that stadium too. Very, very loud there. Did a great job in that play, especially we got 18 innings. And Euro says, it's been quieter at games. I scream my voice gone, but I don't think it's been intense enough for these newer fans at games. Yeah, I agree. Still loud, just not. Benelli says, I've seen Lumen make your heart palpitate. $10.23 says there should be a rule if fans don't scream, they should get kicked out of the stadium. I might. It's very draconian, but I might actually sign up for that rule. I might sign off on that. At the very least, standing and opening your mouth. I better see some action. Cameron says, new generation of fans would rather post their selfie on Instagram than cheer for their team. Half of them are on their phone the whole time. Glad I'm not the only one seeing it. Megan says, ask B how hoarse we were after the game and if we could hear each other standing shoulder to shoulder. The answer is no. Yeah. And indeed, it gets loud. We were screaming. We were doing our part. We were going crazy. I know there's a lot of people that do lose their voice. It's things you can't lose 15% of the crowd and still maintain the same volume from before. And that's what I maintain is that we used to have like 96, 97, 98% of the crowd that were all in screaming their loudest, understood what time it was when they walked in their stadium. Now it's like we've got 82% of the fans that get it. 82% understand what time it is. And then the other 18% are just, they're eating some food or like somebody else said, they're looking at their phone. Gox 2022 says, no, you're right, Brandon, about the noise, sadly. I hope we can recapture it at some point. Maybe it just needs the team getting back to being better, but I sure would like to recapture it was because it was something that made our stadium unique wholly unto itself. Go Hawks. I know you're in on it. I know you be going hard. Sam the Great says, took my little cousin to a Seahawks game for a few years back. He looked at me like I was stupid when I was yelling and cheering. What a damn shame. Yeah. It will be, because if it's something that is lost long-term to our stadium, or it's not understood as correctly, and that we'll still be one of the louder stadiums, but we'll have lose that real great advantage that we can offer teams in their runs. You're on your Super Bowl run. Here's having the loudest stadium in the NFL on top of it. Like we're seeing that's benefiting the Arrowhead crowd there with the Chiefs and how that's helped out them with Mahomes and whatnot. You're losing a built-in benefit that you can self-create that doesn't cost you draft picks, doesn't cost you salary cap space, doesn't mean that you need to hire great coaches to make it happen. It's all just on us simply as the fans. That's what's wonderful about it. But it does take everybody to get there. That's the other kind of wonderful part. It ain't going to happen by 82% of the fans doing it. It's going to take that 100% to make it roll. Yeah, Carlos Dunlap going to the Super Bowl. How about that? Henry Diesel says too much of influence on that Chiefs game. Too much ref influence. I think we're hearing that. Certainly we were worried about that coming into this. Scooby Sacks, I mean, when you cause an earthquake, for God's sakes, after how can you not be offended when people aren't screaming? Exactly, man. When you've set that as your standard, that was the height of heights of our loudness as fans from building up 40-year territory. And then it's like a little bit of the wind's been moved out of the sails just a bit. TM says, I can literally smell the spilt beer and peanuts whenever I think back on the Kingdom. Yeah, me too. Me too. Yeah, how about Dunlap getting there? He's played a long time in this league. Tommy says, what's sad about it is Seattle used to be a tough road game like Lambeau was. But now, we're living off reputation more than the reality, and that's embarrassing to me. Me too, man. I hate that we lost this. It's just something that we kind of inherently understood that's been sort of lost. It's like ancient knowledge lost to time. And Henry Diesel, I agree. Officials kind of got in there at the end a little bit. Tommy says, I went to the damn Falcon game and lost my voice, and I'm not even a Falcon fan. It saddens me that Lumen is like that now. It is me too. I couldn't kind of believe it watching these guys who paid these tickets, and it's this huge crew, this huge section right in front of me and Megan. I just remember looking at all game, watching them. I referenced to Megan several times. They're not even trying. They're just sitting there like little globs, just like Jabba the Hutt's all in their thing of yes, entertain me. Food, entertain me. It's like you pay your ticket, you can watch the game how you want, but I can call you on it. Ethan says, it really depends on the game. I went to the Denver game week 1 and it was amped up probably to the magnitude of the game. Yeah, that one would probably have been maybe a bit of a difference one on that one, Ethan, for sure. Jordan Hodson says, when are the Chiefs contracts going to catch up to them? Not really a point in time that's going to be coming up anytime soon, because they did make a little bit of their piece here with the Tyreek Hill deal on this. So Tyreek Hill was a guy who's going to cost him $25 to $30 million a year. And instead you move him. And when you move him now, you free up a little bit of what it would have been that ceiling that they ran up to with their cap situation. They can restructure Travis Kelce and create some more space this offseason. Mahomes has already restructured twice. That's part of why the Chiefs have been able to elongate out this run, is Mahomes didn't just take his contract extension and be like, okay, now you're paying me $55 million a year. Let's go. No, he's restructured a couple times. He's kept his cap hit pretty relatively low for the Chiefs during this period. So those are already working in their favor. The big issue that they've got to deal with is Orlando Brown, and whether or not they're going to pay him $25 million plus a year, which is what he wants. And he probably walks. They're not going to franchise him for a second straight season. And so they're going to have to deal with the left tackle position. But the team's not going away anytime soon necessarily. They're well situated, and having made their tough decision with Tyreek Hill last year, they're put into a good situation to go forward. Goak says, don't see or hear the refs, then it's been a good game. But sadly, this is rare. Yeah. Coolbury says, dude had good energy, but just didn't live up to the hype or pay quite like I still liked him. Oh, Dunlap? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's at the back end of things. Eclipse says, now we're going to see Colin Cowherd's Blazing 2 become Colin Cowherd's Blazing 1 tomorrow. How creative is that for a title on his show? There we go. Tom Eden says you should at least be legally allowed to throw your beer at fans sitting in seats and not eating. Yes. Agreed. It should be open season at that point. HP says, what is a 49er anyway? Weird name. It is a worse name. It is a weird name. I mean, I get the whole gold and coming out west thing, but like San Francisco's could be known for so many other things, and you chose 49. Like, it's an odd one, and certainly not very intimidating, is it? 49ers not intimidating at all. You want a logo, you want something with some intimidation factor to it. But now it's legacy. It's embedded. You've won championships with it, so you're stuck with it now. It'd be hilarious if they turned into like the Santa Clarita Surfers or something. Tommy says, I got it. Just remove the seats. There we go. There we go. Megan says, you say it's been lost, B, but do you ever think it would come back? It could. It could. Nothing has to be gone forever. But it's been a few years now of it. The last probably 5 times I've gone to the stadium, it's been about the same kind of point. Your boy Michael Brando, can we just please throw all the money at Deron Payne, please? I hope we do. I want to see it. I'd be happy by that. He's my number 1 free agent. I'll overpay a little bit for him. We need that help. We need exactly the skill set he provides in full. Volcano Joe, being from Hawaii, I only have been to 1 game in the last 3 years, and it was Cardinals game, and I screamed my dang head off, and I couldn't talk for the rest of my vacation, but it was well worth it. Well, I will say this. I know there's nobody in my chat, Volcano Joe, including yourself, that I'd ever have to question on this. I don't have to tell any of you in my chat what time of day it is. You walk in that stadium, I know all of you, subscribe to this channel, watching this as you do, you know what your job is to do to walk in that stadium. But there is definitely a contingent that has lost that lesson and doesn't really care to learn it, I guess. And I wouldn't take it for granted either. Eclipse says, if we're talking about clapping, I want to see the Seahawks arena announcer tell all the fans to play. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands when we're running in the 4th with 2 minutes left. There we go. Ethan says, Brandon, when are you coming out for a visit to Seattle? Got to meet you sometime. I'm over at UW. I'm going to try to get out in the summertime, Ethan. I'd like to get back over there this summer if I can. So that's going to be my goal. Maybe I can get over and even watch a training camp. Get a couple of training camp practices in this year if I can find get a place to stay out there on the west side and chill. So I'm kind of eyeing that. And if I do, I'll give you a heads up. We'll do definitely a meet and greet of some kind. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. What's the point in wasting hundreds of dollars on tickets if you aren't going to cheer like that for your team? I guess you kind of encapsulate why I struggle with it as well, Joe Biden. You pay your money, you drive out to downtown, you walk your happy ass all into the stadium, you get yourself situated for all that, takes you hours in advance. Also, you just sit there quietly as you could be sitting quietly at your home, watching it on the television. So why not just watch it on the television then? For the in-stadium experience where you're the quiet guy amongst all these people standing around you screaming, and you're awkwardly sitting there trying not to make eye contact like these guys in front of me were. Like they just kept kind of like, yeah. It was sad. It's sad. I bet the Broncos game was a wild one. That's definitely an outlier on that one. Delikey says our UF Gators game is deafening. The Southern fans get into it. You don't have to tell the Southern fans in college football what time it is. They're ready to go. Cameron says Seattle as a city has changed in general. Walking into the stadium used to be energetic. Now everyone is reserved and their head is buried in their phone. Take me back to 2013, please. I agree with you. I think I could sense that even as walking up the stadium this time, that the energy level was, it was tepid. It was kind of subdued a little bit, and yeah, I think there has been some changes in the city there. It has a little bit of a different identity than I knew it 20 years ago. And as somebody else said above, maybe Cameron, some of that is maybe the outside influence coming in and so many people moving to Seattle from out of the country in different places, but it's definitely got a little bit of a different feel, Just a bit of a different feel there. Megan says they tell you on the boards to get loud, for goodness sake. What's funny about that, Megan, is I don't think that they used to have to tell people to get loud. I don't think that they used to have to flash that up on the boards. That used to be something I felt like we used to mock other teams for having to do. But now you're right. They're starting to have to do it now in the stadium because they've recognized the fact that
People aren't doing like what they used to do there here with this. I mean, I think I saw that they were doing a check this year, like the sound loudness, you know, and we set the record for like 125 dB. Was the Guinness record that we set for loud. And I think this year in games, they were showing it flashing on the screen what at high levels, like the most riotous the games were getting were up to like 92. So pretty far cry from where you were on that scale of things. Yeah, Delic, I imagine the Jaguars stadium's pretty quiet. Cronus, and if I could afford a ticket, I would be screaming my head off. I mean, how do you even communicate with anyone else without yelling when it gets loud? Used to be you couldn't do it at all. Now you can hear what somebody's saying a little bit. Sam the Great says, that's why I refuse to get high-end fancy seats in Seattle, San Francisco, Los Angeles. I'm sitting with 10% of a loud, rowdy fans, not the cheese and wine people. That's fair enough. I mean, the tough part about the Seattle stadium is that you get up into the 300 levels, and there are seats in that stadium where you can't see what the hell's going on if you get too high up there. Especially if it's like a darker day, you know, it's not really super light and clear down there, you know, overcast. It can be a little bit hard to kind of pick up all the action at that point. But you will be in a rowdier crew. That's true. You will be in a crowded crew. Volcano Joe, I really like Buckner. I think DeForest Buckner would be an excellent addition via Cliff Averill or Big Red. He would be. I'd love to get him if we can, Volcano. Maybe we'll take the Colts moving him, but I'm open to doing it if they were open to doing it. John says, John M429, I went to a game last year where we played the Jags and actually had people behind me telling me to sit down. Luckily, this year wasn't like that. Oh, John, that's so disappointing to hear, man, but it confirms of like what I've had too. I had points when this first happened to me, like I said, started seeing it in like 16 when I'd go in there and started to sense it. And I'd go in with my buddy and we'd get, you know, look, we'd have ourselves some pops, right? I was a younger man back then. I got a little more wild back then. And John, I'd go in that stadium and we'd do the same thing where we'd stand up and we'd be crying. We see all these people sitting around us. And me and him were trying to get people up. Like we're trying to like pick people up off their, I gave up. By this point, I've like given up. But early in the part when I was a little desperate about it, when I was first seeing it, I was like, get up, come on. You know, and people were like, here's the look they give you. Tell me that's not the most Seattle look. Come on, get up, let's go. We got to scream. Aren't you over your team? What are you? That's what you get. But it wasn't working. I gave up eventually. I'm like, fine, you don't want to yell. I won't invade your space. But boy, it annoyed me at first. It was cool, Megan, seeing Sean Alexander inducted the Ring of Honor. I dug that too. That was nice. Yeah, HB, you're right. Tickets are too expensive for the young crowd. I think I was probably off on that. It is probably, as somebody else said, more of just the cheese and wine folks getting in there as much as anything else. Or a combination of the two. Ethan says, the only food I get at Seahawks game is soda, only so I can scream and yell longer. There you go. Only to keep the voice just nice and lubricated. Megan says, that's my point, B. If you have to tell people to get loud, just prove something is wrong. Agreed. That's my first reaction to it, you know. What's up, Chicken Master? Cameron says, the other thing I noticed is fans don't know when to get loud. They get quiet on defense and then start yelling when our offense is on third down. What the heck? I've seen that at times too. They'll get jacked up after a good second down play and they're still being loud and you're like, dude, come on. DJ says, I miss the Kingdom 12th man fans, says DJ. They knew how to bring the noise. They did. That fan base, you never had to check. And they had, and that's the thing where people say, well, we just need to have success to get the fans back. It's like, you didn't have success in the 80s, you know? You were an expansion franchise. You got to the playoffs a couple times, but you weren't winning anything big. You know? Those fans were willing to be loud without having to. You know? Goak says, yeah, used to not be able to hear my brother talking to me when he was right next to me. I remember those days. David M says, 49ers believe Purdy has a UCL injury and hope it's not ruptured. Wrong mindset. Hope he has Tommy John surgery and comes back with more velocity than some major league pitchers. A pioneer for weak-armed quarterbacks. Wouldn't that be crazy, David? Is he goes and gets surgery and comes back and he's like Elway, just ripping shots down the field, lacing it. Yeah, hopefully not too serious. Sometimes that injury can go both ways for those quarterbacks. And with quarterbacks, I think that they can get through it on just, this happened with Dak a couple years ago, I think, with the UCL, and they can go through a little more of the rehab. With the baseball injury, if you're a baseball pitcher, I guess you have to kind of get the Tommy John. But I think with the football players, because of the nature of throwing a ball and all that, there's a little bit more of an opening to not necessarily have to do it that way. Standard Champion says, people talking like this year wasn't probably the cheapest ticket prices we'll see in a while. Good point, man. Good point. That one tall dude, I remember when I went to the 2019 game against the Rams and had 3 English people who were sitting in front of me ask me not to be so loud. I promptly got louder. See what you guys are hearing some of these stories. This ain't me saying this. You're hearing it from within the chat. This is firsthand accounts of people walking in there dealing with this stuff. And like some of these stories, like the tall dude's referencing here, it's ridiculous. Like, not only are you not going to be loud, you're going to try to tamper down the people being loud. Not only are you not going to do your part, you're going to try to reduce down the noise even more. Where do you get, where does that person get off, right? How do you have the balls to do that? I'm not surprised. I like to think most of my English Seahawks fans would know better, but I hope for many of my Brits out there, okay? I know my Australians are coming into that stadium and they're going to be ruckus. They know what time it is. They got rugby out there. I'm hoping my Brits ain't coming in there being soft when you come in. My Brits, when you come in, I don't need the stiff upper lip, okay? I don't need that. I need that lip shaking. I need that thing twitching. I need you screaming. And it sucks to hear tall one, but I'm not surprised to hear that story. And it's just a little bit of the feeling you get in the stadium. Again, to acknowledge, it's not everybody in the stadium. It ain't even a majority, but it's enough of a contingent in the stadium to lower down the overall noise, to take you from the decibels, which would have been normally at 105, 110, 115. Now you're at 90. And that does reduce down the noise, and it makes it easier for offenses to execute. And what have we seen in recent years? Offenses having a little bit of an easier time executing in that stadium, when before they would have not even been able to hear the snap count. Volcano Joe says, if we change our fight song to Welcome to the Jungle like it should be, that would help music with the live crowd when we're not live. I agree. Certainly would be Bittersweet Symphony. That's not getting anybody jacked to the nines. That's not getting anybody's pulse racing, So at least it would do that, man, Joe Biden says, if you want to watch a game in silence, just pull up the game on the TV, save your tickets for people who actually want to be there. Yeah. I echo Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish comment on this as well. If you want to be quiet, then sit at home. Don't buy the ticket. Just don't buy the ticket. Again, there's a tradition in place here. You don't have to appreciate it. You don't have to abide by it, but you also don't have to overturn it as well. And if you, by your sheer presence, decide you're not going to scream just because you don't want to, because it's a lot of effort, it's going to make my voice really sore. Tough. Then don't go. And don't go. HB, everyone in the crowd is on a business trip or been given the tickets from their tech company job. Plastic fans. Ugh, that's stupid. Well, if I got some Brits in the house listening to this, you get the word around to that island, okay? You get that aisle figured out, okay? Get it to the Scots and you let them know. If you're giving the tickets to this game, it ain't going to a normal football game, okay? You ain't going to the pitch, okay? You're not watching none of that. You're in a whole new world now, You've come to our state. You've come to our country, If I go to Britain, I'm going to eat some fish and chips, okay? I'm going to go to Britain. I'm going to wear I'm going to wear a scarf when I go into the soccer match, okay? When in Rome, right? When in Rome, okay? When in Seattle, if you're a fan from the outside, you got to understand you're now in Rome. You're operating by the Rome's rules. You're not on your homeland. You're not in there. Stiffers, Bartley, so let's go watch the game today, shall we? Yes, Bartley, we should go see the game. It's going to be a bloody well good affair. Yes, it will. I'd like to really understand it and cerebrally watch it and not really say much, though, okay? Can we just be very quiet? Because I really want to just enjoy the game and just try to understand it. Yeah, that's how I want to do it, too. I want to do it as well like that. Oh, that was a good play there. Oh, it's a really good play. Boy, it's awful loud, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it? CLA8 shoots, brother. What's up, CLA8?
John, if you go to a game, get loud. My state doesn't have a team, and I sure as hell give it my all. I make my Alaska friends blow it up every time we hit a game. That's what I want. It's like, appreciate this, folks. This is what the thing is, like, going and understanding is like, any fan base should appreciate their professional sports team and appreciate that they can help that team out. It's us in Seattle. We've had our baseball team they've tried to rip that away and take them to St. Petersburg. We've had our football team that they tried to rip away and take us and move them to LA. We've literally had our basketball team stripped out of our grasp and taken to Oklahoma City. You know, we lost the Seattle Pilots back in the day to the Milwaukee Brewers. And like John says, there's people out there in Idaho, there's people out there in Oregon, there's people out there in Montana, there's people out there in Alaska who would kill to have a team. Who have to travel all these miles. Or like Megan's got to go literally across the world to get there to go see a game. They love the team so much. And you living 20 minutes away from the stadium can't be bothered, you proverbial person out there, to give it your all on game day. That's what, it's sad. It's sad. And it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. Donnie Pearson at the Hawks Nest. Well, it has been fun, but I must run. Thank you, Brandon. Have a great week. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, man. Thank you so much, brother. Jason Tudor, imagine thinking the English are quiet at sporting events. These are the people that riot when their team loses. I know. They suddenly become very, very buttoned down now when they come to our stadium. You put them on the soccer pitch with some hooligans around them, and it's like people are doing shots in the stadium, singing Country Road in tandem. Cool says, waiting for the Mariners' next streams. Oh, it's coming, man. Cool. My goal this year is 80 games. 80 games. I'm going to try to stream with the Mariners this year on my Crow's Nest channel. HP, they need to give discounts to the students. The atmosphere will change. Oh boy, would it ever. Jamal Michael, what do I think about Noah Sewell? I think he's highly talented. I think he's got a lot of physical potential, good prerequisite size for the middle linebacker position. He's yoked up and he moves really well. Everything you could want from a player in that respect of things. But I do have some hesitancies with him as far as his instincts, processing from the neck up. He's oftentimes stepping in the wrong direction or over aggressive, not the greatest of tacklers. I'm not really high on him on what he is as a finished product. He either has a lot more to go as far as his development, or he's just never going to get there. And I really don't want to take that risk on the low round side of things. Robbie Wright, I just watched Thomas Rawls highlights, and he was a beast before his ankle injury. You better believe he was. He had one hell of a burst, Robbie. He had a great burst, and he could run really strong and hard. Go breeze. Sorry. Twack, Deron Payne and Jalen Carter. I can dream, Twack. I'm dreaming about that. And they could potentially get it. They could potentially get it. Sham says those guys were posh people maybe, but we're loud as F. Good. I'm not blaming you, Brits, okay? I'm not. I'm just making sure. Well, again, Joe, if somebody ever told me to sit down while I'm in the Holy Land trying to cheer for the Seahawks, we would have some problem 12s. Or not, let me tell you. I would too. It was all I could do to hold my lip to not ask people to stand up around me. You're not telling me what to do in the stadium as far as being quiet. You're gonna hear it from me at that point. And that's out of, we got multiple stories of this happening to people. It's kind of surprised me it's gotten that far that tells you where it's at, to have people who feel gutsy enough in that stadium to tell people to be quiet. Cray. HB says everyone with the tea and biscuits in the crowd. That's right. That's right. Michael says we are louder than not volume 12. We're in the book Guinness record, and we're only 65-70 on stretch. There's no one like us. 65-70 on stretch. Yeah, no, I'm not talking about when we set the record, Michael. I'm more talking about now, and there being a difference from now versus when we set the record. So we did set the record. We were at one point the loudest stadium in the NFL, but what I'm sort of putting forth is that maybe we're not quite as loud as we once were. Not quite. Scooby says, yeah, that'd piss me off. Yeah, me too. I'd be so angry by it. It's all I could do to contain myself having to watch these people be quiet. around me and seen a multitude of people. GoHawks 2022, 80 games. That's a ton, Brandon. Well, the goal is to be able to do this thing full time. And if I have 2 different channels going, and there is going to be some spots here with the NFL offseason, we've got a good territory right now, a little bit. But once you get through the end of once you get through the draft, you've got about 2 months there before you're getting anything of noteworthy in football. So good time at that point to do a lot of Mariner streams, and then just live. And I'm enjoying watching this team play. I love A-Rod's awesome, and you got a young club on the rise. They're making some smart moves and decisions. So yeah, it's a lot, but I'm gonna enjoy that. I think I'm gonna hit there. I think I must have done like 30 games last year. Go Hawks! So I did pretty good last year on the first year of it. Tommy says the problem is these Fruit Loops who don't cheer at NFL games are probably not watching this stream, which is why y'all need to like this stream immediately so it gets out there to the Yahoos. Exactly. Like I said, I know everybody in the chat. I wouldn't have to ask you guys. Jacob Haas, I wanted Burrow to win too, man. I was hoping he could pull it off. Megan says, you think the English crowd be? Have a look at the Barmy Army English cricket fans. Okay, the Barmy Army. D Nugget says, I don't know the old days, but 2019 it can get loud. Liam says, as a young person, if we could afford tickets, I know it would be an absolute ruckus. I gotta take back what I said about the young people. It's probably not the young people's fault with this. You're right. It's a good point about, nobody's got any money right now, and especially young people that go to football games with disposable income is rough. So maybe it'd be nice if we did get an owner in here who was rich enough to lower the ticket prices to let in a certain element of folks in. That could be a little bit more. I think ruckus is the right word to put. Megan says the Chiefs and the decibel reader chose closer to the crowd than we had at Lumen. That's right. Chiefs cheated on that. They brought their mic a little too close. Jacob says, well, at least this is a Super Bowl I can just enjoy and not have to worry about rooting for a certain team. It's true, man. Very true. Megan says, spent many hours with them. I believe it. I believe it. Volcano Joe says, to my British 12s, we know that you guys are a calm, cooling collective. It's the English way. But when you come to watch a Seahawks game, you're allowed to American out. Get as loud and obnoxious as you can. Well said, Volcano Joe. Greg says, do you think Mahomes has GOAT potential? Yeah. I mean, he gets his second Super Bowl here. That's his second Super Bowl in 4 or 5 years. You got to play a long time to get up to Brady. But look, as I said, I don't think Reed's going anywhere. I don't think Mahomes is going anywhere. That's a smart organization, are the Chiefs. They do a good job of keeping this run elongated and going. There's no chance anytime soon he's going to dip down. So yeah, I think he's got some potential. He's got a long way to go still, of course, but definitely the potential. And he's going to hit the statistical markers. If he stays and plays another 10, 11, 12 years in this league, he's going to be up there with the most yards, the most passing touchdowns. Absolutely. Jim Page says, whose goes to be civilized? I'm glad you asked it in that way, Jim, because I can't believe we get to a point where, how do we even have to get people to the point where we're prodding them along? It's silly that you have to get to the point where you have to actually ask somebody in the stadium, much less, Jim, have people in the stadium telling you to be quiet. Can you imagine? Imagine what your grandparents said who went in the kingdom and did what they did to tell them now, no, Grandma, now when you go in, there's people that tell you to be quiet. Their head would have spun on their skull. ADL Williams, thank you for subscribing to the Crow's Nest. Appreciate you. If you do guys want to see some scintillating baseball action, I'll be doing play-by-play throughout this year on the Crow's Nest channel. That's my alt channel for baseball. So please do check it on out. Empower Code, when do you plan to have a call-in stream? I would love to discuss the off-season with you. So I've been a little worried on doing that Empower Code. And I think what I'm going to do is more of like a Zoom call, meeting up with people, and we'll do like maybe a record on it. I don't think I can do it live. I was talking with Last Second Sports, actually. He's on the 49er channel. He's on his second channel, and he was doing one of these call-in shows, and somebody flashed something pornographic up on the video, and that got his channel wiped. That alone got his channel wiped. He had to restart his whole channel. Copyright strike, done. You're down. So I don't want to do that. So if we did it, we'd have to do a call-in show that probably wasn't broadcasting live that I could then repost back up to the channel. Or do like a Zoom call where we just have members and patrons of the channel just kind of meet up and we all just kind of BS for maybe. I've been thinking about doing something like that too. But it's hard to do the whole call-in with it because of that. I'm getting really worried about that. I just don't want to have get some random troll in here and they do something cray-cray. And you're just like, oh, Jesus. Oh, Lordy. Ethan says these civilized people, they eat each other. John says, I might catch some hate on this. Chris Jones is nuts, but I think the Chiefs might have a tough time with those Owen defensive lines of the Eagles. Agreed, John. They're kind of top heavy. Mahomes, Kelsey, Chris Jones. You know, they got some real prime guys at the positions to get stuff done. They got some supporting cast around it a little bit, but the Eagles are got more of maybe a complete team on the lines of scrimmage. That's for sure. Comes down to like their line of scrimmage dominance versus Mahomes' ability to kind of potentially pick apart that secondary. But then again as well, how is Mahomes' mobility going to be? This Chiefs offensive line does allow pressure. They're not great in pass protection. They're okay. I think it'll be an interesting way that we'll look at this matchup in that standpoint of things. Sam the Great says the NFL has evolved to a family environment than a fan environment. They need to go to a Chuck E. Cheese for that experience. I agree. Agreed. Jacob, does anyone know if this is Joe's third or fourth year? This is third year, Jacob. He just finished up. Jacob, so he has 2 more cracks at that big one then, right? No, he's going to sign a contract extension this offseason. I think you're intimating they have him on the rookie deal, low-end deal, and so they'll get 2 more years of rookie contract. No, they're going to pay him $55 million on average per year this offseason and probably about $200 million of guaranteed money. Megan, I had years of my father telling me to be quiet when I watch sports. No chance in hell of that now. Nor should you. That's about being a fan, is to be exuberant. Megan, is to let yourself go, is to get crazy in the moment. You know, we're all doing it together. And the feeling of when you have a whole stadium all on that same point, all vibing in that way, synergistically. It's awesome. Nothing like it. It's so unique an experience. Tony Wright, what's up, man? My Falcon guy. Falcon Wright. Says KC, they'll win the Super Bowl? It's a good chance of it, man. Sam says, I had a woman tell me to be quiet. I laughed my ass off, super loud, and still kept screaming. Yeah. Quiet, what? Who are you? You know, I'd be like that. Where are you from? What city are you from? What state are you from? You know, start just asking, giving them the nth degree. Megan says, love the Zoom idea. Yeah, if I don't do a call-in show, I promise, if we don't do the call-in show and Empower, I think you're on the membership program. I believe you're in on it. We'll do a member patron Zooms thing here as we go forward. That's going to be more of probably a common contingent every once in a while. Just do a kind of call-in show like that where we can kind of all BS and turn it over. But I'm definitely worried about the whole thing. When he told me that story, I was like, ooh, jeez, that's super dicey. Empower Code says, oh shoot, yeah, all good then, B. We can sort of suit something out that's pre-recorded then. Yeah, then I can pre-record, put on. It'd be nice to be able to have the interaction of the chat so that the chat could interact with people and we could react to what people are saying in between our stuff on it. But that may be the one thing we have to put out with it, where I just put it up on recording because I gotta be protective. And some of this is a little bit of like, you know, the NorbCam stuff that's happened too. It's gotten me more into a realm of like, ooh, I've got to make sure I'm all protected on my side of things, right? That I've got, you ain't going to hacked. You ain't going to get yourself struck by something silly that you did that, you know, you could control. So I feel like I got to do more of like a head on a swivel stuff with this a little bit, but we'll do something. I'll get something going with that. I promise. I promise. That one tall dude, Hawks Nest. What was your favorite Hawks game you have ever been to? Wow, what a great question. I went to a lot of games in the 80s, man, so I'm trying to go through my thought process on it. I believe it was 88 in the Kingdome, and I had end zone seats. And this was right along the territory and time where Elway was really giving our Hawks a hard time, and we just couldn't beat him. And the game came down to the end, and I think it was either a field goal or a defensive stop on Elway and the Broncos at the end. But you talk about a crowd really into it and wanting to beat Elway in that moment. Like, just everybody was just, come on, get this done. Kingdom at kind of its best there in that moment. And it was a win you had to come back from behind on, really close to the action, really fun game. Probably it was like 87-88. I forget, a really close game down there in the end zone. But that was probably one that stood out for me. I was really young, so it really stuck in my mind a little bit. The other one would have been I was at the Fail Mary game, and I thought that the Fail Mary game was a fun one too, just for the sheer insanity of the end. Because the ball went up, and I'm up on the 300 level. The ball goes up, and it goes into the back corner of this end zone, and it's a pile of bodies, and no one in the stadium can tell what the hell just happened. Like, everyone's asking everybody, what was that? And the officials aren't calling anything. Like, I know on the officials on the replay, you can see it looks really straightforward, but you're seeing different calls on the field. There's a lot of talking and going back and forth. There's jostling happening. It's like, what just happened? What just occurred? What just happened? You know, so, and then finally for it to come down that it was a touchdown. That was an insane game to go to as well. That was a fun one too. Megan says, B, another stupid question. Can you explain why rookie contracts are different to other contracts? Yeah, because the NFL didn't want to pay rookies before they had performed. The old contractual system was such that you would have the highest paid players in the NFL be guys selected high in the first round. The NFL wanted to flip that and pay guys that were more established. So rookies have to more earn their wages. They also didn't, so they also wanted to have it to where if they get the first round guys, they could have 5 years of club control. So the way it works, Megan, is first round picks have 5 years of rookie club control. That means the club has them on a 5-year contract at that point, and everything's pre-slotted in this realm of things. And so you're essentially on that 5-year contract as a rookie, pre-slotted with how much money you make. Now, Megan, the weird part about this, the part that makes this hard, is that after year 3, even if you're on that 5-year deal as a first round rookie, you can come back and then ask for a new contract. You can say, I want you to tear up this old one. You can't hold out, right? Because if you hold out, it costs you $50,000 a day, but you can come back to the team and say, I want to rework this deal. And like the Bengals will do with Burrow, they'll go, okay, you vastly outperformed your rookie deal. We'll pay you this contract. You're worth it. As well as we want to get out ahead of this because it's only going to be more costly if we wait this out a year. Like what happened to Dak, Megan, where they waited 4 or 5 years off of that rookie deal with him, and then they had to pay all the money when the money was due at that point. They had to pay him top of the market prices, and it really hurt their cap. So with the first round picks, it's a 5-year contract. They can renegotiate after 3. With the second round picks and onward, second round pick, rookie free agents, it's 4 years is essentially what their rookie deals go for. You get they sign a 3-year contract. Like we're doing with Neil, you put the restricted contract on the 4th year, and then bop-a-da-bop, they're either on a new deal by year 5 or they're gone. So essentially it's really 4-year deals, Megan, at the end of the day, but it's a little different for the first round picks because they have that 5th year option, which turns it into a 5-year deal for them. The one tall dude says the Fail Mary game was absolutely insane and it's amazing you got to go to it. Oh, it was. I wish I could have captured video-wise that moment when the pile happens and everybody in the stadium is going, what happened? Did he catch it? No, did you tell me did he catch it? No, you tell me did he catch it? Did you see it? I didn't see it either, man. Just when it just disappeared into the pile of bodies. I thought there's bodies too. And they're talking. And it's one of those moments where it's probably like 45 seconds, but it seems like it's 20 minutes of the officials trying to discuss over what was what and what was a catch and not a catch or who caught what. And yeah, it was insane. A fun game too. Remember in that one, you had, I think we had 8 first half sacks in that Packer game. The Packers just could not pass protect against our guys at that game. Like they were on fire. It was insane. The Packers ran like the whole second half 24/7 just to stay out of our pass rush. John says, I've always liked Buckner, but I can't remember why did the Niners end up jumping him? Did they get a bunch of draft capital? John, they got the 12th overall pick in the first round for him. So I don't know if you'd say that's a bunch of draft capital. It's a pretty good pick that they got back in return. What they had to make a decision on with this, John, was they were up against the cap because they were paying Garoppolo at this time. So they had to make a decision between Eric Armstead or DeForest Buckner. They had to decide, who do you want to pay? You're going to have to let go of the other guy. And so they made the choice of Eric Armstead, which doesn't look as good a choice in retrospect because Buckner's been a better player than Armstead since he's left. But Armstead was coming off, I think, kind of a career year, so they were trying to make an educated guess on that. But yeah, sometimes you only have so much money, You gotta pick who you're going to pay and who you're going to play, and that's what they did. D-Man says the issue with being in crowds at events also is you get self-conscious if someone next to you is quiet. I bet a lot of people feel that way. Yeah, me too. Especially if you're being, as some people are saying here in D-Man, I've seen at least 3 or 4 people talking about being shamed for being loud, that they're being told to be quiet. And Megan, what makes rookie contracts different to other contracts is there's some option-based stuff into it. So you sign the 4-year, and this is getting into some deep weeds on this. So it's like I could probably spend about 5 hours explaining to you like rookie contracts and the differences of contracts and restricted tags, and I could go down the line with you on it. The bottom line thing, if you really want to distill it down, Megan, is that the teams want club control over a player that's a rookie. They want that player to have produced before they pay him. So keeping these the contract structured, at least giving 4 years of fairly cheap club control to a team, provides them that ability to have that. And if they draft well, if they get a productive player early on, then the team is rewarded for that, not penalized for that. Meaning that they get that 4-year run to still be able to take advantage of that cheap contract. Other contracts throughout the league, Megan, can be anything. You can have a 1-year deal, a 2-year deal, a 3-year deal, a 4-year deal, a 5-year deal. Hell, you can sign a 10-year deal. Tyron Smith signed a 10-year contract with the Cowboys about 7 years ago. So you can go out as far as you really want to go with that stuff once you're outside the rookie contractual structure. And you can bend it in any which way you want. The other thing with rookie contracts, Megan, is that they're slotted, meaning that there's not a negotiation of how much the player is really going to be making. The CBA has dictated if you're picked with the number 3 overall selection, you're going to make this. If you're picked with the number 7th overall selection in the 2nd round, you're going to make that. If you're picked with the 22nd overall selection in the 4th round, here's the contract that you can expect. So it's all just kind of slotted and prefabricated. The volcano, God, I hate Elway. Why'd you always have to mention Elway? Ethan says, which game do you think would have been a better play to see in person? Beastquake or Sherman Tip? The Sherman Tip. The Beastquake game was magical, and I'm sure you're part of something special, but you're going to the Super Bowl. You're going to the Super Bowl with this team. As you feeling good about, and it's against the Niners that you beat, it was, the nation was watching, conference championship. That would have been the one. That would have been it. One tall dude says, B, what do you think is going to be the biggest storyline this Super Bowl? My initial instinct on that is the Philadelphia Eagles with their pass rush and all of the sacks that they get and how ferocious they are going up against a Chiefs team that's going to want to throw the ball to make hay. They've just not been a consistent enough team in running the ball, and they're not going to be a consistent running team against that Eagles front. If they're going to win the game, the Chiefs they're going to have to throw the ball. And if you have a Mahomes who's limited by his movement ability, and he'll be improved over a couple weeks, but he's not going to be at 100%. And we saw today he was highly limited in his mobility in the pocket. And if he can't move in the pocket with that pass rush that's bearing down on him 24/7 over the course of that game, there's your story. Can the Chiefs overcome that pass rush, or is it enough at that point to put him under too much duress to where he doesn't have enough time to throw the ball, and he doesn't have the mobility to buy himself extra time like he normally could do. Tommy says, yeah, I got in a lot of bar fights in Canada like that, but you always end up making friends over a busted lip and a beer. Michael, the mother had a dual pattern jersey with both owners. She looked happy. Actually, today was a good day. It was a good day, man. Does that make sense, B? Thanks, my pleasure. Michael says, think this is the first time two brothers face each other in a Super Bowl. Is that right? Didn't Torrey Holt have like a brother that played for the Titans at one point when the Titans and the Rams matched up? I thought there was a Torrey Holt brother there. I could be thinking that wrong. But I guess that's about right. I can't think of another brother combo. We'll certainly hear soon if there is one. Julius Garcia, would I move Jamal to the linebacker? I wouldn't, Julius. He's got shoulder problems, and you're going to move Jamal into being a linebacker. He's going to have to take on a lot more contact, and he's going to have to put those kind of battered shoulders to even more to the brink. I don't think that'd be a good way to utilize him at that point. He's too slight to be playing middle linebacker. You know, he's 215 pounds. You need a guy at least usually 235 in there. The tall one dude says, B, have you ever been to a Hawks playoff game? I have not. I almost went to the Super Bowl. I was in New York at the time. Tickets were going to be $1,000, and it was going to be up at the top of the stadium. In retrospect, I probably would have loved to have gone to it, but it was also super cold at that time in New York that winter. And you were just thinking, man, I'm going to be at the top of that stadium. I'm not going to see the game. I'm going to be freezing my butt off 24/7. Then I got to find a way to get home afterwards, and it's just going to be nuts coming because you got to go from Jersey, basically. But nope, never have been. Would love to at some point, though. Gene D says, when do we know if we're re-signing Geno or not? Gene, strap in. This could be a little bit of a wait. You've got all the way up until free agency. Once free agency happens, then you're going to know by that point. But Seahawks can stretch these negotiations out all the way to that spot. Julian Garcia, what's my dream free agency? Ooh, good question. I guess a dream free agency would be you bring Deron Payne, you sign Terrell Edmonds, you sign Mitch Morse. So you take care of three of your bigger needs then going into the draft. Probably a little bit aggressive on my part. There's probably not enough money to get all three of those guys. But if they can find a way to do it, then I would love to go out there and get those three in. Essentially, you address your three biggest needs. And then at that point, Julian, that opens the door to best player available in the draft. Now you're not reaching for the center. Now you're not reaching for the defensive lineman necessarily. You're just picking the players in the right spot. And there are appropriate positions. Megan says, no need to go DB. That's a conversation for other days. All right, cool. Yeah, we'll get into it at some point, but there's a lot. There's a lot of little stuff to it, Megan, applying the transition, what type of transition tag you're applying. You applying the transition that brings you back picks or just transition that you can match the deal? It's weird. There's some other things that build into this too, Megan, like performance bonuses too. So it gets really deep in the weeds and complicated as far as these contracts go. They're not just simplified like, here's the money you make, here's the years it is, and it's equally bared out, right? John says, on a high note, I went to the Jets game this year and the people behind me brought the noise right along with me. Actually felt bad. The girl behind me was short, but she was loud. Good. Well, that gives me hope there. Pedro Mendoza, we need to trade for Jalen Ramsey. Pedro, you don't tend to see teams trading within their own division like that, especially not a guy with the talent of Ramsey. He probably will get moved this offseason. Rams need to kind of figure out a way of freeing up some cash. And certainly right now they need some picks too, as they're down quite a lot of draft picks. So I think that will come down at some point or another. I always felt like Jalen was on kind of a short timer there one way or another with the Rams, but I don't think that we would look to pick him up. He cost a lot. You'd have to give up a first round pick for him. I don't think the Hawks would be willing to do that. Corey Olson with a $2 donation. Thank you, Corey. I'm a little late in acknowledging, but I really do appreciate the donation, man. Appreciate you. Says AFC games should have never been decided by penalty. That was my point as well with this, Corey. We've had some folks in here who felt like, well, that was a good play. It needed to be called. It was by the letter of the law, a penalty. I tend to lean like you lean, where I go, if I'm in the NBA and we're the last 2 minutes of a ball game, I'm going to let maybe a little slight hack go through or a little bit of inadvertent contact go through or a little bit of on the line. I'm going to let it go through because I want the officials not to decide the game. I want the players to decide the game. And on something like that, it did feel a little ticky-tack. And it felt like, man, you just gave him 15 free yards and you didn't have to. You could have let the players decided this. I understand letter of the law, but, there's the letter of the law and there's the spirit of the law. And I would argue that in that moment, the spirit of the law would not have been to reward 15 yards to the Chiefs there. But by the letter of the law, yes, it is a penalty. But by the spirit. Gene D says Ramsey and Woolen. Sheesh. That'd be a tough crew to go up against. Daniel, did you answer my question about not sure, but I didn't hear? Sorry, asking again. Thoughts on today's games and mainly 49ers future? Thanks. Well, I thought this, the Niner game's a hard one to assess, Daniel. They lose their quarterbacks in this game. You're down to your fourth string quarterback. That's what essentially loses your game. Sort of what happens defensively is irrelevant at that point because you have nothing offensively. You couldn't even throw the ball through most of that second half, period. So I don't think that first game told you a lot about one team just flat out being another. That's really just your fourth string quarterback. You're going to lose the game. Things sometimes get just as simple as that. In regards to the Chiefs, the Bengals game, thoughts on today's game. That game was really a game to me that was neither team could run the ball. It then became all solely on the quarterback's arms to win the day at that point. And whoever quarterback could make more throws was going to win this football game. And Mahomes comes out of this 29 of 43 for 326 yards. Burrow comes out of it 26 of 41 for 270 yards. With 2 interceptions on the other side of it too, and Burrow. So, Mahomes is more efficient. He's throwing for a yard more per average per attempt. He's not intercepting the ball. He's not taking as many sacks as Burrow is taking. And I think that at the end of the day, it's just you have one quarterback outplays the other in this one is really where it bears down to me. Everything else across the board was pretty even as far as how things were being played, but that's the place that was really the difference in the separator. And those Burrow interceptions were bad interceptions on top of it. As far as the Niners in the future, Daniel, the tough part, they've got 2 tough points coming up against them this offseason right now. Number one, they have 25 free agents. There's no major free agents I don't think that they're really going to be losing, but you're still losing almost half your roster potentially that you got to figure out, and you don't have a lot of cap space either. They are paying at the top of the market money, and I'm talking top of the market money for its position. These are the guys that are paid at the highest mark of their position essentially, or right there. Fred Warner, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Ward, the free safety out there. Trent Williams, top of the market. And now you've got a guy, Nick Bosa, Daniel, who's going to come up, and you waited an extra year to pay him, didn't you, Daniel? Because he just got done with his 4th season, his 4th NFL year. So you didn't pay him after year 3. Now he's getting through year 4. Now you're really going to have to pay him. And if the price was going to be maybe $28 million if you signed Bosa this year before the season, the price now goes up to probably $32 million. And so can you afford all that? Can you afford $30 million to Bosa and $22.5 million to Trent Williams and $12 million to Ward and $17 million to Fred Warner, and here's $15 million more to George Kittle? And oh, by the way, McCaffrey's on the hook for another $11 million in base salary next year. And you got to figure out your quarterback position. That's why I say this was really more of their year to strike right now. Things become harder going forward for the Niners. And they got lucky with Burt Purdy giving them the run that they did. But with no answers at quarterback, with contracts coming onto the books that are really you're going to start to really feel the pain of, no easy answers for the Niners going forward as far as to keep themselves at a point of being far and away that kind of best team in the division like they were a little bit this year. It becomes a lot more even. They get pulled down a little bit as we go forward, Daniel. We go up with the picks and the money that we get to spend. That's the NFL for you, right? We felt this during the Legion of Boom era. You start to be an elite team. There's parameters in place that start to even you back down towards the line of the other people. And I think the Niners are going to have to deal with that a little bit. And I'm going to be interested to see how they fit that Bosa contract under the cap, understanding what they're already dealing with. And now you've got 5 players you're spending what? $100 million on? That's very top-heavy roster at that point. And that's it. When you get top-heavy rosters, that means that if you do sustain an injury to one of those top-heavy points, it can be a precipitous fall down. Sorry if I might have missed that question before there, Daniel. Apologize on that. Appreciate you, though, brother. Jimmy Snow, 132. Cheaters, I'm so hurt, bad calls, and who does that give another 2 third downs unheard of? It's not fair. Fix was in. Rigged. We were having some of the same feeling, Jimmy. We were having some of the same feeling in here. Yeah. As Spencer says, welcome to the club. This is like the meme from that Netflix movie where you got the guy with he's about to be hung. It's the second time he's been hung in the episode. And he's got another guy next to him who's freaking out and peeing his pants and nervous to die. And it's kind of a throwaway joke. It's pretty funny, but it's a meme you guys have seen. It's like where he looks over at him and he says, first time? Yeah, that's what Spencer just gave you there, Jimmy Snow. He said, first time? We had it happen too. But yeah, we felt the same way, Jimmy. We looked at this and we went, It seemed like it was fairly well officiated throughout 3 quarters, but then the fourth quarter, something kind of twisted a little bit sideways to a tiny bit, just a little bit of degree there. Just a little bit. Corey Olson with another $5 donation. Thank you, Corey. I really do appreciate it, man. He says, were you able to check out that tape on Josh Downs and Emmanuel Forbes? What was your thoughts? What were your thoughts? Downs could be the next Lockett guy. So I know, Corey, I told you I was going to take a look at Lockett or at Downs. I didn't at him, but I did look at Forbes. And I'm sorry, Corey, I had a little bit of work over the last 2 days that sometimes I do side project work on my IT side of things. And then I got to dive into it fully, and I just can't sort of slow roll it. I had to dive into that stuff, and I just didn't have the time to get to the film. I did look at Emmanuel Forbes. So I did half of what you needed, and I still do have Downs on my list. So it wasn't that I overlooked it. It's just that I just didn't have the free time to get back to it on it. But really, really impressed by Emmanuel Forbes. He's only 6 foot, but I think he's got a lot of that length you'd see in a guy that's 6'2", 6'3". Really, really, really long guy. Off corner coverage, he can play press. He does both of those things really nicely. So I like to see that. Sometimes on college, you'll just see an off corner guy. That's all he does. Like to see him being able to do a little bit of press in there as well. Obviously, ball skills for days, Corey. Guy has 14 interceptions in the last 3 years. He's got 5 pick sixes. And what stands out is these are legitimate interceptions. Where what I like about him, Corey, that stands out and that would translate to our Seahawks defense in a real way, that I could see working our defense, and he could be getting picks in the same way he did in college on this. He'll be in off coverage. He'll drop into his bail technique, but he's got an exceptional, I say like his patented move is reactionary skills. And so he'll be starting his back, but he'll recognize the receiver coming in on an in-cutting route, and he drives on that ball like a mother. I mean, he will drive. And he covers so much ground when he goes from reversing in his back pedal to driving on the ball. He does it so quickly, and he makes so much room to get up there that it puts him in a position to then make the pick. And then that's why, Corey Olson, you got him getting pick sixes. It's because he's coming to back up on those comeback routes, and he's jumping the routes, and there's no offensive players to then tackle him. And so when I look at him, he'd go into our defense, and you ask him to play in a little bit of that off coverage role. You ask him to drop in that bail technique and then drive when he recognizes stuff, when he sees it. That's been something that's been missing from some of the corners who've come through here in recent years. Shaquille Griffin didn't have that ability in him. I mean, he might even had some of the speed and quickness to do it. He didn't have the recognition to do it. But Forbes is very quick. He can really react fast to what he's seeing on the football field, and that really stands out with him. Obviously, also ball skills. You're not getting all those interceptions unless you can pick the ball off. I think a little bit of his run fits come and go, Corey. I think a little bit of his effort in the run game comes and goes for me a little bit. He's not necessarily dogged as a run defender. He's no Devon Witherspoon. He's no Brian Branch. He's going to at times kind of like make sub-business decisions in the run game a little bit. He's not going to fight off blocks with a tenacity, but he also flashes in the run game too on the other side of it. I liked his feet okay. I liked his athleticism. I liked his quickness, but it's that change of direction. I'm going one way. React back this, get back to this direction. And he can get back there, Corey, a beat faster than some of these normal cats can get there from the corner position. And he's 6 foot, so it's not that he's like a 5'10" guy who you might understand doing that. He has the size, he has the length, and the suddenness you usually don't get for a guy that size. So I don't put him quite, Corey, into the same mold of where I'll put Christian Gonzalez, Cam Smith, Sealy Ringo. There's one other guy I'm missing here on this. Joey Porter Jr. I almost feel like those guys might be a little bit above him, but it's not a big mark. He's like, to me, there might be an argument to be made, Corey. He's a guy that should slide in maybe right at the end of the first round to the top of the second. That he's deserving of being right in that territory as far. So he's right there with those guys. Those guys will be picked somewhere between 13 to 25. And I think Forbes will be taken somewhere 25 to 3. So I tried to watch a couple of games of Forbes, and that just didn't give me the time to look at Downs yet. But Downs is coming, man. So I promise he's my next guy on my list to look at. Let me make sure I've got that highlighted here. And I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to get to him those last couple of days. I just got inundated by a couple items I had to take care of on my plate. Couldn't push them off, so had to do it. But I thank you for putting me on to Emmanuel Forbes. He was a really fun corner, and I will say, Corey, I feel like this draft with cornerbacks is as deep as we have seen in some years. If there was 7 first-round cornerbacks taken, I wouldn't be blown away. I could see it was a Gonzalez, Cam Smith, Ringo, Porter, Witherspoon, Forbes, and I still haven't even gotten through all the guys. That's 6 right there that I could see going in the first round, and that's just starting to go through. Jacob Hayes says the Winers had a complete meltdown. I bet, yeah, they did. I bet their fan base is kind of losing it right now. Greg says, we all know Wolden's not going to win Defensive Rookie of the Year. We all know he deserves it, but do you think Hutch has a chance against Gardner? Yeah, I do. Because he's not only got the 9.5 sacks, he's got the 3 interceptions on top of it. That might be enough to push him over the line. Glock says, Mr. All Russell was signing autographs, and I walked up behind him, excited and such, and he gave me a dirty look. Never understood till just resent. I approached him from behind to get it. Oh, wow. I've heard some stories on Russ at times with it. It'd be a little moody. Little moody. Yeah, Pedro, we're not. All right, I think I actually responded. Sorry, I responded. Eclipse says we know it because a lot of refs dislike us too. Yeah, we've seen a lot too, Jimmy. You're right to get a little bit of an inclination on that. Yeah, I can't hate on Andy Reid. No way. He's a good guy. Spencer says the closest thing otherwise was the McCourty brothers going to the big game together on the same team, if I recall. Were they on the same team? I think they ever got on the same team. Mr. Arlo says, hope we keep Gino. Took my son to meet him at the signing yesterday, and he was really good, genuine dude. Easy guy to root for. I disagree. Well, if he's doing signings, I mean, maybe that speaks a little bit to some encouragement we should have for the contract negotiations. Spencer says, also the lesson I pulled from the KC games was that Zach Taylor and Mike McCarthy are a neck-and-neck combination for the most fraudulent contending coaches right now. Maybe so. Sam the Great says, didn't the Harbaugh brothers play against each other? There you go. That was kind of coaching. I wasn't playing against, but coaching against. Yeah. I don't think they played against each other, though, in a Super Bowl. But coached against each other in a Super Bowl, yes. It's valid. Julius Garcia says, if we don't re-sign Gino, would you go after Lamar? I really wouldn't, Julius. I think minimum it's going to cost you 1 first-round pick to do so. Then you're going to have to sign Lamar Jackson to a monster contract where he's going to want guaranteed money close to what Deshaun Watson's getting. Because let's remember that Lamar, part of the negotiation problems he's having right now is he wants over $200 million in guaranteed money, and the Ravens are offering $135. That's a far gulf. And I don't think that you're going to be wanting to give guaranteed money to a quarterback who's got a lot of injury risk that comes with him into the future. It just happened this year. It's going to continue on the future with the way that he's played the game. That's 3 reasons right out there that I can't sign up for on that to do that kind of move. So I wouldn't want to do it. He's limited as a passer. He's an exciting player, but no, I think that it's too costly on a lot of different levels to look at doing that. Way too costly. Yeah, Lamar doesn't fit this offense at all. That's the other thing with the Julius is you'd have to restructure your whole offense to accommodate him. It's like too much. There's just too much there. Sam the Great says Lamar might go to the Falcons. I could see that. I could see it. I do think there'll be a team that jumps into the fray for him. I do. And that's a team that definitely is already used to having a quarterback manufacturing stuff for them in the last couple of years. They're not sold on Ritter. Just might be the way they go. Why do I say this draft will be fun? Seattle, this might be the most draft capital Seattle has ever had. There are so many dudes 6'5", 6'6", 270, 290 pound edge athletes who could play 3-4 defensive end. The combine is big for some. Oh yeah. A lot of guys. A lot of guys up around that size. From Tyree Wilson's to Mike Morris's. Bunch of cats that are some big dudes. Big dudes.
GoHawks22 says, I really like Washington. Well, you know, with me, Go Hawks, I had him picked in our second round. You know, I was moving Fant so I could pick up Washington. He's my favorite tight end in this draft right now. I love what he could bring to this team if we could get him. Scooby Zacks, the fact that we're even talking about Lamar on the Hawks is shocking to say the least. Yeah, it's not happening. I can't see it. I've had a couple of people come into my comment section and be like, Lamar's coming to Seattle. Write it down. Remember this chat. I expect you to pin this comment up in your video if I'm right on this. I'm like, okay, I will. I don't see it as clearly. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's possible, I guess. Gene D says, Bosa should come to Seattle. He's not winning anything in Frisco. Facts, Gene. Bosa, don't sign there. Just come over here. And Niners, you need draft capital, man. You need draft capital so you can get your future quarterback. Quarterback is more important than a defensive end. So trade for our draft capital and give us your defensive end. Fair? Spencer says, refs call games in Niners' favor for most postseason, despite blatant defensive pass interference, defensive holding, and roughing for a lot of those games. San Francisco's chickens may have finally come home to roost. Well said. That's right, Go Hawks. Get Washington, trade Fant. I'm with it, man. So yeah, that's right. Who needs Lamar when we got Geno? Jenny Bamford says, I've been thinking about the talent in this draft. I don't feel like any of the D linemen are Bosa-like. Also thinking about how when we had the Defensive Player of the Year, we had a huge losing season. I kind of see where you're going like that. 1 second here. Man, it's hard to stay up on the chat. You guys are rolling tonight. So Jenny, yes, you're right. There's not a guy that's at the talent level in this draft of Nick Bosa. I mean, he went number 1 overall for a reason because he is really a unique guy in that way. I think Jalen Carter and Will Anderson aren't far off in level of talents on that. And when you reference Cortez Kennedy winning this, because you're kind of referencing, well, you get the Defensive Player of the Year, and it's not a wholesale fix in itself. But as all, you had that losing team at that time, Jenny. The reason that you were bad in 92 wasn't because Cortez or even the defense for that matter. The reason that you were bad in 92 is you had an owner by the name of Ken Behring that wanted to move the team. And if you want a team and you want to move a team, we saw this with the Sonics. If you're an owner that wants to take over an ownership and you want to move a team, then you want to do the opposite of activating the fan base. You don't want to energize the fan base. Instead, you want them tampered down. You want them to seem like they don't exist. How do you do that? By having a losing football team that doesn't even look like has the shot of being a winning football team. That's not all in on winning. That's not going to try to spend money. So, you lost in 92, not because of Cortez Kennedy or because you had put so much value into the defensive player and you took him number 3 overall. You lost because you had an owner that didn't want the team to be in Seattle anymore. He wanted to go to LA. That one tall dude says, B, what Seahawks decoration have you always wanted but haven't been able to get yet? Kind of was a Largent jersey for me for a long period of time. So that's been kind of my one. I'd like to get another jersey, I guess. I'd like to get probably Cortez eventually. Cortez would be a good one, or Kenny Easley. I'd probably put and buy me. That'd be another one to get up there at some point. But nothing comes to mind necessarily. Jenny says, it seems like in today's NFL, you need an upper level quarterback on the rookie deal to win. I think we should draft Levis or Stroud. It definitely helps, Jenny. You're right. That's been the most able pathway for these teams to get to the Super Bowl, is having a dynamic young quarterback to do that. I do think, Jenny, we're fitting a little bit more to a 2012 blueprint that brought us success and got us to our back-to-back Super Bowls, got us to win our first Super Bowl. And then what had got us there before, Jenny, was not necessarily out there looking for the Levis or Stroud. Wasn't necessarily looking for the quarterback that was the Mahomes or the Burrow. What got us there before was sticking to building a great team and then having a quarterback that you brought in who could then manage the game. So, you've got a team in the Chiefs that fit to exactly what you're talking about, and they got their ultimate success with a rookie quarterback on a rookie deal and took advantage of that. But they're going to be playing a team in the Eagles, Jenny, that are actually doing it the way that our team's trying to do it, which is you build out more of that team, and then it's less reliant on the quarterback to carry the day, because you have such a great team around him That's not that requirement that it is. Burrow and Mahomes have got to carry the day because they don't have those solid parts around them to make it work. Mahomes doesn't have the running game to make it happen. Burrow doesn't have the pass protection to make it occur and or the running game. And so I think there's a couple different methods to this approach on it with the Jenny. And I think that the only issue I have with, I'm not going to hate going with quarterback. If we take quarterback, that'll be fine. But if you go to Levis and Stroud and you have them up there picking on the board, and I don't think Stroud's going to be available, I think it's Levis. And if you're looking at Levis and you're saying, well, he's going to be an 87 prospect, that's where his out of a scale of a 0 to 100, he's an 87. That's how we would view this guy as a prospect. And I've got Jalen Carter or Will Anderson, and they're going to project out to be a 96 or a 97. You're better, in my opinion, to go to best player available rather than stretching yourself for a quarterback because you've talked yourself into, well, the only pathway to get this done is by having a great quarterback there. And I don't think it necessarily is. It is a pathway. It is an approach. It does help. But I think that we also have a blueprint here that was different than that not only brought us to success in one Super Bowl, we went to back-to-back Super Bowls applying that approach and methodology, which was more of a team-based methodology. It was more built around that. But you're not off. I mean, that is the cleanest path to get there. TJ Singh says Philly's is going to lose the MLS Cup, World Series, and Super Bowl in a 3-month span. Oh, Lordy. What's up, Kelly? Good to see you in the chat. Scooby Snacks, I'd let Gino go as well on $40 million. If he wants $40 million a year, bye-bye. All right. Ethan says, Brandon, where is Forbes going in the draft in your estimation? I think he's an early second to a late first round pick. Cornerbacks with ball skills, and I think he's going to run well, are usually guys that get picked pretty high. They don't tend to last past the second round. So minimum, he'll go some point in the second round. I think higher than lower. I don't think he quite gets into the first round, but right at the top of the second. Eclipse says, if I'm being honest, B should become a Seahawks analyst or an analyst for a TV network. I'm so nice today. You are being nice today. Thank you, man. I always say, man, if anybody ever comes calling, I'm happy to jump aboard. So, I wouldn't have to have my arm twisted on that one. Not at all. Kelly says 100% it's the cost of the tickets why fans are not as loud. Even day before or day of, they don't go down much. Plus the fees, you're still paying hundreds. I was pissed. I sat the second section 233, which is still great, but nobody except the one sections were standing. Bingo, Kelly. Bingo. It's strange to see, but we're all kind of seeing the same thing when we go in there at times now, which is just not as much of an engaged folks. And the price is probably the best point on all this. I was throwing some shade at the younger folks as an old head here, but I probably have got to put it more onto the back of ticket prices go to a place where you got to be affluent to go to games. Affluent people aren't going to be as rowdy as some of the other contingent that could go in there. I think it's a valid point to say. I do. Tommy says, Brandon would be cool with Brock Heward on a podcast. Those two brainiacs would go super deep. I would love to have Brock on. If there's any guy in 710 that I'd love to be able to sit down and talk football with above beyond anybody else, it would be Brock. He is a fountain of information. He understands both college and football pro game at a fairly deep level. A lot of times I feel like he sometimes on the radio is really being careful with his words and that he knows something else about something else. And he's just kind of biting his tongue at times or being very, very almost political like in the way he's having it come out. But yeah, I'd love to have Brock on at some point. That'd be great. Guy says, so now I feel like I have to pay to sit in 133 to 135 so I can stand. Otherwise people look at you if you're blocking them or the only one standing. But I still did mostly. I know, Kelly, that's the thing. They look at you weird. They give you like, you're in the stadium. Why are you not standing here? It's like people have to be explained that to them. Like, who are you? Who are you? It's so weird, Kelly. They act like it's a foreign language. Like one stands at these contests. You stand up and you put your hands together. How do you do that so rhythmically?
it doesn't seem to apply. And like they act like that. It's like they're learning how to be human beings or something. Like stand up and yell. This ain't complicated. Yeah, it's true. Tommy says, I wonder if we should reach out to the 49ers. We have our rivals going all bandwagon and soft on us. I don't want us to fake a rival with the Rams again. It'll be back in bloom next year, man. They'll lick their wounds and they'll be bouncing back. Spencer says, Hawks Nest, interesting question. If you had to choose one, which pill do you take? Geno at 30 for 4 years or Lamar 40 for 4? Well, let's keep in mind within this, Spencer, that and I think let's be realistic with this. Lamar's going to get more guaranteed money than Geno would then. Geno will get that extra 4th year of security, but then he's going to have to give up the guaranteed money on the back 2 years of the deal, which means I can get out from under that deal if it goes wrong. With Lamar's deal and what you propose at 4 years, $40 million, that's then going to be, what is that? We're at 100 and that's number one. He's going to want more than that. So wait, hold on. 4 years Lamar at 40. I don't trust Lamar's health. I got to have more trust in the quarterback's health that I'm putting out there. So 40 is a little more realistic for Lamar. He ain't going to take that, by the way, Spencer. He's going to want 50. You know, that's the market price to go get Lamar. I don't think you're getting him at 40 million. But I'd still take Geno. I'd still take Geno. His performance is sustainable. He will be able to continue going forward good. He's not one injury away from being completely broken into a shell of himself like Lamar is, even though he's a little older or a lot older. Kelly says, wow, Megan, I've never listened. Oh, sorry. Your boy Michael, thoughts on signing Marcus Davenport? He had kind of an underwhelming year this year, I felt. I thought he was just kind of, he's always been a guy I've been waiting to kind of get a little bit more with his production level goes. And, it's just not been there. It's not been there. He's been a fairly complete player for most of his time in the pros. Good run stuffer. I mean, it's still even last year, 76th grade, but one sack coming from the edge. That's not going to get it done. I'm not paying for that. He needs to go on a 1-year prove it deal to another team and figure it out. In my opinion. Had really kind of a down year this year. Daniel says, you remove Lamar's second season where he won MVP, he has been a rather average quarterback. People are way too caught up on that one season. He's average. Yeah. And it's a little bit caught up on the highlights, right? Because he has some crazy highlights that he shows, but in throwing the ball, he's limited. He is really limited. And I have a guy that's a ticking time bomb as far as just one wrong hit. Him playing like a running back at 205 pounds gets him broken. And that's coming down the track. That is coming for him. You can't play the game the way he's played the game, which is leaning so hard into his legs and running with such a ferocity at his size. You're not going to get wore down. Those hits mount up. The toll gets taken. The cost of doing business is real on that type of stuff. I don't trust him. Eclipse says, and let's not forget K9's our running back. No way in hell we'd have Lamar be the quarterback and the running back. I agree. I think you've got to use Lamar as a running back to some degree if you're going to get that value out of him, if you're going to trade from him, if you're going to give him a contract extension. But he's not a fit to our offense either. That's the other part of this with Lamar. It's a null and void thing to even bring up because you have to change your whole offense to bring in Lamar. You're no longer running Waldron's scheme. You're now going to have to run, Mark Roman there with the Ravens basically instituted the Colin Kaepernick offense for Lamar just to build it wholly around him. Dan says, I'm leaning towards wanting Drew Lock and drafting Hendon Hooker. Hooker is a younger Geno Smith. He would be great in a West Coast scheme. Should be healed start of the year, but wouldn't be needed year one. Is he going to be good by the year one? That's good to hear. I'm open to going that route, man. I'm open to going that route. Kelly says, didn't get to tell you guys, but I saw Chenna. He signed for a nice guy next to me, and I was too far to reach and to get him to sign. But I said, we love you, Chenna. And he said, I love you guys too. Hell yeah. Chenna's awesome. Kelly says, super sweet mush. Also, Clint Hurd is giant. Had to bend over just to put his Gatorade cup down and sign for the same guy next to me. Super mellow, super sweet of him. That's nice to hear. Seems like a good guy. And Daniel, I'm good with Hooker. Everything you said with him, I think is pretty well fit. You know, he's got a skill set that actually is fairly close to Geno. Geno's got a little bit more of a free and easy delivery, a little more quicker delivery, but I liked him. He was impressive. Kelly said, I need my Jamal jersey, meet my idol at training camp, and he was everything and more. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Seattle 808, throwback 14. That'd be a cool jersey in the background. I could go for that. That's going to be a tight looking jersey. I'll tell you what. It's going to look so good next year. The tall one dude says, B, definitely should try for all the Seahawks Hall of Fame jerseys. I think we got to do it at some point. And I'll have a big enough wall behind me when I eventually get to my final resting place where we'll get a couple of jerseys up behind me. But you're right. The Hall of Famers have got to take precedent. Yeah. Got to take precedent. Tommy says, Geno has a chance to be one of the greatest stories in NFL history if he can keep it up. That is really cool. It is. It is. A unique story, and one of the best stories is right. See, Spencer Smith says, not that I expect Seattle to pay top dollar for any quarterback ever again unless they actually draft Mahomes, Allen, Burrow type. I agree. I think you'd have to be that much for them to do it. I think they're very anti that. Mr. Big RT, have you drafted what a 4-year deal for keeping Smith might look like? Well, if you're giving him a 4-year deal, I don't know if you're up to $30 million at that point. You can be up to $30 million, but then it's going to be on a, hold on one second. I got to use the bathroom. One second, guys. I hear you, Kitty. I was just answering the question. Sorry, I lost my spot. Well, sorry, I was... 4-year contract, Mr. Big SRT. I think you're looking at it being more around the $25 million range. If he's getting the fourth year of the deal, not... Seattle's going to want to do this on a 3-year deal, Mr. Big SRT. And if that's the case, you're at a 3-year, $90 million maybe, if he's going to get $30 million. If he goes to the 4th year of the contract, then you're going to save $5 million a year minimum if you're the Seahawks, not to mention the fact that you're going to be able to structure the deal kind of any which way that you see fit. You could take the first year of Geno Smith's cap hit on a 4-year deal and lower it down to the veteran minimum plus whatever he's making as far as bonus money. And if you've guaranteed the money down the line anyway, you could lower that down to almost anything that you want from a number situation on a 4-year deal. With 3 years, it gets a little more restrictive because, like I said, the money goes up a little bit more for him. He's going, I'm getting one less year. I get that much more money because I don't have that 1 year of security. So you're not, and with it being a 3-year contract, Mr. Big SRT, you're not able to move the numbers around. So if it's a 3-year, $30 million deal or a 4-year, $100 million deal, if you're looking at a 3-year, $30 million deal, that means the first year cap hit's probably going to be like $20 million. If you got the 4-year, $25 million per, so 4-year at $100 million, that means that first year cap hit's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of like 13 million maybe on that first year cap hit. If even that might even be up a little bit high. So a fairly substantial, almost $10 million difference on the first year cap hit of versus 3 years to 4 years. But I'm sure the Hawks are probably leading to want to see Mr. Big it be a 3-year contract because they want some flexibility to be able to get out from under the deal if Geno doesn't sustain the performance or he falls off the cliff turning 34, 35 years old. Megan says BR tickets were $700 Aussie, whatever that is US. It's probably equivalent, but it was probably a once in a lifetime thing. So why the hell not? It's a lot of dough, Megan. There were good seats though. They were damn good seats. Hard to say it's not, I mean, it's not my money spent, but they felt worth it to me. Dommy says, what are the concession stand prices like now at Lumen? I know the Falcons game, Blanc wouldn't let them jack the prices up so the average person could afford to enjoy the game, and that was cool. They weren't super bad. They weren't as bad as like the ticket prices Megan are mentioning or the parking prices. See you later. I'm glad my memories are of a rowdy Seahawks stadium with everyone standing for 4 hours. Yeah. Good old days. Spencer says, watch Seattle bring in Greg Roman as an assistant and then sign Lamar. Pete would have a field day. Might run it 100 times a game. Oh, Pete would love it. He'd be all over that. He would. Boy, you'd have DK wasted on the outside, though. There's no way Lamar would be able to consistently get it to him. Spencer says, oh no, if he's 50, then there's no shot. And the reason that I say it's 50, Spencer, is because like the Dak deal, and this is the rule of thumb on these quarterbacks, folks. So this is the sacred rule of thumb on the rookie quarterbacks. You have rookie one starts out rookie year, right? He's takeoff. He's fire into space. He's amazing. Okay. Year one. Okay. He continues to play really good. He's through that point. If you're going to then be after year 3 and you're going to go, well, look, Mr. Young quarterback on a rookie deal. We have you on the 3rd year. We have club control of you for 2 years on your rookie deal. We can franchise you 2 times after that. Now, if you do that on a player, you're very well allowed to do that on the player. But there's a price that's going to be paid long-term if you do that. And the price is the quarterback cost then goes up that much higher for that guy, whether he's with your team or whether you trade him to another team. And so since the Ravens have taken their extra long time on this Lamar contract, and what the Ravens will tell you, Spencer, is they'll say, look, his mom is the one that's negotiating his contract. We're dealing with his mother and not an agent. And that's why these are so hard to get this deal done. That's the excuse that they will give you there, Spencer, but that's BS. They don't want to pay because they know he's not worth it, but they want to keep him on the team. But he's kind of an asset, right? So what happens though is that we would pay that price for them taking that extra year. We don't benefit from them taking that extra year of cheap Lamar. We pay the price for that extra year of cheap Lamar. And so like the Cowboys having to pay that extra year, you're not pulling them in at 40 million, right? It's going up to 50 now. You're going to pay the increased cost. You're going to pay today's dollars. And if you're going to watch Burrow get 55 million, and here's the funny thing, we've got the Bengals facing this exact type of situation where they've got to make a decision with Burrow where we're a cheapskate organization. We don't like to spend money. We don't want to pay on anybody. But now we have a quarterback who's due to be paid. He's deserving of $55 million per year. God, we hate paying that price. But if we wait the extra year, if we say, no, Joe, you're on your rookie deal. You were the number 1 overall pick. You're making plenty of money. If that's what we're going to say, then when we come after year 4, the price is not the same of what it was going to be after year 3. And that's what you're dealing with Lamar here at this point. And I don't want to do it, not with all the guaranteed money, not with what he's going to want per year. Jenny Bramser says, I wonder if Geno walked, would we re-sign Locke and pick Anthony Richardson at 20? Jenny, I do think that that's a likely fallback idea. To Locke is the kind of fallback option. If Geno's going to ask for too much, then you try to replicate what you did in Geno with Drew.
I don't think at this point in time, Anthony Richardson's going to last to 20. That's not my instinct on this. I think that he probably is taken at this point in the top 15. So you might have to be making more of a question of, is he worth taking at 5 if you don't have Geno? And to me, that's early for Anthony, but I look at the Raiders at 7, Jenny. If the Raiders missed out on Brady and Carr goes, do the Raiders like Jimmy Garoppolo or do they like drafting Anthony Richardson? Or maybe both. So I think he does go top 15 and potentially even top 10 does Richardson, as maybe silly as that might seem, considering how young he is, considering how undeveloped he is, considering how much he's not a certain thing. But this is a draft that hasn't rounded out from a quarterback standpoint quite like we thought it would at the start of the year. And that opening hole, that KJ Jefferson not taking a step forward, that Tyler Van Dyke not taking a step forward, has opened back the door the other way to Anthony Richardson to step through it. Jenny says, I wouldn't mind seeing Hooker in the 3rd, except him and Locke are the same age. They are indeed. Yeah. But it's, I don't think it's the worst way to go, Jenny, if you're talking about the 3rd round for a guy that might end up giving you 1st round potential. And though the age does give us a little bit of hesitancy, if the age means that on the other side of it, he's ready to hit the ground running that more quickly once he gets back from the ACL, that he's developed, that he's not going to be the young, immature guy that's still learning how to be a pro, that he knows the clock is ticking, right? I think that maybe you get a bit of the benefit from that. So if you talk the 3rd with me on Hendon, I'll sign up for that. And remember too, Jenny, it's going to be the 3rd round pick that's picked 20 overall in the 3rd round. So it's kind of a later 3rd round pick too on top of that. I'd be willing to go that route. Tommy says, here's the other problem with Lamar. Who's your backup? You have to change your offense to hire Lamar, and then you have to find a backup that is Lamar light. Not easy to do. No, it probably means you have to commit to drafting a quarterback still like in the 4th round, like a Dorian Thompson-Robinson out of UCLA. You're going to have to find a guy with, to your point on that, a close skill set. It's a great point. Yeah, Jenny, we'd have to hire a new offensive coordinator for Lamar. You'd have to change everything through. And is the squeeze worth this juice, Is the squeeze worth the juice? I'm not sure it is. I think with him, like somebody else said, it's like his best year came in here and kind of set a picture in people's mind of who he is. And there's some limitations there, Megan, what is this West Coast offense? Boy, Megan, you got some questions that I can't answer in like 2 sentences. It's like to unpack the West Coast offenses to go back. So it's Megan, it's Bill Walsh. It's the West Coast offense that I'm talking about. So West Coast is West Coast offense, short-based passing attack that took over for the rushing-based attacks of the 80s. That was more about getting the ball in the hands of receivers on quick little routes and then having them work in space, using their legs to then get free and get extra yards. That's what we run as an offense. And so it's not a fit, Megan, for Lamar Jackson because it is an inaccurate thrower who struggles to play on time. The offense requires the quarterback to play on time, to hit their back foot and get rid of the ball, not hit their back foot and scramble around and do something amazing. So it's just not a fit. You need more guys. This is why, Megan, for instance, Russell Wilson just failed this past year in a West Coast offense. This is why he wasn't a fit for the offense here when he was here with Waldron. Because he doesn't play on time. He's not on script. Lamar's not an on-time, on-script kind of quarterback. And so it just doesn't fit to what you want to do here offensively speaking. He's a fine player. If you want to structure your whole offense around Lamar Jackson to make the running-based attack, I'd argue, though, if you're going to take that approach to it, you need to do it while Lamar's on a rookie deal. And the Ravens are telling you this, Megan, by the lack of paying him. They're doing the same thing the Cowboys did with Dak. Squeeze every last bit out of that rookie deal. Every last inch out of that rookie deal. Let's squeeze every last bit, like the toothpaste, Megan. They're taking that deal and they're squeezing out the last of the toothpaste and rolling it up to the end as far as they possibly can get it. And that's what's going on here. Mr. Allo says, Shadir Sanders is Geno at West Virginia. We'll see on him. I'm kind of interested to see Mr. Sanders actually on a field up against tough upper level competition. Tommy says, so just hire Lamar. You need to get a new OC, probably a new offensive line, a new backup quarterback who is unique and pay him elite money and guaranteed money, Tommy. Don't forget that. Elite guaranteed money. And he's one injury away from a crash and burn. No thanks. Exactly. Your boy Michael, my guys in the draft is Anthony Richardson. I love Anthony Richardson a lot. Hey, me too, man. I say your boy Michael, I think he's one of the most talented quarterbacks, if not the most talented quarterback in this draft. I don't know if Jamal Adams is going to be healthy next year, 12th North Chad. According to Coach Carroll, he just got it back up and running. So maybe not. We're months and months away from knowing that. He had major surgery on ligaments. This stuff can tend to kind of be problematic. Kelly said I wouldn't risk him, but when he comes back, take it slow with Hendon Hooker. I like Anthony Richardson too. He's good. Good player. I see about drafting Anthony Richardson, even if you brought back Geno Smith, is you could have some Anthony Richardson packages offensively you could implement through the course of a game to take advantage of some of his wheels. Spencer Smith is a lot more Lamar doubters than I'd expect, though. Haha, fair point. I think it's just more like what Tommy says on this, Spencer. It's never as simple as you like a player, you bring a player in. And I think that people are smart to think about this a little bit because we've done a lot of, Spencer, big swinging trades where we haven't really thought through all the process. It was a name to bring in here. It was a flashy name, but the coaching staff didn't really understand what it all implemented by bringing them in. I'd offer in every one of the single trades from Harvin to Graham to Adams, those three deals in particular, it wasn't really a real thought through process there. It was sort of like, let's just do this. And with Lamar, if you're going to do it, you got to think through the process, the changing of the offense, the getting the backup quarterback that fits to what his skill set is behind him so you can keep running your offense if he goes down. The perpetuate the injury situation that can come along for him, the amount that he's going to command on a yearly dollar amount, the amount that he's going to want on bonus money. If you're talking about me getting Lamar Jackson on his rookie deal, fresh out the box of college, right? No dents on him, no broken fenders, no broken tail lights. It's all clean and pristine. And I get that rookie contract for 3 or 4 years and I get to just play like hell and go for it. Then that's a different story. When you're talking about giving him a market-breaking, market-setting deal with guaranteed money after he's already gone through 4 or 5 years of having the hell beat out of him because he's played the quarterback position like a running back, I think it's a different story at that point. Russell Marquis, Brandon, what's the hype on Jack Campbell? I'm not seeing. You got to explain it to me when you see it, man. Let me know when you see it. How about that? Because I'm yet to see it either. I think he's going to run a 4.72 at the combine. I think he's going to run a 4.72. And I that's what I see on tape. He's big. He's strong. He can take on blockers at the point of attack. We had an issue this past year, Russell Marquis, with second level blockers. And Cody Barton and Jordan Brooks couldn't get off those second level blockers at times. This guy can do that. He can get off those blocks, but he's really, really not fleet of foot. He's kind of more sluggish. And I don't know. I hear the same hype you do about him. People just love the guy. Love him. I don't get it though. Megan says, B, you've got 4 years to save for the return trip. Laughing out loud. There we go. Bet, Megan. That gives me just enough time. Just enough time. Tommy Eden says, I think Ryan Neal's going to get at least $6 million per year. Well, he's on a restricted tag, Tommy. So unless some team's going to trade him, if we put a second round tender on him, is the team going to give you a second round pick for Ryan Neal and sign him to a contract extension? Are the Hawks going to sign him to a contract extension with them already spending as much money on both safeties as they are? That's not likely, but he's not a street free agent at this point, Tommy. He's a restricted free agent. Sam says, went to a Mariners game in Anaheim last summer and spent $50 for 3 Coors Lights. Yeah, they're killing people on the beer stuff. It's kind of ridiculous. And it's not ideal on that. Goak says, just an FYI, Brandon, I had to rejoin with Brendan Nelson also. You have a boob issue, I guess. A boob issue? I think it's just
YouTube's just that way. They want you to, I guess, keep re-upping or something, you know? Like you got to like go in and like, they don't let you just set it to automatic mode. I'm not sure. I've had my membership on, like I've got Brendan's channel. I'm a member at his channel and mine's been able to stay consistent through. So I haven't had the problem where it flips up on me, but sometimes YouTube's a little like, it's like how YouTube can be a little dicey about showing the notification posts to people and stuff. Sometimes it just gets a little bit weird for some reason. Glitchy, I guess, is the word I'm looking for. It's a little glitchy. Eclipse says, I remember we were talking about Drew Lock being the next Brett Favre when we traded Russ. Indeed, I was making some comparisons to him on that. And I think those comparisons are still apropos, Eclipse, because, I mean, he was neck and neck with Geno Smith, who went on to set Seahawks records this year throughout training camp. You know, and he had the one turnover in the first game he played in preseason, but up until that turnover at the end when the blindside blitz hit him and caused the fumble, he had played a really strong game throughout the course of that. You know, he looked really good. And then what happened, Eclipse? He got the COVID, right? He got really sick. Then he was trying to come back early to get out there because he knew the competition was about to bear out and Geno was about to win it. And then he kind of forced some throws there at the end of preseason when he probably wasn't feeling 100%, and he was probably feeling like he had to make some plays to earn the job and overtake Geno because he went behind the ball a little bit when he got sick. You know, he lost some ground a little bit as he got sick. So Drew still has a lot of potential there. I'm still not underselling his potential at all. I think Geno Smith shows you it wasn't as much that Drew Lock lost that job last year. It's that Geno went out there and took it. And then he just looked that good. Megan says, hey, B, you told me you love questions, so you're getting them. I did. I love questions. I don't mind. I don't mind at all. When I'm 8-9 hours in the stream, it's hard to unpack the 30-minute ones, though. Like the West Coast offense is a big one on that one, Megan. But it's important to understand there's a difference between West Coast and maybe a power-based offense where you're trying to take deep shots down the field when you do throw off the run game. But the West Coast offense is about throwing on early downs, Megan, throwing 4-yard slant routes and, you know, little in-cutting routes and just working the ball up the field and letting your guys work in space. Spencer Smith says, the Hawks Nest, how much stock do you put into the idea that the 3-4 of the Super Bowl finalists had a quarterback playing at an elite level on the roster? Do you feel that is now the most indispensable factor in today's NFL? 3-4 of the Super Bowl finalists. Talking the idea that 3-4 of the Super Bowl finalists at a level on the roster. I guess you're saying Jalen Hurts is playing at an elite level. I'm trying to think about the 3 of the 4 teams because obviously Brock Purdy, you're not putting it on that one. But, I mean, I don't know, Spencer, I would counter with you on this. I'm not saying that Jalen Hurts was bad this year by any measure or that it wasn't good. I mean, 38 combined touchdowns between running and passing is great. But as you saw today in this game with Hurts, he's limited as a passer. Is he running the ball well enough with his legs to be considered elite at that point? No, not to me. So I would offer to you, Spencer, that you had half the teams into this final 4 teams, half of the teams had elite play at the level of quarterback position and half of the teams didn't. You know, that's more of kind of how I see it than anything else. I think that there are, using the word indispensable is the right word to use. It is an indispensable factor to have. I think the problem, though, happens here, Spencer, is that people like to think that there's 8 or 9 of these guys, when in actuality, there's probably 3 of these guys, 4 of these guys. You know, it's A.J. Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert. I guess depending on where you see with Aaron Rodgers at this point, I'm not sure on that one. Maybe one other guy there. Maybe Allen you put on that list on top of it. But that's it. You know, there's like 4 of those guys that exist in the sport. It's not, I just feel like from that angle of it, Spencer, it's a little bit of like, it's hard to find that. When I got like 4 or 5 of them out of 32 teams, it may be as you put it, the indispensable factor, but it's also the hard factor to find. And you can only seemingly usually pick it when you're up at the top of that draft to get those guys. And in Allen, Herbert, and Burrow's case, those are top 10 picks. And then I think Mahomes went top 12. So that's the other part of it too. Yeah. It's not only picking at the top of the draft, but having a guy whose talent's worthy enough of being that indispensable guy who's up at that level, which is rarefied air. In terms of differentiating true contenders from dark horse types, I don't know if I'm in that point of doing it. I'm in the opposite direction on this, Spencer. I'm more of that if anything I've learned by having 2 of the last 4 teams have them not being driven by the quarterback play necessarily, it tells me that there are alternative routes to getting to the Super Bowl. That it's not just this one route of I need an indispensable quarterback, and if I can't do that, then I'm not getting there. I don't walk away in that way of it looking at it in that fashion. I'm going the opposite direction from it myself. Megan says, love Lamar at the Ravens, but would take far too much to have him in Seattle. Yeah, and I'm not a hater of him, Megan. I'm not. I might sound like I'm being a little hater of him, but I appreciate what Lamar can do on a football field, and he's been one of the more exciting football players the last 4 years in football. I mean, he earned his MVP the year he won it. He did. But there's too, like you say, it's too much. There's just too much there to bring him in. Megan, you're all good on the questions. I get probably moody at 9 hours in. I'm probably just getting I'm getting hangry probably a little bit. So that's my bad. I need a Snickers bar. So I probably just need to kind of start getting closer to wrapping it up here a bit as I'm probably getting a little mood. I want to find the right words where I'm not short selling you on the answer. And with West Coast, there's so much in the West Coast offense. I think Volcano Joe did a good job and Tommy did a good job of kind of encapsulating a lot of it. And it's probably is easier than I was thinking at first blush with it, where it is really just, at the end of the day, it's short passing attack. It's running quick routes with your receivers. It's a quarterback 3-step drop, 5-step drop, balls out of my hand. Balls out of my hand into a spot. Balls out of my hand into a spot. And you got a guy like Lamar, for instance, just not an anticipatory thrower. Like we see in Joe Burrow today. You see a guy that really will anticipate the cuts and all that stuff. And he's more like Russell was. I want to see it. I want to see it break open and let go. Well, that's not on time. That's off time a lot of times. That's off script. Sorry if I'm a little moody. I don't mean to be moody if I am a little bit on that. Mr. Big SRT with a $5 donation. I really do appreciate it. Says, have you seen the Big Murph top billing short videos of Seahawks this last season? YouTube channel. I didn't. I appreciate the work that Top Billin does. I don't know. There's been some subtle. I don't know if it's true or not. Somebody told me the other day that Murph was talking crap about me somehow. So I don't know how I got on his lips. I don't know if that was the truth or not. But it's gonna be hard for me to be supportive of the guy if he's talking crap about me. I'm not gonna feel good about him. You know what I mean? And I don't know if he did or not. I do know there was some subtle shade thrown by him at the start of the year, where Murph got in on this whole thing where, he was about KJ Jefferson and KJ Jefferson was the shit. And KJ Jefferson is going to be more amazing than anything else. And then people were bringing up, Seahawks fans were bringing up to Murph about Will Levis. And he's like, well, I guess you just heard from one of these content creators about Will Levis that, he's good and that got in your guys' mind. And, and he started bringing up like Ku Klux Klan stuff. And referencing the fact that people liked Will Levis had to do with some sort of like racial built-in things. And I appreciate the work he does. I really do. But the second I hear a little bit of that crap, the second I hear an inch of that from somebody and that they go there, you can go there. You can bring up, and it may very well be a valid application if you want to apply it across the board on a spot with a given player. But you better be right. You better be right. You don't get to just softly throw around vibes of people who like Will Levis happen to also be part of Ku Klux Klan. Go watch the video, man. It was out there. And so Mr. Big SRT, there's a part of me that respects his work and loves that he does so much Seahawks content, and he's got a unique flavor in what he does and how he goes about it. But there's another part of me with it where it's like, there's that little bit of that attitude in there. And again, if you want to throw shade at me, I ain't going to hype you up. You know, I ain't going to feel like I'm going to want to go watch your videos. And, you know, the thing about that whole take was this too, in retrospect. Who was right and who was wrong on that one? Where's KJ Jefferson right now? Oh, yeah. He's going back to Arkansas this next year. Where's Will Levis going? He's going top 5. So was it that Will Levis is, people that will love Levis are racially motivated and with the desirous in that way? Or is it there's actually one quarterback was truly better at that point? And, you know, I've had a little bit of a, you know, it's been a little bit stuck in my craw on this, Mr. Big, a little bit with it. And I appreciate the donation. I'll maybe try to give him more of a chance with it. But then somebody was just telling me a couple weeks ago, he's throwing shade back at me for something. I'm like, for what? What do you want? You know, what? I don't know why I'm bumping up on his radar. You know, he's up there at like 100,000 subs. Why is he worried about a little guy like me? If that's the case. But yeah, I love, you know, with me, Mr. Big RT, if you've been in here for a long time too as well. I love having debate and argument. And if you want to tell me that KJ Jefferson is a better quarterback than Will Levis, we can have that debate. And I will argue the attributes of each player's game, and we go back and forth in that way. But if you're going to try to short sell your argument, if you're going to try to skip to the front of the line, which is what people do when they use that type of shenanigans, they're trying to skip to the front of the line on the argument. And if that's going to be your approach and your methodology, you're going to lose me in a big way. I will check out from you completely at that process because I'll realize I'm dealing with someone who's emotionally driven and based on where they're going, and they're not really trying to think things through. And I got no room for emotionality-based driven thinking. That leads you to the wrong way of things. But Mr. Big RT, I hear about Top Billin a lot. People mention him a ton in my channel. He's got a lot of people that really do love and respect his work. And I'm not trying to hate on the guy. But again, I had somebody come in my chat like, just 2 weeks ago, someone was like, did you see the Top Billin video he just put out? He was totally throwing shade at you. It's like, okay. But I don't know. I've heard some people think that like he's forced to do Seahawks content, so it's making him like angry about doing Seahawks content or something. I don't know. But either way, it's kind of caused me to check out on that stuff. I hope you could understand that, Mr. Big, why that might cause me to kind of go, you know, you're going to call me a racist. I'm probably not going to check out your content. You know, call me, you know, shallow, I guess, or whatever, you know. Standard champion, then we need to revamp the new offensive system to accommodate Lamar's skill set. Should end the conversation right there. Bingo. Bingo. Goax 2022 says Lamar will be a free agent in March, I believe. Technically, yes, Gohawks, but they'll just apply the franchise tag to him. They're not going to let him walk for nothing. Maybe they will. I mean, they might, but I'd be more in belief that what they'll do is they'll put the franchise tag on him, and instead of being 2 first-round picks to get Lamar, it'll be 1. Even a late first-round pick. Delakey says Jack Campbell is like having a 5-tech disguised as a Mike linebacker. It's true, Del. It's true. Del, I'm stealing that one, man. I'm taking that one, and I might not give you credit for it. I might just blindly steal that. That's a great description of Jack Campbell. He's a 5-tech at the middle linebacker, folks. Just wonderful. Megan, how long does Lamar have left on his contract? Oh, somebody was answering you there. So technically he's a free agent, Megan, this offseason, but they can franchise him, which then puts him under the club control on a 1-year deal because it would only cost, I don't think they're second year franchising him this year. I think it's the first year of the franchise because he just got out of his 5th-year option, I think. So then that would put him on the 1-year, $31.5 million 1-year deal. But he's not going to want to play on that. He's going to want his contract extension by that point. So I think, you know, part of me feels like too, Megan, with some of this injury situation that propped up with him and the team, there was a little bit of Lamar doing that of like, I could play right now, but you could have paid me too. I could play and you could have paid. So you didn't want to pay me, so I'm not going to play. There's a little bit of me that thinks that he did a little bit of that. And I can't blame him for doing it. Right? Like I said with Dak, you know, if you're in your contract as a player and the team's trying to pull you out another year or two or whatever, I don't besmirch you at all then having to do what you got to do to get paid. Especially if you're a guy who hasn't gotten that contract yet. Especially if you're a guy like Lamar Jackson who's probably going to get broken down, who's going to get worn down as he goes on and he plays. So, yeah.
Spencer says, once again, couldn't agree more. Lamar for $50 million is untenable. However, I don't doubt his level of talent is all I meant. Apologize for the miscommunication there. No, like I said, Megan, I'm probably getting a little gummy in my works here a little bit, and that probably puts me in a little weird spot. So it's my bad, not yours on that one. And yeah, it's untenable is a great way of putting it. $50 million. And remember with it, Spencer, too, the guaranteed money portion, because the Ravens have reportedly offered $135 million, which he turned down. He wants the $250 that Deshaun Watson got with the Browns. So the $135 guaranteed is a far cry from the $250 guaranteed, isn't it? And that's enough to make the deal not occur between them. But is there a team out there that's silly enough and willing enough to go out there and do it, like a Falcons team that's a little more desperate at the quarterback position? I could see it. I could definitely see it. Max Sherman says, I got a weird feeling Locke will be our starter next year. Like I said, I think it's the backup plan to Geno. Geno's going to ask for too much, and I know Geno talked the big game about taking a discount, but we'll see, right? Guy's never made a big contract in his career taking a discount. Maybe. We'll see. I think he's going to want to be paid that $35 million, and he's going to consider that him taking a discount. He's going to consider, well, I could have gotten 40 on the open market. I'm giving you 35. And Seattle could have said, we want a real discount. And all parties in that could be kind of correct, kind of right. Delikey says Drew Lock is as old as Hendon Hooker. He is. Delikey, we should, if we remain a 3-4, we should replace all our 4 linebackers. We're not bad on the outside, man. Maffei's developing. Uchenna's pretty good. Got to get Uchenna's snaps down. Get him fresher. Tommy says, his biggest strength in his touchdown to interception ratio. Hurts' biggest strength is his touchdown to interception ratio. He runs the offense smooth without making too many mistakes, a.k.a. game manager. That is a good thing. Elite? No. He doesn't win the game on his own. Beautifully put, Tommy. That's why I was saying I thought with Brock Purdy and Hurts, you got 2 guys that are more of the game managers. Hurts, albeit being a very proficient game manager, like you said, doing everything and more that you could want from an upper level game manager, he's giving you that. But there's a difference between that to elite. Elite is a different territory in the way, especially as the question was posed before, Tommy, like your reference on it, in that it's when he's talking about the indistinguishable or indispensable nature of some of these quarterbacks, that's that rare breed. I think that's 4 deep in the NFL. I'm not even sure that at this point, Rodgers, even coming off recent MVP wins, is quite at that place anymore. Eclipse says, Hurts is only playing an incredible season because of the addition of A.J. Brown. He needed an elite wide receiver to become better. Agreed. I think also Eclipse the development of their defensive line. Kelsey has been able to stay at a high level at the center position. When they drafted Landon Dickerson, they thought they were going to have to kick him into center, and they've been able to keep Landon Dickerson over at left guard. They've gotten the development of Jordan Matilda, whatever his name is out there on the left side. And then, of course, you've got Johnson over there on the right is the best right tackle in the whole sport. That's the other thing with Hurts is that you give him the line. Dallas Goedert is at least a top 10 probably tied into the sport. You give him 2 proficient receivers on the outside, and you're putting him in a nice position to be successful, to be that proficient game manager. And that's where I go lean more into this. Is my rule I walk away from this season and the last recent seasons. As I look at that and I go, you can build a team that way. That's repeatable. It just takes that willingness to understand we're not going in with all of our assets to the quarterback position. We're not making it all about that. We'll make it about the team, and we'll trust in our process. We'll trust in our drafting. We'll trust in how we spend our money to bring about the best possible team, to bring about the most stacked team. So that quarterback who coming in doesn't have to be essentially the guy that's got to carry the day, that he can be just the guy to just do your job. Don't make mistakes. Be that point guard distributor type of the quarterback position. And I think you can find that. I think it's easy, so much easier to find than the indispensable guy that, there's only 4 of them. Megan, I know you didn't mean to, you weren't implying that I was being a hater. Not at all. No, I just wanted to make sure that I was being clear on that too, because it's not the dislike of Lamar at all. I do love what he's brought. He's been so exciting, and I don't think he's going to fall off the shelf anywhere next year. It's just that risk and the money, and it's all of that kind of comes in. Power says Murph's a douche. Simple as that. Yeah, I'm not trying to toss shade at him, but hey, if he's throwing shade at me, then it's coming right back, And I didn't like it at the start of the year with what I hear about the Levis stuff. It's
You don't have to debate stuff that way, you know? He could have made so many other points about KJ Jefferson and being a Cam Newton clone and about this part of the technique getting more refined and the decision-making being on point. Like, you can just keep the gloves up. That's where I say that's gloves going down instantly in a way. And it's like, you start throwing that tagline around of calling people racist blindly without proof or backing. You know, you throw that tag on somebody and it's stuck. That tag sits on people's neck, because when you call somebody that, whether they are or they're not, it's going to hang there. And so you got to be careful about when you throw that type of stuff around. But if it's an easy win to a debate, yeah. I respect what he does. I do. But Tommy says, I'm not a fan of Top Billen. Disagreed with his assessment once, and he acted like I didn't know anything about football, but never countered my rebuttal. Lost me as a fan. Well, he did exactly what he's done in this argument with the racist thing. It's like, doesn't want to debate. You know, you get a person, you all have been in like this in life. You get a thing where you know you're on the right side of something, and you got somebody that you're trying to debate something on. Instead of debating about the actual points at hand, they're like talking about how the weather is outside. Like, why are you out talking about the weather? What about this guy to this guy? We're talking about this in here, right? Talking about this in here. And you're right, rebuttal it. And you know, I'm not above it. Look, I get as a content creator sometimes going off the edge on stuff and like, you know, getting pissy with people. I mean, hell, I get pissy at times through probably every stream. I got my moments where I get a little bit, you know, like Jen Ma's like last time was like, oh, you're yelling at me at the end. I was like, I probably would be a little moody. But the feedback's important here. The interaction's important. This is the process of it. It's why people go, why you do the interactions on the stream so long in the comments. I love doing it. But this is why you do this channel, is the interactions, is the back and forth that you can have. And you can't greet that back and forth with like spikes out. And who's me to tell him what he's doing? He's having great success with it, but that's not my style. And if I start to get that way, I hope you guys would check me on that, because I don't want to be that way. Delakia, is Shanahan really a West Coast? They run the ball a lot. Yeah, he is really West Coast. You're right that he does run the ball a lot. So what's happened there, Delakia, is that this is all coming from the West Coast offense at a Bill Walsh level. And then all of the coaches have gone kind of downwind of that and evolved it in their own place. So Shanahan came off of the tree on one side, right? And then Shanahan's sons come off the tree. Because what Mike Shanahan instilled in here, Dell, that was really kind of separate from Walsh was really the mobile offensive lineman. That's when he had Gibbs as his offensive line coach in Denver. And he was bringing in, now we're going to go from having these linemen that are just big bodies that can't move to now we're going to get guys that can move in space. And it took the NFL by storm, and the NFL wasn't ready for it. But that essential Mike Shanahan success that he had running the ball that propelled them to get two Super Bowl wins, that got Terrell Davis into the Hall of Fame, that got John Elway his final 2 Super Bowl titles at the end of his career, that stuck with a kid like Kyle Shanahan. And so there was more of a run-based element to the way he was going to operate the West Coast going forward. But the routes that they run when they go into the passing attack, Dell, you know, he's not doing what you would normally do off a run-happy attack. So if you have a pass rush-heavy attack like Shanahan does, what's going to be your counter to that? You get the 8th man in the box, and then you're going to start taking your shots over the top. But, I mean, it feels like we can count on our hand the number of 9 routes that Shanahan runs over the course of a season. So he still, when he does go to throw, goes to the West Coast routes. It's just that he's got off of that tree. It's been more of a run-centric West Coast offense under the Shanahans than it was under, let's say, the Holmgren tree, because the Holmgren tree branches off the Walsh tree as well, right? And then from Holmgren, you get Gruden, and from Holmgren, you get Andy Reid. That's the direct pathway back there from Bill Walsh, because they were coaches under Holmgren and then became their own head coaches. Those guys that fell under the tree of Holmgren from the West Coast angle of it, they tend to be more of the pass-happy guys. They tend to be the guys more willing to throw early in games, to be more willing to throw on first downs. And so it's a little bit just of how you give a scheme like that 30, 35 years going through a couple of different coaching trees. It's going to go through some evolutions. It's going to change a little bit along the way. But it's still got its base tenets there, you know? Megan says, like I said, I'll do my research and stay quiet. All good. No, Megan, I don't want you quiet. I want you asking questions. So you're all good. You're all good. Like I said, it's me with a little hangry. I love the questions. Keep them coming, please. Please. Empower says, Brando, you're a legend, man. Random thoughts. Isaiah Foskey, a great defensive line, getting the late first. Why is tier 1 so damn skinny in this draft? Bengals got absolutely shafted, and I'm pulling for the Eagles. Murph is a douche. Simple as that. Thank you, Empower Code. Appreciate you. Yeah, I felt like they got a little bit shafted at the end. It wasn't all game, so it wasn't the officials doing like Super Bowl 2005 to them like we had, but it got a little bit maybe at the end. I think Isaiah Vosky is one of the safer edge guys in this draft to go out there and pick. I'm looking at Lucas Van Ness really driving up some boards and overtaking Vosky at this point. But boy, when you talk about getting into right around the teens, for instance, or at let's say 20, I think without a guy like Vosky, that's a very solid place. He's twitchy. He's got good bend. He's got good first step quickness. There's maybe not one skill that stands to the forefront of him that you're like, wow, this is the one thing that jumps out to him. But great effort, good build, good size. All little prerequisite things you'd look for in good edge rushers, Vosky's got to his game. And a lot of some of these other edge rushers in this class, might miss bend, might miss quickness, might not have production, because with Isaiah Vosky, you have back-to-back years of 11 sacks at Notre Dame. So that's 22 sacks in 2 years. That's great production. I can't see him not being picked in the top 15, in my opinion, though. So I don't think he lasts to 12, to 10 in Power Code or whatever we're at. No, not 12, but to 20, sorry. I can't see him quite getting to that line of things because I think a team will like him. And your question on why this is so damn skinny this year, there's really one reason why. Well, there's two reasons. Okay, we'll go with two reasons in Power Code. Number one reason is this draft is weaker than recent drafts. That's your first reason right off the top. But then it's compounded by the NIL issue. Players, we've seen, I think I've never seen this in my lifetime. There's been probably, I would say, 6 to 7 guys who might have been first round picks in this draft going back to college this year. I certainly think Jared Verse would have been. I think there's 2 tackles that are gone back to college that would have been first round picks. Maybe 6 is too much, but that's lower. That's happening across all the rounds in Power Code. That's affecting first, second, third round quality because there's NIL guys going back to school that are, would have been second or third round picks that are trying to then vault themselves up to first round who are getting that money and they can sustain themselves for the year to getting to the other spot of things. So that's why. It's the combination. It's not just the NIL. It is a little bit of a weak draft too, but it's both. Delicate top billing insulted your audience. Yeah. It is what it is with that on him. I don't know what pushes him to do it, but maybe it works for him. You get to play the heel on this. There's a lot of ways to win this YouTube thing. So I don't know. Maybe it's just that people will actually kind of respond to it, and then they'll still come back and hate watch or something. But like I say to you folks, you guys are free to check me if I'm getting too out of line on stuff like that. If I start not being willing to at least listen and hear people's point or just try to, then please do hammer me for it. Snow Tiger, when we start winning meaningful games, the real fans will show up and be loud again. I hope you're right, Snow Tiger. Better late than never, man. You know what I mean? Better late than never. And Bauer, my thing with Top Billing is this. He's a Southern football fan. I don't think Seahawks are his favorite team, but the 12th man's awesome. And the 12th man shows up. And if you create 12th man content, they're going to respond to it. And I think he's come to find that the most watched videos that he has and he produces are going to be 12th man because we're active and we're out there. It's a beautiful thing. I can sense it. I feel it out there. I know the love's there. And so you get to a spot where imagine if you had to be you're like a content creator and you had to suddenly become like a Niner content creator or something, where you're like, I got to cover this team. I don't have a lot of love for the team, but they're responding to it. You're cutting a bind, maybe. I don't know. Eclipse says, yes, B, show your analyst potential. Someone hire this man to be their analyst. Sign me up, brother. Sign me up. If anyone comes calling, like I said, if I have a radio host gig that calls me to be in the middle of the night at 1 a.m. and be the host, I'll do it. You just crack that door open for me. I'll kick my way through the rest of it. Promise you. Scooby Snack says, love it, B. You're absolutely right. 100%. Thank you, man. I know you got my back. I know my people got my back 100%. I appreciate it. Volcano Joe, who's Murph? He runs a channel called Top Billing. It's a popular channel. It gets brought up here a lot. And by the way, he's earned his success. He works very hard. He comes up with some great content. Don't deny on that. I don't want to sound like I'm just being pissy towards him. Sorry you had to deal with that stuff, B, for being such a great content creator. You don't deserve that. Go. Oh, it didn't hurt. It rolls off my back. But, when I go from a point of I'm going to respect you a lot more if you're not taking shots. Eclipse says Mile Murphy, I believe, or is this a different Murphy we're talking about? No, Murph of Top Billin channel. Volcano Joe says, oh yeah, I remember he was clowning because we wanted Will Levis and was just trying to say that we didn't know what we were talking about, how you didn't know what you're talking about. Top Billin's okay by the end of the day. He's not a Seahawks fan. He's using us for profit. That's it. And I think that's a part of it, is that he's kind of forced to do content by it. And you're sort of, in for a penny, in for a pound. And, not necessarily a super fan, but then he's got to kind of like drum up, and it probably makes him a little bit, annoyed with it. It's like, oh, look, okay. But yeah, the Will Levis Volcano Joe was the one that initially was with me like, all right, okay, bro. All right. Okay. I just kind of, at that point, I was more as anything. I was like, all right, well, obviously you're not making the content for me. Megan says, I thought that too, Big. How much is injury and holding out for more pay? There's no injury pay. I might have to retype what you mean on that, Megan. How much is injury and holding out for more pay? So if you hold out, Megan, and you don't show up at the facility, we've got those quiet holdouts where guys will show up in the facility and their hammies are a little tight, and their hammy will be tight right up into the point they sign the new contract, and then it suddenly starts loosening out, those fake injuries. But the new CBA is supposed to be driven to where, Megan, if you hold out, it's going to cost you $50,000 a day to do so. It's supposed to make it whereas before guys could really hold out and drive that process a little bit. And the owners wanted to stamp it down. The players have now countered this, Megan, with the whole fake injury thing. Because now they just essentially it's called holding in rather than holding out. You're in the facility, but you're not actually practicing. You're not actually playing. Volcano says, I actually think all the time about that and how much better Brando is. Ha ha ha. I was actually impressed with the Brando, the way you called Will Levis. Oh, thank you, man. I think I tend to be more, I'm not always perfect on stuff. I tend to be pretty right on stuff than I'm off. And if I'm going to speak about a guy a year out like Levis and be as solid as I am on him, I'm going to be, you can kind of take it to the bank a little bit, because I'm usually going to hedge my stuff. I'm going to hedge predictions, right? But if I go hard on one prediction, it's like, you guys put that money on Vegas. It's going. When I said Will Levis last year is going to be a top 5 pick in this NFL draft, and even after the year that he just had, he's still going to be probably a top 5 pick. I think he's a top 10 pick is what I said last year, but I think he's still going to be a top 5 pick. I think he's going to get there. And I had reasons for it. It had nothing to do with his skin color. It had zero to do with his skin color. Volcano says Top Billin was all late. All the Seahawks all of a sudden want Will Levis. That guy was doing nothing, going to be nothing. Ha ha ha. Yeah. And he was in, meanwhile, Volcano Joe, he's in on KJ Jefferson, who's going back to school now, right? He's like, no, this will be the next guy in the next draft. It's like, off on that one. Tony, and I stopped watching his content 3 years ago when he tried to talk nonsense to me because I disagreed with him. He's a bum. I told he's a bum, and every chance I get, I tell people. I've heard of your story, and you've seen just a couple people reference in the chat here that have had the same kind of dealings with it. And, I get the feeling, I get this feeling too. You cover stuff, you do stuff like I do 24/7 to research and be into it. And you definitely get a little bit of a big head of like, well, I know my stuff. I know what I'm saying. Nobody can tell me differently. I do think that that's a pull and a draw for content creators to get into. And it's understandable why they would think it. Well, I study this so much stuff. Why shouldn't I be considered an expert over it? But you never know who you're talking to. You never know who you're speaking to, and the amount of work and the amount of knowledge, the amount of intelligence, the amount of background that they're bringing into play when it comes to having a given opinion on anything. And if you start acting like you know because you want to win the argument by shorts, Megan says, Job Billin's just jealous how good you are, B. Maybe so. Oh. It was weird when I heard. Yeah, and Tony, somebody came in my chat a couple weeks ago and said that he was throwing shade at us at the channel here. I don't know if directly or indirectly, but I know he was doing it on that Will Levis stuff a little bit, so I wouldn't be surprised. Tom Eaton says, quick, name NFL quarterbacks who took a discount. Tom Brady, who got paid under the table. Maybe Mahomes with a long-term contract and restructure. Can't think of many more. Just doesn't happen. No, it doesn't happen. You're 100% correct on that. No, nobody in recent memory has done it. You're right. Tom Brady did. He might have gotten paid under the table, but he did take a discount. And yes, Mahomes has restructured his contract twice since signing that big money deal a couple of years ago. And I would expect him, Tommy, this offseason to restructure once again. But it's not something you can count on. Mr. Big RT says, haha, so sorry. Don't say you're sorry. You're all good, man. You're good to bring him up here. So you're not. And again, I think he does good content. You're right to like a lot of the stuff that he does. He's a little rude to peeps, but I have not seen any recent videos throwing shade. Again, sorry. I've not watched every video, just a couple of Hawks videos. No, man, no, you have no reason to be sorry. And it's brought up a bunch on here. I just wanted to be honest with you in my response because I didn't want to start being a little bit petty in my response to you without maybe kind of building up an understanding as to why with it. So maybe I can get back around with him, but it is when I hear my own experience happens and I hear fellow people in the chat having some of that experience, it makes me go, okay, maybe I'm seeing it clearly. You know, maybe I'm not just being a little bit emotional about this. Maybe there's something with the guy that's being a little bit like pushing off a little bit, you know, and it's, yeah, but I'm not hating on him, and I'll acknowledge again, he's 10 times bigger than me as a channel. So, you know, the guy's doing something right, getting where he's getting. But it's all good, Mr. Big. I appreciate you bringing it up. I will check out the shorts though. I'll see what he's got cooking up in there. Well, a lot of YouTubers going to the shorts in big ways now. I wonder if YouTube's getting ready to like pay on that or something. A lot of people with some big pushes in that realm of it. Maybe they're getting ready for if TikTok gets banned or something. They're like, okay, now there's only one place you can get 60-second videos. But Mr. Big RT, thank you for the $5 donation. I don't know if I said thank you to that. If I got caught up on the response a little bit with it. But I will give it a try. I'll give him a shot on it. I'll take a look at the content on that. I just won't ask him any questions in his comment section. I won't disagree with him in his comment section. I'll make sure I don't step into that land. Taker 610 with the $2 donation. Beast Mode or Sean Alexander? We'll Taker 610. Thank you for the $2 dono. I'm a Beast Mode guy. I'm a Beast Mode guy myself. I think if you put Beast Mode behind the Alexander line that he ran behind, Beast Mode goes for 2,000 and not 1,800 yards. I think if you put Beast Mode behind that line, they might have the same number of touchdowns, but Beast Mode's going to go for another 300 yards that year if he's on that line. I think Beast Mode was, even though he doesn't statistically have all of the final numbers to back this up, I think that he was one of the running backs of his generation. I think he's going to be viewed historically in that way. And he earned it. I think Sean Alexander was also a very good to great talent. I think Sean Alexander is right on the fringe of being a Hall of Fame-like guy. I kind of feel like Beast Mode should get in there. I do. For the impact he had, for the player he was, the level of dominance he brought when he was at his peak. I know Alexander's got him beat on the statistical front of things. He does. And I can't deny that. But for me, I just view Beast Mode in a little bit of a higher realm. If I'm going into a game and I need to win a playoff game, I want Beast Mode back there, not Sean. You know, Sean's good though. Don't want to push too much with him. Tony Wright says, and Brandon, my Falcons aren't desperate that we're going to pursue Lamar Jackson. Those are just rumors, not facts. We are going after defensive linemen. That's fair, man. That's fair. I think I had you too. I think, Tony, I did have you guys taking Murphy in my mock. So I had you going Murphy, and I think you doubled down in my mock draft. Forget who I had. You'll like this, Tony. Let me get him up here. I got my mock. I did my mock on the channel here. And I thought I saved it here somewhere. Who did I have for you guys? You guys got a second round pick, right? Tony, do
you guys not have a second round pick? Must be a 56 to the end, maybe. Huh. Okay, so you guys, Falcons don't have a second round pick. I didn't know you guys dealt a second round pick. How did that work? No. You guys don't have a second round pick. Okay. Well, I had you with Murphy, Tony. I mocked Murphy to you guys. But it makes sense. It's not as much about, for me, Tony, of thinking like, well, it's a no doubter that it's going to go the Falcons, but I could see a Falcon-like team too. And I think what makes you guys a good fit with it too is a little bit of, you already have kind of a standard issue in place with like what you did with Mariota this year and kind of having to massage the quarterback position a little bit to get the production, you know. But I think it'll be a team like that. Not necessarily that one has to be on it. Power says, Murph's like a second grader who gets butthurt after you tell them that you aren't going to buy them their favorite toy. It's either you submissively bow to his thinking or get labeled with insults. Yeah. That's about what I've heard on people going up against the man in the high tower. And it's a draw. It's a draw. I think doing channels like this, I get into that range of things. Got to fight against it, though. I think you got to fight against it. Jalen is Benelli says Jalen's far from a game manager. He was the number one player in fantasy football until he got injured the last couple of weeks. I don't know, Benelli, that fantasy football has anything to do with whether or not a guy's a game manager or not. You know, he gets a lot of rushing touchdowns from the quarterback position as well. That's gonna help things out. But I've watched Jalen Hurts play a lot of football, and what I'm watching when he's going up against teams like we saw today, that's a true test. The Eagles do a lot of gimmicky stuff around there to protect his arm and to protect him from having to throw the ball down the football field. It's a lot of dink and dunk. I mean, hell, today, Benelli, he averaged under 5 yards an attempt. The Eagles were not even trying to have him push the ball up the football field. And that's where I say he is a game manager. He's a guy that's not going to make every throw in the book. He's not going to have a defense challenged in the passing attack in every way. Now he can challenge him a little bit more as a runner, but not so much to offset where I think some of the limitations are with him as far as an arm. And it's not that he's got a bad arm, but yes, I do think he's more, he's not, I guess, Benelli, would you be saying that he's in the realm of a Burrow, Mahomes, Herbert, Allen? Are you saying that you think that he's in that same place as far as a player goes? Because that's where the difference of what we're talking about here. It's going from a very good game manager to being one of the true elite, rarefied quarterbacks in the sport a little bit. Ex-Lord Ducky, who do I got winning the Super Bowl? Oh, that's a good question. I guess I'm going to lean towards saying probably the Chiefs win it. You know, Mahomes is going to have 2 weeks to get that ankle right or a little more right. That feels like initially who I would have winning it early on. I think they're going to get more calls in that game than the Eagles are. Whether that's the difference or not, I don't know. Volcano Joe, you heard that? That's like what I thought it was silly even mentioning the type of race thing. Yeah, just silly. It has no place. And don't build motive when you don't know of it on your audience who's listening to you. You know. Eclipse. We did not want it. We did not want that debate. It was going to go deep. It was going to be as deep as Skip and Shannon go arguing on their show. I don't got no beef with Todd Billin. I don't. But I don't watch him either. So. Megan, I'll kick you if you ever get like that, B. I hope you will. I don't want to be like that. No. I want to hear different perspectives on here. I'm never going to get to the right spot on things if I can't hear different perspectives or hear all the ideas on the table. Samir says, we will see crazy, unusual stats, but like the one that really matters doesn't exist. I call it like SAPs, seconds allowed per snap. A quarterback average of 3.7 seconds is different than a quarterback of 1.9. Yes, a little bit. I think you're speaking to Samir a little bit of getting the ball out of the hand, getting not allowing the pass rush to have a chance to get to you because you make your determination where you're going with the ball to the quarterback so quickly. And yeah, that does factor in a lot as far as how a quarterback holds onto the ball. And certainly quarterbacks that tend to hold onto the ball a little bit longer tend to be those ones that are under more pressure. Megan says, okay, I know no more questions, but what do you mean by a mobile linebacker? Questions are fine. I think you're referencing in regards to Campbell. And so, in the modern NFL, Megan, you need a guy that's fleet of foot to be able to hold up in coverage and run with those fast tight ends and get deep down the field. And, before, back in the old days, Megan, this is why they call a little bit of Campbell the lunch and pail kind of linebacker, old school wise. Because old school, you could have a little bit of a slower, bigger build linebacker, right? Be it middle linebacker, be it will, wherever you want to put him at that point, because you didn't need him to have to move out in space and coverage as much in space. And so I worry about Megan with a guy like Force, who's 4.72. What happens when that guy gets matched up on the outside with a running back who can run past him? How is he going to hold up? And that's where, specifically when I've got a middle linebacker who can't move fast enough, Megan, that means he's not going to cover as much space. And one of the main things that you want from a linebacker almost before any other skills is you want to be able to say he's rangy. He can get from point A to point B. I have no limitations on him being able to reach a play, even a play that's going wide. He's got the speed to get there and arrive on time. Campbell's going to take a little bit longer to get there. So when I talk about a mobile linebacker, I'm talking about a guy that can move into more of a 4-5 range, 4-4 range. Even if you can get that, that's hard to find that. But at least a 4-5-ish is a little bit more ideal. I think that's what, so for instance, let me see what Bobby Wagner ran here. So Bobby Wagner ran a 4.45. So he was a really fast, Megan, at his pro day. He went 4.45. Man, Bobby jumped 39.5 inches. That's pretty incredible for a guy. His 24 reps at 225 for Bobby too. Boy, did he have a good pro day. Bobby knocked it out of the park on that pro day. But so he's at 4.45, Megan, and you got Jack Campbell at 4.7. That's what I think you're going to be at. It's a lot. Delikey, you're right. Top Billing doesn't have a Volcano Joe or Megan. He's got a right to be jealous. Spencer says, agreed completely. Fantasy isn't an overly valid way to determine elite status, and MVPs are also a tad questionable, but I do believe Hurts is the favorite for MVP this year. No, I think it's Mahomes, man. Mahomes is leading in every single stat, maybe except for total touchdowns. He might have him a little bit nipped in that, but even that, he's got Hurts beat across the board from throwing numbers, and Hurt had a couple of games that he was injured too. But it's not to say he's not a decent quarterback either. I'm not trying to throw a total shade at Hurts, just that I think that what happens, and this happens, I think, with NFL franchises too, Spencer, is that they overinflate value of certain quarterbacks on their team, like a Kyler Murray to Arizona, where it's like, well, they talk themselves into paying him in elite territory, and he's really not that. And I do that same thing that with Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts' value is going to be a lot different if you're talking about making him a $45 million a year guy. And we're going to start viewing him in a much different fashion. Spencer says, I'm unsure about present day, but I would have at least offered that Jalen may have elite upside long-term based on what he showed this season. So for me, what's going to hold him back from that, Spencer, is the ability to throw the ball and spin it. And he's a guy that, again, just watch this game today and what they were doing with the offense there. That's not an offense that's trusting that guy to throw it, and it has nothing to do with him just being a young player. It's that they don't trust him throwing the ball. And there were times when he was asked in this game to press the ball up the football field where he was highly erratic. Or highly inaccurate on some of those throws. That's what holds him back. When I have a Josh Allen, a Patrick Mahomes, a Justin Herbert, or a Burrow, I have guys that can make every throw in the book. And maybe Jalen's got them nipped a little bit as far as mobility goes, but I guess that this becomes a little bit then a conversation about what's the value of the mobility guy. How much more does that offset some of the restrictions he has as a thrower? But Jalen has restrictions as a thrower. Tua Tagovailoa beat him out at Alabama. It's he's got some arm limitations, and that I think keep him from being in that lead status. Delikey, I like Foskey in the third. I have a hard time seeing him go in the third, man. But you might be on point. Pro Football Focus, Pro Football Draft Simulator thing had him pretty far down the margins. Benelli says Jalen Hurts is 100% elite. Seahawks fans are embarrassing sometimes. Well, I guess that's a way of putting it. Yeah, I mean, I guess we just disagree on this. Let me go look at the quarterback stats here on the season. So, Jalen Hurts. We'll take a look here and see where he was. Let's see the elite numbers from Jalen Hurts this year. Okay, so he throws for 66% of his passes. That's league average. 3,700 yards, 8 yard per average, 246 yards a game, 22 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 100 rating. Trevor Lawrence played better than him this year. Geno Smith played better than him this year. Josh Allen was probably pretty close to playing in total better than him. Maybe he played a little bit better than Josh Allen. Jared Goff's probably got him beat statistically. If you look at Jared Goff, is anybody calling Jared Goff elite? No. Kirk Cousins had him beat, statistically speaking. Is he better? Like, no. And I don't just base this on the statistics, but, you know, if your numbers, if you're going to say that it's somehow Benelli, Seahawks or fans are embarrassing with their take on Jalen Hurts, then back up what you're saying. You can't just say blanketly that a guy's elite and then you don't back it up and then you're going to call people silly who have a disagreement of opinion on that. I'm open to you changing my mind. I'll be open-minded to this. Explain to me how. When I watch the tape on him, I'm seeing a guy with arm limitations. I'm not going to put a quarterback into elite stat who can't make all the throws in the book. I'm not going to put a quarterback into elite territory who I have to scheme around from an offensive protocol standpoint. And let's also remember this about Jalen Hurts, Benelli. He's getting everything to work with right now. He's getting everything to be given to him to allow him to be put into a position of success. He has a fantastic defense. He has a good running game. He has maybe the top 3 offensive line in front of him. He's got great skill position guys on the outside to throw to. He's got a fine tight end that he can work in there. He's got a lot to help him be elevated up. But when you watch the tape on him, I don't know how you can't see the tape on him and see him throwing ball and go, well, there is some limitations there as far as the passer goes. There is. And I can't quite put a guy just myself. I think it's pretty, again, I'm trying to back up what I'm saying with actual stuff backing up. So if you feel the way you do, Benelli, I'm cool with that. But explain to me where I'm missing on the mark on this. Where am I missing on the mark with this? You know, another part of this has been the process with Jalen Hurts that I've said a lot, like I said with Lamar Jackson, is it will take you kind of so far, but the guys end up getting injured. You know, if he gets into the Super Bowl game and he can't throw like he's been able to throw it, or he's still kind of hurt with the elbow or whatever, and he took some of that damage because he's out there running around and being that, well, then now again, the leg stuff kind of costs him a little bit. It's not all just plus the leg stuff. There's some negatives that come with the leg stuff. There comes some negatives with the fact that you got to use your quarterback like a running back in order to get the maximum amount of production out of him. But again, it's not to say that he's bad. It's just not saying that you put him into elite category. But again, my feeling on this too, Benelli, is I think people are far too quick to put quarterbacks up in that elite territory, and that there's really rare guys that are in that territory. There's average, it's good. There's that truly great. I don't think that there's great guys just falling off the apple cart every other year. Big Country says one elite season doesn't mean elite. Ask Matt Ryan, Lamar, and Cam. I'd agree with that. Pretentious Cameron, I heard it was a mutual parting of ways between the Cowboys and more. Guess it's hard to say. Megan, one more question. Sorry, B. What exactly is bend? So pass rush is going to come up to the main couple of base things that you want in a pass rusher, Megan, especially a guy off the edge. Let's just stick with a guy off the edge. It applies to defensive linemen too, but most especially guys on the edge. And so a guy on the edge is going to come off the ball, and the first thing you want with him is first step quickness, because now he's right to the offensive tackle that's trying to block him a step quicker than your average cat. Now, once he's done that, he's put the offensive lineman in a bit of a bind where he's starting to already kind of backpedal and lose the rep a little bit. So if you can tandem that first step quickness with bend, which is essentially when you get to what they call the top of the arc, the pass rusher comes about 4 or 5 steps off the line. The lineman meets him at the head of the arc, right? They both kind of interlude at one point. You know, they both start here, that they end up both kind of arriving right here. If you as a lineman can get yourself bent down and lean, and so if you think think about it like you're running sideways, Megan, and then you're trying to lean yourself towards the ground as you're running. It's very unnatural to do. It does not come to humans like I do it at my age and I might snap my ankle. So, you go around that edge and you try to get that lean as far as you can down, because you have offensive linemen now, Megan, that are 6'5", 6'6", and they can't lean down only so far. They're trying to move their feet and they can't get their hands down to get to that guy. So the guy's dipping below essentially the lineman's hands. The first step quickness gets him to the lineman, and then he bends and leans. And so it's that lean and bend that you've got. And if you got the flexibility and the dexterity, you can really get low with your bend and you can really widen it around. And at times you can almost at will get to the quarterback because the lineman just isn't quick enough to get out there, or he's too big to get down and get to you. He can't get down there. He can't squat down low enough to get enough on you to throw you off your path. And it's a rare skill set, Megan. It's one that's ideal for the edge, but it's one that's very hard to find. So an LJ Collier, for instance, is the opposite of a bender. He's just a power guy. So he's going to just try to he's going to try to rock up the lineman and force him back to the quarterback and then get his hands on the quarterback. He ain't trying to dip and bend and get through lean wise. He doesn't have that in his bag. And so it's the ideal for a pass rusher. Not a lot of them that have it all. You might have a guy that has making first step quickness, but not bend, or bend, but not first step quickness. Those are the two that really go together well, because you can get to your bend that much faster with first step quickness, like one to the other. So it goes well. It's exactly what you want as a path from a pass rusher. Benelli, you obviously have no clue what you're talking about, Ray. You have no clue what you're talking about. So Benelli, this is what I'm kind of asking for on this. You can say Ray Barrios is off, but Ray answers to you and he says, Hurts not elite yet. He averaged less than 5 yards per pass in today's game. So he's giving you a little, whether you want to give value to it or not, he's not insulting you. He's not attacking you. He's debating your point. And what you come back with then in your answer and your response to is, you obviously have no idea what you're talking about, Ray. You're straight clueless. That was the number 1 D in football. That's how the game was called. Well, Benelli, didn't Geno Smith do better against that fantastic defense than Jalen Hurts did today, if I'm not mistaken? Didn't Geno do better with a lesser offensive line, playing the 49ers at their home, rather than the Niners playing on the road today? And again, when you start to throw out insults, Benelli, all you're doing is making your point look worse. Because all it does is it speaks and screams about the point that you don't want to argue the actual debatable points at hand. You're instead going to skip right to, here we are back into that. Let me throw out insults to win my point. You aren't winning arguments by throwing out insults. You're not. You can do it if it makes you feel better, Benelli. You call me whatever you want to call me. But you're not winning your argument that way. If you believe that Jalen Hurts is elite, back up your points, my man. Back it up. Give me an A, B, C, D, and don't make any of those A, B, C, Ds insults. You call Seahawks fans clueless. You call Ray Barrios clueless. Well, where's your backing? All I see is insults coming out of your comments. Where's the backing? I just provided you statistical numbers. You can go up onto ESPN, go to the stats on the year on quarterbacks and the passing numbers. Where are the elite numbers from him throwing the football? Where? When I watch him play the game, when I actually turn on the tape, and I'm watching little 5-yard routes all day and him throwing checkdowns all day. What part of that is elite? He's managing the game. He's distributing. He's doing a great job of it. He's being very good as a player. That doesn't make him elite. Those are two separate things. Volcano Joe, Brandon, I heard earlier something about you having a mailing address set up. I missed that. Can you relay that again? If I do, I would like to send you some Seahawks memorabilia I have for you. I am getting an address together, so I got to get a P.O. box, Volcano. So I'm going to try to get a P.O. box this week. Garth was asking for one, and yes, I need to get one going. So give me by like the next stream, I'm going to try to get something posted out that folks can utilize. So I'd like to get you guys out. So if I don't have a P.O. box, then I'll have a good address that you can send to, one way or another. Eclipses, I mean, this is one elite season for Jalen Hurts, and I'll say this, he's an elite quarterback this season. The question is if Jalen Hurts continues to be elite for next season. So again, the statistical numbers there are good, but again, I think a lot of what he's got statistically going for this, what we're going to call supposedly an elite season this year as a quarterback, come from a little bit of that supporting aspect of things, I think, and having those supporting cast. And again, not to say he's playing bad, but did Jalen Hurts this year play at the same level as Burrow and Mahomes
Is he play at the same level? Is he asked to do the same kind of things? Like Herbert this year had to work with hardly anything and make do, and he made do. Was Jalen dealing with any of that same adversity? And I'm not penalizing for him, but I'm saying that what it is when you have that lack of adversity like Jalen had this year with the team that he did have, it's going to put you on bright display. It's going to make you look at your best. Just like Geno Smith coming to this team this year with some of what he had to work with was part of what helped him be made better. Yes, it's part of his own growth and development as a quarterback, but it's also the situation that he gets to arrive in. Having DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett and 3 tight ends, and though they're 2 rookie tackles, they played really good football this year. That was then going to help the quarterback position. Tony Wright, Brandon, you guys have to do something about your run defense. It's very, very bad. It is, Tony. It is tough. Hard part here for us on this one is there's not a lot of options to fix this. I do think this is why I like Jalen Carter for us if we can get him, Tony, and that's what I'm really locked in on. He would help. And if you could go out and get Daron Payne and Jalen Carter in tandem, you could help out that defensive line to such a significant degree you could. Middle linebacker is going to be a little bit harder to address, Tony. That's another part that would help the run defense, but you're 100% right. Run defense right now is one of the big holes on this team that needs to be addressed and in a major fashion. Wouldn't shock me if 3 of our first 4 picks are on the defensive side of the ball this year at all with the draft. We've got to hit it, and that's in addition to our biggest free agent signing being on the defense, if not 2 of our biggest free agent signings on the defense. So, yeah, you're 100% right. Why do ISIS for those saying guys like Owen Papoy are too small to play off ball? 6'1", 225. Fred Warner came in at 6'3", 228. Dre Greenlaw was 6 foot 230. I want an inside linebacker that can cover first and foremost. I like me Owen Papoy, man. He's a good player, and I don't think he's small enough. I'm low on some of these linebackers, but the guys that are smaller, I'm not low on them for being the small stuff, like Trenton Simpson or Papoa. Even a guy like Ivan Pace. I think there are some undersized linebackers that provide some value in this draft. I wish there were a little more difference makers at the position, but they're not, not bad. And Power Code says 1 season does not make you elite. I would agree with that. Benelli just keeps up with the insults. Okay. I get it. So now we're noobs and on top of being clueless. Did you guys play the league I did? Obviously, we're not the same. So Benelli, you're speaking from a point of authority, but you're not doing a lot to back up your authority. Are we just supposed to recognize your authority because you're the all-saying person? Would you expect me to just say things blindly and everybody needs to believe it because I say it blindly with no backing? No, you'd expect me to back up what I have to say. I hope as I read more down in your comment section, you have a little bit more as far as like productivity to offer to the conversation other than trying to throw around insults. But I understand for folks that don't have a point to really bring up, that's the last refuge for a man without any real true intellectual designs they want to bring to play. And that's fine if that's what you want to do. You do you. Volcano Joe, I actually have 4 Seahawks running backs I would take before Sean Alexander, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it is what it is. I think everybody's allowed their point or allowed their perspective on Sean. And I've learned enough over the years, Volcano Joe, that there's a wide difference of opinion with Sean and the Seahawks fan base. It's not all set. Not everybody thinks the same way with him at all. And I think everybody's got kind of an understandable point for why they might view him as they do. Those that both view him as the elite talent to those that got driven crazy by how easily he was brought down on first contact when it wasn't inside the red zone. And so I could understand going there. I could see how you get that point on that list. I could. Daniel W says, Seaside Joe put out a really good article, why I'm skeptical of Will Levis being projected as the top 10 pick. I recommend giving it a read sometime just to give some contrast to the hype of Levis. I will check it out, man. Seaside Joe. I'll check it out for sure. Why do I know the video in question, Top Billin. He never said anyone by name. Yes, he said sometimes black quarterbacks are graded harder. That's it. Bitches in about 12s in his comments. So I'll talk about the same guys. Yeah, that's not what I heard last year. Why do I? So there was like clan reference, he was not subtly saying that the reason, here's what essentially he was saying. Why do I? Was the people that liked Levis was because of his skin color. White guys liking Levis because he's a white guy. And that they're overlooking a guy like KJ Jefferson because he's black. That's what was being said. So I'm not moving the ball in this one, man. I know exactly what was said at the time. I listened very carefully. And he wasn't being very subtle in his approach to it. Eclipsed Beast Mode made a huge impact on the Seahawks community. I became an even bigger fan when he had 8 Skittles on live TV. Laughing out loud. Hell yeah, man. He's an all-timer here as far as he's viewed. Legend, all-time legend. What Michael YT, pretty weird that every time Top Billing posts a Hawk content, he gets more views than makes another one a day or a week after. Yeah. That's why he gets a lot of response, man. Hawk fans show up for the vids. I love it, man. I love anytime there's somebody doing Seahawks content, we should be showing up for them. Even if they're a little lame-o at time. And Utero says, Levis has talents you can't teach and underdeveloped skills you can teach and improve. Beautifully put, in Utero. I feel the same, very, very, very much the same way. In Utero with also a $5 donation. Thank you, man. I really do appreciate it. He says, the remaining 4 teams today were a great example of how necessary studs are on the defensive line. Example, Jones' constant pressure on Burrow was key. Well said, man. Well said. And yeah, Chris Jones shows you today in this game why he's one of the best, right behind Darnold is the best defensive tackle in this sport and has been so that guy. He is definitely a guy that is just, especially as far as a pass rusher goes, he's so good, so consistent with that rush. Like, I think the way you put it, constant pressure is the way to put it. And yeah, they did teach you that. I think somebody was saying, well, we had 3 of the 4 teams in the playoffs had elite quarterbacks, so that means you need an elite quarterback to get in there. I'd look at it like, well, no, for the 3 of the 4 teams actually had some great, dominating kind of off defensive lines, and that's the lesson you'll walk away with on it, a little bit. I guess I'm going to say 4, but Chiefs aren't dominant, but they've got some good parts on there to get it done. So I take more of it that's the lesson, like you're saying in Utero, that it is the defensive line is what you need to get done, that you need those guys that can do it. And especially, again, coming back to the fact that the bottom line with us is that we don't want to pressure. We don't want to blitz. I mean, both the Bengals and the Chiefs were showing pressure-based looks at times a lot more than we would do so. We're even more reliant on those front 4 guys to get it done. All the more reason that you need the quality down there. All the more reason that you need the dogs down there that can make it happen. And Euro says, Brandon, I read something about people making YouTube shorts and the result being that it boosted their traffic and subscriber off the charts compared to before they started incorporating shorts. Oh, goodness. I'm going to have to throw out some shorts. Get ready for the deluge of shorts, you guys. That makes sense. YouTube's trying to compete with TikTok on that. So, you know what I mean? Makes sense. Whitey Wise says, my main issue with Murph is the damn arrogance. He said Tate was the yak guy Seattle needed. Pointed out that the stats show his yak fell off the cliff. He called me a geek. Tate never played another snap. Ass. Yeah. Again, you got to own your mistakes. I'll try to own my mistakes, but if you're going to be so strong-minded as to insult people for having an opinion and you're wrong and then you don't ever own any of it and you're just like, I said what I said, whatever. But that's a bit of what I've wondered at times with him as well. Here's the thing with it. He's driven. He's got to do Seahawks content. It's his most reliable content. As somebody else said, maybe he's a Virginia fan above. And so, you're being driven to do Hawk content that you don't love, you're not passionate about, but it's getting you the most views. It's getting you the most monetization. And then you got to start like self-generating content from it. Like I saw him doing like 2 years ago, a Freddie Swain hype video. It was like, this is the end. Like, really? Really? Okay. Samir, yeah, Samir, I tend to try to read all the comments, so I do tend to be a little bit behind the comments. That's a me problem. Tony says, greatest running backs, Marshawn Lynch, Kurt Warner, Sean Alexander, Chris Warren, Ricky Running Wattis. Tony's got it right. Ray Barrio says, I think Stafford took a little less if you call $40 million a year less. He gave him a little bit of a better deal there, Ray. He moved the money around, guaranteed money-wise. He made it more applicable for him. You're right. Samir says, by SAPs, I meant the second allowed for the quarterback by the offensive line. The more, the better. Coaches could use that average second allowed per snap to decide the offensive line lineup. Okay, I guess that's a little bit different than the quarterback holding the ball and how long they're holding it. That's more about how long until a guy's touching or causing a quarterback to be pressured. That is a great stat, Samir. I would like to see that used a little bit more if they've got that applied. I think the analytic numbers are going to get better and better with this. And sorry, Samir, I'm a little late on responding, but I do try to respond to all the comments if I possibly can. Greg Kramp says, I stopped taking Top Billin serious when he tried to say Kyle Lewis was just as athletic as Sean Taylor and used fake combine numbers to do it when Sean didn't even do any combine drills, only interviews. Fake numbers. These were the reported scores of Sean. Yeah. And last time I interacted with Top Billin, I told him he should do a collab with the Hawks Nest, and he said verbatim, F that guy. Yeah. He had some problem with me, so F him. That's what I'm saying. Like, all right, you want to throw the smoke up my way, I ain't going to be over kissing your ass. Somebody wants to bring up your video in my chat at that point, and that's the energy that you want to bring that energy. I don't care. Tommy says, that's hilarious, though, in utero. Oh, Lordy. I'll tell you this, when I get to 100,000 subscribers, I ain't going to be worried about nobody at 10,000 subscribers. You know what I mean? 10, yeah? Like, a lion should not worry about the opinions of sheep. See, I'm the great, why make fun of people that support you? Makes no sense. Well, again, I think it comes down to a little bit of the bitterness of you. When you're driven to do content you don't exactly want to do. It might get you in that point a little bit. Megan says, and when I say kick your tail, B, I mean with unbroken toes. Well, yeah, you might re-broke them on my tail, though. I got a big tail. I got myself a little bit of a, I got some gadonk back there, so it might take it right back in, Delikey, Norb Cabin's back. He is. I'm actually in talks with Norb Cab right now to maybe do a little bit of collabing. So we're going to try to sync up if we can. I don't know if he'll be here or I'll be over there, but we'll do a little Norb. We'll do a little Norbin. Why do I say people need to get a grip with the Murph hate? I see people just regurgitating whatever they're told without checking it for themselves in classic social media reactionist. We'll post the videos in Quest. Why do I, I've had at least probably a dozen people here in this video alone in my comment section. Somebody just mentioned above. Let me bring up the one that just said, in utero. I'm going up 10 comments above yours. In utero with a personal interaction that he had with the guy, where he said, hey, you should do a collab with this guy. And Murph said, F me. I've gone through a lot of comments of folks that have had the interactions with Murph, and that's been what they've gotten from it. And it's about their personal experience about that point. It's not about somehow this person that they heard from that person or heard from this. My issues come directly from what he said with his own mouth, not with anything from anybody else or what else I've been told by somebody else. Tommy says, man, Bobby was freaking elite athlete. Oh, he was. 4.45 from the middle linebacker position, and he was a legit 230, 235 at that point, minimum. And the 24 reps at 225, that's defensive tackle 225 reps. That's awesome. And Euro says Hurts is a game manager, and he's great at it, much like Russ in his first to 4 or 5 years. Bingo, man. That's right on point in utero. Volcano Joe says, always sleuthful. I'm a diehard Husky fan too. When it comes to drafts, I only care about the best for the Seahawks because it's Seahawks first and foremost. But Penix is good. I really like him. I do too, man. I'm psyched for this next year and to see if he takes another little step in his game forward. It was a great year last year. Hard to get even more improved than what he did last season, but I'm hoping maybe he can. JDM says, we may not be of the same feathers today, but Super Bowl Sunday, we flock together with the Eagles. That's right. Delakeys, Jared Goff is stealthy good. He has good stats as Matt Stafford. Agreed. And It's less about, for me, not there being these quarterbacks that are good. They are good quarterbacks. They have value. It's not to say Hurts doesn't have value. I think to say, well, he's a really upper level game manager means to sort of be like it's throwing shade, but it's not. It really isn't. Put on the right team, that guy can go win himself a Super Bowl. So it's a Super Bowl capable winning quarterback. It's kind of my point on it, is a little bit if you can get by with lesser quarterbacks in this day and age. These guys can be productive. But there's a lot of good quarterbacks. There's very few that are actually great. Inutero says, Brandon, I think you're right on Hurts. I do like him, but I do kind of have in that category. Michael Canzaro says, hard loss for a 49ers team. That's a tough one. Tough one to bounce back from. And Samir, I hope I addressed that with what you were saying with the time and the collection. So Samir mentions there's a stat he's mentioning that's up there now of time allowed by the offensive line. And I'm guessing on this, Samir, it's until the quarterback's hit or pushed off his spot is how the stats kind of registered, which makes sense. Volcano Joe says a left-handed quarterback in our offensive scheme would actually be really good, would throw defenses a little more off a little more. It could. And you've got 2 tackles, Volcano Joe. So once you got to flip to making your blindside tackle, essentially Abraham Lucas, you're not thrown into disarray because you have a bad right tackle and you have a great left tackle necessarily. So it could give you a little bit more benefit there with that, I suppose. I don't think it's a death knell in itself, just being lefty. Megan says, so it's an actual bend of body. Yeah, it's running it's running around in an arc. It's like, Megan, if you put a hula hoop on the ground and you ran around a hula hoop and then you leaned your body as close as you could around the ground as you were running around the hula hoop. So you would get to the point where if you possibly could pull it off, you would try to have your shoulder nearly brushing the ground as you were running around the hula hoop. And that's bend. That's the bend you see. And you don't start out at bend. You start off the line exploding. You come up a little bit high, right, to meet contact. And then it goes to bend. It goes to bend as you get to the arc, to the arc's edge. Bosa definitely has bend. Bosa has elite bend. Yes, he does. Samir says, Hurts is really a running back who can throw. Not the best thrower, but he can throw. With 13 rushing touchdowns this season, those 91 points got him many wins. Agreed. It's of value. The running aspect of what he does, like you say, Samir, there's some value to that. I guess the quantifiable formula here is, average thrower plus upwards mobility equals elite quarterback. Is that the way that equals out? I can't think that it goes that way myself. To me, it's I need the elite thrower part of that to be in there, or at least him to be a good to great thrower with the mobility. And then you can maybe talk me into it like that. But when you got the average thrower, then the plus mobility, good quarterback. That's how the formula kind of breaks out for me. Can a player have first step, quickness, and bend? Asked Megan. Yep, he can. It's the best thing I think on an edge player, Megan, on a guy that is rushing off the edge, before you get to hand fighting, before you get to power, before you get to bull rush, before you would get to a counter move inside, if the first and foremost skill sets that they can bring to play is first step, quickness, and bend, I'm going to have that as a kind of an ideal in a pass rusher that I can lean on and I can work off of. I can teach the hand stuff. I can make him stronger. I can get his technique refined, but I can't make him quicker and I can't make him more bendy. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. It's a Philly fan. Can't expect much of anything. Same city that has greased street lamps. And the team won the Super Bowl. Greased street lamps. Oh, that's such a hard insult. It's like a low-key hard insult. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. Oh, Lordy. David Yang says Jalen Hurts is a game manager. Glad we agree, man. He says Jalen Hurts not elite. Eagles defense carried the Eagles. Appreciate you agreeing with me, David. I'm in the same place. Eclipse says, I'm reading the comments he's reading. B has changed my point of view. This is why I support B. I said Hurts was elite this season, and I'd like to say he had a successful season instead. Well, thank you, man. As I say too, this doesn't just work one way.
Well, part of the reason I want the disagreement from people in the chat that are off me, I'm okay with Benelli, for instance, if he wants to feel the way he does on it. I'd like him to back up his points. He might convince me. He's not going to convince me insulting me, right? You never win an argument that way, or never convince anybody of it. But you may have a point if you're an elite, a hurt eliteite. That's what I call those people. They're Hertz eliteites. Is that if you feel that way, then back it up, and you could say he could have come back at me. Benelli could have said, hey, he averaged 8 yards per attempt. That's a guy pushing the ball up the field. But that wasn't what we got on the other side of it. Glad I've gotten a change though of minds there. Changing minds and hearts and minds. Henry Diesel, Jalen Hurts is playing through a little bit of an injury. Yeah. I think he's a little limited as a thrower even when he's not necessarily injured, but that certainly is probably impacting him. Standard Champion says also game manager has an unfair negative connotation because it's a spectrum of quality. Elite players are few at the very top. Agreed. I think that's a little bit of how maybe Benelli was taking it and what we were responding to that, which it's not about shade on Hurts, or it's not to say Hurts isn't quantifiably one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL, even just based off of this 1 year. He is, but when we're talking about elite, and I think it's a very important point to your point of the Standard Champion, because to me, this is about the better understanding of modern quarterback value. And that what we're coming off as far as a trend is quarterbacks being viewed in this stance of, oh, he's our guy, so we got to pay him. He's our guy, so he's got to be elite. He's done enough to show he's elite, so he's elite. And we start putting the elite tag under a lot of different quarterbacks. This guy's elite, and that guy's elite, and this guy's elite, when actually, really, there are really, truly few guys that can carry the day. And you talk about elite, I'm talking about a quarterback that's going to carry his team, that isn't reliant on all of these other parts working right for him to do what he does. And if you take away A.J. Brown, you take away an offensive lineman or two off that line of Hurts, he's going to be a different player. He's going to be different on the productive scale of things. He will. Spencer Smith, sorry, man, I'm a little bit late on acknowledging your dono. But I appreciate the donation, man. Thank you so much for the $5 donation. Hope you're doing well tonight. When talking about a potential Lamar signing, I addressed opposing viewpoints. If folks want to spew takes, try defending it intelligently. Simple as that. Agreed. And I think what happens with people is that they go to the insults and stuff because, Spencer, it's they don't have a strong argument to fall back on. It's a little bit of like, I could bring this up, but that's not a strong enough point. I could bring this up, but that's not a strong enough point. I know what I'll do. I'll insult them, and I don't have to bring up any points. And they're kind of right. Once you do insult somebody, the conversation's over. You haven't lost, I guess, technically at that point, right? You can feel like, I told them how crazy they are, But for the sake of fun, intellectual discussion on football, for the sake of Lamar, Lamar's a great case study in what is the value of this guy? Should he be paid? Is his play and performance, sustainable into the future? What do you got to do from a team standpoint to build around that? There's so many interesting conversations that build off of that can go from the disagreement, in my opinion, especially with a guy like Lamar on that. But well said, Spencer. Very well said, man. And I agree with you 100% on that. Delikey says Jack Campbell is good for run defense. Pass defense, not so much. David says, look at the difference between our defenses, the teams that played in the playoffs. Seattle's defense is bad. Yeah. David says, looking at the history of us trading Frank Clark resulted in DK Metcalf in the draft. I understand that to be the case myself, David. Yes. I wish Seattle had Clark, but still probably too expensive and not worth the performance. Yeah, I know he had a couple of sacks today, David, and I've called him playoff Frank because he's had these 4 years here with the Chiefs, and during the regular season, he's nothing special. I think he had, 5 sacks or something like that this year. I think he's averaged about 5 sacks during the regular season on a $23.5 million deal per year, which is not good production. If I'm paying you $24 million, I'm wanting more than 6 sacks, especially when the majority of that time, David, he's also been one of the worst edge run defenders in the sport. So you've got those two combinations going together that don't go well. But when he's gotten to the playoffs, David, he's turned it on. The bright lights come on and he shines, no doubt about it. But yeah, I think you were able to get Metcalf by that trade. And not only just getting in Metcalf here, David, it's also the $23.5 million that you're freed up that you didn't spend on Frank if you sign him to the contract extension. So first and a second round pick, saving the $23.5 million. That's still one of Schneider's probably better moves.
Daniel W. says, I was fine with the late hit on Mahomes. Bengals had a chance to go down the field and didn't. Meanwhile, gave Mahomes time to go down the field. 2 big errors. They could have ran 3 times and went to OT. It's good. Valid point, Daniel. That's why I always say a game doesn't come down to one play. I don't do this whole, the game changed on this play. It went to this. No, the game changed on the totality of the plays. That's what the game changed on. And you're right. You can't get caught up on the one play. Whether it was a missed call or was a right call or whatever call it was. You can't just allow one play to be the determinant on a game. Xander says, Megan, there are good game managers like Hurts and lesser game managers like Andy Dalton. There we go. Henry Diesel, I remembered you. Henry Diesel says, I remembered you, Brandon, when everyone is piling on the Bengals linebacker, one play doesn't lose the game. Exactly, man. Bingo. You just can't do it, Henry. It's such an unfair way to view things, I think. And there's always so much of a story. It's like I said with this, Henry, it's like, do we take the one bad play of the linebacker at the end, or how about we take the 7 screen plays by the Bengals that absolutely were just Burrow grounding the ball half the time in this game? What was the more impactful point? Them essentially, punting six plays for nothing on this weird design that they had coming into this game where they were going to attack the Chiefs with the screen game, and it just didn't work. That to me, you could go more to. At least that's an assemblage of plays, yeah. But yeah, the one play thing, I can't do that. Elena McCollum says, just a good quarterback, not a good black quarterback. Yeah, just a good quarterback. That's right. Sam the Great says, I can only follow channels that only state facts and not emotions. Me too, man. I'm a big let's stick to the facts, man. Like that old show, Dragnet. Just the facts, man. Just the facts. Delikey, Justin Houston still good? Oh, he is. He's been a guy I've liked for his whole career. I've thought he's been just an underrated guy. Kind of always short-sold. That was the guy that the Kansas City Chiefs moved off of Justin Houston for Frank Clark. If you look at Justin Houston's numbers since he left the Chiefs and Frank Clark coming to the Chiefs, if the Chiefs had just stuck with Justin Houston, he's been a far superior player to Frank Clark over that time period. It's been kind of crazy. They could have just kept Justin, paid him probably half of what they paid Clark, and still would have gotten more production out of it. That was David Dang says, Seahawks had no deep pressure, laughing out loud, a big difference. Kind of sad after all these years, our D-line is so bad. It is. It is. But I think, David, in the case of both Frank Clark and Jaron Reed, it's the right choice to move off those guys. It still is. You're still on the right path about it not being a talented enough defensive line, but Jaron has not done anything since he's left of anything significant note. And he kind of had his one really good year here, and that was kind of it. And Frank the same way. It's like hasn't done a whole lot since they left. Cooper says early 2023 record prediction, Brando. Let's go with 11-6. I think it'll be a tougher schedule next year than this year's schedule, but I think we'll be a better team. Volcano Joe says, yeah, Top Billin is good at emotional commentary. He's good at hyping up his S, but like I said, it's pre-recorded. He can't touch Brandon. He does it live. He's correct. He's informed. Hawks Nest, baby. Let's go. So yeah, I mean, somebody said on this that people are in secondhand. You hear a lot of these opinions coming off the channel with it. You do. Deadly. Top Billin's very emotional, unstable, insecure. Voodoo says, sorry guys, this is only going to be a 7-hour stream. 10 hours later, still going. That's why I tune in. I can't quit you guys. I can't quit you. Volcano Joe says, favorite Seahawks receivers after C. Largent. My favorite after Largent would be I think I got to give it to Tyler Lockett as the number 2 guy. I do. I give Baldwin my number 3 over Brian Blades because I like Blades' production, but I think Baldwin kind of had to operate within, the offense the way you were running at that time, really run heavy, not as many touches, not as many opportunities, but I still really like him a little bit more than Blades. And then Blades would be after that, and then probably Joe Jurvicious. Probably Galloway then at number 5. Eclipse says, yeah, Top Billions just trying to stir it up. MTV Real Housewife drama on my boy B. I ain't taking the bait. He can stir. I'm going to be out of the kitchen outside enjoying myself with my people. I'll let him sit and spin on that. Spencer, thank you for reminding me. Hit that like button if you haven't hit that already, please. I do appreciate it. Eclipse says, I say this having never watched any of his videos and never heard of him. Oh, good. And Power Code, yeah, Jermaine Kearse, understandable. I always loved him, man. He was, I always said about Jermaine Kearse, if you have 10 catches all time for the Seahawks, like the 10 all time biggest catches in Seahawks history, Kearse might have like 4 of them legitimately. The Super Bowl catch is there. The Packers catch to finish the game is there, right? The 49ers catch on 4th down from Russ in the end zone. He's had some pretty insane catches on his resume. Why do I says, dude, KKK said white commentators are racist for liking Levis. That was never said in the KJ. It was. Yeah, rewatch the video again. It was. It's animated, and I don't know, maybe it's a different video you watched of the KJ, maybe you did multiple KJ Jefferson, but I specifically remember a moment at the start of the season going into listening to that because what happened, Why Do I, is people went, hey, here's how this went down, Why Do I didn't search out Murph's video. Somebody came onto my chat and said, hey, Murph is throwing shade at the Levis people because he's saying the Seahawks content creators are doing it, and he's saying they like him probably because of the skin color. That's exactly what he's intimating. The video was what it was, man. Why Do I? You can't twist into what it wasn't. The video was what it was intimating. Was that the guys that liked Levis were white guys who liked white guys, and that they didn't like KJ Jefferson because there was some sort of built-in racial tendency to it. They were looking past KJ because of that. That was what was intimated about it. I wasn't the only one who walked away feeling that way as well. So, but I'm 10.5 hours in. I'm not going to argue on the details of that. Daniel says, Power Code, could this stream hit 12-hour mark? No, we're not going to do 12 hours. I'm going to run out of gas before that. Delikey says, who's KJ Jefferson? That's who Murph had as his guy coming out of this last draft. He thought that guy was going to be Cam Newton. Chris Madsen says, is Jalen Hurts playing better than the 2014 Russell Wilson? He's being asked to throw more. So I would say, Chris, he's being asked to throw a little bit more than Russ, but it's on a fairly comparative trek, I think, at the end of the day. I mean, without getting caught on like a couple percentage points, it's probably pretty close, as far as what you're seeing. Berg Show asked, do I think DeMar Hamlin will ever play again? I don't think he will. Volcano Joe, sorry, as you responded to him. It's the real cheese. What is the 49er free agency and cap space looking like now? They were at negative like 100,000 last I checked. So they're definitely in it as far as that goes with it. So let's see here. So right now the Niners are at, eyes are starting to go cross-eyed here a little bit. Oh, okay. Nope. They got 13 million in cap space. So of course, the Garoppolo numbers come off the books. Let's look at the free agents for them. Sports Track's been super slow here, so
agents. Oh, here we go. So you've got Jimmy Ward's due to be a free agent. Got to try to choose what you're doing with him. 31 and a half years old. Jimmy Garoppolo, Samson Ekubon, Emmanuel Mosley, cornerback. Mike Beglinci, their right tackle, is due to be a free agent. Aziz Al-Sharif, a linebacker. Robbie Gould, their kicker. Daniel Brunskill, tackle. Hassan Ridgeway, Kerry Hyder, Tyler Croft, Maurice Hurst, Tashawn Gibson, Jordan Willis, Ross Dwelly, Jake Brendel, Jason Verrett, and Juwan Jennings, Charles Amoyeu. So no major names, but they have a significant number of free agents that are coming off the board. Tommy says 32 out of 32 teams are looking for a guy with the floor of someone like Hurts and the ceiling of someone like Mahomes. It's a no knock on Hurts, but that doesn't make him elite. Well said. Well said. Samir says, could the 49er front office have forced Purdy not to throw after the injury, even if he wanted to take that chance in fear of legal issues in case of complications? Yeah. Yeah. Because they could be, Samir. Because you're in a position where they know he's got a real injury there that's legitimate, and they're putting him back out there knowing the doctors have been able to do the test to know that there's something legitimately injured there. And if they do more damage by walking out there, I've never seen it happen before. I mean, it's possible, Samir, but they've never been that kind of legal implication case like that on an NFL player. And the rules are built, as I kind of think about this, the rules are kind of more built for the teams to do whatever they want there with that. For instance, Samir, when RG3 obviously had his torn in, ACL and MCL, I think, or whatever, the Washington Redskins still put him out on the football field in that playoff game. He couldn't come back and sue them at any point for that at that point. It's just he's taking the risk at that point by coming out. But they probably knew he probably just couldn't throw the ball. Probably just couldn't get it. Like, I can't throw past 2 feet here. And Euro says people with losing argument are baseless. One always resort to insults because that's all they have left. Exactly. It's the last refuge. It's the last sacred refuge. And yeah, and Utero Kark has been all smoke and mirrors of the KC. It's not been consistent, productive play. So why do White? I mean, I don't know which is the exact video, and honestly, I'm not interested in tracking down the video to prove my case on this. It doesn't matter enough to me, and I don't even want people to have to track it down on your respect of it. I listened to the guy talk at the start of the season on one of his videos. What was spoken on the video was intimated exactly what I just told you about. I didn't mishear it. I was sent there to go look at the video because somebody in advance said, hey, there's this video this guy made where he's saying this and this and this. Go watch it. And that was confirmed by me watching that video. So I'm not going to pull the timestamps out. What was said was heard. I didn't mishear stuff. I think Why Do Wide, after following me here for a couple of years, if you have the channel, member of the channel, all that, you can ascertain pretty well that I don't tend to misremember stuff very often, right? Like, I got a lot of things that maybe aren't great about me. There's a lot of things that I can't necessarily do. But the one thing I can bring to the table is have a pretty good memory about most matters, and especially one that has something to do like that, where it really does kind of stick in my craw as it did in that moment. So I'm not throwing shade to say you can only watch the Hawks Nest, you can't watch Top Billin'. Go watch Top Billin'. What initially set off this conversation with this, though, Why Do Wide, is a little bit of the I don't really feel the attitude from him on stuff. Why Do Wide? There's somebody in this chat that literally went and asked him, hey, why don't you do a collab with Brandon? And he said, F you. That's more of what I get as a feeling from the guy. More power to him. I hope he's super successful. I hope that there's people that love his content and can love my content at the same time. I don't think you're either required. But as well, on the other part of that requirement part of it, Why Do I? I'm not required to like him either, though, right? I don't have to, just because some people of my content subscribership like him. I can come back and say I don't really feel him. And that's okay too. We don't all have to love all the same stuff, but I mean, please, man, understand. If I'm operating like I'm operating from this, you know me pretty well at this point. Why do I? I don't tend to say this type of stuff blindly. Take my word for it on this one thing, huh? Maybe? Or don't.
Spencer Smith with a $5 donation says, oh, sorry. I already read that. Sorry, Spencer. So you're kind of moving the goalposts here. The bottom line is this. If you're going to say to me that somebody is a football assessment wise, you're going to try to undercut me by saying that I've come to a football assessment and I'm looking at football players, and somehow at this point in 2023, I'm choosing football players for skin color. And that's how you're thinking I'm building up what I'm thinking. You're going to lose me. That's what you're going to say, that the people that you disagree with, that's how you paint them. And what happens there is painting people in a way that is not really constructive to healthy debate or healthy conversation for that point. And that tends to be based on the stories I hear from firsthand accounts. Why? Not secondhand accounts, not hearing it from reputation, but from firsthand accounts of people who've had direct interactions. They've all gotten more of the same. And if you're looking for proof for that, go through my comment board on this stream. There's been at least 20, 25 different people, it seems like, that have had personal interactions that haven't been the best with the dude. So it is what it is. But the video was what it was too, man. The video was saying what it was. Was saying essentially, and it was speaking directly to content creators, so Seahawks content creators is that as well. So speaking kind of directly to people like me. It's kind of like directly pointing at guys like me going, oh, this is the person hyping you guys up, and this is the reason they're doing so. Yeah, I don't mind talking to him about it. I don't mind. And I know people, why do I? There's a lot of people that love why do I? Love top billings. So like I said, I ain't saying he puts up bad content or anything else, but I don't appreciate where it comes from on some of the ways that he goes about his business. And I think that's fair. I think even you would agree with me that that's kind of fair. I don't think that there's any point that I've had to throw racism out there to try to go win an argument or win a debate on a player. It's bad pool. Delikey said Nate Burleson and Golden Tate were under the radar good. They were. Nate was kind of really rolling along, and he had that ACL thing kind of a little bit that he's right in the middle of kind of starting to really cook in Holmgren's offense, it feel like, and that was kind of held him back with it. But Golden Tate's such a unique player with what he could do after the catch as well. So unique in that respect of things. Young Bido Games has just watched Ward get cooked on San Francisco versus Philly highlight on YouTube right before I hopped on here, but Ward did hold it down very well all year. Those Eagles are something else right now. Yeah, they're going well. And yeah, Ward did a good job this year. I give him a hard time at times for getting a little handsy, but yeah, he's a good player. He's a good player. Well, again, just as funny thing all the way back from the 80s, the Eagles have an awesome defense and nothing has changed. They're still a defensive-minded team, if you ask me. It's true. It's true. Even the Super Bowl year where they did give up that one game with a lot of scoring points with the Patriots, where it was like neither team was going to punt. Still pretty good. Whitey Wise says, just for the record, never any points that I like, Murph. I hate watch. It's fair enough, man. And again, I wouldn't be as on this point if it didn't. It just kind of struck me. It was literally a moment for me. Why do wide? And watching that video where it's like you're watching a little bit of monochrome of respect you have for somebody slide right out the back end. Bye. That's where. And I'm not going to have. I'm on a 10-hour and 42-minute stream. I've got patience. I can put up with difference of opinion. I can handle people that are. But I get that sense in that way. I got no time and energy for that. I'm going to keep my head in places that's more productive, But I feel you on that, man. I feel you on that. I wouldn't feel as strongly about this if I didn't feel as strongly about this, Car is boo-boo. Car is boo-boo. Well, in utero, I wonder how much more successful Randall Cunningham would have been in today's NFL. Boy, was he a good player. Hard to say. The one thing with Randall that he had that would have been a bit of a detriment to him in this time was there was a little bit of the wind up on the throw. I mean, he had a really strong arm, but it was going to take him a little bit of time to get that around. And so if you had him doing more of these shorter timing-based routes, You might have had to build more of the offense around Randall, like a Lamar a little bit, but he was a much better passer than Lamar. He had a much more liver arm, a much more accurate arm. Randall was really a great player. Unusual for his time. Eclipse says, what NFC teams do you see next season making the playoffs? I see ourselves making the playoffs. I see us making that. I think the 49ers do get in the playoffs. I think the Lions get their division sewn up over there, that they take that division next year. I think NFC South, oh my God. I think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to make some strong move for a quarterback. I think the Saints are going to finally rebuild themselves. The Falcons are kind of dangerous if they can get a couple things right. But I'm going to go with the Tampa Bay. No. Got Carolina there though. Let's go Carolina. The other playoff team. And then we'll go with the Eagles. And then I'll give the nod to the Giants coming back and getting back to the playoffs. So we'll win the division. Niners will be their wild card. Giants will be the other wild card, right? There's 3 wild card teams. The other wild card team will be the Cowboys get back to the playoffs next year? I don't think so. Let's give Packers with Jordan Love as my outside last playoff team that gets in. Just to be outside the box a little bit. Space, what's up, man? Good to see you in the chat. Go Watch 2022 says, blessings to you, Brandon. That's one of the reasons I watch you. Honest, facts, and professional. Well, thank you, man. That's what I'm trying to bring if I can. So I'm hitting the mark. It's the intended mark. Delikey says, I thought the San Francisco defensive back was Jimmy Ward. It was Chajavius Ward. You guys know I've got that theory about teams with getting players the same kind of last name for whatever reason. Always ending up with it's one of my pet NFL conspiracy, and I don't have any explanation for it. I don't know if it's not like an intended thing, but just it's weird how teams can end up with players like the same kind of last names. That's why that got you confused there, Del. It did for me too. I was like, oh, they got Ward playing outside corner now. No, that's Jadarius Ward. Young Bido Game. Yo, everyone, don't forget to like the video. Support this man. Thank you so much. Please do hit that like button. What the hell happened here, Space? Nothing. It's all good. Volcano Joe says, yeah, with these modern schemes, Cunningham would have been amazing. Pair that with these modern training methods and healing methods. Man, he could have been throwing 90 yards, laughing out loud. He had an arm and legs. There's nothing like it. If you young folks want to watch a play that really encapsulates Randall Cunningham, look up the highlight, Randall Cunningham, Buffalo Bills 100-yard throw. It's an amazing play, drops back to pass. He's got a defender with him dead to rights. I think he just dips under the defender, clears the guy out, steps right up, takes one step and fires it, I think 65 yards down the field. The receiver catches it and runs it in for a 99-yard touchdown. Just an insane play. But the Volcano, he would have been a weapon in this day and age. He was a guy that was he had the size. He was 6'5"? Easily 6'5", 6'4", 6'5", something like that. Samir says, what do you think about the NFL thinking about banning the hip drop tackle after Pollard's and Mahomes' injury last week? I personally believe we might ruin the game if we get too overprotective. Yeah, it's been one of the fun parts to me is watching some of the people that post out on Twitter about the dirty hits in the NFL this year. And I just sit there and I shake my head, Samir, where I'm like, what do we expect these people to do? Push these guys over like a top, gently lay them down on a pillow every time when they tackle them. We've already got defensive receivers. You can't hit him in the head. The receivers bitch and moan about the fact when you go low because you're going to tear their ACLs, so you can't go there. So now I can't go middle. Offenses are basically at the point well, you can touch my thigh, and if you can touch my thigh right there and bring me down by my thigh, then that's a good tackle. Otherwise, it's not. It's going to be a penalty. I think it's Samir ridiculous. I think that this is the NFL. I think that injuries are going to happen when you have men being tackled, grown men tackling other grown men. Stuff's going to happen. I look at all of these drag down tackles, and I do not look at them as being like the gator roll, where it's a purposeful thing. I think guys are just trying to get guys down. And in some of these cases, these are guys that don't want to go down, that are fighting with all of their might to not be pulled down to the ground. And so that's going to cause guys get twisted up at times when that happens. But no, I think that you've got to leave that in the game. You can't ban it. I don't know how, again, it's going to come down to becoming two-hand touch eventually here. And once the NFL gets to two-hand touch, I'm out. I am out. I am not rolling with two-hand touch. I did not sign up for this. So I hope they don't. Already there's no horse collar, defenseless receiver, defenseless player, defenseless in the pocket. All these little rules already, No, I'm with you. We don't need more, Samir. Megan says, further to the playoff question B, how do you think the Hawks would go in the playoffs next year and why? How far do you think they are? I think they get one win, so they get a little further than this year, Megan, but they're not quite ready to get to the NFC Conference Championship. And maybe on the high side, you slide into the Conference Championship, but then that becomes the game where you're just not quite ready to roll. You don't quite have enough, just a little short. That'd be where I would go with it. But what we get a win the division, get a home game, Megan, after you win the division, win your first home game against the back end playoff team. And then the next week, probably kind of fall more back to earth, maybe a little bit. I kind of see him right there at this point. But a great offseason, Megan, could move that up or down, or a bad offseason could move it down for me. So it is subject to change. Eclipse says, that's an interesting take on Jordan Love taking the Packers to the playoffs. I wouldn't mind seeing Jordan Love do that. I think he impressed me a lot in his play this year, which I thought was heads and tails better than what he had shown the prior year against the Chiefs. He looked a lot more comfortable. I think I also have a lot more trust in the foundational designs of what the Packers have done there. They have a very good defense that's set up and is going to remain a good defense. They have a great offensive line that's going to remain set up. They've got the running backs. They're going to get those young receivers this year who needed the year of development, who weren't quite maybe ready, but are going to be all that much more ready next year, I think. And they're going to get the benefits of that. So I think they could be. Plus, I also look at Eclipse like it's such a weak NFC conference. The door is open for that final playoff team to get in there. Why Do I says 2018 9th, Murph did a video of saying Tate was the man for Seattle to sign for Yak, but I showed stats showing Tate had no Yak anymore. He got pissed and called me a geek. Maybe I need to start reacting like that. just go off, have a guy like, shut up, nerd. Imagine if I react like that to everybody's like, Brandon, this was actually the stats. Shut up, nerd. Oh, it does quiet them down, I guess. Yeah, Megan, I'm out on Carr. I'm just out. I'm tired of the excuses. I'm tired of the tears. You got Devontae Adams. You saw what Devontae Adams did with the difference of Favre or with Rodgers and having him there. He had Jacobs running like a demon this year. Was the Raider team perfect? No. Was that a tough division? Sure. But yeah, I'm not. I ain't on that. I'm not on the Carr train. Definitely not here to Seattle. Young Battle Game. Volcano Joe says, yeah, I'd put Curse in my top 10 for real. He would get in my top 10 of all time Seahawks receivers. He would. All the guys I mentioned would still be up ahead of him on the list there. Darrell Jackson would be ahead of him on that list. It's not a big, we have a lot of great receivers through that time period. So, but top 10, yeah. Probably 10, 9, but I'd have him in there. I'd have him in there for sure. Samir says, what do you think of the NFL think of banning the hip drop? Yeah. Sorry, I responded that. Remember the times got the Giants win in the East, the Lions in the North, the Panthers in the South, with the Seahawks win in the West. I like it. 49ers, Eagles, Vikings. I like it. Remember the time I could see it. Vikings can get their damn defense in a decent direction. They could be great. Delikey says Javon Curse could play, Curse could play the whole game and then without a catch and then catch the game-winning touchdown. He could. Like the Packers game, Del, you know, I think Russ got picked off 5 times in that game. Weren't like 2 of those on Curse? Like it literally bounced off his hands for an interception, you know, like, but then he comes back and makes the game-winning catch. And yeah, Russ did throw a share of picks to Curse. That's for sure. Sam the Great says, hopefully the league doesn't go to 2-hand touch. I already see how the crowds are. Yeah, I do too. Like, come on. Don't go to there. I understand the whole, the head thing and the CTE and limiting the head trauma. I get, but this sport is what it is. It's a sport of attrition. It is a sport where injuries are a part and a fact of life until they can figure out a way to put the equipment together that somehow can like protect you all the way, you know, put on a robotic thing or something, I guess. But until that day comes, there's no real way around it that sport, you know, injuries are going to happen. That's hilarious. Why do I though? Called you a geek. That's what I'm saying, man. It always comes back to the insult, you know? It's like, yeah, just argue my point. Where am I wrong? Why will his yak bounce back, Murph? You know, like, well, he'll do some quickness drills. Samir says, if football was at 3 quarters, the Browns would be in the playoffs every year. Why do you think they suck so bad at Q4? Different reasons, probably every year. I think. I don't know if there's a thread that goes between their fall off there, Sam. Samir. I think my first answer would be if you want a general, not the greatest of depth, more frontline heavy with the guys they've got to get the job done. But you know, a year like this one they had, for instance, they had some good parts and pieces there, but their receiving core was kind of wholly dependent on Amari Cooper kind of carrying the day, because this is a team that's moved off the Odell, moved off the Jarvis Landry. Who do you got out there catching? I know they like their 2 tight end sets out there, but it wasn't going to make them very dynamic offensively speaking. And then they were feeling their way through Deshaun Watson this year, which I think is a different reason than the prior year, which I think would be a different reason the other year. I think they had Jacoby going, and then Deshaun really looked roughed for a guy that had been out of football for a year and a half. He looked like a guy that was knocking off some rust. And so that's as much of their reason for falling off this year, as they had placed their hopes on him really injecting them forward, and instead he kind of sold them a bit. Samir says, with sports gambling legalized in so many states and you being knowledgeable all around, I see you growing your channel, or another one, making game preview prediction live streams. 50 states, better than 1. Yes, it's true with this, Samir. When you do a Seahawks-related channel like this, you are definitely taking the butterfly net and shrinking it down just a little bit. There'll probably be a point with this channel where we start to expand and I start to see if there's a market opened up for me to maybe do a little bit more of NFL general content with the Seahawks content. I don't know if my Hawk fans would bristle totally at that, but I've thought about doing that. There's every once in a while I'll have kind of what I would consider kind of a unique take on a given situation that I'm not necessarily hearing out there regarding something that's outside of our Seahawks team. And I've thought about posting a video on that, but I think I also want to make sure I get to a certain size to kind of make that so I'm built in with the people that I feel like I got some goodwill there to be able to do that. But yeah, definitely if you could do more full NFL content, if I could do more NFL content, that would certainly open that door up to a little bit more. As well as Samir, I'm kind of trying to do this a bit with, I have my Seahawks scouting channel, which I haven't done a lot of videos on lately, but that's one that I've looked at long-term to be able to do more like NFL scouting based videos, you know, and get more into that, which is more, you know, maybe NFL kind of content driven rather than just Seahawks content driven with it. So I'm going to try to get there with it. Jason Tudor says, haha, tonight really has been old man yells at cloud night. It's super entertaining. I'm not opposed to yelling at clouds, man. I'm old enough. I've earned my right. It's like the Social Security cards, man. I've earned my right to yell at them clouds. Daniel says, no, we can't predict how far we get in the playoffs. We have an off season plus draft and insane trades to go. Eagles looked bad last year versus Tampa Bay, and now look at them. We can do that too. I'm with it, Daniel. I got hope. I was trying to be realistic with it, but I still have hope they can be better. 100%. GoAx 2022 says, agree, Brandon, 100% of these rules they're doing. It's bloody football, or is it? Too much garbage rules pushing me out. Then all the commercials. Ugh. They used to talk players some. I'm agreed. Now you get a lot of these fun graphics that are weird. Like, I don't need graphics. Show me the game. Give me a replay from time to time, right? And yeah, it's pushing me in the same direction of things. This is a sport that's about toughness. It's mano a mano. It's who wants it more. And boy, when you start to get less and less away from the physicality of the game, you start to remove the heart and soul of the game I'd offer. You're removing the soul. I tell you, you're removing the very soul from the man. Megan says that's fair enough. If I do treat people like that, I want people gone. I haven't earned the right to have an audience at that point if I'm going to be like that. Not at all. How do you see guys like Lucas Van Ness, Mike Morris, and Thule as a 3-4 end? I think Van Ness is the only guy of that group that could fit in as a 3-4 end. And even him, I think he's better as more of a 4-3 outside defensive end type, or even a guy standing up. Morris and Thule are stand-up guys. They're outside 3-4 linebackers or defensive ends, but they're not going to be 3-4 defensive ends. Mike Morris has the size to do it, but he's just kind of got that clowny build, to him, where he's really, really high cut and tall. It's going to be hard for him to win the leverage war inside. Thule's built a little bit more compact. There's a little bit more, maybe a closeness ability to maybe think about getting him inside. Maybe you can work a little bit of that with Thule. But I don't think any of those guys you would do it Y as far as a consistent basis, putting them up as a 3-4 end. Maybe Van Ness. But I'm still in kind of the evaluation of process of Van Ness. I got a little bit more of a better feel for Mike and Thule. And both those guys can do such good work off the edge. I think that's where you want to keep them anyway. Why says someone will pay Carr $35 million a year. Thank God. I hope not us. Boy, if somebody does that, that's... You might be right, man, but that seems just nutball. It's possible, though. Just takes one. Goax 2022 says, question, why did the Raiders not pick up Jacobs' fifth-year option? I know it's the Raiders. The problem here with Jacobs is that when you do the fifth-year option, Go Hawks, of course, you can't choose to do it this offseason. You have to choose to do the fifth-year option after the third year of their professional career. And so when they got off the third year of their professional career, Jacobs, he'd been fine. But for a first-round running back, had he been a true, like the difference maker he was this year for them? He's like a 4.2, 4.3, right? Yard per carry average guy. Solid. Not bad, solid. But then he has this year where he broke out and led the league in rushing, and holy hell, So they didn't anticipate he was going to be what he was going to be this year. There does seem to be, as far as what I'm hearing from Raiderland, though, that they're going to find a way to get a contract extension done with him. So he's probably going to remain a Raider. Flag Sabbath, the early 90s teams were fun. Cunningham, Reggie White, Jerome Brown, Mike Quick, Seth Joyner. Oh, they were, man. Yeah, they were some good teams. That defensive line, Buddy Ryan there as the head coach, those battles between them and the Giants, and some good fights. Delakees Largen's my favorite man. I don't have to tell you, just look over my right shoulder here. And Eudor says, remember when the Raiders had success versus the Hawks, Legion of Boom in preseason, and then thought they were Super Bowl contenders? I do. What was weird about that game is that was the best I'd ever seen Derek Carr. He sliced the LOB up. Legit sliced them up in preseason. Just cut through them like a hot knife through butter. But never was back and never kind of looking like that dynamic of a player to me ever again when I watched him. There'd be still moments of really good, but the consistency was just never there with him. And I can't just blame it all on the Raiders. And you remember when the Raiders had success for the Hawks Legion? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Why do I says Jerome Brown was on a Hall of Fame path? Dude was a beast. That wreck was so tragic. Killed his 10-year-old nephew too. Big tragic, yeah. You're right. He was on a Hall of Fame trajectory. That guy was a game wrecker. Him and Reggie White on the same line was just ridiculous. That's a ridiculous defensive line. Eclipse says, I remember seeing an edited Let's Ride Russell Wilson video, and it was Russell being in a chef hat saying that while a house behind him was on fire. Delakees says WWE and NFL should merge. Exactly. Goax 2022 says, imagine if they put some of the football rules in rugby. I think Megan would revolt on that one. In utero, NFL might have to put flags on the quarterback instead of tackling. That's what I'm expecting to come next. We got to protect the most valuable assets on the field. Volcano Joe says, when the Seahawks first went to the Super Bowl, I went up to the mountains and I did the all-black haku, real talk. There we go. There we go. Why do I? I like Dan Henley as well out of Washington State. Fun player. Fun player. Third round, sign me up, man. Sign me up on that one. In the spirit, I thought you were going to watch all the... Red Ace says, whenever all the flags start getting thrown, I always think about that bit Patrice O'Neal did about football back in the days. Oh, Patrice O'Neal's got a classic bit about football being soft and stuff. He's got a classic bit. If you guys get a chance, look up Patrice O'Neal's football bit. And he's got this one of like, he's like talking about it. He's like, football's soft now. He's like, we used to try to decapitate guys in the field. He'd be like, we'd be knocking guys out and talking trash to their mom. And then we'd take his socks off and wear the sock in the helmet because we'd be that tough. Like, they knock those people out and take the socks. I'm butchering the whole bit, but it's a hilarious Patrice O'Neal bit. Like, it's so on point. It's so perfect. His description too about and it's a bit that encapsulates how the modern NFL's gotten a little softer, because he really captures the essence and spirit. How, like, when I was growing up playing football, that's how it was with you. Like, you walked on the field and it was going to be, junior high school, you walked on, it was kind of like Mad Max, There wasn't no like, well, watch your head, It was like, if you can get a walk off the field, it'll be good. Delicky, I'd like the Clowney at the right price too. I'd be open to it. I know we would use him in the right way, and that was one of his big problems with Cleveland at the end there. Sam Mears says, if America Got Talent and the voice franchises can expand worldwide, why can't the NFL franchise in Europe or elsewhere? An American Football World Cup would do too much good for the sport. Well, you need the talent base in the local level to do that. You need enough guys in England that are good football players, or out there in Spain. You don't want to have to transplant guys from America and make them play abroad for 5 to 10 years if they don't want to, and you're forcing them to do so. I think the NFL is trying to find a way to make that happen, Samir. That's why you have so many of these international games over there in Europe, including Germany this year with our Hawks. They're trying to find a way. GoHawks 2022 says, Brandon, have you watched that show on YouTube with a picture of Jerry Rice and says players saying Super Bowl is fixed? I have, and not sure if I will. I haven't seen it yet. I'll check it out. Jerry Rice and players saying Super Bowl is fixed. I'll take a look. I'd be interested to hear what they got to say on it. In Euro time, to me, Reggie White is the best player I've ever seen other than LT. He's got a right to be claiming up there in Euro. I could see why you'd be in that spot. I certainly think I'd probably be in the same area. You talk about the defensive players you have to name through given areas. You'd have to name LT, you'd have to name Reggie White. These are, and we're talking about maybe a list of like 10 guys of the last 30 years on the defensive side of the ball. You have to include Reggie. Ethan Deckworld, oh my goodness, Brandon, if you haven't watched already, need to watch The Last of Us. I played the game, but even so, just watched episode 3 and wow, just a masterclass in storytelling. Incredible. I'm getting up to. I've been saving up some HBO. I've got the House of the Dragon saved up for when I'm going to restart up my HBO subscription. So with HBO, when I always subscribe, I got like 2 things to watch, and then I'm like, okay, I'm done. I've already seen all your other stuff, So it's like I just don't like to sign up for long because they don't have enough content to watch. But I'm stoked to check it out. I'm hearing great things about it, and I promise you, I'm going to definitely see it. I didn't do the game myself. I'm more into the multiplayer games, but I heard it was a classic. Volcano Joe, Seahawks tackling is all black tackling. The props were due. Props are due on that. All black tackling. That's nice. Sam the Great says the NFL took the NBA route of being soft. They're going that direction. And I'm good on the head stuff. You got to protect the head. I'm with that. I get that. But come on. Guy's approaching a guy from the bye and he grabs him around his waist and tries to pull him down. The guy's legs happen to fall under him. I mean,
What's he supposed to do? And then what happens when players start to like purposely throw their legs under defenders? Well, you'll get guys being like harmlessly tackled, standing up and pointing at the ref in their legs. Do we all want to see that? Is that going to make the game funner? Oh, Lordy. Samir says, imagine a U.S.-American team representing the U.S. in an American Football World Cup that would even top the Super Bowl in views. It would, but it would be a slaughter. You could take all of the players in Europe and Africa combined, and an NFL super team would slaughter those teams. It would be like Georgia playing a high school team this past year. They'd have a long way to go. Like, it wouldn't be like the dream team with basketball, where there's that basis of already a baseline of good play and the openness for development there for those teams to get where they're going. It'd be like, it's going to be pretty ugly for a good amount of time. It's going to be some uphill roads there for those European teams. A lot of blood on the field. You know what I mean? Why do I say people were getting knocked out playing pickup ball when I went to high school? They would arrest you for that now. I'm not even sure if I'm exaggerating. No, I'm with you. Back in the day, when I grew up, it was rougher. When you got on the football field, like those coaches on the football field, there's one drill you have where you stand in the middle of a circle and the coach just blows his whistle and he has random people just bearing down, hitting you as hard as they can in the middle of the circle. That's all. Like, your job not to like move them out of spot. You're just to absorb the contact. And the coach is always picking the biggest guys. You outweighs you by 40 pounds, running at you full speed and take them on. Like, they ain't doing that anymore. I guarantee you. Oklahoma drills are being pushed away. All that stuff that would make you tougher as a man. Gotta keep it soft now. Can't be too hard. I am yelling at the moon tonight. Somebody was right on that one. I am definitely yelling at the moon. But Samir, I'd like to see it. I'd love to see an international deal, but that's the way you'd have to do it, is you'd have to have local players in Europe. You couldn't do that thing where you had, Americans having to fly out there and live out there. Just wouldn't work. TB83, with the NFL on-field game being so fast, why are the referees so old? I think it's probably just hard to find good ones that can do it. And they're trying to pay these guys in a part-time salary, which probably makes it hard to find good referees. And so when you got ones that can do it well and they're passionate about it, you hold on to them for as long as you probably can at that point if you're the NFL. It's probably a very tough job. I knock it a lot, but it's probably not the easiest to always see things really clearly. These guys are moving at the speed of light at times on the field. You really get a feel for it when they see the camera on the field. Like when you're up above, action seems a little slower. But when you get down that field, you really do get the feel for how fast the action's going. Ethan says, oh yeah, House of the Dragon was freaking awesome. Can't wait for season 2. I'm looking forward to it. I've been just kind of saving it up a little bit. I think it came out right in the middle of the year, football-wise, right before the year starts. I just was like, not enough time. And I want to kind of binge it. I want to binge. Jason Tudor says, oh no, protecting boys from injuries. There's a reason why parents are pushing their kids to play safer sports. Yeah, they are. But I'll tell you what, I'm glad I played football, even though I didn't get super far in high school. I'm glad I did. I would want even with the head stuff, I would want my kid to play a little bit. The good that you take from it is worth, Sean Garnes, Oklahoma drill though. Yeah, that one's a brutal one too. That one's probably... The thing about that one I didn't mind as much is then I usually got to tackle the guy in a short area and they don't got really enough time to get up to speed fast. With that middle drill, when you're in the circle, there was like 10 yards between you and the guy that he had a 10-yard sprint up, build up to come put the hurt on you. That one I didn't like as much. The one on the Oklahoma, you're both starting on your back and then you got to flip up onto your feet. And so everybody's kind of just like slowly getting up to speed, even the quick guys. And then if you just miss the tackle, they roll out of your hand and you fall on your butt and you look silly, but it's not painful. Getting smacked by 10 guys in a circle, Okay. Yep, you're seeing stars. Here we go. One after another. Those old school football coaches did not give an F. Did not get an F. And it was probably even worse in the 70s and 80s. Like, I got probably the easy side of it. I bet even the 70s and 80s coaches were probably even like no water and, all that.
All right, well, we are 11 hours in here, folks, and I am starting to get real hungry here. So let's go ahead and we're going to put a wrap-up bind. We're going to bound this bind, I think, and put a bit of a bow on this thing. So let's get the last couple of questions in if we can, if there's any last few. Sean Garn says, some referees are athletic. One ref did an internet outrun a fast high school player running side by side with him. It looked ridiculous, but ridiculously funny. That's hilarious. I think I saw that video, and that was funny video. Samir says, do you think the 29-yard catch missed call that led to a touchdown early in the game ruined the mood for the Niners? I think it was a momentum pull, but I will never, Samir, go to one play in a game and say this was the play that determined this game in a football game. It's impactful. It's maybe more impactful than the average play in the game, but no, I to me, it's what really brought this down, Samir, is the Niner team just kind of, I think, felt you could feel a little bit as far as where they were energy level wise, that once you were to Josh Johnson, it's like, okay, this is too much. We're not going to overcome this. No team's going to go with their fourth-string quarterback to the Super Bowl in an NFC Championship conference game. It's just not going to happen. And, they weren't wrong. I think any team in that place position would probably feel pretty similarly in how they looked at it. John Garnes is getting jumped by 10 guys with pads on in a drill. Yeah, that was awful. It was. And the thing is, you're in a circle, right? So the whistle's blowing. You've got to first turn to the right guy coming at you. So you're not just like knowing where the guy's coming and you're ready from the start. You turn first. So he's getting the head start already running at you as you're just turning to him. So it's sort of like replicating like a running back picking up a blitzing linebacker. It's like, that's what you're doing, but like 10 hits in a row. By the end, you're just like, I'm good, coach. I'm all right. Okay. No, it's good. Samir, abroad leagues would make some home for the undrafted college players. That's true. Just like the case for NCAA undrafted players who had a second chance in playing in Europe. Great point, man. It's a great point, Samir. That would provide that. You're right. And I bet players would be more willing to go if they were on the fringe edges of being in the NFL or getting a chance to continue to be, or to get a chance to be a professional football player, that they might jump at that to go play in Europe. And Utero says, thanks to the great stream, Brand. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. Appreciate you as well. Thank you. Well, Ken and Joe, Jerome Brown was a beast. My coach is Rich Maiano from the team he played with Jerome Brown, and he said that Jerome Brown was unusually strong, laughing out loud, whatever that means. There's some of those guys like that. That's what you hear about that, like the cowboy guard that for years out there, right? Like there's those guys there's football players that are strong, and then those guys that are just next level strong. Country strong, I guess is the term. But Brown was one of those guys. He can move pretty well too. Strong and he can move. Volcanoes, but Joe says, hey B, I think they should make a new rule that when a ref throws a flag, if a football player can intercept it out of the air, the flag is null and void. Laughing out loud. I'm with it, man. I'm with it. Spencer Smith says, killer stream, dude. Trying to make more of these in person, but I'm always listening back while I'm at work if I miss any. Appreciate your dedication. # go Hawks. Hey, man, my appreciation is back to you guys, man. Spencer, thank you for hanging in with me. I'm in 11 hours and 60 minutes. We got tons of people in this chat throughout that stay and remain in here. You guys you keep me on my toes. I love how you guys get me thinking, and you get me excited. Get me talking about this team and talking about these possibilities, and I just love it. When I'm sitting on all these draft picks, we're sitting on this money, our team is poised and set to go. It gets me stoked. It gets me, I'm in my place. You know what I mean? I'm in my happy spot, so to speak. So I'm living the best life, loving this, man. And you guys make this place, it's you guys on this that make this what this place is. It really is. If I had the chat popping like it is, keeping me going, then this will last probably about an hour, maybe a half hour. Sean Garn says NFL G League, so to speak, with the European Football League. Yeah, that's where I'm feeling that. I think Samir's onto something with that, man. I think he's kind of onto something with that. That'd be a good way to get the European League restarted and it gives you like a bridge to eventually get NFL teams in Europe. You know, rather than having to start from 0 to 100, you can start to kind of get that process moving a little bit. Moving. And Spencer, thanks for listening on replay too. If you can't hear it live, I appreciate you. However you can hear it, man. However you can. Megan says, I knew Pete Carroll was a man of great taste. B. He's a huge All Blacks fan. Well, I'm not surprised.
Jason Duder with a $5 dono. Thank you, Jason. Says, go to bed, Brandon. And here's some funding for some salmon treats for Pumpkin. Well, she will be getting some salmon treats along with my other one right after the stream. It's on you, Jason. It's on you on this one. I'm going to say this is from Mr. Tudor. So thank him. She'll go, that'll be what she can actually speak that out if I make her repeat it. So she will for sure, Jason. Thank you for the $5 dono. And I'm going to put on a movie and we'll get on HBO. Maybe I'll check out some of this Last of Us or something here. Get something on to watch, get a little bit of popcorn in the belly. You know, I can't go to bed right after the stream. I'm too amped up. I'm juiced. The electricity's flowing, man. You know. Dazilla Hawk. Thanks, B. Have a great night. The work you do for the Hawks fans is incredible. Well, thank you, Dazilla. It's my pleasure, man. I love it. It's not hard work. You guys make this a beautiful, wonderful place for me to come to every single stream. Not like, well, some of the streams, it's fun. Every single stream I come into here, you guys always make this just a wonderful place for me. A beautiful place. Megan says, sorry for all the questions, B. Won't ask so many next time. Megan, I'm not lip servicing you on this one at all. Ask any questions away. I love the questions. There's people out there that probably, if you're wondering it, there's probably somebody out there as well that's also wondering it. So keep that in mind too. Samir says, I bet the Chiefs wish they still had Tyreek Hill right now. Kelsey's a one-trick monkey against a tough Eagles defense. I agree with you, Samir. They got a lot out of Marquez Valdez-Scantling in this game. He essentially gave him a little bit of a Tyreek Hill-like production, but is he going to do the same against the Eagles with those corners that they've got on the outside, which are going to be improved? It ain't Eli Apple out there now. It's Darius Slay. It's Bradbury. You know, those guys can hold up a little bit. And especially with the lack of mobility from Mahomes, if that foot ain't ready to roll, if he can't if he's showing the mobility he showed in this game against that Eagles pass rush, look out. Look out. Have yourself a great night, Megan. Thank you for all you do is on the mods duties. I appreciate it. Space says, what is your cat's shirt size? I've never put her into a cat before. Space, I've never put my cat into a shirt size. My shirt size is a large, but she would probably be, she's a big girl. She's probably large for a cat on a shirt size. Sean says, right. That's what they put in the summer league in Vegas to get a city used to a professional basketball there. Exactly. That's a lot better to me, Sean, than trying to like create two expansion franchises. We're going to put one in London and we're going to put one in Munich. You know, it's better to do the little league towards that. Cause I just don't think that with the travel and all that puts on with players and stuff, it's just a little bit too much. This is hell yeah, I do that, man. Some House of the Dragon, some of The Last of Us with some popcorn sounds great to me. Oh, I do it. I'm going to do my air popper too. I'm not doing microwave. It's going to be that pure air popper, melted butter, top of the stove, freshly ground salt. Oh. If you guys had my popcorn, you would think it was something out of a fine dining. Like fine dining is making popcorn. Red Abidenda was one of the country's strong guys. He could move too. Dude would eat shopping bags of Reese cups pre-game. I do remember Randall McDaniel. Yeah, he's a big one too. That's true. I'm trying to think of there's been a couple other names on there. So you got the Cowboys guard. Was it Jones? I forget his name. Eric Williams was another one for the Cowboys. Ridiculously strong. Reggie White was one of those guys ridiculously strong. I mean, that guy's hump move, he just took one arm and take a lineman and throw the lineman multiple yards in the opposite direction. Pretty impressive. And Utero says the Eagles win. That D is legit. It is legit. And if Mahomes doesn't have his mobility in Utero, and he's got to be kept to within a phone booth size area of what he can move around, that's tough. That's tough. Megan says, I'll let Ollie know I was speaking of you, B. He gets so excited when I mention you. Yeah, tell him he looked good. Tell him he looks right in Seahawks colors. Tell him he's just got to avoid the red. That's really the key there. Oh, yeah, Ethan, I do it right, man. The butter's evenly distributed. You guys should see my toss technique. I can do it like, a guy can flip a pancake. I can flip all of it up into the bowl, back down. Perfect butter encapsulation all the way through. You know what I mean? Perfect distilling of butter all the way through. Oh, gourmet popcorn. It is. John, if you had the way I made it, you would call it gourmet. Let me tell you. You'd be like, this needs to be in a fine dining restaurant. Volcano Joe says, haha, I love the bull ring, B. It's called the bull ring. That's right, the bull ring. God.
I still wake up at nights at times, Volcano Joe, the bull ring. Brandon, you're in the bull ring. Now I remember that name. That was the worst word you could hear on the football field. There was no words. Like I said, I'll do the Oklahoma drill all day long. When I hear bull in the ring, and the coaches would say it with such a verb, they would such a verb. Bull in the ring. Like they said it a lot more cutesily than it was, right? Because they knew it. They're like, you're about to get your ass kicked now. But they would say it all like, bull in a ring, bull in a ring. Oh no. Where's my smallest guy? Let me put him in the middle. You. Volcano says we used to do this one called sumo where we used to fight, do anything we could to throw the other guy outside of a ring, and it got nasty. It does. When that no rule stuff, but there's one thing you got to do and anything else goes. It's like, Megan says, I'm not your mother, but I hope you're eating more than popcorn, B. I don't have the best of diets, Megan. I'm not going to lie to you, okay? It would make you would be horrified a little bit. But I have a hankering. And when I have a hankering after 11 and a half hours of streaming, I'm not eating a salad. What is going to be putting into my mouth next is not going to be healthy. I will 100% guarantee you that. 100%. Space says TikTok that shit, bro. I should TikTok that. That's a good idea, actually. I've been thinking about doing that. I got to show people my popcorn game is on point. I can't cook anything else, okay? I can barely cook eggs and toast, but I kill it. Popcorn. Samir says, if you keep playing the horse and the carrot with the comments, you're not going to sleep tonight. I know. I got to call it. That's a good call, Samir. Megan says, I'm telling your mother, B. She already knows, Megan. I was the kid that you're going to sit there until you eat it. And I'm there at 3 a.m. staring at my bowl. So she's going to just tell you, look, I tried to fight this battle 30 years ago, Megan. I fought it for 2 decades. I don't have the power anymore. I no longer have the fight. He broke me of it. He broke me of it. Okay, be real about this being an old school football player. Football was tougher back in the day. Maybe attitude, maybe by real tough guys. But football is better now, and these new athletes are tough. I would never say these athletes aren't tough. I would say that, Volcano. I mean, I don't like it when people, for instance, talk about guys being weak or soft. The game can get weaker and softer, but that isn't an indictment necessarily of the players. Yes, I think old school football was tougher and rougher. There was, and there's reasons it's not as tough, like with the safety stuff, the head stuff. Like we didn't know that back in the day. You know, they didn't tell you to lead with your helmet. They knew enough to tell you to keep your head up and don't let it drop. And we were past the age when I grew up of like the 70s kids, like you got taught to spear. It's like, turn yourself into a missile. What you want to do is basically just get yourself aerodynamic and fire your head as hard as you can right into the center of their chest. You know, that was that way in the 70s. So we were at least out of that by the time I was rolling, but it was still like kill or be killed, you know? It was like, we're going to beat you to hell and we'll grind you out and we'll toughen you up by the end of it. Ethan says, in a nice ice cube with 3 ice cubes, no more, no less. The key to good popcorn is after a good popcorn, you have a big glass of orange juice. After a salty popcorn bowl, nice big glass of orange juice. That's the way. That is the way. That's the way. Samir says, I'm a Browns fan, but because I like your stream so much, the Seahawks are going to be the second team I root from now on. Hey, man, thank you. Fair enough. And hopefully you guys will get back to round with Deshaun. So I know I talked a little bit. Right? I think he just had that rust. I think he will knock that off. I think they'll get another receiver out there to make their attack a little bit more dangerous into next year. That division's a little bit more opened up, especially if Lamar Jackson moves on. You know, Cincinnati's still tough, but I'd feel pretty good about where you guys are. Cincinnati especially has to start paying their quarterback now. Maybe they're in a different territory of things. You're scaring me around my escape button. Come on. All right. I'm almost off, kitty. I'm almost off. Jason Tudor says, I keep meaning to buy a popcorn machine. Maybe I'll do that now. Heads to Amazon. The air popper's the way, though. That stuff where you got to put the oil in there, you don't want to mess with that stuff. That stuff's really bad for you. What you want is the air popper, and then you take butter, you cut the butter up into little select slice. You put it about halfway down on the heating chart. So don't up to full on to where you'd have it like hot as hot, but halfway, and then melt that butter, naturally melted butter. And then a little bit of and you will find yourself in heaven. Ethan, no, here's the deal. Not orange juice and popcorn. The way you do it is you have your popcorn, you'll have some water or something you're drinking. Then after you finish your popcorn, go to the fridge and get yourself a cup of orange juice. And it's got to be pulpy orange juice, not the pure orange, pulpy. It's got to have some pulp in it. It will taste like heaven. The combination, something about the sweet, something about the salt to sweet. I don't know what it is, but something about the salt to sweet is completely magical. My cat is so doing some get off the stream stuff right now. Nero says, okay, I'm sold. I'll try it. You'll love it. And remember, it's the even distribution of the butter. You get that one little layer up through, flip, more, and a lot of flip through on that. Make sure you got even distribution of butter and the salt to make it work. That's what will get you to the promised land. Sean says, I'm glad it's not as dangerous though. I don't want to see all-star players on the injured list. Who do you want to watch? Who would want to watch a game full of backups everywhere, especially in the playoffs or Super Bowl? Yeah, I'm okay with most of the steps they've taken, Sean. I just think there's a step that they could take a little bit too far beyond, where it gets into that, like, essentially, okay, where we're going to just do this. Is this going towards flag football? Is that where we're headed? You know, I'm making so they can't drink OJ's be dangerously allergic. Understandable. I want to get a report back from you folks that have tried. I bet you'll love it. Space says, shake a bite of chocolate, candy bar, and a potato chip. It's like a chocolate cake. Nice. Oh. Ethan says, after describing like that, I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, give it a try. Why do I says, when I drop shrooms, I like to have a gallon of OG. I've heard that those go together for some reason. OG just sometimes tastes great. I wasn't always a big OJ guy, but I've suddenly gotten back into it. Tribe says, I put sugar on my popcorn sometimes. There you go. It's a little bit like the, what is it? The, sweet. Nothing wrong with that. A little sweetness. Sometimes what I'll do if I really want to shake mine up is I'll do my butter, and then you do a little bit more butter into your same pan, so you have a little layer of butter. Then you want to get yourself some peanut M&Ms. You pour it in there. You get them covered in the butter. You turn it up to the hottest amount for about 30 seconds. Get that thing cooking, and until you start. And as soon as you start to see the peanuts in the M&M crack as they're starting to expand, then you know that peanut inside that chocolate is cooked, but it's not melting. You're not getting a lot. So just as you start to see a little bit of a melt or a little bit of that food coloring coming off the peanut M&M, then you put that over as your top layer on your popcorn. And then you will be, if you're not in heaven with just that before, then that'll take you over the top, because it will taste like the peanut is melted like peanut butter within the chocolate of the peanut at that point. I'm getting very hungry here. We're moving in a direction now where I'm making my stomach fold unto itself. Space with a $2 donation. Thank you, Space. Says, just for the pulp, shit out, Brandon. Hey, I ain't on OJ if it ain't high pulp. I don't want high pulp in there, 8 Ace. I want maximum pulp. I want you to drop just 3 whole oranges that are cut up into the thing and let me figure it out my way downstream. You know what I mean? I'll figure out what's what later on down. I don't want that pure juiciness though. I need to have a little bit, especially if I get it really cold and the little bits of pulp have a little bit of ice to them, like just you get your fridge just cold enough where it's just, if you get in the back of the fridge, got a little bit of that iciness to it where it's like, ooh, heaven. All right, I got to eat, you guys. You're making me so hungry right now. I got to get some food. We're gonna wrap it up on that. But we will be back. I believe I'll be back on Tuesday. I think we're going to be returning with the B&B show here with Brendan. So we will be back, I believe, live on Tuesday at 7:00 Pacific Standard Time. So you guys will only have to wait a mere 2 days here before we'll be bouncing back on the channel here. So me and him will be coming back with some content at that point. So tune in for that. I'll get the schedule for that up tomorrow. Tech World says pulp is terrible. It's just I'm a pulp guy, man. I'm just a pulp guy. Flag says oof pulp. Just gave me heartburn. Just got to try it after the popcorn, brother. Red Ace with a $2 donation says, just for the pulp. Shout out, Brandon. Thank you again for that $2 donation, Red Ace. Appreciate you. Thank you for all the people that put all the donations on the chat. As I always say, everybody, you're so awesome. Megan, appreciate all the modding and your donations as well. Y'all sleep well? Niners aren't going to the Super Bowl. Hawks are about to go into a brilliant offseason as they watch this hopeful Super Bowl window starting to shut for its Niners, as it's already shut for that Ram team. We know that. And the Cardinals, let's not even talk about the Cardinals. It's just starting to open for us. We've even gotten to our window opening. We just got our fingers on the glass. We're just about to move it up. That's what this offseason is. That's us this offseason moving it up.
moving it up to getting it opened. So let's get to that point. Let's get excited about this offseason. We're going to have more content coming down the trek. I'm just getting started with the draft stuff. I've got some great names that you guys have supplied for me to go look up and check out. So thank you for those suggestions on there. Got a good solid 11 and a half hours. Just a nice little short stream. I told you guys going to be off early and I lied. I was a dirty liar. But you guys keep me on. That's what you do. It's part of how amazing you guys are with this channel and how dedicated you are with it. So thank you guys as ever for just an awesome stream. Have some hope for this offseason. The future is bright. Bright for this channel as well. We're about to cross 11,000 subscribers. Great growth this last year. We're just about to hit our channel induction date here of 4 years. And it has been phenomenal growth in just a mere 4 years of where we've gotten. And so thank you to all of you guys for the support, all the newcomers that have jumped aboard, and all of the folks that have put so much support to this channel that allows me to do this as much as I get to do it. So you guys are awesome. I appreciate you. I'll be back in a couple days. But in that couple days, don't you get lost. Don't you get lost in the Chiefs going back there, another Super Bowl for them, or the Eagles and being this great stacked team that's unbeatable. They're there now. We're coming back. So even as we're in now this pattern, this holding pattern on this climb, I don't want you to forget. I want you to have hope. I want you to already look towards that horizon and see that big, bright future that is ahead of us and wrap your hands around it because it is en route. So don't you ever forget. Don't you ever forget. Even as we head into off seasons, most especially. Go Hawks. Valentine's.